To mark the new site where construction would soon begin, they took with them a flag bearing the family crest and a picturesque landscape stretched out ahead. In fact, the emblem had nothing to do with our hero's family, but no one in this world knew about it. To everyone, he was the eldest son of Baron Arcos Frontera, named Roid, although in reality the guy's name was Kim Soo-ho, and he found himself in the role of a nobleman against his will. Next to him on the hill stood Gabriel Azrahan, his friend and guard, a brave knight, and at the feet of the young people, cute little monsters shouted words of admiration for the panorama. The one everyone thought was Roid Frontera raised his hand high with the shovel, intending to stick it in the place where the first brick would be laid. The shovel clanged loudly against the stones. Pouring the foundation here wouldn't be so easy, because there was rock underfoot, but our hero smiled dazzlingly. As soon as the sound died down, a force field with a drawing and a grid of markings appeared around the guy. It seemed that technology allowed him not to worry too much about possible difficulties. This is the story of an ordinary civil engineer who completely changed the world he entered simply by reading a fiction novel at night. Skyscrapers were rising on the ground while they were still just a project, but very soon, thanks to Kim Soo-ho, they will become a reality. The city designed by the hero was beautiful, a real metropolis, meeting the latest Korean standards, but it looked a little alien here, like the guy himself. The thing is that Kim Soo-ho was dressed according to the standards of this world, and the appearance of the eldest son of Baron Frontera did not change at all after the soul of an engineer was infused into him. Roid called out to Gabriel in such a serious voice that he became a little scared and asked what was wrong. The gentleman suddenly began to laugh and shout something about money, joyfully waving his arms as if trying to take in the panorama with them. He shouted that now all this would flow into finance and bring untold wealth. Gabriel suggested that Frontera had gone crazy. Several years ago, his friend changed radically. It all started with an ordinary night road from the city to the Frontera estate, although they were not friends then. It was also written there that he had now become one of the heroes of the novel he had read yesterday, called The Knight of Iron and Blood. The guy thought it was a common technique in web novels, where he would inhabit someone else's body, but he wasn't happy with the prospect. Absolute asked him to try harder and wished him luck. The young man couldn't understand why he woke up lying on the ground. He felt like he was either drunk or already hungover, even though Kim Soo-ho hadn't been drinking. The hero tried to get up, but he felt sick and dizzy, and besides, this world was somehow suspiciously cold. He was shaking slightly and suddenly realized that his mouth was twisted to the side and could not return to its normal position. A message appeared stating that his condition had changed. His mouth was twisted due to sleeping on the road. This angered Kim Soo-ho, and he brushed off the information panel. The hero realized that he had turned into one of the characters in the novel and began to wonder who exactly it was. Only one could sleep on the road, and this thought made the guy feel sick. His guess was confirmed by someone's voice calling out to Mr. Roid calmly but firmly. The young man looked at the one who addressed him. He was a tall young man in an expensive blue suit. He looked confident and looked at the hero without malice, saying that he had been looking for him everywhere. The sword with a golden hilt hinted that this was not just a peasant, but a warrior, and apparently a nobleman. Kim Soo-ho realized that this was the main character of the novel. He looked almost exactly like the illustrations, so there was no longer any doubt that Gabriel Azrahan was looking for him. The appearance, the outfit, the facial expression, and even the voice were exactly as Kim Soo-ho had imagined them while reading, and he remembered the book down to the smallest detail. But then he thought about whose body he had entered, and his eyes slowly popped out of his head. As we remember, Gabriel called the guy Mr. Roid. Swordmaster Gabriel, who will become a renowned warrior throughout the continent as the story progresses, was a knight guarding Baron Arcos Frontera at the beginning of the novel. The name of the eldest son of the said gentleman who owned all the surrounding lands was precisely Roid, and he was a kind of antagonist to Gabriel. Unable to contain his emotions, Kim Soo-ho yelled, Did the knight really want to say that he was that same scoundrel and villain Roid Frontera? For a while, Azrakhan looked at the hero in bewilderment. He stopped shouting, realizing that his behavior looked stupid. Finally, Gabriel said that he had named the master, but would never have added the words scoundrel and villain to it. Here he smiled and added that he was very glad that the young man assessed himself adequately, and chuckled. The system reported that the knight looked pleased. Accompanied by Azrakhan, Roid Frontera set out for his father's estate, and even moving on his own was not easy for him. Noticing that the gentleman was trembling, Gabriel lit the fireplace and asked if he remembered why he was lying on the road. Naturally, Roid didn't remember, so the knight told him that the hero had been drinking in the tavern since lunch, then completely destroyed it, got homesick, and fell asleep halfway there. The Baron began to worry and sent his bodyguard to look for his son. No matter how mischievous he was, dying on the road with a crooked mouth was simply unacceptable. Kim Soo-ho thought it was just like in the book. He couldn't get warm, touch the ice-cold floor, and regretted that they hadn't come up with proper heating in medieval fantasy. Meanwhile, Azrakhan was about to leave the room, wishing the gentleman a good rest. In the morning, he would tell the Baron about his tricks. The guy asked if it was possible not to tell, but the bodyguard was as impenetrable as a wall and said that this was out of the question. Suddenly, an interesting idea occurred to Kim Soo-ho, and he asked if there was much light in the house, even though he knew it was a strange question given the circumstances. Gabriel didn't answer. He thought that the Baron's son was not yet completely sober. That's why he was talking nonsense. The knight sighed. He walked out the door and closed it with a loud slam, leaving the engineer with his teeth chattering. Even the warm wool blanket didn't help. Our hero became sad. He thought that soon they would all have to experience dramatic events, because he knew the plot of this book. Just before getting here, the guy finished reading the last chapter and turned off the phone. Roid's fate was unenviable. Almost at the very beginning of the novel, the Baron is left without a fortune, having fallen for the tricks of swindlers. He and his wife cannot bear the poverty and take their own lives. Their eldest son drinks heavily, and soon he doesn't even have enough money for a drink, so Roid starts begging. It doesn't help much, but it's enough to make you forget. Your liver fails, and after another bout of bloody vomiting, the hero dies. Kim Soo-ho jumped out of bed and shouted that he was an aristocrat now, so why should he end his life so worthlessly? He attacked the Absolute, saying that it wasn't fair. Why was it necessary to put him in this body? The system suggested making a wish. The guy fell asleep out of frustration, and by the morning, his mood had improved. Their castle was surprisingly luxurious. In the bright rays of the sun, the stones of the walls shone as if they were made of platinum. Roid Marvi Frontera's mother, accompanied by Gabriel, tried to scold the hero for the incident at the tavern. The young man thought that he had nothing to do with it. He had been reading a novel all night yesterday, but then he decided that he was responsible for Roid's actions, since the owner was now in his body. The woman timidly offered to go and apologize to the innkeeper for the damage caused. Her voice was quiet, as if Marvea did not hope that her son would fulfill the request. But now Roid was a slightly different person, or rather, a truly different person, so he decided to act according to his conscience and agreed. Gabriel and Marvi's faces reflected shock. The system issued a message that both were extremely surprised, and the guy thought that it was really so difficult to be at least a little proud of his nobility. He left the castle accompanied by a bodyguard, who was afraid that the owner of the establishment would not be able to control his emotions. Everything was going on as usual on the city streets, until the moment when people noticed Roid Frontera. When looking at the young man, the first desire of everyone they met was to drop everything they were doing and get out of his way for good and well. Kim Soo-ho couldn't believe that he was causing such hostility and fear in those around him. Gabriel walked down the street as if nothing had happened. And yet, the way the locals behaved when he appeared caused our hero to feel a slight sense of uneasiness and curiosity. He realized that he had caused these people so much trouble that even looking at him was unpleasant and disgusting. Everyone, literally everyone, tried to get out of sight before young Master Frontera got closer. Looking at the people running in all directions, Kim Soo-ho began to feel a sense of shame for the person in whose body he found himself. From the second floor of one of the houses, a child, a dark-haired boy, looked at the guy. He really hoped that at least the child would smile. Immediately, the parents appeared in the window and started waving their hands, shouting that the boy should not even look at Roid. The window shutters slammed shut with a deafening bang, which looked like mockery but was actually a reaction to stress. The system reported that the inhabitants hated him. The hero sighed and asked Gabriel why he was going with him. The knight explained that the Baron had ordered that he be watched so that he did not repeat what had happened yesterday, and also that he was to protect not Roid, but the residents. He was a real monster. Kim Soo-ho thought it would be a good idea to clear his reputation a little, so he wouldn't starve to death when he ran out of money. He also thought that if he could get rid of his parents' debts, he would become a rich heir and would live in luxury for the rest of his days. The guy decided to check the system. Maybe there was some kind of cheat. It turned out that his character had skills. It was the skill Insignificance, which allows you to irritate others, and the skill Drunkard, when activated. The guy turns into a dog. Roid again began waving his hands, dismissing the message. He was so furious that he began to walk down the street automatically, almost running. Then Gabriel asked where the gentleman was heading. It turned out that the hero passed by the tavern, and the knight suspected that the intention to apologize was a lie. Kim Soo-ho hastened to assure that this was not the case. Seeing how the Baron's son made excuses, explaining that he was simply lost in thought, the bodyguard began to get angry. Noticing the heavy look, the young man became even more nervous and asked what was wrong this time. Gabriel lowered his eyes and replied that everything was fine. Let him hurry inside and do what he promised. Roid knocked and opened the door, saying he was sorry for disturbing him, and his guard froze in surprise. He looked at the guy and couldn't shake the thought that he didn't look like himself at all since yesterday, and that was very suspicious. Inside, Roid was greeted by broken furniture. It seemed as if not a single intact detail remained in the interior of the tavern, as if a hurricane had passed through it. Even the buffalo horn on the skull on the wall was broken off, and it wasn't that easy to do, especially with bare hands. You had to try really hard. The guy bowed slightly and told the owner of the establishment that he wanted to apologize and was very sorry for the inappropriate behavior he had exhibited. The innkeeper assumed a combat stance. The system issued a message that he was in full combat readiness and used a defensive skill. The man raised his hands and began to beg the gentleman to stop. It seemed that the respectful tone frightened him no less than the shouts and threats yesterday. Kim Soo-ho decided to act more in keeping with his character and added that he had had enough, apologized, and could leave, but the system reported that his tone was inappropriate. These messages began to irritate, and the innkeeper decided that Roid might now flare up in anger, so he accepted the apology and assured the boy that everything was fine. Baron Frontera's eldest son looked at the owner of the establishment with a little confusion. He had no idea what to do next, so he simply said goodbye. They went outside. The hero noticed that even after he apologized, the innkeeper remained angry. Gabriel replied that this was not surprising. The knight explained that the kitchen utensils, dishes, and furniture destroyed by Roid were earned through sweat and blood, and it would be appropriate to compensate for the losses. This angered the hero. He thought that there were only debts at home. Was it really impossible to hush up the matter without unnecessary expenses, and the local residents were so vindictive? Azrakhan continued that the cold winter had deteriorated the innkeeper's mother's health, and then there was the pogrom. The boy thought it was an ugly situation, but first the family's debts needed to be paid. Kim Soo-ho thought that it was cold in the tavern. It was simply impossible to heat such a large room with a tiny fireplace. He walked down the street and thought that until they invent underfloor heating, it will be difficult for old people to survive in such conditions. This thought made the young man stop. His companion could not understand what was happening, but he also slowed down. Roid Frontera stood there, his eyes wide, his mind working hard, an expression the character had never had before in his life. The idea flashed like a light bulb. All that was left was to figure out how to implement it in a fantasy world. Our hero's face reflected the intense work of his brain. He now looked somewhat like a mad scientist. More and more details emerged as he analyzed his capabilities, because Kim Soo-ho really was a good engineer. Realizing that he had a chance to make this world a better place, cover his family's debts, and even completely rewrite the plot of the book, the guy became inspired. Now he was literally gushing with ideas. His brain was working at full capacity. It seemed that just a little more, and the hero's eyes would begin to shine like spotlights. Somehow, the system tracked Kim Soo-ho's thoughts, and even found a way to help with implementation and visualization. The plan for the underfloor heating system did not simply appear in the young man's imagination, but was firmly fixed in the form of a drawing. If we could create a proper heating system in this world, we could solve all the problems at once. The fool Roid Frontera, who destroyed the tavern, couldn't even dream of such a thing. But for design engineer Kim Soo-ho, this is a completely feasible task. He just needs to find ways to implement it. The hero recalled how, while still serving in the army, he gained experience building a house practically from scratch. And later, in order to earn a living, the guy managed to work on a variety of construction projects. He clenched his fists, proud of himself. Becoming the son of Baron Kim Soo-ho gave him a wonderful opportunity to show his best side. The hero turned sharply and walked in the opposite direction, telling Gabriel that they should return to the tavern. At the knight's puzzled look, Roid exclaimed that he intended to immediately receive his first order, which did little to clarify the situation for his companion. The system congratulated the guy on activating the relationship system and the beginning of his incredible journey in a new world. It turned out that you can earn points by improving your skills. It was something like experience points, like in a computer game, but there was no clear explanation anywhere. By improving relationships with the main characters, you can increase the number of points many times over. Now a statistics window was glowing above Gabriel. The interest level was indicated as 30, which seemed to indicate that this relationship should be considered negative. The young man decided to try to influence the specified parameter, so he addressed the knight by name. He bowed his head and looked deep into Gabriel's eyes, noticing that he looked great today. The system interpreted this as a desire to gain the character's interest. The man replied that he was aware of it and that the value had dropped by another point, reaching 31, meaning his attitude towards the hero had worsened. This was strange. Kim Soo-ho realized that it wouldn't be long before he became disgusted, so he decided to continue later and, for now, take care of business at the tavern. They approached the establishment. Fortunately, although the sign and windows were not damaged, everything looked fine on the outside. After some time, an agreement was drawn up between the inn and Roid Frontera regarding business relations. The construction costs would be deducted from the compensation for the damage caused by the Baron's son. The owner only had to sign. The man paused for a moment, and the system immediately informed our hero that he didn't trust either the offer itself or the person who made it. Cursing silently, Kim Soo-ho used the soul wall skill to gain at least a drop of trust from those around him. The guy started to get angry. It was impossible to ruin such a grandiose plan from the very beginning. It was necessary to use all means to achieve success. Then he got the idea to use the characteristic of insignificance, and Roid said that they would see each other often, so everything would be under control. He would not have the opportunity to deceive anyone. The innkeeper thought he was dealing in real trash, but he still signed the contract. His skill had worked. The first contract for the underfloor heating system was signed, and with a completely villainous expression, Frontera hid it in the inside pocket of his waistcoat. He also assured the innkeeper that the man would not regret it. He had made the right choice, but it sounded completely false. After a while, Roid was already standing in the middle of the yard with a shovel. He thought that the plan wasn't that grandiose, so precise calculations wouldn't be required. Just at that moment, Gabriel called out to the guy. For some reason, he had completely forgotten about his night bodyguard. He was seriously angry and asked how his conscience allowed him to blackmail people into signing a contract. This was a new level of fraud. The Baron's eldest son gave the knight a look, as if he were looking at an insect and not a man. He wondered if Azrakhan had absolutely no grasp of cognitive logic and didn't understand that the contract was fair. The engineer explained that every brain cell is trained to act in a familiar pattern, which is why people find it difficult to believe that someone else can change. Gabriel countered that he doesn't think in stereotypes, but he does have statistics and experience at his disposal. Roid asked if the hero understood that experience and statistics were already a thing of the past and had little influence on what would happen next. The knight was silent. He could not understand since when the Baron's eldest son had begun not only to think, but also to clearly formulate his thoughts. He tried his best to force a smile, but it was going very poorly. His lips simply refused to smile. As if hearing his thoughts, Frontera began to dig and pompously declared that soon both the innkeeper and his mother would be laughing with happiness. He furiously threw the soil behind his back and thought that the first smile would become the foundation of a happy life in this world. The main thing is to implement what you have planned, and for this, you will have to work a little, but these are just small things. Our hero repeated the plan to himself over and over again about digging, moving, compacting, and repeating. Gabriel watched the master's work with interest. The main materials were wood stocks borrowed from my father. It was of good density, and soon Arcos appeared at home. Then it was enough to apply river clay, and the walls of the house were almost ready. The young man collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. He couldn't believe that he had been given such a weak body. It seemed like Frontera Jr. couldn't even stir the sugar in his tea by himself. Gabriel came up unexpectedly and asked why the first 3 stages of construction were taking so long. Roid noted with surprise that only a week had passed. The knight looked at the brawler Frontera with surprise. He couldn't get used to the idea that he was actually keeping the contract. He wondered where he learned construction. Meanwhile, our hero stood up and complained with a sigh that not only his muscles but also his bones were hurting from work. Taking up an axe, the boy prepared to chop another log to strengthen the entrance to the house. He swung with all his might to split it, but at the last moment something went wrong. The boy realized that the axe was tipping him backwards, and instead of striking, he risked simply falling backwards onto the ground. Besides, Gabriel took the instrument from the master's hands and hugged him a little, suggesting that he rest a little longer. The axe finally migrated to him, and it became obvious that Azrakhan was planning to do some construction work. He asked what needed to be done, and Roid Frontera, a little puzzled, described the parameters of the boards he needed. The knight nodded and threw several logs into the air at once, reminiscent of juggling. What happened next is quite difficult to describe in words. The axe flew as if wound up, and it was difficult to even track its movements. Soon, boards of the required size were falling to the ground in piles. But Gabriel still did not stop. It seemed that he knew no fatigue at all. Our hero's face literally stretched in amazement. The security guard had done a job that would have taken him a whole day in just a couple of minutes. The hero couldn't think of anything better to do than simply show a like. He had absolutely no idea how to thank someone for such help. Finally, Gabriel finished his work with a theatrical pose, and Kim Soo-ho thought that he was elegant and strong, like a true swordmaster. He didn't even need any additional tools. The guy put his hand on the knight's shoulder and softly called out to him. But not to say thank you, Roid showed the shovel and asked if he could help out a little more. A system message appeared saying that Gabriel was sorry. He was thinking that instead of gratitude, he was being forced to work more. The gentleman's character did not change one bit. Roid began to persuade them, explaining that they needed a quick result, and with his help, this was much more realistic. He showed the shovel again, and with a villainous smile declared that we needed to work together. This was something new. The knight didn't know what to say to this, but it was clear that he was experiencing mixed emotions about it. He began to dig, thinking that the Baron's youngest son had changed, but he would only be able to trust him after they finished construction. Sweat poured down the knight's face, but he worked like a madman. He really wanted to help the innkeeper and his mother, and besides, he was tormented by curiosity. But the most amazing thing was that the scoundrel Roid Frontera worked with exactly the same zeal and enthusiasm. They worked with shovels like they were damned, as if the entire fate of their fantasy world depended on it. Soon the young master's physical skills improved significantly, and his body quickly became agile and strong, having been pumped up. Perhaps because it was now being operated by a completely different person, the shovel sank into the ground as if cursed. After some time, the construction was completed, and the jubilant cry of our hero rang out over the roof of the erected house. He, without hesitation, raised his fist in the air and shouted that he had done it, that the contract had been fulfilled, and the construction completed. He hung a sign with a strange symbol on the wall of his house. Gabriel asked what it was, and was told that it was the brand's logo. The young gentleman announced that it was time for an inspection and invited the knight to follow him inside the house. Roid Frontera stopped in the doorway and turned to the knight, informing him that now everyone would find out how he had cheated the innkeeper. It was clear from the young man's face that he did not doubt this for a second, and was very sorry that he had wasted so much time and effort. It was cold outside. The sun had set behind the horizon, and a vicious wind was shaking the treetops, which had practically no leaves left in all directions. There was a niche for a fire at the bottom of the house. The fire filled it with a warm yellow light, but it was not clear why outside. From the outside, it looked like some madman had come up with the idea of heating the street. Everything became clear when the heroes, along with the innkeeper and his mother, entered inside. The fire was needed to create a warm floor in the room. The woman immediately lay down. The old woman stretched out blissfully on the floor and announced with a smile that now all her joints felt like they were in heaven. The son knelt down and placed his palms on the floor. He did not understand at all how this was possible and why the Baron's eldest son had not deceived him. Kim Soo-ho looked at him with a completely happy look, thinking about how he had pleasantly surprised the people in this fantasy world. The innkeeper's mother continued to smile blissfully and said that the power of the heated floors worked no worse than magic. The hero even thought he could see the spell being written. Finally, the tavern owner made sure that everything was all right and began to thank Roid Frontera for finally seeing his mother smile, something he hadn't seen for a long time. Gabriel watched silently as the scene unfolded, thinking that the innkeeper and his mother were laughing, just as the young gentleman had said. He couldn't understand what had happened to the scoundrel. In an instant, he changed his manner of speech, his facial expression, but most importantly, he worked tirelessly and kept his promise. Roid Frontera wasn't the type of person to go to any lengths just to see someone smile. There was definitely something fishy going on here. And yet the knight saw with his own eyes the laughing townspeople, who were literally glowing with happiness. The realization of this thought made him feel good and calm, which could not help but be reflected on Azrahan's face. Our hero immediately received a message that his relationship with the main character had improved by 2 points, and now his interest level was 29, with 36 experience points awarded. Roid Frontera asked the knight if he had changed his mind about him, but received the answer that he had not changed his mind at all. The young man sighed and thought that it didn't matter. Even though he was deeply in the red, the first order had been successfully completed. The model house he built for the innkeeper's mother was meant to serve as excellent advertising. That was his main goal. Within a few days, a line had formed of people wanting to check out the heated flooring, and a whole stack of signed contracts was piled high on the table next to Roid Fronter. The men left the room in complete delight, some even claiming that they almost melted from the heat. Our hero was inspired and urged visitors with all his might to install the same heating system in their homes. He offered 2 models, new construction and refurbishment of existing housing. If both projects were ordered, a 10% discount was provided. The guy insisted on signing a contract, appealed to their trust, because they would see each other often. But the townspeople were in no hurry to believe him. His reputation had long been ruined. He praised the heating system. The price was very favorable, but the system time and again returned a message that the hero was simply not trusted. Then someone from behind called out our hero's name. The voice did not bode well. At least that was the first impression. It was the boy's father, Baron Arcos Frontera, who was very interested in what was going on here. Looking at him, Kim Soo-ho noticed that the level of interest in his person was 20. Considering his family ties, it was a complete failure. They all went together to the Baron's castle, because discussing business in front of strangers was completely against his rules. Two people, a father and son, gathered for dinner. They sat on opposite sides of the table and ate in complete silence for the first while. The tension made sweat start to pour down the young man's face. He would have liked to attribute it to the heat in the room, but that wasn't the case. The boy thought about how he had tried his best to keep his father from finding out about his construction activities, because if he forbade it, he would have to carry out the order. Finally, Arcos Frontera had had his fill and declared that he was ready to listen to his son's story about what he had planned. It was clear from the man's expression that he didn't expect anything good from his offspring and was preparing for another adventure. Without stopping chewing, so as not to deviate too much from Roid's usual role, the hero reported that nothing special. The innkeeper had placed an order for floor heating, and he had fulfilled it. The father angrily continued that now he was apparently making contracts for this with the rest of the residents. Roid was glad that he was already aware of it. The father looked down to hide his anger and said that the people of the city were very important, and he would not allow them to be deceived. The young man asked him not to worry about it, but he thought with regret that no one was even trying to pretend that they could trust him. He got up from the table with the intention of escaping before the Baron forbade construction, declaring that he had to go. Here the father assumed that the guy did this because of the situation in the family. He has eyes, ears, and brains to figure out what is going on. Arcos asked his son not to worry about it. He was quite capable of solving all the problems that arose on his own. Our hero looked back at his father and looked at him sadly, but did not say anything about the fact that he knew much more than he could. In his past life, he heard these words from his own father, who assured him that everything was fine, but that his son should just not give up his studies. Then he believed that everything was really in order, but this was far from the case. Now the situation has repeated itself, but in a new world and under new circumstances. The boy turned around at the door and told the Baron not to give up, and he would also try to do everything in his power. A few years ago, this is exactly what he would have liked to tell his real father, but he didn't, because he didn't know how things really were. Roid walked down the hallway counting the money. He had received half the deposit for 32 Model A and 54 Model B. It was a decent amount. Suddenly, his path was blocked by two men. The most unpleasant thing about playing a book character was that he didn't know their social circle or other details. Having assessed the appearance of the strangers, the guy thought that they were merchants or moneylenders, and he turned out to be right. They were the moneylenders Mitrov and Silo. They looked for a while and then moved on, without even greeting the Baron's son, which was not a very good sign. Roid thought that maybe he owed them some money or something, but he didn't have time to ask anything. The doors to the father's reception room closed behind the visitors too quickly. They had business with Arcos, not his eldest son. The men literally pounced on the Baron, saying that payment could no longer be delayed. More than 5 days had passed. They threatened that they would not sit idly by if payments were not made soon. Silo sarcastically reminded that if he sold the luxury items in the house, the money would be found. Our hero opened the door slightly and eavesdropped. He smiled, thinking that he had managed to implement his idea for heating houses just in time. A malicious grin appeared on Roid's face. He was very glad that the loan sharks were destined to fail today. The guy went to his room and started thinking about his game strategy. He got some points by improving his relationship with Gabriel, but he didn't know how to best use them. The system immediately gave a message that if you invest points in talent, you can improve your abilities. This was an unexpected but pleasant hint. Suddenly, a blue glowing field appeared under the guy's feet, the same as the system's information boards. This was something new. Immediately, there were reports of gaining knowledge in hydrology, soil mechanics, and construction techniques. After this, the hero received high-level knowledge of design, water supply systems, and the development of steel and concrete structures. The system praised the young man's skills, praising his diligence in studies and good education, which allowed him to absorb information, but he was indignant. It was suggested to further develop design skills and topographic surveying, each demanding 15 points. Kim Soo-ho thought about it. He pressed the confirm button to improve his skills with another dose of knowledge on the required topic. When the basic topographic map skill began to level up, everything was flooded with green light, and the guy screamed in surprise and discomfort. Roid had to open the window and lean out because he was having a full-blown panic attack, feeling something happening in his brain. Now his eyes worked like scanners, allowing him to instantly make calculations on the ground, even without GPS. Basic design skills allowed one to create designs using light lines, like a computer, using only the power of imagination. The young man was delighted, but soon became serious again, thinking that all this would be very useful to him. But Gabriel's help alone at the construction site was clearly not enough. He thought regretfully that he wouldn't have turned down the opportunity to summon heavy equipment or something like that. The system immediately announced that there were certain opportunities for conscription, and Kim Soo-ho stared at the board in surprise. It turns out that experience points give the ability to summon a random phantom as a partner. This required 50 points, and the guy sighed. He simply didn't have them, but he really wanted to try out this ability. He began to think about what a phantom might be like in a fantasy world, and began to imagine powerful monsters. If this is indeed the case, then their forces were quite comparable to the capabilities of heavy equipment. Well, the only thing left to do was to get the required number of points as quickly as possible, and to do this, it was necessary to gain the interest of the main characters. At this time, in the Baron's office, someone slammed the palm of their hand on the table and shouted that this could not go on any longer. It was a fat moneylender named Mitrov, who said that if the landlord didn't have a penny, he could tell him how to fix the situation. The scoundrel offered to sell his wife and children, promising a large sum of money for it. His face was disgustingly malicious. Hearing this, Arcos boiled over and rose from his chair. It was clear that he was simply furious. The creditor would do well to adhere to the bounds of decency. At this moment, our hero entered the room and dashingly put his arm around the moneylender's shoulders. The latter did not expect such familiarity. He turned around angrily and contemptuously asked who else had shown up here, so impudent and daring. The Baron called out to Roid, and the man realized that in front of him was that same loser, Fronter's eldest son, after which he asked him not to interfere with the adults. He shouted at the guy to leave the emergency room immediately, but he ignored him and asked to see the invitation letter. The moneylenders looked at him with bewilderment. They couldn't figure out what was going on and what he was talking about. The hero explained that he meant the fundamental law of the kingdom, Chapter 3, Article 6. The aristocracy are subjects of the king and have the right to protect their interests. Entering the residence of an aristocrat without an invitation letter is considered trespassing, as is also stated in the law. The men screamed that this was nonsense. They had never heard anything like it, and had no intention of following this stupid rule. Roid, with a satisfied look, said that it would not be difficult for him to test the correctness of this law with them right now. With an unperturbed face, he called out to Gabriel, knowing full well that the knight must be nearby. The doors immediately swung open and the guard walked inside, asking why Mr. Roid had called him. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, as if hinting that he might well use the weapon at the first command of his master. Roid, with a completely brutal face, ordered Gabriel to immediately cut off the intruder's hand. It was clear that he was not joking. The knight prepared to carry out the order of the Baron's youngest son, but the moneylenders began to shout that this was unacceptable and that they would sue. The young man smiled and said that this was precisely why he suggested that they check together what exactly the law says about this matter. Gabriel's sword flashed dangerously, and Roid continued that he was very interested in which side the royal court would take in this situation. The men were clearly frightened. They had not expected at all that anyone in this house would dare to fight back against their rudeness and insolence. They continued to make threats, but at the same time they quickly headed for the door, fearing that the knight would still carry out the order. A moment later, the doors behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, and our hero watched this scene with satisfaction. Finally, he waved his hand goodbye and announced to everyone present that these moneylenders were simply worthless, and that was the only way to deal with them. He completely forgot that all this was happening in front of his father. The Baron addressed his son and the knight by name, intending to say something. With a furious face, he shouted that it was unacceptable to behave like this in a situation where one had to kneel and beg. Instead of making excuses, the young man placed a linen bag on the table in front of Arcos. Judging by its appearance, it was quite heavy. He explained that he wanted to receive the full amount of the deposit and give it to his father, but since that was the case, let him take what he had. It would be enough to cover the interest for the current month. The Baron was furious. He realized that his son had collected money from the villagers and that it was now on his table. Gabriel stood up for Roid, asking his master not to worry about people being deceived. He sternly informed them that he would closely monitor the Baron's eldest son to ensure that he fulfilled the terms of the contract. The Baron looked at the knight with surprise, his facial expression showing that he trusted him completely. Our hero bowed to his father and said that in that case it was time for them to go. The conversation could be considered over. The young people went out the door and walked along the corridor. For a while they were both silent, each thinking about his own thing. Finally, the knight asked Roid how he knew about such laws, since he considered him a fool. The guy replied that he didn't remember, but heard it somewhere a long time ago. In fact, he lied. Gabriel spoke about the law at the point in the novel when the Baron and his wife left the world of the living. The moneylenders then intended to dig up their bodies and sell them as minimal compensation for their debts. It was then that Gabriel turned to the bastards and informed them that this plan would fail for the simple reason that by law, the aristocracy had the right to defend itself. Immediately after these words, the knight drew his sword and dealt with the vile scoundrels in one fell swoop. In court, he was completely acquitted. Our hero thought that he had a huge advantage because he knew the content of the novel. He rubbed his chin, wondering if he had managed to earn the points. The notification was due any minute. And so it happened. The system reported that he improved his relations with the Baron by 6 points, for which he received 60 experience points. Everything went as planned. Tonight, someone will try to use the phantom summoning, and that someone is Roid, the eldest son of Baron Frontera. The young man found a secluded spot near the castle and prepared to perform the ritual. He looked around carefully to make sure there were no unnecessary witnesses. After this, the hero opened the information panel and activated the skill of freely drawing fantastic creatures. The price of pleasure was 50 points, and instantly everything around was filled with the green glow we were already familiar with. Then it took on a more formal form, turning into several gears rotating relative to each other. After a few minutes, the number of gears increased several times, and they divided into groups, forming something like a circle. The guy's mouth dropped open and he stared at what was happening with all his eyes. He had never seen such magic before. Gradually, the glowing gears formed into something resembling a spell circle, and something began to happen in the center. Suddenly, the circle decreased in size and began to produce some kind of noise, reminiscent of squeaking, creaking, and knocking. The hero was a little disappointed. Then, the middle began to glow brighter, and a hissing sound began to come from there, disgustingly unpleasant. Suddenly, a creature resembling a hamster materialized in the circle. With an absolutely satisfied face, it burst out. It was clear from Roid's face that he had imagined the phantom somewhat differently. The result, to put it mildly, puzzled him. Meanwhile, the glow went out, and the hamster made several large jumps towards the young man. When he stopped, he raised his contented little face upwards, as if expecting further instructions from his owner. Roid Frontier, or rather Kim Soo-ho, had absolutely no idea what to do now and how this creature could be useful to him. The hero clicked his teeth, muttering that this was some kind of nonsense, not a phantom summoning, and that he had just wasted his points. The monster looked at his owner with eyes full of tears. He understood everything and was completely unprepared for what would become such a disappointment. He started shouting podong podong, protesting against the name of the nonsense and as if hinting that he could do a lot of things. The guy asked what he could do, shoot acorns. It's a useless skill, let him show his abilities, since it comes to that. The monster began to actively chew what was in his cheeks. He looked very determined and businesslike. He then spat out a lump of what looked like crumpled sheets of paper onto the ground, and Roid couldn't help but express his disgust, declaring that it was some kind of disgusting thing. And yet our hero picked up the sheets of paper and tried to straighten them out. They were instructions on how to handle podongs. The papers said that the podong was a cute hamster that should be cared for with love, and the animal nodded happily. The second piece of paper contained red and blue seeds, and the instructions stated that with their help, the monster could change its appearance. Red will make it huge for 12 hours, blue will make it smaller if necessary. A set of 2 seeds is worth 1 point. The guy asked the podong how big he could grow, the size of a human or bigger, and he offered to demonstrate. Roid decided that the hamster, as a rodent, should be good at digging, so he gave him a red seed to see what he would become. The hamster began to chew greedily as soon as the grain was in his mouth. He hadn't swallowed it yet, but he had become noticeably larger. The monster began to glow and rapidly grow in size. Our hero looked at it, not hiding his surprise. Suddenly he felt a jolt. The podong was growing so fast that it simply pushed the man sitting next to him. The impact sent the guy flying to the side and flipping over several times. He clearly didn't expect such special effects. When he managed to get into a vertical position, Roid's eyes widened. His phantom turned out to be not the size of a person, but the size of an entire house. It was huge. The hamster stood there looking as if he was trying with all his might to demonstrate how wrong his first impression had been. The young man looked tiny in comparison to him. At a glance, the young man was at least 10 meters tall, maybe more. The monster's face was now completely satisfied, and our hero caught himself thinking that it was looking down on him. A message appeared that the podong's main skill was level 1 digging, and the hamster immediately got to work. The second skill was ground strengthening, and the monster fell to the ground and began to roll, compacting the soil. The system then reported that the third skill was puffing out the cheeks, and Podong immediately began demonstrating it. He chewed the contents of his mouth thoroughly, and then spat out a huge lump of mucus-covered substance. A huge lump fell to the ground right in front of Roid Frontera. The boy realized that it could be an excellent building material. He let out a battle cry and clenched his fists in joy. The problem with the large construction equipment was finally and completely solved. The young man returned to the city, and on the way he thought about the fact that the monster should never be shown to people. Otherwise, questions might arise. He decided that he would carry a summoning book with him and pretend that he was a genius summoner, an idea that Kim Soo-ho really liked. All that remained was to solve the problem of workers for the large-scale construction. The young man was extremely inspired. The next morning, our hero began implementing his large-scale project, which could change the future of the city. He gathered quite a few soldiers and handed them equipment, intending to explain exactly what they needed to do. Roid Frontera tried to live up to his image, so he shouted at the top of his lungs, primarily about the fact that safety comes first. The barony of Frontera had an army of 30 people, and they all repeated the words that safety was the most important thing. The guy was pleasantly surprised. The soldiers responded like people who were being paid, although he knew for sure that they hadn't received their salaries for a long time due to debts. Kim Soo-ho thought it was a good thing these guys hadn't been dispersed yet. Now he had practically free labor. To motivate himself, he began shouting to the soldiers that together they were strong and capable of accomplishing great things. The whole point of an army is to get things done, which is why digging and building are the best training. He pointed to a huge pile of earth and said that he had dug it up by working tirelessly all night, a great example of diligence and hard work. The soldiers didn't need to know that in reality, it took the Podong no more than 20 minutes to do this. Roid continued shouting that they would revive the barony, first by building a new boiler house to heat the houses. The guy's task was to move this earth to the construction site. It was clear from their faces that this kind of activity did not inspire the slightest enthusiasm. Our hero noticed this and thought that this was exactly the reaction he expected. Well, he needs to hang another task from above. Before he could open his mouth to give the order, someone called out to young Master Frontera from behind. It was the senior knight of the barony of Frontera, Neumann, who inquired what orders his men had received. Roid glanced back. He had been expecting to meet this man for a long time, because in the novel, he did not have the most enviable role and not the best character. In the entire estate, there were 3 true knights. This one was the eldest, Neumann. The second was Bayern. He was subordinate to him. We are already familiar with the last one, Gabriel Azrahan. He alone remained loyal to the Baron until the very end. Neumann was the first to betray the family he served, so our hero was curious to see how he would behave now. Moreover, it was the senior knight who became a traitor, passing information about the state of affairs in Frontera to the swindlers. Kim Soo-ho looked at him with disdain, wondering how such a scoundrel could have made a knightly career. The hero slung his shovel over his shoulder and asked Mr. Newman what he thought they were doing. The man frowned and stated that he couldn't believe that Roid was forcing soldiers to do dirty work. He wouldn't tolerate it. The guy thought it was nonsense. He was earning money to cover his debts, but he said out loud that he had received the Baron's permission. Newman replied that he did not know how the scoundrel had managed to gain the Lord's trust, given his past. He frowned menacingly again and said that he forbade using his people for personal purposes. The young man folded his hands on the handle of the shovel and closed his eyes. Neumann asked him what exactly he was doing wrong. Roid replied that he had no doubt whatsoever that the senior knight was absolutely right and that soldiers could not be used for personal gain, but he did not use them. The man turned red with anger, and his eyes widened so much that it seemed he was about to explode. The guy said that someone was about to give him a beating. He stuck his shovel into the ground, intending to collect some soil so that his promise would be backed up by action. The next moment, Roid Frontera swung and threw a whole shovel of earth in the direction of the future traitor. To be more precise, the young man aimed straight at Neumann's face, and he barely managed to cover himself with his sleeve. The soldiers were horrified and opened their mouths in surprise. They couldn't imagine that such a thing could be done to the senior knight. It was obvious from Neumann's face that he would never forgive Baron Frontera's youngest son for this outburst. The guy decided not to stop there and continued to shower the man with more and more new batches of earth. Watching them fall from the older knight's boots, he thought that any minute now he would finally lose his temper. Neumann thought that the stupid son of an almost bankrupt baron had dared to tarnish the knight's reputation and began to literally boil. Our hero pretended not to hear what they wanted to tell him. He offered to throw away all his regalia and fight. The shovel in the boy's hand made several rather ambiguous turns around its axis, like a formidable weapon. Then he swung the instrument again and held it straight out in front of him, like a spear or something. The tip stopped literally a few centimeters from Neumann's face, and this was the last straw for his patience. Meanwhile, our hero, smiling once again, repeated his proposal to arrange a duel with the elder knight. The one, completely red with bulging eyes, only hissed that the little bastard would regret this. A couple of days later, the hero was sitting in his room, trying to figure out whether it was really a good idea to schedule a duel with Neumann in a month. Gabriel was nearby, and he was also worried about this question. He asked if Roid was confident of his victory. He looked at him as if he were crazy and asked if the knight had gone crazy. Of course, he wasn't sure. His opponent is called a knight with a heart of mana and a junior sword expert, and he himself is an ordinary lazy person. What kind of victory can we talk about? What is Azrahan thinking? Gabriel's hand reached for his own blade. He felt a strong desire to cut Roid down on the spot. Our hero sat on the bed and picked his nose, and the knight thought that he was trying hard to act like a scoundrel, but his actions indicated otherwise. Lately, the eldest son had done a lot for the Baron himself and his people, while demonstrating remarkable intelligence, even though he pretended to be a fool. Watching his finger dig another slug of mucus out of his nose, Gabriel fought back his nausea as he thought about how deceiving appearances could be. Finally, Roid got tired of the prolonged pause and told Azrahan that he had to do something. Our hero, with a forced smile on his face, didn't even bat an eyelid as he asked the knight to teach him swordsmanship. Gabriel had a suspicion that this was how things would end, so he had prepared an answer in advance that he didn't want to do it. The boy howled that this was not fair and asked why, to which he received the answer that the knight's job was first and foremost to ensure the safety of the Baron and his son. After this, Gabriel added that our hero is like a sack, and if a sack is taught fencing, he will not become a warrior, but will be even more dangerous for those around him. Our hero was offended by the refusal and asked the young man to be a little more restrained in his metaphors. He narrowed his eyes slyly and promised to deal with the insomnia that tormented the knight if he agreed to help. Gabriel was very surprised that the Baron's eldest son knew about his problem, but tried not to show it. Kim Soo-ho, in the role of Roid, was very pleased with himself. He had read about it in a novel, and he knew the reasons for his insomnia very well from there. In the book, knights are divided into 4 ranks: junior sword expert, intermediate, supreme, and swordmaster. Azrahan is at the highest level, but his nerves are so frayed by training that he can't sleep. This is the so-called Swordmaster syndrome, and Gabriel should soon reach this level. However, Roid pretended that he simply guessed and asked again about the deal. Gabriel let out a loud breath, as if he was faced with a difficult choice, although in fact he was not. He told the Baron's son that he would try. The boy smiled and asked him not to give in to him under any circumstances. The knight explained that he agreed because he was sure Roid would fail. He had tried herbs, elixirs, spells, and even psychological practices for insomnia. Only a few minutes passed, and the knight was already sleeping peacefully in a rocking chair, hugging a pillow. Our hero stood in front of him and laughed. He knew exactly how to solve this problem without much hassle. The Baron's eldest son thought that since Gabriel had accidentally fallen asleep while studying magical techniques, the instructions on how to connect metal structures would put him to sleep much better. He was extremely pleased with himself, because now he would have access to all the unique fencing techniques that a knight possesses. In the morning they met to start training. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. The weather was excellent. Gabriel looked at Roid condescendingly and said that they would start with the boy running 50 laps without stopping. It was clear from our hero's face that he expected anything from this day, but not this. Nevertheless, he nodded and turned to get into a comfortable position to start running. In general, it would be a good idea to warm up. Roid Frontera began to carry out the order, and Gabriel thought with surprise that he had not expected such obedience from him. The knight stood and watched as the young man ran, and it was worth noting that he had surprisingly good and correct technique. For the next half hour, all that could be heard was the rustling of boot soles on the sand. Azrahan stood motionless, waiting for the Baron's son to start whining. This didn't happen, but every time he ran past, Roid declared that he hated running and that he should teach him something interesting as soon as possible. Gabriel remained adamant, and our hero continued to diligently carry out his order about 50 laps. With each new approach, he became more and more cheerful and lively, because it was written on the mentor's face that he had not expected anything like this. It was inspiring. Soon the training process itself began to bring the young man some kind of masochistic pleasure. He remembered that he had done something similar in the army. During another approach, he asked Gabriel if he thought he would break down and not be able to run. The guy hit the bull's eye. The knight didn't answer, but swallowed so loudly that there was no need for words. Meanwhile, Roid raced on, shouting that he should figure out what to do next, because he intended to run all 50 laps. A message appeared that the ugliness skill had been raised to level 4, and anyone who saw you would want to hit you. Kim Soo-ho yelled that he didn't have such a skill. He continued to run, but now almost every step was taken with great difficulty by the young man. However, he did not stop, of course. The hero was tired. It would be a lie to say otherwise, but he did not give up. He thought that this test was nothing compared to his past life. In Korea, he had no family nearby who would support him even a little, give him warmth. Every day, he woke up in an overcrowded dormitory and then spent his days exhausted carrying bricks up to the 4th floor of the villa where he was working on the construction site. And every day was exactly the same as the previous one, every evening and every night in complete solitude and exhaustion from hard work. As a part-time job, the guy loaded trucks with boxes of groceries because he was forced to work like crazy just to avoid starving to death. But he didn't give up and didn't stop, persuading himself, Kim Soo-ho, to hold on a little longer, that things would get better when he finished his studies at university. He waved his arms as if introducing someone and told himself that he was doing a good job and was highly qualified. Just a little more, and it will become easier, one more step, and the next one will bring you closer to the finish line. Endure a little more for the sake of the future. The young man was drenched in sweat, but continued to do his routine work, forcing himself again and again. One such night, he stretched out his hand to imagine the talking mapped again, but he had no strength left for the imaginary dialogue. The guy fell to his knees and scattered the bricks he was carrying upstairs. He simply could no longer move towards his goal. Remembering this, he, in the form of Roid, shouted that compared to those times, now these are just childish jokes, and started running even faster. A smile appeared on our hero's face. Compared to the trials that had befallen him in the past, 50 laps of running were a mere trifle. He continued to run with renewed vigor, which did not escape the attention of Gabriel, who was already tired of being surprised. The knight thought that if the Baron's eldest son could be so sincere, he would teach him his fencing techniques. The hero's strength was clearly running out, but he continued to run to complete the task. The system reported that Gabriel's opinion had improved by 1 point and was now at 28. The moon rose over the castle, and the young man earned additional experience points, now numbering 29, thanks to his improved relationship with the novel's key character. Newman came to the Baron and complained about Roid. His father could not understand how it was possible to treat someone who had served the family for 5 generations in such a way. Arcos felt sad. It seemed to him that his son had recently come to his senses, but it was painful to realize that this was not the case. He informed Neumann that it was his moral duty not to interfere with this duel, but he still asked the knight not to be too cruel towards the heir. The man asked not to maim his son so that he would not remain crippled, but to teach him a life lesson. The knight bowed, promising to fulfill his master's request, but it was clear that he was being disingenuous. Usach whispered barely audibly that he wasn't sure he could control himself as well during the fight. After saying goodbye, Newman walked down the corridor, thinking that it would be better for everyone if he just killed the arrogant brat. If the Baron starts making a big deal out of it, he will kill him and his wife, passing it off as suicide, as he had planned before. The elder knight was even glad that thanks to the petty scoundrel, his insidious plan would be realized even faster than expected. A month passed, the time for the duel arrived. The Baron's castle literally shook from the deafening cries of the assembled spectators. Roid and Neumann stood opposite each other in the middle of the arena, both confident that they would emerge victorious from this fight. One came with a sword, the other with a shovel. The entire Frontera family looked at their eldest son in surprise. They were visibly worried and confused by his choice of weapon. Neumann placed the blade in a wooden sheath to avoid causing serious injury to the young man in the first seconds of the fight. Kim Soo-ho announced that he was ready to begin the duel and confidently leaned on the handle of his gardening tool. Then he made several movements, as if trying to dig up the soil of the place where the fight was to take place. Then the young man slung the shovel over his shoulder and said that he suggested not to drag it out and start right now. With a villainous smile, he told the senior knight to get ready to rake in the sack, which sounded quite ambiguous. The spectators began to buzz, unable to believe that the Baron's eldest son intended to enter the fight armed with a shovel. The man was already starting to boil with anger. For him, this approach to the duel was a sign of disrespect, a direct insult. The only one who understood this was Gabriel. He just knew that the hero had recently ordered this all-metal shovel from the blacksmith specifically. Meanwhile, the father grabbed his head in shame. He was sure that for his idiot son, this fight was just a joke. The knight thought that, given what the boy had been doing for the last month, he had every chance of becoming the winner in this fight. Roid Frontera started with training to get into overall physical shape. Then he went to the construction site, where he had to give instructions to the workers about the boiler room. He spent the rest of his time practicing with the sword until he could no longer stand on his feet from fatigue. He was very persistent and determined. Gabriel realized that Mr. Roid was extremely serious, and his willpower could only be envied. The hero had changed a lot. Finally, Arcos Frontera gave the signal to begin the fight, because he simply had no desire to prolong this disgrace. Neumann immediately swung his sword wide and tried to bring it down on our hero, but the guy deftly dodged it. At the same time, Roy forgot that his shovel could work both as a sword and as a shield. This was his main trick. Gabriel didn't like the stupid stance Royd was taking, but he was beginning to get an idea of where this was going. The knight waved his sword, and the young man deftly dodged, trying to reach him with the tip of the attack. The man shouted that this was some kind of mockery. Meanwhile, the Baron's son was spinning the shovel around its axis, its tip rotating like a propeller. Every time the garden tool and the blade met, sparks flew around until the confrontation became completely absurd. Gabriel and Baron Frontera could no longer hide their surprise. They thought Royd would lose in the first minutes of the fight, but so far he had managed to remain safe and sound. Neumann raised his two-handed sword again to attack, shouting that the bastard wouldn't be so lucky this time. The knight didn't have time to strike, because the Baron's son hit him with his shovel from below, while the sword was out of reach. Azrahan's eyes widened. This was a rather rare and effective move that was used in real knight battles. The hero aimed the shovel at the enemy's chest. Gabriel thought that the boy's skill with weapons had improved, but why only now, after so many thoughtless years? The young man realized the effect his fighting style had on those around him, and he proudly thought that any man in Korea could do that. After all, this is a modern technique of hand-to-hand combat, a bayonet attack, one of the foundations of army drill. Shouting that this shovel could do a lot, the hero attacked Neumann, who barely managed to jump back to stay alive. Royd continued to advance, shouting that this shovel was his best invention, its blade both a bayonet and a shield at the same time. He lunged forward, announcing that he would cut off Neumann's filthy roots, the knight's face showing both astonishment and anger. Meanwhile, the guy stuck the tool into the ground and declared that even for its intended purpose, using it was a great pleasure. This amused the Baron's son so much that he began jumping on the shovel like on a skipping rope, which completely knocked out both the spectators and his opponent. By teasing the man with his antics, Frontera tried to lure him into another unsuccessful attack. Gabriel leaned forward to get a better look at what was happening. He couldn't tell if our hero was fooling around or using another military trick. Meanwhile, the guy burst into loud laughter, like a schoolboy who had just failed a math test. The knight was puzzled. Such unbridled joy made him wonder about the mental health of our hero. Finally, Neumann's nerve gave out, and he swung his huge sword to put an end to this clowning. Royd jumped back and held the shovel out in front of him. He thought it was just the first weapon he had prepared. And secondly, these are the basics of fencing that Gabriel taught him. It's time to show them in practice. Having executed a simply incredible combination of blows, the young man managed to push his opponent back. The knight was impressed. He did not understand how a drunkard and a lazy person managed to learn to fight so well. The third secret weapon was the acquired skill of synchronization with the shovel. Now Kim Soo-ho and the shovel worked as a single mechanism, one whole. The points were enough for this, because during the process of diligent training, Gabriel's attitude towards the hero increased. Likewise, the Baron and Baroness began to treat their son better, noticing that he showed a sincere desire to become a better person. The young man had accumulated 97 points, which gave him the opportunity to learn the cool skill digging, and there was still some left. Now it was possible to try to use it in atypical conditions, during a duel with the rogue Neumann. He had to strain so much that it was difficult to breathe. Steam was literally pouring out of the man's mouth. The knight decided to use a special combat skill. It wasn't very noble to do this to an ordinary person, but who said the villain was noble? Neumann began to accumulate mana in order to end this protracted battle with a winner as quickly as possible. This did not escape the notice of Azrahan, who was well aware of the senior knight's capabilities and methods of combat. At first, Neumann gathered mana in his hands and then began to pull it towards his heart. Let's not forget that he was called the Knight of the Mana Heart. Within seconds, the man was ready to use his special skill in combat with Roid Frontera. Our hero noticed that something unusual was happening, and he could also observe manipulations with mana, and immediately suspected something was wrong. He had read in a novel about a mana heart. Well, now he had the opportunity to see with his own eyes how it worked. Now Neumann even held the sword differently. It seemed as if the huge two-handed sword had become lighter than a feather. The knight looked angrily at the young man and muttered that now everything would be different for the little bastard. Kim Soo-ho pursed his lips and prepared to defend himself. He heard every word of his opponent perfectly. The attack was so fast that it was simply impossible to track the movements of both of them. It would have required special skills for the spectators to do so. Gabriel had such skills, and he understood that it took the knight at least 5 years to study the heart's mana. Our hero had no chance of blocking such a blow. The man had already swung his sword, his face filled with anger and confidence that the boy would be in trouble. But the shovel was in place. Roid also used the skill and merged with the tool into one whole. His eyes turned white. Neumann yelled that he was just an idiot, because now both the shovel and the skull would be cut in two. The Baroness covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Although she did not see the details, she felt with her mother's heart that her son was in mortal danger. Roid's father saw a little more and also began to sweat from worry, fearing the loss of his heir. Neumann's blow was not fatal. Our hero and his shovel managed to stop the attack, even backed by a mana heart. The knight did not expect this. He had never met a man capable of repelling this type of attack without proper weapons. Moreover, it became difficult for the man to stand on his feet. He felt as if all his strength was leaking away. Kim Soo-ho was very excited about his success. This was the 4th skill he acquired specifically for this battle. Gabriel's mastery of mana made him the strongest person in the novel, so our hero decided to follow in his footsteps. Roid had acquired the skill of Azrahan's core technique and now used it against Neumann, enhancing it with the fusion with the shovel. The knight recoiled in horror, realizing that his mana had just been drained to the last drop. Now the young man felt he had enough strength to strike back, and he raised his instrument to carry it out. The blade of the shovel flew straight at Neumann's cheek, and it sounded as if his neck couldn't take it and broke. In fact, it was not a neck, but also a bone. A tooth flew out of the man's mouth and described a wide arc over the heads of the spectators. The knight himself watched him go, but he was much more worried about what would happen next. He was afraid that the guy would not stop there. And so it happened. The next blow was delivered with the handle of the shovel and landed on Neumann's chin. After this, Roid raised the instrument above his head, intending to end this fight once and for all. He hit the man on the back of the head with the flat of the shovel, and that really was the end of their confrontation today. Neumann collapsed face down on the ground and showed no further signs of life, and silence fell over the stands. Everyone, even the soldiers, widened their eyes in surprise, looking dumbfounded as they realized that the Baron's son had just defeated their boss. Gabriel and Arcos himself were also surprised, the knight less so, but the landlord's eyes literally popped out of his head. Then whispers began to sound in the stands that it was simply impossible. There was no way Roid could defeat the knight. The Baron raised his hand and announced that the duel was over. The winner was Roid Frontera. The man himself seemed not to understand how this could have happened. Neumann lay on the ground and could not understand how a swordmaster like him could lose to such scum. He wanted to protest, but he could not move. Our hero approached him and asked if his opponent had heard clearly that the duel was over, and he had defeated him. The guy put the shovel on his shoulder and proudly added that he thought Neumann had just gotten beat up or something like that. The hero swung his arm again, as if demonstrating his intention to finish off the man while he was down, declaring that the time had come for the long-awaited punishment. The knight glanced at him in fear. He had absolutely no opportunity to either get up or dodge. Baron Arcos shouted at the young man to stop immediately. The duel was already over. What was the point of all this? No one listened to him. Roid hit Neumann with a shovel several times, saying that this is what he really deserved. The Baron shouted his son's name again, and it was clear that Frontera did not consider such behavior acceptable. Two soldiers rushed towards our hero and tried to stop him, begging the young gentleman to spare their commander, since the duel was already over. Bayern muttered that the Baron's son had apparently gone mad, but Gabriel didn't respond. The knight sighed loudly. In his opinion, it really wasn't that hard to lose his mind in such a situation. Meanwhile, our hero pulled himself together and declared that he understood everything, and that they should stop holding him back. Roid stuck the shovel into the ground and let out a loud breath, seeming to truly regain control of his emotions. Everyone relaxed, but the next moment the instrument again flew with all its might at the unfortunate Neumann, and the soldiers again tried to grab and stop the guy. Gabriel remained silent. He noticed something that everyone around him was still unaware of. If you look closely, you can see that Roid hits Neumann in a way that doesn't hurt him too much. It's more of an act of humiliation than physical violence. At the same time, the face of the Baron's eldest son remained completely calm, as if he had planned everything in advance and knew well what would happen next. Gabriel found himself thinking that the young lord seemed to know everything that would happen, and on a larger scale. 15 days before the duel, the boy calmly asked the knight to teach him the Azrahan mind technique, although how he learned about it was a big mystery. Gabriel looked at him in surprise and received the answer that this was a normal request, since Roid was not asking him to teach him something bad, like stealing. The guy assumed that in addition to the absorbed mana, he could absorb mana from surrounding objects and creatures, so it would not run out. He understood the technique correctly. The knight asked how the young master knew this, since he kept this technique secret and had not yet fully mastered it. Roid didn't lose his composure, and reported that when he helped the knight fall asleep, he told him all this in his sleep. Gabriel imagined an iron mask on the hero's face, but agreed that there was no other way for him to learn about the technology that didn't yet exist. He apologized to Frontera and explained that he could not teach him the technique because it was not yet complete. The young man with a sly face put his sword on his shoulder and asked if he could complete the technique. Would the knight teach him? Azrakhan thought that the young man looked a bit too self-confident, but he still replied that if he could, then yes. Roid thrust the sword deeper into the ground and invited Gabriel to listen carefully and remember well. His mana heart attracts mana from outside on its own. No special skills are needed for this. Just good concentration on the process is enough. As a result, the mana heart rejects this mana, perceiving it as something foreign and does not absorb it. But if you change the source and do not mix the mana absorbed from the outside with the mana heart, then you can accumulate it. It is necessary to give this external mana the opportunity to collect separately. In another center, we will call it the core. In order to use this mana, it is necessary to fold it, compacting it a little. It's like an auxiliary engine that works next to the main engine. They are like one whole, but they can also work separately from each other. Gabriel had no idea what an engine was, but he understood the basic concept, so he asked Roid how he had come up with it. The young man's face seemed to take on an impenetrable iron mask once again, and he calmly stated that he was simply racking his brains a bit. The knight decided to follow the young man's advice, and he actually managed to complete the Azrahan mind technique, which he had been struggling with for a very long time. He tried again, and the number of contours increased to 3. If he worked even harder, he could increase this number to 5. A message appeared stating that Gabriel's opinion of him had improved by 5 units, and the hero said that he didn't need that much. It was enough to simply learn to absorb mana from outside. Our hero learned this ability, and the knight assumed that he would be able to defeat Neumann. but he did not even think that it would be such a triumph. The boy, without stopping, beat the knight, and his father finally lost his nerve, and he ordered that it be stopped immediately, otherwise he would not be responsible for himself. It didn't work, but the soldiers managed to somehow restrain and stop the young man from continuing the beating. Roid took a breath and asked his father if he was trying to save his reputation as a knight in this way. The boy asked his father to look under the tablecloth and then decide whether such words were appropriate for a knight. The man sighed and lifted the edge of the cloth, revealing quite a few letters sealed with red wax bearing Neumann's seal. The Baron took one of them and began to read, his eyes immediately popping out of his head in surprise and indignation. These were letters to Tortoise, who was causing damage to the Baron's estate and significantly poisoning the life of the landlord. The letters contained detailed information about all of the gentleman's affairs and advice on how to forge documents for his property. Neumann became truly furious and shouted that no one could have found these letters. They were hidden inside the fortress walls. The guy laughed and thought that in the novel Gabriel found these letters much later, but no one can stop him from acting in advance. Last night he sent his miniature podong for evidence, and it brought back all of it in full. The Baron grabbed the arms of the chair to keep from jumping up and killing the traitor with his own hands. He was beside himself with anger. Roid reminded his father that Neumann had a reputation as a good man, so they couldn't afford to kill him right now. It would cause a stir. In a slightly sad voice, the young man added that the words good ruler and kind ruler, unfortunately, have different meanings. Roid looked at his father and said that if he was concerned about how to get rid of the traitor without incurring the condemnation of the neighbors, then he had something to offer. The first option is to put a bag over your head and throw a rat in there, after which you are banished from the city. The second option is to demote you to a simple soldier and force you to work off your sins. The crowd began to whisper that the rat was too much. How could one even suggest setting a rat on the knight? It was unacceptable. The Baron realized that the man had good support among the population and stated that he would be given a chance to atone for his guilt, and the punishment would not be severe, but this was his last opportunity. Bayern whispered to Gabriel that their ruler was truly a wise man and had made the only right decision. Father, especially for Roid, loudly repeated that they were ready to follow his advice and would deal with Neumann accordingly. The hero asked the knight if he had any objections, but the man simply thanked him for his mercy. Kim Su-ho understood very well what this meant. It meant that he now had a sworn enemy who would take revenge at the first opportunity. If we treat criminals kindly and show them mercy, will they atone for their guilt in the future? That is the question. This was exactly what Neumann was thinking about now. He promised himself that in the near future, Baron Frontera and his upstart son would regret their decision. Our hero noticed the sinister smile and told the knight that it warmed his soul very much, because this smile was destined to be the last. Neumann thought he was hallucinating and asked the young man to repeat what he had said. Just at that moment, the boy gave the podong a red seed, which increased the animal's size. Then he threw the still small phantom as high as he could. He had to do it before its mass became critical. He looked menacingly at Neumann and said that the best way to ask for forgiveness was not to ask for forgiveness. Podong was just finishing his meal in the air, which meant that very soon gravity would contribute to his rapid fall downwards. It grew rapidly and changed its flight path just as quickly, because the greater the mass, the greater the acceleration. The Baron and Baroness, as well as both knights in the stands, instantly understood what was about to happen and literally turned cold with horror. Having spread his paws and put a happy smile on his cute face, the podong began to prepare to meet the ground and Neumann, who continued to lie there. When the man saw that Roid had grabbed a shovel and was quickly running away, he even sat down, but it didn't matter anymore. Podong, with his arms outstretched, flew straight towards Neumann at great speed, completely ignoring his screams. Dust rose into the air from the impact, and our hero satisfiedly stuck the shovel into the ground. Now he felt like a real winner. In the place where the man had just been, there was only a dent in the ground, crushed from above by a fantastic beast. The guy said that he even felt a little sorry for the knight. Raising his hand up, the hero shouted that now it would be possible to banish him, and then the Baron's problems would be solved. Some time passed, and the area around Castle Frontera was noticeably transformed, with changes affecting almost everything. This was the work of the Podong, who now had the opportunity to work openly, without hiding from prying eyes. And he worked, getting enormous pleasure from it, because more than anything in the world, the giant hamster loved to dig. Watching him make another tunnel, Roid and Gabriel couldn't believe that such a volume of earth could be dealt with at such a pace. The knight asked what exactly was going on, and Roid proudly explained that they were widening the road on one of the main streets of the city. The soldiers, who until recently refused to work and pretended that they had neither the time nor the energy for it, have now turned into real workers. They were inspired by the story of the Baron's eldest son about ancient Rome and its famous roads, called the Appian Way. The engineer's first goal was to build a good road from the castle to the eastern slope on the outskirts. Gabriel asked in surprise why there was suddenly a road. The young man suggested watching for a bit. He would soon see everything for himself. After some thought, Kim Soo-ho said promisingly that the popularity of their lands would soon skyrocket. The knight inquired where the young man had learned this, since his image as a lazy bum and a scoundrel left Roid with no opportunity to study engineering. Azrahan was also interested in where the idea for the home heating system came from, as well as how the ability to summon a monster appeared. It seems like high-level magic. He looked our hero straight in the eyes and sternly asked if he really was the eldest son of Baron Roid. The system immediately issued a danger message. Gabriel was in doubt. The guy urgently needed to come up with something. The knight looked at him sadly and sternly, as if giving him a little time to answer correctly. Kim Soo-ho recalled that the novel's protagonist had excellent insight and was smart. He could well have guessed that a stranger had entered Roid's body, and he will definitely draw his sword if he does not receive a satisfactory explanation. You can't joke with Gabriel. For this case, the young man prepared a special skill, perseverance. He made an offended face and simply asked, "What, is it not allowed or something?" He started to get cheeky and asked if the knight had been watching him 24/7, what was wrong with coming to his senses in time, or if they thought he had been drinking and partying all his life. Gabriel thought that this was exactly what everyone thought, but he only said out loud that the skills of a magician and a spellcaster cannot be mastered just like that. Roid continued to press, asking how the knight himself managed to handle mana so deftly, since he was only 20 years old. Let him tell who taught him, or maybe he was a genius. The young man was taken aback, replying that he did not consider himself a genius, to which the Baron's son yelled at him, asking why he could be a genius, a brilliant spellcaster, but Gabriel was not. It was difficult to tell from the knight's face what emotions he was experiencing, but one thing was clear. He was deep in thought. Our hero took advantage of the pause in the dialogue and declared that he had to go. He had a lot of work to do. He again used the perseverance skill. He took one step forward and thought that the main thing now was to remain calm, and whether Gabriel had guessed or not would soon become clear. The Baron's eldest son asked the knight Bayern to oversee the progress of the work in his absence, and was gone. Gabriel declared that he would go with him, as it was his duty to protect the young master, and then asked where they were going. Roid replied at length that they would go to one place following the trail of an unpaid debt, which caused another wave of misunderstanding. They set off for a small town nearby where the Rudinia estate was located. The sun was already approaching the horizon. Some time ago, several rather suspicious guests stayed at a local hotel. One of them slammed his fist on the table with all his might, accompanying the action with a loud curse. This man was from the house of the swindler Rhodes. Now he is clutching his head because he has lost all his money. The stranger in the cloak said that this was the whole point of gambling, and that he should remember how well he made money doing it. It seemed to be a bodyguard, and he stated that if the gentleman could no longer pay for his services, then they would be forced to say goodbye. Rhodes screamed in fear that there was no need to discuss this, Naturally, he would find a way to pay for the security guard's services. The attacker grabbed his head again, thinking that it would be a good idea to lie low. Many people wanted his blood, but in this case there would be no money to be made. Then the doors swung open, Roid kicked them open and asked if they were talking about him. The man jumped up from the table and shouted that no one dared to do such a thing to him, and that he should introduce himself immediately. Our hero suddenly realized that this character had not yet seen him, so it would really be a good idea to say his name. The boy frowned and proudly declared that he was none other than Baron Frontera's eldest son, Roid. It seemed that the swindler had already wet his pants from fear, but his guard remained unperturbed. He asked if he should intervene, to which Rhodes replied that there was no need. The main thing was to get out of there as quickly as possible. The bodyguard grabbed him in an armful and began to carry out the order, running towards the exit, or rather, towards the window. Apparently, the man had paranormal abilities because he broke the glass and flew out onto it, only his cloak fluttering behind him. With one leap, the bodyguard landed on the pavement together with the gentleman and walked along it as if nothing had happened. His face remained completely unperturbed, the flashlight illuminating scars that resembled old burns. The escape could have been considered successful if Gabriel had not drawn his shining sword from its sheath. He was prepared for such a development of events. The young man made one sharp movement with his hand, the whistle of a blade was heard in the air, and everything went wrong. The knight stated that the guard could hand over the swindler, then they would not touch him and would let him go. His voice sounded threatening. The guy caught himself thinking that everything was happening exactly as Roid had described it to him before heading inside. He stated that the villains would try to escape through the window, so Gabriel should stay below. Both scoundrels looked at the knight in bewilderment. Finally, the guard muttered something about a little bastard and looked down, as if thinking. He asked if the boy even knew how to handle a sword. A red magic projectile had already appeared in his hand. Our hero looked out the window and carefully watched what was happening. In the book, after the death of the Baron, Gabriel fought with Rhodes' guard, wanting revenge. This was the first battle in the knight's life with a powerful dark magician in the novel, and even now, Gabriel was not at all worried. But in the book, the main character had to sweat a lot because the enemy wielded gravity magic. Recalling the action scenes from the book, Kim Soo-ho smiled. It was one of his favorite episodes. While he was recalling the events, the magician managed to launch his magic projectile at the knight, who still did not understand who he was dealing with. Gabriel rushed forward at great speed, intending to repel the attack with his sword. He thrust his blade forward and deflected the magic ball. Everything around was filled with a red-pink light. Something incomprehensible was happening. A moment later, the streams of light began to turn into a black haze, and the magician's spell began to work. The pink glow flared up again, and dark silhouettes of some objects or monsters were now visible in it. The guy looked puzzled. The bodyguard extended his hand towards him, palm outstretched, and loudly declared that, as had been predetermined, the knight would die. Then he suddenly clenched his hand into a fist, apparently finishing his dark sorcery. At least that was the impression Roid got. It seemed as if the space around Gabriel was twisting into a roll, and under the force of gravity, the young man began to fall into the cobblestones of the pavement. In the novel, Gabriel fought as a simple weapons specialist, but this time, Roid not only prepared himself, he also took care of the knight, and the mage's face became surprised. Now the book's protagonist had completed his Azrahan method, so he had something to respond to the magical attack with. He had already managed to create a mana heart with a triple ring, and it was now entirely possible to withstand such an attack from the swindler. Gabriel parried the blow. Everything around him still retained a pink hue, but now it was not as ominous. Now the knight tried to understand what it was. For the first time he encountered magic that could control gravity. The Dark Mage continued to stand with his fist extended forward, beads of sweat slowly running down his forehead. Then he simply pushed off from the pavement and soared into the air, leaving his master to his enemies, who screamed that they had not agreed on this. A knight was already heading towards Rhodes with his sword at the ready and asking if the scoundrel knew what happens when you deceive honest people. The swindler flew onto the pavement, having received a solid kick. He winced in pain but didn't even try to run away. Gabriel towered over him and promised to cut off both his legs so that the scoundrel would only be able to crawl to the court hearing. The blade's tip flashed through the air again and stopped right in front of Rhodes's stomach. It was clear that the knight was ready to carry out his threat. Here, shouting that they shouldn't go too far, Roid appeared between the knight and the villain. He was a little scared that lynching was about to take place. The guy reminded him that Gabriel himself would also face punishment if he didn't control his emotions and did something stupid. The young man had not expected this at all. The Baron's eldest son had never in his life shown compassion for others or cared about their well-being. Now Roid's face showed that he didn't care at all about his guard and his fate. The moon was shining brightly, night had come into its own, but our heroes were not yet ready to sleep. They had more important things to do. Rhodes was tied up and even seated on a chair in front of the table, but not at all for the purpose of having heart-to-heart conversations about the meaning of life. Roid sat down opposite him. Gabriel stood behind the master. It was time for interrogation, so that the swindler would not have a chance to harm the Baron. The man was shaking violently, and noticing this, Kim Soo-ho advised him with a smile to pull himself together. He continued that when it comes to saving lives, people become especially greedy for money. He stated that cutting off the villain's head would be a big mistake, and he timidly asked if that meant he had a chance of forgiveness. The hero replied that he would take his secret to the grave if he returned all the money stolen from others and from his father. Rhodes smiled broadly and said that it was a given, but only after he was forgiven. The guy promised in an unctuous voice that he would certainly receive forgiveness, because that was the whole meaning of existence. He began to smile awkwardly and tremble again, as if he didn't quite understand what was happening at all. Roid continued that he would have one more condition, and the scammer promised that he would do anything, just let him say so. The young man placed the contract on the table in front of him and said that all that remained was to sign it and the job was done. Rhodes asked what the contract was and was told that it was a standard employment agreement and that he would even be paid. But 80% of the villain's entire earnings will go into the Baron's son's pocket as compensation for debt and moral damages. The swindler began to break out in large beads of sweat. Only now did he realize how badly he was in trouble. The guy finished with a smile, saying that in this case, within 520 years, Rhodes would be able to finally pay him off. At these words, the villain's jaw dropped and his eyes bulged out of his head. The information literally shocked him. Gabriel was also surprised, as expected. The Baron's eldest son did not come here at all to show sympathy and forget everything. Roid thought that he was not an idiot at all to kill someone who owed his family money. He would never have taken such a rash step. He imagined himself sucking everything he could out of Rhodes until the very end of his worthless life. Then the man regained his speech and began to shout that offering to sign such a slave contract was some kind of mockery. The hero instantly became serious and declared that in that case they had no choice but to force him to do it. There is also a possibility that this issue will be decided in court. Upon hearing this, Rhodes took up a pen and, shedding tears, signed the document. The next morning, the three of them set off in a carriage back to Baron Frontera's estate, the coachman whistling a melody cheerfully along the way. Gabriel offered to use the money he had managed to shake down from Rhodes to pay the interest in the coming months, but Roid objected that it would be better to invest it in construction. He wondered why none of the local residents responded to the ad and came to hire a worker, and whether his reputation was really that bad. A couple of days later, construction work began again at the Frontera estate, and the weather only helped. The young man posted signs around the city announcing that he wanted to hire workers for 20 gold pieces a day. 30 soldiers were clearly not enough for him. This time, there was a whole line of men wanting to earn money. Financial motivation worked wonders. Roid quietly asked Gabriel if people's hatred could really be cured so easily and simply, and he replied that it was. Moreover, he undertook to install the heating systems on time, neutralized the fraudster, and even presented him to court. The knight recalled that the Baron's eldest son promised to become a reliable person who could be trusted and was truly trying to live up to this promise. The young man's eyes widened, and he thought that everything turned out to be much simpler than he could have imagined. Real life was very different from fantasy. Here he emerged from his thoughts, because the man in front of him asked how about the job. The hero nodded and offered to sign the contract. The peasant replied that no problem, but before that, he would like to express his gratitude to the gentleman. The man explained with a smile that his child often gets sick and catches colds, but thanks to the new Roid system, these problems will now be a thing of the past. The stranger bowed low and thanked the Baron's son once again, which caused him genuine surprise and even embarrassment. The guy thought he was just trying to realize his financial ambitions, but if that's the case, then everything was great. The peasant continued that he had relatives from the Racon estate, which was located very close to here. They wanted to know if it was possible to install the same heating system there. Kim Soo-ho's eyes widened with joy. This was a great chance to expand my business and make even more money by raising the price, citing travel expenses. He immediately voiced this idea, and Gabriel looked with bewilderment at the expression on the face of the Baron's eldest son, which was clearly suspicious. The knight began to suspect that this entire construction had only one purpose, as evidenced by Roid's villainous appearance. But then it became completely unclear why this wonderful road was needed. Had they all simply been deceived? They stood on the hill, Gabriel and the Baron's eldest son. The young man said that he wanted to talk about something. Kim Soo-ho said that sooner or later there would be nothing left on this mountain, and the guard asked what he meant. The guy explained that the heating system requires a lot of resources, so instead of a forest, only stumps will remain here. This information did not please Gabriel, but he waited to see what the young man would say next. Not hearing the continuation, the knight asked why the hero continued construction if he knew the outcome, and he replied that this was why he had stopped the Appian Way. Roid confidently announced that instead of this, and instead of cutting down the forest, they would organize coal mining. Moreover, he paused for a moment and added that the inhabitants of the Baron's lands would receive a discount, but not too big. Gabriel became angry, considering that this was unfair and cruel. Suddenly, Roid looked at him intently and asked if the knight really considered him such a scoundrel. Maybe then they should abandon this whole idea, but then they will have nothing to pay off their debts with. There was nothing to say in response to this, so the novel's protagonist simply remained silent. He needed to digest what he had heard. He finally agreed that in the current situation they simply had no other options, but not everything is so simple. As soon as the Baron finds out about the coal, he will immediately order everything to be stopped, because it will deplete the natural resource of his domain, and besides, it is simply dangerous. There had already been an attempt to mine coal here, but the project was abandoned due to the collapse of the structure. The mine was filled in. The guy nodded that he knew about it. He looked slyly at Gabriel and assured him that he had a couple of ideas on this matter, so everything should work out. It's all about modern methods of excavation work. The shield method of excavation is available to him. The knight thought that this was some kind of technology completely unfamiliar to him, but Roid had already raised his shovel and commanded to move forward, towards the goal. Gabriel followed him anyway, thinking that he was interested in finding out what this other new young gentleman was capable of. Podong quickly dug a passage to the previously collapsed mine. No one had come here since the collapse of the structures. The first thing to do was to remove the stones at the entrance to see if it was possible to move deeper. It turned out not to be so difficult. Thanks to the monster's efforts, the passage was quickly cleared of the blockage. But inside there was some strange creature, while it was only probing the territory to get out. A long mustache, like a probe, moved across the territory cleared of stones towards the sunlight. Soon, several pairs of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness of the tunnel, and it seemed that the incident had attracted the attention of many. They were giant ant monsters, and they were not at all pleased that anyone dared to invade their domain. A whole horde of insects was moving towards the cleared exit from the dungeon. It couldn't be said that they were in a friendly mood. Roid clapped his hands and sat down to make it more comfortable to conduct his first tests in magical engineering. Next, a spell was supposed to unfold, which, with the help of a skill, allowed projection directly onto the terrain. The guy threw his hand up and shouted that he wanted to see a drawing of the best luxury apartments as an example. A green stream of energy shot up, apparently referring to a skyscraper, but for now it was impossible to say anything. Soon, a green spark flared up in the sky among the clouds, but it looked little like an architectural project. Kim Soo-ho seemed disappointed, but a moment later, a high-rise building began to rise out of the ground behind him. In reality, all of this was just a dream. In reality, the hero was sitting at the table over a drawing and only dreaming that he would be able to master such a skill. Designing an underground exit using the skills he had was very time-consuming. Roid leaned back and groaned that he wished he had 100 immortal workers that he didn't have to pay. The system gave a message that if he didn't like it, he could draw it by hand, and the hero immediately assured that everything suited him. Thanks to the incident with Neumann, he managed to earn over 600 experience points. He spent all of them on his existing design skills. All that remained was to get down to business. Roid first activated the underground scanning skill, which was now at a mid-level, and then used the measurement skill. With its help, it was possible to see 5 meters deep. Not much, but enough to begin excavations. It would be nice to use a drilling rig, but there was none in this world. People would get tired too quickly, and the podong was too careless and could cause a collapse. Moreover, the giant hamster fell ill after the road construction, and even if it recovers, it will most likely be a nuisance due to its size. Kim Soo-ho came to the conclusion that he had no other choice but to try summoning another phantom. He used a random selection of a mythical creature. There were enough points, and soon the already familiar glowing spot of the portal appeared. A spherical thing with a cute bow on top flew out of it, either a toy or a Christmas present. Soon a funny, smiling face appeared, which had absolutely nothing in common with the drilling rig. The pink monster jumped out and immediately dug into the ground. It seemed that not everything was as hopeless as it seemed at first glance. The creature had a bell on its tail, and as soon as it rose, it smiled and began to ring a pleasant, quiet tinkle. The system wrote that it was a killer machine. Roid was skeptical about this information, but then he thought that the monster might have poison. He decided to ask what was going on, and asked about the increase in size and superpowers. The phantom confirmed that everything was correct. The young man was inspired and asked to demonstrate his skills. The pink beauty immediately agreed. It was clear from her face that she was trying her best to please her new owner and carry out all his orders. A few weeks later, the tunnel was ready. A smooth and reliable road led to it. This was the fruit of Svanachok's efforts. The first stage was the devouring of the earth by a giant bell located inside a shield barrel. The monster's main skill was level 1 earth digging, but that was quite enough. The monster's second skill was cultivating the soil, and this was where Gabriel's help was needed. Roid's efforts alone were not enough. The knight, naked to the waist, took a fighting stance, armed with a sword, and was literally drenched in sweat from the tension. The third skill of the bell was the release of hot metal. This was the most dangerous stage of their work. Gabriel had to cut the metal into equal pieces with his trusty blade, a difficult task, but quite feasible for the knight. The next step was to immediately build a reliable support, and here the guys had to use the services of several blacksmith workers. The fifth step was realizing the harsh reality. Gabriel couldn't understand why a knight like him should be busy chopping up the monster's waste products. Roid, using levers, the workers began to slowly move the barrel with the bell further into the mine. Our hero thought that due to the lack of oxygen, he was constantly feeling dizzy. If they hadn't brought a ventilation pipe here, he would have died long ago. Gabriel came closer and said that it was time for the young master, like all the other workers, to rest. Roid replied that he was here and was still answering because he simply could not leave while the work was being done. Was that really so hard to accept? In fact, the guy was angry at the Korean bosses, who only knew how to talk, and he really didn't want to be like that. He swore to himself that he would never become like this, but suddenly his skill activated on its own, and Roid saw what he was looking for. A little deeper, but within 5 meters of them, deposits of coal appeared, and the young man completely stopped breathing from joy. They all shouted that there was very little left, just a little more, and the goal would be achieved. Both the workers and the knight with his master rejoiced. The guy, overjoyed, even thanked his fantasy monster, as this was only possible thanks to her efforts. Roid ordered them to move forward carefully. As soon as they reached the coal seam, they would stop digging and try to expand the space. This is quite dangerous, so the young man asked everyone to be extremely careful and cautious. Before he could finish speaking, strange sounds like blows or crackling were heard from the side where the coal was visible. Soon, the walls of the tunnel began to shake, and it became absolutely clear that something extremely unpleasant was about to happen. People began to peer ahead. The ground cover here was dense enough to not produce such sounds. Roid used his underground scanning skill to see more clearly what was happening up ahead. He saw something that looked like a hole, but just a few minutes ago there was nothing like that in this area. Literally before our eyes, the hole began to grow, turning into a real abyss. Someone was making their way here from the other side. These were the same giant red ants that had already probed the area several times, but did not dare to come out. This time they finally broke out of the dungeon and rushed at the people at great speed, who screamed in horror. Roid was the first to fall to the ground from the blow. Fortunately, he managed to grab his shovel and defend himself with it. Gabriel also did not lose his composure and was already wielding his sword with all his might, but the others were not so fearless. While the knight was chopping off various parts of the monster, the workers tried to retreat as far back as possible. Roid decided to support the knight and also rushed into a counterattack, intending to protect, if not the people, then at least the result of their work. The shovel proved to be a very effective weapon against this type of giant insect, although no one could withstand such a blow. The instrument's blade fell on the monster's heads again and again, and it seemed as if the boy's fatigue had completely left him. He himself was, to put it mildly, puzzled. For the first time in this world, something had appeared that was not mentioned in the novel. Gabriel also began to panic a little when he realized that in front of them were not a dozen ants, but a whole horde of giant monsters. They made their way forward almost over each other's heads. Apparently each of them wanted to quickly dine on the impudent little people. Roid ordered the workers not to stop and to run to the exit as quickly as possible. It was strange that they hadn't done this yet. The men ran away with loud cries, while Gabriel and the young master remained in the tunnel to cover their retreat. Our hero thought that if the monsters got out, the whole city, and indeed this whole world, would come to an end. One knight with a sword and a guy with a shovel are not enough to stop the insects. There are too many of them, and there is not enough oxygen in the mine. Even if the mine is destroyed with explosives, there is still a chance that the monsters will manage to escape. He immediately received a slap in the face from Gabriel, who ordered him to immediately pull himself together. Now was not the time to panic. Roy shook himself and yelled that he wasn't panicking at all, to which the guard advised him to start acting and think faster. He was very agitated and warned that he would not last long under such pressure, and it seems that this was true. Roid fought back with a shovel while he tried to connect the tunnel with the ants, the coal, and the dungeon, the last word being the key. He grabbed onto it like a lifeline, but at first nothing came to mind. He needed to develop the idea. After a few seconds, the hero managed to formulate what was spinning in his head. The idea struck him like a light bulb. The boy remembered the burning torch and immediately called out to Gabriel to share his thoughts with him. Roid said in a very confident tone that they needed to attack, moving forward, using the torch as a weapon, and for emphasis, he began waving it around. The knight fought off the monsters and thought that it sounded crazy, but there was a certain logic to this decision. He chopped up a few more ants and only then informed the young master that he agreed. It made sense. With a cry, Baron Frontera's eldest son rushed forward, and his faithful bodyguard followed his master. Meanwhile, the first workers had already jumped out of the tunnel and rushed into the castle, shouting that they had bad news for my lord. The man became very agitated. He had never heard of mutant ants, and the first thing he asked was where his son was. The workers reported that everyone except Roid and Gabriel had been evacuated, and Bayer was preparing to seal the entrance soon. The other soldiers pressed the knight to hurry. They couldn't see the point of delay. They needed to collapse the entrance as quickly as possible. In fact, the man really didn't want to lose their best knight, Gabriel, who selflessly fought the monsters. He asked Roid why they continued to attack, despite the fact that the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. The guy ordered them to stop talking. He was very busy at the moment, but the hero continued to wave the torch and the shovel alternately. They fought back to back. The young man thought that they were lucky because ants do not come out of their holes, but the situation itself was simply terrible. Gabriel was almost at the limit of his capabilities. The dungeon was hot and there was very little oxygen. But Roid was determined to get to the coal at any cost, his eyes glowing with his skill in exploring the area. His ultimate target was not the minerals, but the methane that forms where the deposit is located, a highly explosive gas. If they had managed to find this layer of gas, the ants would have had no chance of survival. The heroes would have blown everything to hell. When his strength was already running out, our hero finally noticed what he was looking for. He needed to push forward a little further and use the torch. According to the system's assessment, there was just enough gas to realize Kim Soo-ho's plan, but getting to it was not so easy. The boy remembered his tool and activated the digging skill. His trusty shovel was immediately put to good use. The hero shouted to Gabriel that there was very little time left. Let him hold back the onslaught and he would dig. Roid set to work with such intensity, as if he had not 2 hands, but 4. Like Shiva, he worked with maximum dedication. Suddenly, a huge ant jumped out right at him, and he had to use a shovel for defense for a while. Gabriel also swung his sword like an immortal. It seemed like there was no force in the world that could stop him. For a few more minutes, the young people were completely absorbed in each of their tasks. They managed to become practically a single whole of one system, a team that functions absolutely synchronously. Suddenly, a sharp and unpleasant sound was heard in the dungeon, so loud that the knight and his master had to cover their ears. It was the Ant King, moving straight towards them, constantly squeaking and groaning. The monster was tens of times larger than the others. Roid sighed that he had never seen such a colossus. His comrade gripped his sword even tighter, confident that he would not let them die here. The queen ant dug her front paws into the ground and approached inexorably, paying no attention to her fallen brethren. Our hero asked if Gabriel could overcome the monster. He replied that he wasn't sure, to which our hero sighed that if you don't try, you won't know. The warrior agreed that this was so. Besides, at the moment they had no other options in any case. The monster's eyes lit up, and it rushed to attack the people, as if the ant could destroy them with one movement of its jaws. Suddenly the air crackled, and a mana core with several hoops appeared in front of the monster. The knight began to act. Gabriel drew mana from space, and gradually distributed it throughout his body and sword to deliver a special, crushing blow. When he swung the blade, it left a glowing trail behind it. It didn't manage to cause serious damage to the creature, but at least the guys were still alive. The Ant King stopped. He didn't expect that the tiny people would be able to do anything against him. The knight thrust his sword as deep as possible and began to twist it to make the wound deeper and wider. Then he took out the blade and swung it again. Gabriel underestimated himself. He almost managed to defeat the giant monster. Meanwhile, Roid dug like crazy. Realizing that his comrade was coping with his task, he decided not to waste a second. Meanwhile, the Ant King had regenerated a little and was starting to move forward again. The knight was hacking at him, turning into a mountain of working muscles. Suddenly the shovel caught another layer of soil, and a stream of gas whistled out of the hole. Roid had reached his goal. He set fire to the stream with a torch and ordered Gabriel to run as quickly as possible to the entrance. The monster followed after them. The young men ran forward at the limit of their abilities, while they managed to maintain a good lead. Ahead was a narrow passage that they had already used, but the Ant King had no way to get through quickly. The guys dived into the tunnel with one last sprint. It seemed to them that an explosion was about to go off behind them. Roid turned around. He needed to increase the amount of fire, so the hero prepared to throw his torch back. He swung hard and did what he had planned, wishing the monster bon appétit. The fire missed the ant's mouth, flying further and hitting the monster on the back, but that was even better. The torch sprang back to where a sufficient amount of methane had already accumulated. In addition, the Ant King made an attempt to slip through the narrow passage and is now stuck in it, blocking it with his body. Thus the monster became a kind of cork, preventing the methane from spreading further. The gas continued to flow out of the hole cut by Roid. A fiery whirlwind swirled around the ants, but they had no idea of the threat hanging over them. A moment later, an explosion of such force occurred that it was difficult to understand what was where in this flame, and whether anything had survived. Gabriel pushed Roid to the ground and covered him with his body, as the huge head of the Ant King fell on them from above. Not all the monsters died, but those who watched the explosion from the depths of the tunnel no longer dared to move forward. Methane is a fluid gas that spreads quickly, so it didn't end there. A new explosion wasn't long in coming. Gabriel continued to pin the young master to the ground, protecting him from debris and flames, as it became increasingly difficult to breathe. The knights and soldiers at the entrance realized that something terrible was happening. They heard a rumble and felt the earth shake. Baron Arcos rushed forward, trying to come to his son's aid, but they barely managed to hold him back, explaining that the tunnel was too dangerous. When the flames died down and the smoke cleared a little, Roid tried to move. His guard had taken most of the blows from the stones, and now he lay unconscious. The young man's head and ears were buzzing. He tried to get into a vertical position and raised his hands, wincing in pain. He looked at the dead Ant King and thought that his plan had apparently worked, which was good news. Only now did the hero remember the faithful knight who saved his life, fulfilling his duty to the end. Bell, like the knight, did not regain consciousness. The young man mentally asked both for forgiveness. Suddenly he heard some sounds and sharply raised his head, peering into the darkness. It was unclear what was there. Voices could be heard from behind the rubble, but they were so quiet that it became obvious that the entrance was sealed, and Roid and his companions simply had no chance of getting out. In addition, the guy began to have ringing in his ears and dizziness, and a system message appeared about a lack of oxygen. Kim Soo-ho muttered that he knew and activated the scanning skill to see what was around and what the prospects were. He realized that he needed to dig as quickly as possible, but the distance was more than 5 m because he did not see an exit. Roid took charge, ignoring constant reminders that oxygen was low. He had to save Gabriel and Bellflower. Suddenly the knight came to his senses and opened his eyes. This was excellent news, despite the fact that he was unable to get up. The Baron's eldest son wielded the shovel like a man possessed, continuing to repeat that they all simply had to get out of here. The young man insisted that he would not abandon them. He did not yet know that Gabriel had woken up and could hear him, although everything was swimming before the boy's eyes. His eyes closed again, and consciousness left his body, but this time the knight was not so afraid. He knew that he would be taken care of. Suddenly, Roid started receiving messages that Gabriel's opinion of him had increased by 6 points, and he had received additional experience points, which surprised the guy. With oxygen becoming less and less, the hero requested the system to search for knowledge that would help strengthen his skills. The download began, but Roid's vision was already blurring, his brain gradually shutting down. Finally, a blue glow began to swirl around the hero, indicating that the system was scanning the foundations he had. Knowledge of the surrounding mana and the ability to accumulate it were discovered, and the mastery of the Azrahan core method was proposed. The boy realized that his continued training had not been in vain. Mastering it required 15 experience points, and Roid spent them without hesitation, gaining the skill of 1 level 5 ring. The first attempt to test Azrahan's core was rather modest. A small blue spark flew up, and that was the end of it. Roid realized that the main problem was that his mana was not in his heart, but he still managed to sense its presence and the presence of the core. The level of mana control increased to 120%, and the guy thought that if he were an ordinary person, he would not have been able to achieve such results in such a short time. He decided to spend all his remaining experience points and raise his level to 160%, which he did, and everything around him lit up blue. It was now level 10, and Roid decided that this should be enough for him for now. He tried to see if there were any other options, but suddenly he felt very dizzy and realized it was time to act. The second attempt was more successful. The spark this time was larger and almost formed a sphere and a ring around it. The guy tried to expand his mana by 200% to make sure everything worked out. It seemed to him that success was just around the corner. A message appeared that the hero now has access to the skill Zest, which allows him to not feel tired for 10 minutes, as well as energy release, which increases mana for 15 seconds. Roid grabbed the shovel with both hands and decided that he would use both abilities right now. He had nothing to lose. He was the first to activate the live one, and felt that he could now move mountains in the literal sense of the expression. Now, the Baron's eldest son worked with a shovel no worse than large-sized equipment or a dozen or so diggers. The oxygen level dropped even further, and our hero simply prayed for an opening to appear in the mountain of rocks and earth. A small opening was needed. Even a tiny crack would help him not to suffocate and save Gabriel and Bellflower. The guy was breaking through the thickness of the earth. He knew that the layer was more than 5 memoirs thick, but he didn't know by how much, so he worked tirelessly. With each blow of the shovel, he pushed further and further, but it also became harder and harder to breathe. Oxygen levels dropped to critical levels, and Roid activated Scan to assess the situation. This time, luck smiled on him. He saw a tiny crevice ahead, several meters deep. The young man realized that this was the way out. He began to dig as he had never dug before in his life. Time was running out. Gabriel and Bellflower continued to lie where Kim Soo-ho had left them, both of them never regaining consciousness. The Baron's eldest son had only a few meters of soil left to break through. He knew he had to push harder. When the air became very scarce, the guy began to yawn widely. This helped his brain not to pass out completely. Having activated the scan, Roid realized that he was exactly 3 meters away from the opening to the outside, which was quite a distance in his condition. My legs began to tremble and give way. For a moment, everything around was plunged into absolute darkness. My eyelids dropped. The shovel flew to the side. The lively skill ceased to function, and now there was no way to even lift it. The oxygen was running out. The guy was exhausted and fell to his knees, hanging his head. He couldn't find the strength to even stand on his feet. Roid Frontera looked back at his comrades who needed saving, and it gave him determination. The young man activated the energy release skill and grabbed the shovel again. This time he had much less time, but also more strength. He worked again like a damned man, fighting his way back to life, to the air that was just around the corner. The scan showed that there were 20 Sitamoto left to the hole, and there was about 5 seconds left. The hero had never even dreamed of such a test of strength. He looked at Gabriel again, now quite far away, but still motionless with some kind of cobblestone pinning his leg. Roid simply collapsed to the ground at the other end of the tunnel he had dug to try to get out, a shovel lying nearby. He lay on the ground, unable to move, and thought that it all ended too quickly. As the son of a nobleman living in a remote area, he simply dreamed of a quiet life. But it turned out the opposite. The boy's eyes closed. It seemed that this was the end, and the young man's body would never be found and buried with due honors. Suddenly, Roid heard strange sounds, similar to blows and jolts. The ground beneath him trembled, and the hero raised his eyelids with difficulty. The noise came from the exit. Apparently someone was trying to break through from the opposite side. The young man made an attempt to get up. The next second, a satisfied face of a giant hamster appeared from the hole in the wall and rushed towards its owner with outstretched paws. Never in his life had Kim Soo-ho been so happy. Podong proved his devotion and love not in words but in deeds. But the main thing is that along with his furry friend, air entered the dungeon. Roid opened his mouth. He was so happy to just breathe that he couldn't hold back his emotions. Leaning on the shovel, the boy tried to stand up. The quiet life of an aristocrat was once again waiting for him. The night was already past its middle. The moon high in the sky illuminated the sleeping settlement, but only a few slept today. All the others gathered at the entrance to the mine with torches, because something bad had happened to the Baron's son and the best knight. Bayern and Arcos moved forward along the tunnel, but it was too dangerous to go further. The warrior told the master that it would be better for him to stop. He would go on himself. Suddenly the man's face changed expression. He frowned, looking intently ahead. Two hunched figures appeared from the darkness, or rather one with someone else on its shoulders. The person was slowly approaching. Roid carried Gabriel with all his might, and the system notified him that he had surpassed all human capabilities in the fight for life, and now the strength mode skill, level 3, was available. The Baron rushed towards his son with shouts. He did not even hope that he would ever see him alive again. The young man heard a voice and began to peer ahead, but his eyes were literally stuck together from fatigue, not allowing him to see anything. As soon as Frontera approached, Roid simply collapsed into his arms, along with Gabriel, who no longer needed to be carried. The moon continued to shine brightly in the sky, but now, not ominously, but calmly and peacefully, the city could sleep peacefully. The morning brought good weather and equally good news to Baron Frontera's domain. The threat of mutant ants had passed. The subjects discussed what had happened, and everyone was surprised that the young gentleman, who was considered a fool and a drunkard, turned out to be completely different. Not only was he not afraid of the danger, but he also took care of the workers' safety first and foremost, organizing their retreat from the mine with the monsters. People whispered that the Baron's eldest son had covered the people during the evacuation, and then defeated all the ants and saved Gabriel. Everyone agreed that Roid was different from the man they knew, and bad rumors began to spread throughout the city. The young man was extremely exhausted, so he spent longer in bed than usual. The knight had long since come to his senses and was now waiting for the young master to wake up. The sun illuminated the young man's face. It was calm and relaxed, even peaceful. Finally, one of the beams fell on his eyelids, and Roid Frontera opened his eyes. He felt rested, but everything hurt. Gabriel had been waiting for this moment, but was a little confused when Roid finally woke up. He didn't know what to say to him. The system issued a message stating that all the townspeople admired the boy's heroic behavior and continued to praise him, although they suspected that something was wrong. Additional experience points were also received, and now there are 507 of them. Kim Soo-ho was surprised. It seemed to him that he spent everything in the mine. Only then did it dawn on him that this was a reward for becoming a hero. Roid smiled broadly. This thought made him happy. After some time, the entrance to the mine was reinforced, and now the tunnel itself could be made safe so that workers could mine coal. The craftsmen happily nailed boards to the walls and ceiling. Everyone was eager to be able to heat their homes without cutting down trees. These works had begun even before Roid had come to his senses, and now he had appeared in the mine, which had surprised the builders. They didn't expect the young man to show up so soon, and with a shovel on his shoulder to boot. They greeted the Baron's eldest son with the words that they had done a good job today. Gabriel, whose hand had still not healed, could only envy him. Men were now ready to pray to Roid, calling him a savior. He was radically different from the other aristocracy. The guy even felt a bit awkward, since he was acting primarily out of selfish motives. In the 2 weeks since the ant incident in the mine, a lot has indeed been done. But the Baron's eldest son could not shake off the feeling of impending disaster. He wanted to examine every corner to make sure it was safe. He and Gabriel walked through all the corridors in search of ant trails, and finally, curiosity got the better of him, and the knight asked permission to ask a question. He asked why the young gentleman was doing this himself and exposing himself to danger, when he could entrust the reconnaissance to others. Gabriel found himself thinking that he didn't believe that the aristocrat was concerned about the fate of the workers. He must have ulterior motives. Roid seemed to read his thoughts and called the knight a fool. He swallowed loudly. It was a little offensive. Frontera, without turning around, said that he felt obliged to take responsibility for all possible risks. Gabriel looked dumbfounded. He couldn't get used to the new young master and his hyper-responsibility, or whatever it was. Here our hero turned around and declared that in this case, even if he were to waste money and make a mistake, no one would dare to reproach him. The knight found himself wondering if it was good or bad. A message appeared that the sympathy level was about to increase, but it didn't. They approached another blockage, and the first thing Roid did was announce that it was a dead end, and they should turn around, and then suddenly asked them to wait a bit. He used his research skill and informed his comrade that apparently there was enough free space further on. Gabriel looked at the zeal with which the gentleman began to dig and asked if he really wanted to see for himself. The guy replied that this is where the larvae could be found. Soon enough, Roid had dug a hole large enough to peer into, lighting the way with his torch. What the hero saw there exceeded all his imaginable and unimaginable expectations. It was a young orc bound in a web. Roid and Gabriel made their way into the dungeon and began to examine the prisoner. A cute little pig was also found wrapped in webs with him. At first glance, it seemed that both prisoners were unconscious, but there was something in the room that made one uneasy. Gabriel stated that the orc looked dangerous and needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Roid countered that there was no need to act recklessly. They began to discuss whether this was an ordinary orc or something special. The prisoner's appearance was not very typical, he smelled good, and his hair was exquisite. Kim Soo-ho asked if the orc was really dead, and the knight replied that it was probably not, as the ants preferred to keep their prey alive by paralyzing it. This made the young man smile, apparently having already had another brilliant idea. The next second he was already laughing heartily, declaring that this was an incredibly lucky find. They freed the prisoner and invited him to Baron Frontera's estate to come to their senses and get to know each other. A young monster named Harash thanked Mr. Roid for saving him and said that he would always be grateful to him. Arcos wondered why the orc made a kick sound after every word, perhaps to better suit the image of a high-ranking orc. Garrosh turned out to be the son of the chieftain of the Steel Sand Orc tribe. The healer quickly got him back on his feet, and now the monster intended to thank Roid. The cunning man saved him precisely for this reason, but he had no intention of admitting his selfish motives to anyone. Now it was time to receive the reward, and our hero did not hesitate. He immediately told Harash what exactly he wanted. The boy asked for 120 strong orcs to complete the construction work in the mines, but the monster replied that he could not fulfill this wish. The tribe's heir looked at his savior with different eyes, a suspicious expression appearing on his face. The guy froze and started clicking his tongue in displeasure. It was clear that he was considering how best to respond. Finally, Roid smiled and asked what was the matter. It turned out that the orc didn't like his face and clicking his tongue. This is considered a sign of a deceiver and a bad person. Harash added that orcs are warriors, and warriors only follow the orders of their commander, and with these words he pointed to himself. The young man remembered that orcs, upon reaching adulthood, must go into the dungeon for the head of a giant ant. Harash had screwed up and was immobilized. A new idea had already begun to take shape in Kim Soo-ho's mind, but it had not yet fully formed. A second later his thoughts came into order, and the guy almost sprayed saliva all over the place with joy. He suddenly started clapping his hands and congratulating Harash on his coming of age, which seemed completely inappropriate. The orc immediately began to sadly justify himself by saying that he had not reached adulthood because he had failed the task. Roid slyly asked him what he meant. Frontera pointed to the ant's head that was hanging in a frame on the wall and said that he thought they had caught him along with Harosh. The young orc doubtfully stated that he didn't remember anything like that at all, to which our sly one replied that this was understandable since he was unconscious. The hero placed his hand on the monster's shoulder and, adding drama to his voice, said that when he came to the dungeon, the Ant King was shaking with fear. Roid added that the young orc not only defeated the ant, he did it quickly and elegantly, as befits a warrior. He finished by saying that thanks to Harash it was much easier for him to find their lair. At these words, Gabriel almost vomited. He hated lies. Meanwhile, the young man continued to convince the orc that he had dealt with the monster, that they had done it together, even though Harash had passed out and the man had dealt the final blow. But still, this victory rightfully belongs to both of them, Roid concluded, and once again tightly hugged the heir of the tribe. The hero finished by saying that Garrosh was an unrivaled warrior, and so was Roid. It was teamwork. Hearing about what an unrivaled warrior he was, the orc himself gradually began to be convinced that this was indeed the case. The orc looked at the young man with distrust. His naive blue eyes were still quite childish. Maybe that's why the trick worked. Roid preferred to strike while the iron was hot and immediately inquired about the status of the 120 orcs. The heir of the tribe shouted that in that case they would work for Roid. It was not even up for discussion. A week later, the valley where the mine was located became the site of very serious construction work, but our hero went to get additional labor. The village of the Steel Sand Orc tribe was located quite far away. The road was long, and now interesting events were happening there too. Roid and Garrosh asked the head of the tribe to fulfill his son's promise, but he refused. Our hero, along with the knights accompanying him, was greatly disappointed, not understanding why. Finally, he pulled himself together and turned to Akucha, the chief of the tribe, and asked why this was so. He lowered his eyes and said that the warriors were not strong enough to do such work. They needed meat to maintain their strength. Without the opportunity to hunt, the orcs would weaken. This will weaken the entire tribe, because the best hunters will lose this opportunity, Roid clarified whether they really hunt every day. Akuche said that this was true. If they did not hunt, their muscles would weaken and the tribe would die out. Gabriel whispered that for orcs, protein and muscle are the meaning of existence. It is better to abandon this idea. Our hero thought deeply and then said that he understood everything, but did not intend to back down from his intentions. He approached the chieftain with the question, what if the meat could be stored for several days? Then the need for daily hunting would disappear, and the orcs would be able to work. Akucha replied that everything was correct. They wanted to thank him for saving the heir, but still, muscles were more important when it came to strength. There was no doubt about it. Roid once again clarified whether longer storage of provisions would solve the problem. He could help with that. He confidently announced that he knew a way to keep meat fresh for quite a long period of time. It is worth noting that this idea occurred to the young man almost immediately after they arrived at the orc village. Harash then rushed to his father in tears. He, crying just as much, ran to meet his heir, mad with happiness that he had survived despite everything. Both raced, straining every muscle in their bodies, and the son and father looked like they were in a bikini fitness competition. Every movement of the leader was accompanied by a beautiful flexing of his muscles. He looked like a real Apollo. The son was only slightly inferior, but he was younger, so he stood out with a special relief. The spectacle was very beautiful. When they finally hugged each other, people thought they had never seen anything more beautiful and touching in this life. It seemed that even the stones of the valley would not withstand the tension and would melt. So many emotions were awakened by the orcs. Roid then thought that these creatures were incredibly strong. If they had stood next to them, they would have simply been knocked off their feet and covered with stones. If he manages to get 120 of these brave masters, productivity will skyrocket. He needs to make every effort to achieve this. There was something else worth noting. Harash lifted the queen ant's head and proudly showed it to his father. He shouted that he was incredibly proud of his heir, and all the orcs began to chant in unison that they would celebrate this event today. Many people immediately started doing squats out of joy, grabbing random heavy objects. It looked very strange. Roid couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed like he had met some real exercise-obsessed fanatics. The orcs lifted beams weighing several hundred kilograms and heavy loads, including valuables, while there was no trace of tension on their faces. Only pleasure. The guy couldn't understand why all these expensive things and gold were being used as sports equipment. This outraged him. It seemed as if the golden objects were materializing out of thin air. There were many of them, each one surpassing the previous one. That is why he was so eager to conclude a cooperation contract. In this way, he could obtain both labor and untold wealth. He and Gabriel decided that they would build a stone ice storage facility, but to do so, they would need to sell some gold trinkets. The knight had never heard anything like it before, but he became very interested in the possibility of preserving provisions for a long time. Roid explained that the principle was the same as that of the royal mages, who preserve food using ice magic. Everything is the same, just without magic. The knight asked how the hero knew all this, and he said that he heard it from the circle, but did not want to explain at length, in turn asking why Gabriel knew so little. Frontera continued that, for the refrigerator they would need a special stone, granite, but the main problem was that it was very strong. Gabriel muttered that it wouldn't be that easy to get, and the young man agreed that that was indeed the case. They didn't really have any dynamite to chip away at the rock, but the guy quickly found an alternative. He recalled the novel and said that he was going to use the turning technique, which is one of the key points of the book. Roid said with a smile that he had a dynamite man in mind, and the knight realized that he would be used for personal purposes again. The literary work mentioned the city of Namaram, which was trapped within a magical barrier. All the locals were locked inside, and Gabriel was tasked with rescuing them, which is one of the most gripping scenes in the book. By that time, the knight had almost become a master of the sword, and his mana heart had 4 mana rings, even less than now. He watched helplessly as the mana was sucked out of the people, but he knew he had to save them, even at the cost of his own life. Thus, the hero, without knowing it, created a deadly technique skill by using 1 ring for defense, and with 3 remaining rings to attack, the blow caused a powerful explosion of mana and helped Gabriel carry out his intentions. He used his sword to direct the energy more precisely, the blade now acting like a pointer. The next explosion was even more powerful, and Gabriel jumped straight into its epicenter to finish the job. The magical barrier above the city began to crack, but the knight miscalculated slightly and began to fall backwards. Fortunately, everything ended well. This explosion subsequently became another calling card of the hero of the novel, the Knight of Iron and Blood. Roid looked Gabriel straight in the eye, raised his index finger up, and began to describe the technique he had just described. His face seemed to have regained its iron mask. Gabriel asked seriously how the guy knew about this, and he said that he had just made it all up and offered to look him in the eyes to make sure he wasn't lying. The knight replied that his eyes were terribly irritating and that he saw lies in them. This did not surprise our hero at all, but he tried not to show it. Gabriel noted that Roid would still do it his way, and he began to convince him of his good intentions. The novel's protagonist noted that if this theory were true, he would only benefit from it, and Roid assured him that he was also ready to make every effort. The knight stood in front of the rock, pointing his sword at it, trying to implement the theory he had just heard from Baron Frontera's eldest son. Finally, he reached his maximum concentration and thrust the blade into the stone, hoping to release the maximum amount of mana. Blinding rays of yellow light struck from under the sword, as if the midday sun was hiding there. What followed was such a torrent of energy that Roid was nearly knocked off his feet. His eyes narrowed skeptically, not believing that Gabriel had managed to succeed on the first try. Everything around was covered in dust, among which only the lonely silhouette of the future Swordmaster was visible. The blow was so powerful that almost all of Gabriel's clothes were torn off. Fortunately, he himself was not injured. Roid wanted to pat his friend on the shoulder, but the latter asked if the guy had planned all this on purpose, and he had to object that it was an accident. The knight lowered his head and admitted that, in any case, the theory was correct, so now it was our hero's turn to get down to business. A message appeared that the sympathy level had increased by another 3 points. 54 experience points had appeared, but Gabriel was sad. He should use skills in battle, and not at the construction site. Roid chuckled. He had just gotten what he wanted anyway, so he replied that he didn't need any thanks. The knight looked at him with some regret, and noticed that he was not grateful at all. From then on, construction began to progress rapidly, with the granite split by Gabriel being transported to the required location using a podong. The orcs also took part, and tried their best to show the people that they were much stronger. Roid didn't even ask them to do it, but the training-dependent monsters did the whole job in a flash and with great pleasure. Observing the enthusiasm with which they worked, the hero estimated that the work would be completed 5 times faster. Now that the granite room was almost ready, all that was needed was to fill it with ice and take care of insulation from the outside heat. The young man asked Gabriel when exactly the workers had been sent for the insulating material. It turned out to be exactly 3 weeks ago. It was a little strange that they had not returned yet, and Baron Frontera's eldest son was a little worried. The knight stated the fact that either the soldiers were too lazy, or something had happened to them. The last phrase made Roid's face turn angry. He really didn't want anyone to stop him from carrying out his plan. The guy leaned his hands on his knees, as if to show how hard the thoughts about this were for him, and said that he should find out what was what. Gabriel stopped his impulse with his hand. It seemed he had something to add on this matter. His mission was to protect the young master, so the protagonist of the novel said that he would go alone. Roid looked at him with some resentment and reminded him that they had already discussed how to act in such moments. The young man defiantly placed his hands on his waist and declared that he was responsible for the construction site and was also responsible for the safety of the workers. Gabriel just chuckled. He didn't like it when Frontera made decisions too hastily. Nevertheless, our heroes set out on their journey together. The knight did not argue against the young master's choice. After some time, they found a lost work glove and some straw on the ground. Apparently, they belonged to one of the workers. Roid immediately remembered that he had ordered these for insulation work, and now there was practically no doubt that something unpleasant had happened. Gabriel also held a similar opinion, but he was also alarmed by something else, which the knight immediately reported to the young master. He suggested going down into the gorge that lay beneath their feet. There was a strange, ominous atmosphere there. The guy asked how strange it was, and was told that the flow of mana there was suspiciously blurred, as if for camouflage. Our hero thought about it. It seemed to him that he had encountered something similar on the pages of a novel, but he could not remember it more precisely. Suddenly, his memory started working properly, and Kim Soo-ho's face became stunned and tense. He turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction, telling Gabriel that they didn't have much time and needed to hurry. The guy practically ran. He said that their soldiers were most likely no longer alive. They would have to hurry. The surprise the knight felt was simply impossible to express in words, but his facial expression was quite eloquent. The gorge really did look very mysterious, and the feeling of fog and blurriness made one uneasy. Roid walked quickly, and after a while he saw the remains of straw on the ground. It seemed they were moving in the right direction. For some reason, the guy started picking it up, which puzzled Gabriel because they had to hurry. Apparently, the young man lacked the evidence to make him determined to move forward. Finally, they approached a cave that opened a passage into the Rufalan Gorge. Our hero even remembered its name, but did not tell his comrade about it. At the very beginning of the book, this place was mentioned as one of Gabriel's main targets. The dark magician Rufalan was hiding there. The guy was really angry. How dare he touch their soldiers? Or was it considered an invasion of private property? The knight did not hesitate. He took up his sword and invited the young gentleman to follow him without lagging behind. Roid tried to object, warning of the danger, but it was too late. Gabriel's foot had already stepped on the magician's protective spell. The guy barely managed to grab him by the collar of his waistcoat and pull him back a little to prevent something irreparable from happening. An explosion thundered, and the young men were thrown back. Fortunately, Roid was fast enough to prevent his comrade's legs from being blown off. Gabriel came to his senses quite quickly and asked what it was, whether it was one of some magician's magical traps. Our hero began to shout indignantly that any knight should calculate such moments in advance. He remembered that in the novel, Gabriel had fallen into the same trap when he was wounded and looking for shelter, but he did not elaborate on this. Things weren't easy for the knight back then, so there's no point in exacerbating the situation with unnecessary details of that sad story. But a knight never makes mistakes twice, so without a second's hesitation he strode towards the entrance. Roid stopped him again and advised him to use his technique again, since the mana flow here was somehow unusual. In a natural environment, mana has a constant concentration in the atmosphere. Gabriel began to accumulate it from the outside. If you probe the area in this way, you can identify places where the mana concentration is disrupted, and that's where the magical traps are located. After a few seconds, Gabriel actually felt an unusual concentration of mana. He couldn't understand where the young master got such knowledge from, but each time it surprised the warrior less and less. Finally, Gabriel pointed out a safe path and called Roid to follow. He laughed that his senses had sharpened wonderfully. Why would that be? The knight walked forward and thought that the Baron's eldest son did nothing but lie and mock, but now everything was a little different. He also thought about how Roid Frontera seemed to be able to predict events before they happened, which worried him. Gabriel walked first and tried to feel the special mana emanating from the guy, but there was none, meaning his abilities were not of a magical nature. Finally, the knight decided that he would find out later. Now he needed to deal with the problem for which they had gone into the gorge to solve. Roid followed closely behind him and also thought about the fact that he should rescue the hostages as quickly as possible, of course, if at least someone was still alive. Suddenly he turned around sharply. A spark of curiosity appeared in his red eyes. The magician did not expect that they would dare to disturb him. The man felt that one of the traps had been triggered and began to think about who could have come here. He slammed the book shut and thought that he would soon find out, since few people would limit themselves to just one attempt. The Dark Mage headed towards a rather large door, deciding that his preparations could be considered complete. As he pulled back the heavy bolt, he was confident that this time the experiment would be successful and without complications. Behind the door, in a cramped and dark room, there were workers. They hadn't seen light for a long time, so they closed their eyes in unison. The worker was thrown right into the middle of a summoning circle or other similar spell drawn in blood on the ground. The magician began to read the words about the circle connecting with hell and the Reaper's scythe that waited in the vessel with blood for 100 days, as well as about the young life that would now end. He concluded that everything was just perfect and swung wide to carry out his threat. The worker screamed deafeningly. He was mortally frightened, but he did not find the strength in himself to try to resist. At the last moment, someone called out to the magician, and he was forced to look back with a displeased expression. It seemed that this time, too, the experiment was destined to fail. Roid stood in the doorway with Gabriel, who had drawn his sword. The guy shouted that the magician should not dare harm their worker. The sorcerer became seriously angry and immediately cast a spell, wondering how the pathetic humans had managed to get past all the traps. An invisible wall appeared between the man and our heroes. It seemed the villain had no intention of immediately killing the uninvited guests. Roid and Gabriel froze. The barrier gradually lost its transparency, and now they could not see what was happening behind it, and they also could not prevent the mage from completing the ritual. Something was also starting to happen behind the guys, but they didn't even suspect it yet, and in vain. Suddenly, Roid screamed and began to choke, although there was absolutely no apparent reason for this. He took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out almost as much as those of a podong, but he still couldn't understand what was happening. Gabriel stood there as if nothing had happened, just trying to peer through the barrier to see anything. Meanwhile, the sorcerer had plans to put the boys to sleep with magic and then get even with them for the invasion. Roid used the research skill. His eyes glowed green, and the hero continued to hold his breath, sensing something was wrong. The floor turned out to be earthen, as expected. The young man used the skill of the lively one. It was necessary to dig a tunnel in the next 10 minutes while it was active. Since Gabriel already had trouble sleeping, there was hope that the spell would not work on him like it would on a normal person. Roid dug several meters down in a matter of seconds. He was as active as ever. Sleep was also out of the question. The knight thought sleepily that the young man now looked like a mole, and that someday he would have a good laugh about it. Without moving his lips, Roid began gesturing to his comrade that it was time to follow him down. There was a rock ahead, and it could only be struck by using a new technique that the novel's protagonist had mastered not long ago. He gathered enough mana and, without thinking, struck with his sword, and the glow around him flared up again. The sword went deeper, and Roid, who had curled up into a ball and covered his head with his hands, was forced to close his eyes because of the light. Then an explosion occurred. It was more powerful than expected because it threw the dark magician back, which he did not expect at all. He fell to the ground and screamed. Now there were doubts that the sorcerer would get even with the people easily and simply. When the dust settled and the smoke cleared, a perfectly round hole with a smooth edge became visible in the floor. The next moment, someone's hand with spread fingers appeared from there. We already know that it belonged to the eldest son of Baron Frontera. Soon he himself appeared. It was not so easy for our hero to get to the surface, but he coped with this task. What he saw there made him shudder with fear. Never in his life had Kim Soo-ho seen such a huge monster. The magic circle was truly enormous, and it seemed as if everything around was covered in an ominous pink glow. The two-headed monster that emerged as a result of the ritual was the size of a good elephant, or even two. The sorcerer did not stop, continuing to pour dark energy into him so that the monster would gain full strength. He was extremely pleased with the result, even though the experiment would have to wait a little while, but it was his greatest creation to date. The monster took its first steps towards our heroes. They were tiny in comparison, and the magician shouted that they should at least try to scratch his steel skin. Roid whispered to Gabriel that they would have a hard time, but it seemed that the monster's weakest point was its legs. The knight did not listen to the end of what the young gentleman was trying to say. He drew his sword and made an incredible leap. The Baron's eldest son realized that he was left standing alone, and his bodyguard did not waste time. Gabriel used the flame wave slashing technique, his eyes filled with energy as he immediately put it into the attack. The force of this blow was enough not only to pierce the armor, but also to split the monster into two almost equal parts. The sorcerer could not believe that what was happening was reality. He widened his eyes and screamed. Roidu also wanted to scream, but he held back, although it was clear from his face that the guy himself did not expect such an outcome. There was no mention in the novel of a knight being able to use the power of the explosion as a supporting technique while swinging his sword to cut down enemies. He hid the blade, and our hero proudly placed the shovel on his shoulder. Now they were confident that they would emerge victorious from here. The sorcerer also realized this. He continued to scream and gradually backed away, crawling away from the threat hanging over him. Roid decided there was no need to stand on ceremony, so he quickly walked up to the magician and crouched down, calling out to him. He said that he would have to pay for the kidnapping of his soldiers and the delay in construction, and immediately. The sorcerer lay down on the ground and began to beg for mercy, admitting that he was guilty. The guy noted that he was asking not for an apology, but for compensation for the damage caused. The Dark Mage began to mutter that the room was full of valuable things, and he was ready to give them all to the eldest son of Baron Frontera. Roid became inspired and asked if he could really take everything, and the spellcaster confirmed that this was the case. It was clear from the young man's face that he had already hatched a cunning plan in his head, but he was in no hurry to voice it. Then Gabriel appeared with one of the men whom he was helping to walk. He reported that the soldiers were exhausted, but their lives were not in danger. The hero replied that this was great, but in a couple of days they would be dead, after which he asked the magician what he was going to do with the people. He said that he was conducting special research, trying to find out how to bring a dead person back to life, or more precisely, revive a corpse. Roid asked skeptically if such a thing was even possible, and then asked what the purpose of such an experiment was. The sorcerer did not answer. He remained silent. Leaning forward, the man's face became sad and full of tragedy. Finally, he buried his head in the ground and said that it was necessary in order to get his wife and son back. The guy's face changed. He didn't expect to hear anything like that and was even a little touched, but he still didn't trust the sorcerer. The spellcaster explained that he was a magician under the command of a baron, lived an ordinary life with his family, and was even happy. But the baron he served had his eye on his wife, so he tried to escape with her and his son. He wanted to continue that they were being persecuted, but Roid asked him to stop pouring. Our hero asked what his saved wife and son said when they learned that he had killed hundreds of innocent people for this. Was it really a thank you? The sorcerer tried to justify himself. It seemed that this thought had not occurred to him before. The guy continued to escalate the situation, describing the monsters that he created. He asked if the lives of innocent people, their ruined destinies, meant nothing to him, and that all this was in the order of things. No matter what the magician said, his true nature could not be changed. Gabriel and the soldiers listened to this speech in complete silence. Roid concluded that since the sorcerer had ruined the lives of so many people, he would forever bear the stigma of a murderer. The man started crying. It was completely unexpected. It even seemed that he sincerely regretted everything he had done. Our hero fell silent. He wanted to pause before continuing to say or do anything. Finally, he announced that he would return later with reinforcements and take all of the Dark Magician's valuables. He turned his back to the spellcaster and added in a threatening voice that if he harmed anyone else, he should expect no mercy. The sorcerer's face lengthened in surprise. He had not at all expected that they would actually leave him alive just like that. A second later, the man buried his head in the ground again and began to thank Roid for his generosity and kindness. Roid, along with Gabriel and the soldiers, headed towards the exit, his face showing almost no emotion. The young man remembered well how events unfolded in the book, of which he unwittingly became the hero. In the novel, Gabriel forgave Rufalin and left the cave, but it cost him dearly later, too dearly. The sorcerer killed hundreds more people and finally completed his research by conducting an experiment on himself. He turned into an invulnerable monster who pursued the knight, trying to take revenge, but even knowing this, Kim Soo-ho did not interfere with the plot. Now Roid had turned his back on the enemy, but that didn't mean he had completely lost his vigilance and dexterity. The true essence of the sorcerer could not be disguised behind a beautiful legend and words of repentance. Evil lived within him. He looked at the guy with the shovel on his shoulder. Now he was a very easy target for him, almost perfect. It was a provocation. Therefore, the spellcaster could not restrain his impulse. He decided to get even with the hero right here and now. The Dark Mage cast his spell with lightning speed, intending to strike his opponents in the back. At the last moment, Roid looked back at him and informed him that he should not have thought that he had forgiven the sorcerer. He froze because he realized that all of this was just a trick to reveal his true nature. Gabriel acted so quickly that the man no longer had a single chance of survival. The sword flew into the air. The Dark Mage's head flew off his robe-wrapped shoulders so quickly that he himself didn't even have time to realize what had happened. The dark figure with hands casting a spell continued to stand on its feet for some time. Kim Soo-ho remembered that in his past life he had already experienced something similar. His boss at the construction site called him trash and forced him to bow to the floor every time they met. He cursed for no reason every damn time, but for some reason our hero thought he deserved such treatment. Kim Soo-ho complied with the request and promised to be more attentive, polite, careful, and courteous next time. He believed that quarrels and conflicts should be avoided. Seeing no point in fights, the man continued to accuse the boy of only being able to eat. The young man tried to put up with the situation, hoping that if he was polite, the man would change. This led to the fact that one day everything did not go according to plan. The guy bowed respectfully. The man thought that he shouted the words of greeting too loudly. He immediately declared that they were not at a demonstration or a concert, and added that he had almost gone deaf, after which he turned around and was about to leave. But this time Kim Soo-ho could not restrain himself. More precisely, at first he tried not to react. Gritting his teeth, the hero persuaded himself not to interfere. Everything would end soon anyway. At that moment, the boss shouted something about how only a worthless mother could have given birth to such a worthless son, and that was the last straw. Kim Soo-ho's face turned pale with anger. His eyes turned bloodshot and began their journey from his sockets to his forehead. He approached the offender and put his hand on his shoulder, calling for him to stop, his voice lost from anger. The young man raised his fist to strike. He aimed straight at the face and waited only for the moment when the boss turned around. When this happened, the blow did not take long to come. The guy put into it all his rage and resentment for the humiliation he had experienced. Howling in pain, the chief clasped his chin with his hands and ran away with a scream. He clearly had no intention of continuing the fight. Everyone started asking each other what had happened. Kim Soo-ho caught up with the offender and hit him in the face again, not sparing his hand at all, even dreaming that his fingers would be broken. It was clear from the hero's face that no force in the world could stop him now, except perhaps a bullet. He struck again, knowing full well that he was doomed. After this, he would be banned from the construction site, and he would have to forget about his salary. He would be lucky if he didn't end up in jail. Finally, the guy kicked the tormentor straight in the chest, as if trying to push him to the ground to trample him. The boss rolled to the side, but other builders began to stop Kim Soo-ho, everyone shouting loudly. You might ask what the outcome of such a reckless act was, but in fact, it became a turning point. Kim Soo-ho continued to work for the company. For some time, he was afraid that his boss would decide to take revenge on him, so he became nervous every time he caught the man's eye. Considering that he had now been removed from his post because of the fight, this could well have been expected, but the man was now simply afraid of our hero and avoided him. When their eyes met, the former boss simply turned away, as if he were burning with shame. Now Kim Soo-ho enjoyed working, no one bullied him, and the young man realized that sometimes you have to show strength to earn respect. The dead sorcerer remained sprawled on the ground, and Roid found himself thinking that the violence must be stopped at any cost. Gabriel, the young gentleman, and the soldiers headed for the exit. The guy thought that even so, there was no guarantee that everything would be fine, but the chances were still higher. A villain should always get what he deserves. If this rule were followed unconditionally, the world would be a much better place. The squad left the gorge and rushed to the location of the orc village, where they had been long awaited. The road was not short, and everything was made more difficult by the fact that many soldiers had difficulty walking due to exhaustion. Roid walked first, but quickly realized that something needed to change. The men were barely moving their feet and could not maintain the set pace. The guy looked back once again. He had to change something if he wanted to achieve his goal. The Baron's eldest son approached the soldier with the load, ordering him to give him the backpack before he fell. He tried to protest, saying that it was not right for an aristocrat to carry heavy things, but Roid reminded him that if he fell, he would have to carry both the load and the man himself. They stopped in the middle of the thicket, and the young man took all the luggage from the workers, ignoring their protests. The hero held them all together, listening to whispers that such a noble gentleman was very kind. His subordinates were shocked, to put it mildly. When Roid slung his backpack over his back and headed forward, the soldiers gasped, and the guy said that if they didn't stop making noise, they wouldn't get any extra pay. Everyone immediately fell silent. Some even covered their mouths so that the sobs of tears of joy would not irritate the Baron's eldest son. Gabriel couldn't tell if it was the backpacks and their contents, or if Roid was genuinely concerned about the soldiers' well-being, and the knight sighed. Now was not the time for clarifications. The subjects were now ready to carry out any order from Roid Fronter. That was the main thing. He had earned their trust. He must be a leader that people want to follow, and he became one, although it took a lot of work, both literally and figuratively, to achieve this. The young man walked forward, the load seeming heavier with each step, but the system encouraged the hero with messages that years from now, legends would be made about him. Kim Soo-ho grimaced, thinking that this was all wonderful, no doubt, but he was interested in little else in this life besides money. After some time, tents appeared in which the orcs lived, and the detachment of heroes had almost reached the final point of today's route. During their absence, the stone-cold storage facility was fully completed, and a beautiful wrought iron grate appeared at the entrance. Harosh went inside and began to look around. He liked the room, but the principle of operation remained unclear. For a while he looked around silently, his face frozen in an expression of bewilderment and even skepticism. Finally, the orc noticed that it was not much cooler inside than outside. The meat would quickly lose its freshness, and their warriors would lose muscle mass. Roid laughed and explained that this was only for now, since the ice had not yet been delivered, and soon everything would change dramatically. Harosh looked at the guy as if he were crazy and said that it was hot here. That's why there was no ice. He knew very well what frozen water looked like. The young man was not at all embarrassed and said that even in this case the problem was not big, they would make the ice themselves. The orc looked at the hero again with disbelief. It was completely obvious that he did not understand how this was possible. Baron Frontera's eldest son, still smiling, said that there were many ways, but they had not yet decided which one they would use. Harosh looked at him in such a way that it became obvious that he did not believe a single word the man said, no matter how widely he smiled. The young gentleman believed that if one was polite and nice enough, over time it would win others over. The orc began to wonder if he had brought a swindler home, and maybe the story he had told about the queen was a lie. The orc should not be considered stupid. The system easily read his thoughts, and Roid thought that he didn't think so at all. For him, the level of sympathy was simply important, nothing more. The heir of the Steel Sand tribe shook his head, driving away bad thoughts. He remembered that Roid saved him. The orc began to climb towards the exit, saying that if they needed help, they should not hesitate to ask. Frontera assured that the main thing was to wait until the work was completed. While Roid happily waved goodbye to the heir to the tribe's leader, Gabriel asked where they were going to get the ice. The guy pretended not to hear but stopped moving his hand, thinking hard about the question. Sweat streamed down the young man's face. Then he turned to the knight and timidly replied that he himself was interested in where. Gabriel stared at him even more perplexed than Harosh had before, the look of a man who doesn't know how to interpret what he's heard. He clenched his fists and asked menacingly if the young man had really signed a contract without a proper plan and was planning to cheat the orcs. The guy hesitated and said that this was not entirely true. Our hero looked at the indignant warrior and asked if he was aware of the first signs of failure. He explained that if you constantly repeat that you can't do something, it's the same as putting an end to it. But if you believe that there will be a way to solve the problem, the likelihood that it will happen becomes higher. Roid proudly declared that only those who are open to new things and try to improve the situation will succeed. He clenched his fingers into a fist and shouted loudly that this is what is called innovation, the engine of progress. The guy raised his hand above his head and declared that this is exactly how a true entrepreneur, which he is, should think and act. From the outside, this couple looked rather strange. If Harosh had stopped before opening the door, standing on the top step, he would have been quite puzzled. Gabriel, meanwhile, was wondering about the likelihood of the plan coming to fruition. In his opinion, it was practically impossible. The moon rose again and brightly illuminated the orc village and the rocks where the refrigeration room was supposed to appear. Roid sat at the very top alone, his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. He tried to mentally calculate the necessary plan of action, and the first thing that needed to be done was to get a huge cube of ice, but it remained unclear where and how. Then he remembered that he could use the services of phantom monsters. For example, Podong and Bell could bring water from the lake. It is also worth remembering that ice magic exists in this world. It only remains to be seen what its basic principle is. The guy pondered this question for quite a long time until he came to the conclusion that he needed to master the free flow of mana. There are several types of natural mana. If you absorb it intensively, you can obtain fire mana and ice mana, for example. When Roid realized that the changes depended on the nature of mana, it was as if an explosion had occurred in his brain. However, as the moon rolled to another corner of the sky, the young man couldn't hide his smile. He knew that everything would work out even if he didn't use his mana as he pleased. First, He ordered the soldiers to build wooden boxes that would become the molds for the future ice cubes. Then he increased the size of the podong and the bell. He lined the walls with an insulating layer of straw and said that he could create something equivalent to this using Azrakan's mind technique. Roid lowered his hand into the water that the monsters had filled the form with and began the process of absorbing mana. The plan was that if the guy managed to take away all the heat energy from there, then only the cold energy would remain and the water would turn into ice. It all looked a bit homemade, but the idea itself had a certain charm, and it wasn't difficult to try. On his first attempt, the guy did everything the other way around and cried out in pain, but after all, people learn from their mistakes, and the hero decided to repeat the experiment. Gabriel watched Baron Frontera's eldest son, but did not come close, preferring to remain unnoticed. The knight thought the young man was being unreasonable, especially given his promise to be open to new ideas to remedy the situation. Azrahan pursed his lips, realizing that the young man was acting recklessly and unfairly towards the orcs. Noticing the warm energy rising from the water up the hero's hand, Gabriel's attitude changed slightly. He realized that he was really trying. Moreover, he does this not without a certain grace and dignity, which in itself deserves respect. The knight, thinking that he would never understand the eldest son of Baron Frontera, sighed, but it was for the best. Meanwhile, the young man, apparently doing well, at least from the wooden containers filled with water, suddenly felt a noticeable chill. A couple of days later, the vault again greeted guests with its doors wide open, as if inviting them inside. Harosh and Akuchi took advantage of this call and went down the steps. It was so cold below that steam began to pour from both of their breaths. Roid stood next to a platform loaded with ice cubes, which caused a real wave of delight and surprise among the orcs, both of them shivering from the cold. The hero tapped on the frozen water and announced with a smile that the storage facility would be completely ready once they obtained the insulation. The chieftain and his heir rejoiced. There was plenty of space, the meat would no longer spoil, the need for daily hunting had disappeared, and this was an excellent reason to throw a feast. Baron Frontera's eldest son folded his arms proudly across his chest, just as Gabriel descended into the vault. Roid looked at him with a victorious look. He immediately noticed the surprise on his bodyguard's face. The guy raised his index finger and pointed it in the direction of the ice, announcing that this was the result of the work of a true entrepreneur's mind. Azrakan merely bowed his head respectfully and spread his hands, demonstrating that he did not intend to dispute this statement. The orcs were so pleased that they announced that the Steel Sand tribe intended to thank a man named Roid. The young man bowed and replied that he was not worthy of thanks. He was simply acting in accordance with the contract. 120 workers was a well-deserved reward. Akuchi hit himself in the chest with his fist and declared that they, orcs, were different from people and did not act this way for the sake of a contract. They are driven by sincere gratitude, so he, as a leader, decided to express the general will. From this moment on, the Frontera family and the Steel Sand tribe declare an alliance stronger than blood ties. At these words, the orcs began to demonstrate all their greatness and power, demonstrating how great a reward this was. After a few synchronized actions, all the monsters adopted the same pose so that Akuchi could finish his speech even more pompously. The chieftain declared that Roid Frontera was now considered their friend, and his enemies became their enemies too. If he only said so, they would fight for him. A system message appeared that the hero could now interact with the orc tribe as one of them, which earned him 100 experience points. Without knowing it, the monsters gave the young man a lot of opportunities. It really turned out to be a great gift. Roid Frontera did not hide his joy and hastened to express his jubilation with a gesture. Now he had the entire Steel Sand tribe at his disposal. After the feast, it was time to set off on the long journey home. A few days later, the familiar valley appeared before the detachment. Needless to say, the locals were horrified when orcs led by a young master began marching through the city streets. Watching 120 units of living muscle walk along their native streets, the townspeople rushed to hide. Our hero thought it would be a good idea to make an official appeal to his subjects regarding the orcs. Monsters were usually perceived in a bad light here. Even the Baron and Baroness, although they knew about the plans regarding the orcs, panicked when they saw them on the city streets. Moreover, news quickly spread about the victory over the sorcerer, the rescue of the soldiers, and the recovery of the artifacts, which added respect among the locals and experience points accordingly. The Baron began selling almost all of his belongings through advertisements. Our hero was left with only Rufalin's personal belongings. Gabriel came in to ask if there was anything else for sale. Roid replied that he was trying to figure out if there was anything he could use for his own purposes first. He was just reading one of the books when suddenly the guy's face became somehow dissatisfied or even indignant. The Baron's eldest son grabbed the tome and jumped to his feet, saying that he was urgently heading to the mines and that the knight should clean up a bit in his absence. The young man didn't just head for the tunnel. He ran towards it, trying to catch his breath as he went. Roid burst inside and started calling for Rhodes at the top of his voice and asking the workers if anyone had seen Rhodes. The man came up quite quickly and asked what was the matter. The young gentleman said that he had good news. Frontera asked if he remembered the details of their agreement, which stated that the con man had to work for the hero for 520 years. The man nodded, and the boy cheerfully said that these conditions sounded ridiculous and made practically no sense. He placed his hands on the adventurer's shoulders and happily congratulated him on the fact that now he didn't have to worry about that. Roid opened the book and pointed to one of the pages, which contained detailed instructions on how to revive a dead person. It was clear from the bandit's face that he still didn't fully understand why this information was needed. Roid laughed and said that this meant the man would be able to work out the entire term of the agreement. Excellent news, in a word. The guy held Rhodes by the shoulder for a while, hinting that he would not leave him alone even after death. Only he was amused by this. The hero suggested that the man smile. The swindler tried to feign a smile, but his facial muscles were completely frozen in terror. Finally, the lips stretched slightly to the sides, but powerful streams of tears immediately gushed from the eyes. Roid said goodbye and headed for the exit, cheerfully shouting that the worker shouldn't even think about getting upset. They had excellent prospects for cooperation. He walked along the tunnel towards the exit, almost dancing with joy. From the outside, it looked somewhat cruel and inappropriate. A message from the system appeared that the King of Hell himself was delighted with the young man's efforts and was thinking of offering him a job, which amused him even more. Indeed, after some time he returned to his father's estate, with many important matters still ahead. The young man walked down the corridor. He needed to discuss something with Arcos Frontera, but first he needed to think it over carefully. Roid looked into the reception area, then into the Baron's office, but he was nowhere to be found, which looked suspicious. The maid came out of the kitchen and announced that the master was currently receiving guests in the hall. Roid was even more surprised. The names of the guests did not bode well. They were the moneylenders Silo and Mitrov, already familiar to us. These were not the kind of people that could be considered pleasant to meet, Kim Soo-ho thought hard. Then he let out a roar full of anger, which terribly frightened the maid, and the girl tried to move away. Under the beautiful chandelier, not-so-beautiful conversations were taking place. The moneylenders informed the Baron that they usually demand repayment of the entire debt in one payment. However, out of respect for Arcos, they are ready to meet him halfway and accept 10% of the total amount right now. To do this, only one condition needs to be met. Transfer 100% ownership of the mine into their hands. The Baron folded his hands and thought hard. The guests asked why he was silent, since it was a very advantageous offer. There was a knock on the door. It was Roid, who asked for permission to enter. The father shouted that this was a matter of course. Let him come in. The guy appeared in the doorway with a radiant smile, as if he had entered a rose garden, and he cheerfully greeted the moneylenders. Mitrov stated that this time they had prepared and received permission, so if he was going to threaten again, he should get lost. Roid smiled and said that he didn't even doubt it and could assume that they came with a good offer. If so, then he had a counteroffer. He stated that in the future they would pay off the debt in installments, but the loan sharks could, of course, reduce the interest rate. The fat man said that this was nonsense. He declared that he did not wish to listen to this nonsense and would prefer that the Baron's eldest son leave the premises. Roid smiled and replied that he didn't expect that they could offer, but he couldn't, which was a bit puzzling. Then an orc entered the room, his huge bare foot serving as a weighty argument in the argument that had arisen between the people. Harosh asked with a smile who dared to anger his friend Roid Frontera and asked him to apologize immediately. Both men jumped up and screamed in horror. Life had clearly not prepared them for an encounter with a monster at the Baron's chambers. The orc enthusiastically declared that the Steel Sand tribe would destroy anyone who harmed Frontera's family. Roid noted with a smile that Gvrosh was worrying for nothing. Everything was fine, but the monster explained that he heard notes of irritation in his voice. The moneylenders, terrified, tried to hide behind each other, and the guy asked them to ignore his friend and answer what they thought about the proposal. He added that if they refused, he would be deeply saddened and perhaps even suffer. Harosh growled that if something like that happened, he would tear to pieces whoever dared to upset Mr. Frontera. Don't think that everything went without complications. Baron Silo and Mitrov left the residence on the run. The young man told his father that he wanted to write off the debt altogether, but that it would not be fair, so let him be content with what he had, and he thanked him. Roid explained that orders for heating systems are growing, and coal mining will soon be in full swing, so they will soon pay off their debts. He handed Arcos the contract, but warned him that it would be best to keep an eye on it so that it wouldn't get lost. After this, the son said that they had problems worse than the loan sharks, and if they were not resolved soon, disaster would happen. Roid pointed to Garrosh and reported that orcs consumed 10 times more food than humans, so costs had increased significantly. But it is no longer possible to let 120 workers go. This will put coal mining at risk, so we need to get some meat. The Baron's eyes widened. As Kim Soo-ho had predicted, the monsters became excellent miners and were immune to fatigue and fear. The monsters dug into the rock with such enthusiasm and pleasure as if it was the main purpose of their existence. People were, to put it mildly, frightened by this approach. One of the workers told Roid that that orc had been working for 24 hours without a break. The Baron's eldest son ordered that he be taken away immediately and allowed to rest until tomorrow, but the orc shouted that he had to work or his muscles would weaken. But the most surprising thing was that the monsters refused to pay for their coal mining services. This was wonderful, but in return, Harosh asked that he and his people be fed to their fill, and this was precisely what was problematic. Roid thought for a long time about what could be done about this, and made a difficult decision for his father to raise taxes. Considering the productivity of the mines, they won't go into the red, and the workers will be happy, the Baron thought. He explained that the village's residents could simply refuse to pay the exorbitant bribe, since there were very few people with high incomes there. The guy explained that if the tax was raised gradually, it wouldn't hit the city's residents' pockets too hard, and revenue from the mines would grow much faster. The father asked if he understood correctly that in order to raise taxes, they would arrange it so that residents would earn more money, and the guy confirmed that this was the case. The young man also had plans to turn abandoned land in the north into a farm, specifically the Marez wetlands. If these territories are given to people, they will quickly develop them and will be able to pay higher taxes, even those who have nothing to do with the mines. Before making any final decisions like these, it was necessary to go on a reconnaissance mission. Walking almost knee-deep in water, it was not entirely clear what the prospects of these lands were. The land of Marez was very swampy. Gabriel remarked that growing something on a field that had been abandoned by humans for over 100 years was a rather odd idea, and Roid replied that he had his own thoughts on the matter. The guy thought to himself that even though he was trying to keep his emotions to himself, they would definitely have a hard time. The area is not small, and we need to come up with an effective system for land reclamation and rainwater drainage. A model will be useful for this. Our hero began to model a possible working version with his own hands. From the outside, it looked unusual. He made quite a few attempts, but none of them were successful, and such an environment did not inspire optimism. Life in the city went on as usual, but Roid Frontera did not give up hope of coming up with a way to develop Mares. He was sitting in some puddle and diligently making barriers out of sand and clay, but the water still remained where it shouldn't be. So 21 days passed. Arcos and Gabriel came occasionally to remind the boy of the need to eat and sleep. The knight asked the Baron if it wouldn't be wiser to stop Roid, but his father replied that it was too early. He explained that he had hated Roid for a long time, considering him to be a complete scoundrel and also incapable of anything. But now the young man is busy with work, tries for the sake of others, and in general has changed dramatically. Baron Frontera sighed and said that he might not know how to help his son, but hindering him was definitely not part of his plans. The knight nodded and noted that this was a very wise and very timely decision of the ruler. He completely agreed. He added that right now Mr. Roid is standing by his words and not giving up, which deserves great respect. A message appeared about the increase in the Baron's sympathy level. Our hero now had 921 experience points. But there was practically no strength left, because the guy had managed to implement his idea of draining the land, at least in a trial version. The hero raised his hand in triumph, but his only witness was the full moon in the sky, which, although it shone brightly, did not resemble a fireworks display. Roid raised both hands, begging the earth to begin absorbing the excess moisture properly so they could begin farming. In fact, he was not thinking about people, but about money, because if he succeeded, it would be possible to raise taxes on the population. All Kim Soo-ho was striving for was a life of paradise, something he didn't have in the past. He imagined himself practically bathing in rivers of gold, although in reality he was kneeling in the mud. Finally, the young man simply collapsed on his back to the ground, only now realizing that it would be nice to rest. He looked at the sky and thought that he was now exhausted, but not as exhausted as in his past life, when he was forced to work both day and night. A message from the system immediately arrived, stating that the unusual experience had increased the design skill level. This makes it possible to use 3D modeling based on the obtained data, just like on a computer, only without it. Roid immediately tried out the acquired skill and decided that it was worth it. Now everything would be a little easier. The most convenient thing was that not only the eyes, but also the hands could be involved in the process. One could only dream of such a thing. But the guy yelled at the system that he could have reported such a cool skill earlier. He'd been crawling on his knees for a month instead of raising the skill with experience points. The message explained that everything was happening at Roid's request, to which he responded that he himself was not entirely sure of his own wishes. The message noted that this was not a desire, but a goal, but there were also ulterior motives. The guy replied that if he wanted to talk about the meaning of life, he should read books on philosophy. Roid loudly called his phantom monsters. Bell and Podong appeared almost instantly. The hero joyfully asked the monsters if it was time for them to meet their new friends. Baron Frontera's eldest son went into the marshy area just as the sun was approaching the mountains. It sank lower and lower, illuminating the water's surface with its lateral light, the reflections from it slightly decorating reality. The hero looked around the swamp at his feet and informed his pets that it was time to take the first step in their shared project. He told the hamster and Bell that they would have to pump out all the water from here, and they were horrified. Podong tried to explain to the gentleman that the two of them couldn't handle it, to which Roid replied that he thought so too. He sat the little ones down on the sand and told them that he was going to draw a little now, and they should watch. The hero decided to use all his experience points and draw as many creatures as possible, as many as possible. Having calculated that his points were enough to create and summon 4 fantastic creatures, the young man got down to business. It will take special skills and a good size for the monsters to work on par with the Podong and Bell. The spell window appeared quite quickly. At first it was convex, but we already know that this will not last long. Soon the dome burst. A stream of something yellow flew out in the direction of Roid. It was unclear what kind of substance it was. The blow hit our hero right in the nose, after which the yellow creature or object bounced to the side. It turned out to be a round ball, quite pleasant to look at. Roid tried to get closer to get a better look at the summoned monster. He turned around and looked like a small, cheerful hippopotamus, happily announcing that his name was Hippo. The Baron's eldest son widened his eyes and shouted that he shouldn't say that there was a real hippopotamus in front of him. Podong and Bell happily confirmed that this was indeed the case. Hippo was a hippopotamus. They were very pleased. The new creature was no less pleased to meet them and rushed towards the monsters, stretching out its paws. Soon, all three began to dance in an impromptu circle, shouting out their own names in turn. Roid apologized for having to interrupt their fun, and then asked Hippo to show him the instructions. The monster smiled happily and spat out the crumpled piece of paper. Our hero had already gotten used to the fact that this is usually how everything happens. He lifted the sheet of paper, wet with saliva, with some disgust, and tried to smooth it out. What was written there did not please the young man. The hippopotamus would not grow, even if you fed it a magic seed. Roid muttered that he had screwed up this time, but Hippo squeaked happily that no, he had special skills. Our hero folded his arms across his chest and looked at the phantom with distrust. It was a kind of invitation to show what he was capable of. Hippo happily opened his mouth and began to pat his sides with his paws. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Baron Frontera's eldest son called up the system window and stated that he would like to try again, which caused the monster to squeak in displeasure. He was refused because the choice of a fantastic creature is available only once a day. Bell, Podong, and Hippo made offended faces. The boy crouched over them and explained that he had not meant to be rude, but the work was getting heavier, and Hippo was too small to be of any use. Bell and Podong continued to actively defend their new friend, and the guy had no choice but to ask Hippo for forgiveness. Roid said that there was no need to make noise, since everyone was so interested, then let Hippo demonstrate his skill again, for example, absorb moisture from his clothes. The hippo was pleased. He finally received a more specific task that he could handle quite well. He dried the clothes in a matter of seconds, and the guy began to clarify how much water the monster could absorb at one time. He patted his stomach and replied that it was 4 times the capacity of his stomach, which didn't seem like a very large volume. Our hero sighed, thinking that so far he had been, so to speak, lucky, getting all the necessary skills from the phantoms. Hippo started playing with Bell and Podong again, but the boy decided to finish the job and asked him to demonstrate his maximum capabilities. The hippopotamus fell onto the edge of the swamp and began to greedily drink water. He did this with incredible enthusiasm. For a while, Roid simply watched, curious to see where the fantastic creature would decide to stop. As time dragged on and Hippo continued to speak, Kim Soo-ho began to suspect that there was more to the story with this magical beast. Incredible metamorphoses took place. The more the hippopotamus drank, the larger it became. After a couple of minutes, he was already 10 times bigger than the hamster and Kolokolchik, and he didn't stop, continuing to drink. The water in the swamp became noticeably less. In some places, the bottom was already clearly visible. Roid listened to the water gurgling in Hippo's stomach. The sound even began to irritate him a little, and he was curious to wait for the ending. But the hippopotamus continued to drink and drink without stopping. The young man was already frankly bored and rolled his eyes to the sky. It was a mistake to be in the clouds, because events suddenly began to unfold surprisingly quickly. Hippo grew up rapidly. He grew so much that he simply knocked our hero off his feet in the process. Roid almost flew to the side from the push of his growing barrel. When the young man looked at what was happening, he suddenly realized that Hippo had almost completely drained the swampy land. Now he was pleased with himself and was eager to get rid of the fluid in his stomach, which was a problem given the amount of it. Roid staggered as he looked at the drained areas which were shaking from the steps of a monster as huge as a skyscraper. The fish, left without water, helplessly flapped its tail, realizing that it risked being simply crushed by the hippopotamus. Our hero screamed in surprise, and in his voice one could also hear notes of fear and anger. He realized what was about to happen. If the hippopotamus was able to absorb that much water at once, then it would be possible to completely dry out the lands of Mares in a couple of days. All that remains is to figure out what to do with the water. Bell and Podong acted as if they wanted to say something. Both looked pleased with themselves. Roid asked the system how it was that all the summoned creatures had the skills he needed, and whether it was a coincidence. There was a message that upon appearing in this world, the hero could receive the luck skill, but this is not recorded anywhere. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by Ippo, who again approached his master and tried to tell him something. Roid decided that he wanted to drink more. He suggested that the hippo drink as much as he wanted, but he should dispose of the water somewhere far away because the construction would begin tomorrow. The forecast turned out to be truly realistic. The draining of the swamps was completed exactly by the specified date. Roid Frontera led the workers to the right place and told them that they should start with the installation of vertical drainage by drilling wells. The men were not delighted. But the point was not that they would have to work hard in the swamps, but that they were afraid of the huge hippopotamus. The monster's task was to pump out all the water and get rid of it by draining it into the river. People drilled several wells to prevent water from accumulating in the future, and then loosened the soil. Gabriel decided to join in the common cause and set off small explosions by sticking his sword into the ground, which also helped drain the soil. Roid ordered that pipes be inserted into the resulting holes to drain the water, and then he leveled the terrain with a podong. Once the water had collected inside these bamboo poles, it was time for Ippo's powerful blow. The guy used his modeling skills to build a secure vault, and it took him 10 days. By this time, the first part of the excavation work was completely completed. Everything was in full compliance with Kim Soo-ho's design. The hero tried to encourage the workers, motivating them to the next stage, because the end result was expected to exceed all expectations. The guy couldn't think of anything better than to promise the builders a noisy party as a reward, and this was what caused the greatest delight. The noise made the earth shake, tree branches sway, and insects that had been sitting peacefully in the sun hurried to fly away as far as possible. Gabriel didn't like it when Roid used such methods, but in this situation he chose to remain silent. The knight looked at the fields stretching out before him and thought that this deserted area would soon turn into farmland. He was a little sad that instead of fulfilling his direct duties, he had to work at a construction site. Suddenly, the hero handed over a bag of seeds and declared that they needed to be sown around the perimeter of the field. The knight was indignant that he was not a peasant, but Roid explained that it was for protection from insects. As ordered, the warrior sowed the seeds and began to water them so that the shoots would sprout faster. He did not look too pleased. The novel's protagonist's thoughts weren't exactly bright either. He was trying to figure out how to get out of similar assignments next time. Then a voice behind him said that the swamps were really turning into rice plantations. It was simply mind-boggling. The Baron and Baroness arrived to assess the results of their son's work, and they stated that the whole city was already gossiping about only one thing. Frontera began to shower praise on the people, emphasizing that it was some kind of miracle that the wetlands had been drained. Hearing this, the workers began to smile with all their might, and they themselves were very pleased with the results of their work. Just then, somewhere on the horizon, Roid passed by with a shovel, and a message appeared that the residents of the Frontera holdings were delighted with his leadership. For his success in society, the hero was awarded 450 experience points as a bonus. An excellent start to the day, I must say. Kim Soo-ho walked towards his parents, completely satisfied with himself. Even the mosquitoes and dragonflies didn't spoil his mood. The fields were green with seedlings in neat rows. Wasn't that worth the months of hard work? Gabriel, too, was gradually getting used to farming. Watching the plants grow turned out to be quite interesting. Catching himself on this thought, the knight blushed. He did not want anyone to witness his emotion. Then Roid appeared and announced that everything would be completely ready after they installed the water wheel. To the guard's surprised look, He explained that during the rainy season, the water would need to be disposed of somewhere, otherwise everything would simply go to waste. But to install such a complex engineering structure, they will need the services of a real specialist. At these words, something distracted the guys, and both glanced sideways in the direction of the sound. It was clear from their faces that the heroes did not see anything pleasant. A rather large detachment of horsemen was approaching them, and real clouds of dust were flying out from under their hooves. Roid and Gabriel exchanged glances, both trying to figure out who had arrived here with such a menacing look. Finally, the knight looked at one of the horsemen and said that this was Viscount Rakan, whose lands were located a little to the north. The detachment stopped to the sound of a horse's loud neighing, the animals impatiently stamping their hooves on the ground. A young man with a neat beard riding in front asked who was responsible for this construction. Gabriel asked to be more polite when speaking to the Baron's son, but Roid stepped forward and declared that he was in charge here. When asked what was going on, the horseman informed them that these lands belonged to Viscount Rakan. How could anyone not know about this? He demanded that everyone present leave the place immediately. Anger appeared on the knight's face, but his master remained calm. According to the map, the northern part of these lands belongs to Viscount Rakan, and the southern part to Baron Frontera. It was quite obvious that Rakona had not just decided to lay claim to his rights. He wanted to get the lands that had become fertile again. He really has the right to make such statements, because the northern part is at his disposal. Roid smiled to himself, thinking that at least that was how it had been until now, but now something had changed. The boy stepped forward and asked if he had understood correctly that the Viscount was accusing them of seizing his territories. The horseman replied that everything was correct. These lands had been granted to his master by the king himself, so there was no doubt about it. Roid suddenly put on a serious face and said that such conversations were usually conducted between people of equal status, so he suggested that they get out of here. Hearing this, the rider with a neat beard grimaced in bewilderment. He did not quite understand what the stranger was talking about. The workers on the plantation froze and listened with interest to the exchange of words between Roid and Rakan. However, the latter remained mostly silent and made rather disgusted faces, showing his displeasure. Here, the Viscount grimaced even more than before and remarked that this was the same heir who was behaving inappropriately. He should leave immediately and call his father. Gabriel muttered through his teeth that it was very rude and disrespectful, and Roid himself pretended not to hear anything. Rakan shouted that if the boy had hearing problems, he could repeat it. Let him immediately call his father Baron Frontera. The hero replied that there was no need for that. He looked at the finger he had just taken out of his ear and declared that there was some kind of dung fly buzzing around there, which was really annoying him. The Viscount did not understand and began to turn his head in different directions, trying to see the mentioned insect. Here the bearded horseman whispered to the gentleman that he had just been insulted, but the man still did not grasp the essence of the phrase. Roid said that one should not forget about the kingdom's land law number 321 on the cultivation of marshlands. Article 1 of the aforementioned law describes the procedure for cultivating and the right of ownership of the said abandoned lands. Rakan shouted that there was no point in being clever here. The young man continued that Article 2 defines abandoned land as land where no one has lived or worked for the past 100 years. Article 3 states that the ownership of such lands passes to the one who undertakes to cultivate them. The workers whistled out of respect for their master. The guy raised his finger and proclaimed that the most important thing was that a lot of effort had been put into developing their lands. Moreover, with their efforts, it is possible to build housing for people and conduct long-term agriculture here, so that all 3 articles of the law can be observed. He came a little closer to the Viscount's horse and added that there was one more factor that would finally settle the question of ownership. Roid bent down and began to tear off a bunch of greenery straight from the ground. It was completely unclear for what purpose. He pulled out the bulb and said that all this was supported by a special rule that came into effect after the harvest had been collected from the said lands. Viscount Rakan almost fell off his horse with rage, and a grimace of rage and disgust appeared on his face at the same time. Gabriel stood there with his eyes wide open. Every time Roid demonstrated his incredible knowledge of the law, the knight fell into a stupor. He suddenly remembered how our hero gave him a bag of seeds and ordered him to plant them in a designated place to repel insects and various pests. It seemed he knew everything even then. Meanwhile, the guy said with a smile that he accepted the congratulations. Everyone had just witnessed the first harvest in the Marez swamps. He added that there was no charge for viewing. They were not that greedy. Rakan flashed his teeth. It seemed that his opponent knew everything and had managed to prepare for the visit. Roid handed him the torn-out vegetable and asked him to accept it as a gift, which was a bit too much. Our hero smiled. He was extremely pleased with the effect produced and wanted to end the conversation just as beautifully. He looked into the Viscount's eyes and asked if he would be so kind as to leave their territory as soon as possible. The aristocrat was shaking violently with anger, which even prevented him from sitting properly in the saddle. The sun had risen to its zenith when the horsemen turned and rode off home, our hero watching them with a haughty look. Gabriel was right there. He immediately asked how the young gentleman knew that these people would come here. The hero pretended not to understand the question. He narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had seen a lot of smart guys who try to rise up on the work of others. At that moment, from behind the eldest son of Baron Frontera, there came jubilant shouts and cries of hurrah. The workers raised their equipment and joyfully chanted that the young master had heroically defended their lands. Listening to this barrage of joyful cries, our hero sighed a little wearily. There was no smile on his face. He turned to the workers and shouted that they would be paid for their work, not for having fun, and that they shouldn't get too lazy here. After a while, a torrential rain began, which was another test for our hero and his idea. If we were talking about a few hours, it would be okay, but the rain had not stopped for several days. Roid Frontera sat on the plantation, his mood dark as thunder, because in this scenario, everything could turn out to be very unpleasant. In fact, according to the calendar, autumn had already arrived, and it would be foolish to expect the weather to remain unchanged. The wheel had been performing its role for now, but only at the limit of its capabilities. Roid opened the umbrella, but he was not going to leave. He thought that he had used the simulation 100 times, but he had to make sure that everything worked personally. Gabriel walked up to his master and took the umbrella to hold over him. The boy sighed that there was no guarantee of the fertility of the Marez lands. Fortunately, the downpour soon stopped, and the first rays of the sun glistened on the wet leaves, giving hope for the best. The drainage system held up. Everything flowed into the river without lingering in the fields. This was another victory for our hero. He and Gabriel breathed a sigh of relief. The umbrella was no longer needed. The system had passed its durability test. Roid tried to get up. The system bombarded him with messages about increasing the level of construction and engineering skills. It was nice. The Baron, Baroness, Knights, and People's Favor has also increased, granting an additional 1,300 experience points. It's time to move on to the next stage. At this time, some rather interesting events took place in the possessions of Viscount Rakan, which we consider necessary to mention. The man slammed his fist on the table and yelled that land reclamation was out of the question and that such a thing could never have occurred to anyone. His assistant replied that this was the law. Moreover, the Frontera lovers on these lands would be exempt from tax. The only condition was that they had to stay there for 3 years. The Viscount muttered that all this time the peasants would have to actively cultivate these fields, because it was their territory, but they also had no right to leave it. Now the mayor's swamps promised mountains of gold, and Rakan really didn't want to lose such a tasty morsel. His stomach twisted with anger, because this was part of his rightful lands granted by the king. The man decided that he couldn't give up on Marez so easily, so he approached the manager with a request. More precisely, the Viscount shouted with a demand that he immediately gather a council to resolve this issue. A couple of days later, nothing foreshadowed trouble in Baron Frontera's castle. Everyone was going about their usual business. But in the morning, something went wrong. Roid woke up in his bedroom later than usual. His head hurt so much that he couldn't even open his eyes right away. The guy tried to sit up, wondering why he felt so bad. It wasn't like his usual tiredness. He decided that in any case, it was not the time to lie around. The organization and distribution of lands lay ahead of him. Gabriel slept in a chair next to his bed. Baron Frontera's eldest son hurried to wake him up, and upon opening his eyes, the knight immediately felt a headache. He didn't say anything, but he grimaced quite eloquently, and our hero immediately guessed that he too was feeling unwell. The boy asked why the knight looked so confused, and whether even such a great warrior was familiar with fatigue. Gabriel replied that he had never felt so bad. His head hurt, as if it would split in two right now. Roid grabbed his temple and looked at the guard with some suspicion, but he couldn't collect his thoughts. The guess was spinning in his head, but it wasn't too obvious yet. The young man glanced to the side. It was easier to think that way. Meanwhile, similar symptoms began to appear in almost all the inhabitants of Baron Frontera's lands. The first to complain was the maid Emily, citing a headache. She asked for an extra half-hour of rest. A farmer from Mr. Alaf's village complained to his neighbor that he and his whole family had terrible headaches, and he replied that the same thing happened in his house. A boy named Mikhail, who looks after the cows, wincing in pain, said that the animals haven't been drinking water since yesterday, which could lead to big trouble. Roid walked down the street with Gabriel, analyzing the situation. The headache and the fact that cows and other animals avoided water were clearly connected. The hero had already realized that the water was the reason for his feelings, but now he needed to find out what exactly had happened. One of Kim Soo-ho's advantages in this world was that he had information because he read the book, but after the incident with the giant ants, a lot changed. The guy expected that Viscount Raycon would want to reclaim the lands they had captured, so he made some inquiries about him. This aristocrat's main income is a special dyeing technology that is kept a closely guarded secret. The same technology was used to dye fruit, Roid chuckled, and the knight looked at him sideways, puzzled. The young man's eyes widened. He seemed to have figured it out and began to curse the Viscount. It was urgent to save the Frontera estate. If we didn't hurry, the situation could seriously escalate. In fact, it was already a little late. Arcos had a visitor who caused the ruler righteous anger. It was the same horseman with the neat beard. Fortunately, he arrived at the reception room without a horse. The man said they would not stop polluting the water until they got some of the drained Marez swamps. Baron Frontera looked at him angrily and asked if what he had just heard was a threat. The impudent man grinned and leaned back on the sofa, confirming that indeed it really was a threat. Arcos Frontera leaned forward and shouted that there was a law that would regulate this. He would file a complaint with the royal court. The visitor calmly replied that it was his right, and the Baron could very well win the case, but that was all there was to it. It will take more than a year for the judges to make a decision. Is Frontera confident that he can afford lengthy legal battles and the purchase of drinking water? Roid's father's eyes widened in anger and he began to grind his teeth. He understood that they were trying to drive him into a dead end. The visitor stood up and bowed, indicating that the conversation was over, and he also added that he very much hoped for a wise decision from the ruler. The man had already started moving towards the door when he suddenly heard Boron muttering something about his son. He turned around angrily and said louder that Roid and the workers had put so much effort into this that he would not give up even a piece of land to Raycon. The visitor bowed again, this time even lower. It looked like a mockery, and that is most likely what it was. The man didn't have time to raise his body, because our hero entered the room, hitting him with the door with all his might, followed by Gabriel. Ignoring the visitor, the boy said that he had very urgent business with his father, who excitedly hurried to meet his son. The young man reported that his parasitic neighbors had decided to spoil their water, and he would like to discuss measures to counter this. The man with the beard shouted that Roid had just insulted his master. The guy pretended that he had only just noticed the visitor. He turned around and said with surprise that he did not expect the insect to be able to understand human speech. The man bared his teeth in anger and growled like a starving dog sensing the butcher. He thrust his sword forward and declared that Roid Frontera had twice insulted the noble knight Corono, and he challenged him to a duel. The fight ended as suddenly as it began. After a few blows from our hero Corono's shovel, he began to shout that he was giving up. The guy pretended not to hear anything and continued waving his equipment. The knight begged him to stop. He put his hand forward, trying to show with gestures that he admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Roid stopped only when he himself was tired. He stuck the shovel into the ground and declared that he had had enough. But suddenly he remembered his father's insult and again grabbed the inventory, saying that this was a lesson for being rude to the Baron. Arcos Frontera, with a completely happy face, shouted that the duel was over. Roid the bully had won. Gabriel thought that he had never seen his master so pleased. Corono returned home and hurried to Viscount Raycon's palace with the news, although he was very reluctant to talk about the humiliation he had experienced. The master showered him with curses. He shouted that he had set out as a winner, but had returned like a beaten dog. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to the aristocrat, and he fell silent for a while, scratching his ear and twirling his mustache. Finally, he said that it was to their advantage that Corono had shown up so beaten and miserable. It was excellent evidence. They will file a lawsuit for assault on a nobleman and thus deal with Baron Frontera and his impudent son. The proceedings will take 3 or even 4 years, which will be quite enough time to carry out the insidious plan. Roid, with a similar expression on his face, told his father and Gabriel that he had practically figured out the enemy's plans. But that's what Roid Frontera is for, to plan the game many moves ahead, and their efforts cannot be allowed to go to waste. The hero gathered all the workers and shouted that these lands were soaked with their blood. They would punish anyone who dared to come here. The young man called on the people to protect the fruits of their labor and their hope for a better life, and he looked very determined. Standing on the wall, Roid was a very good example for his subjects. It is not surprising that they unanimously supported him. First of all, it was necessary to solve the problems with drinking water, which meant only one thing. We needed to build a reservoir. Using Hippo's skill, it is entirely possible to pump water there from where it has not yet been spoiled. Gabriel noted that the result obtained was an excellent alternative, but Roid and Hippo would have to forget about resting. The hero replied that this was a temporary solution. Once all the tests were completed and Kim Soo-ho was satisfied that everything was working as it should, he began implementing the water supply system. They will build a water pipeline from the Kapwa River in the eastern mountains straight to the lands of Baron Frontera. Gabriel noted that it would not be easy, to which Roid confirmed that, first of all, it would be expensive, and they would have to cut back on expenses. He added that he would be able to make a lot of money on this construction project later. The knight didn't understand how, but didn't ask any questions. Our hero put the shovel on his shoulder and went further down the road, declaring that he would earn hundreds of times more than he spent. A couple of months later, a visitor of some rank appeared in the city where Viscount Rakan's palace was located. The Viscount himself was so angry that it seemed he was about to eat his nails to the roots. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out of his head. He could not believe that everything that was happening was real, that such a thing was even possible, natural, and he did not know what to do or how to act. The manager entered the office and announced that Baron Frontera's eldest son was requesting an audience. Rakan yelled at the scoundrel to get out of there. The manager explained that the young gentleman said that he had come here specifically to resolve the issue that was troubling the Viscount. The aristocrat looked at the chandelier. His gaze was so heavy that the assistant thought it would simply collapse to the floor. Roid and Gabriel went inside and sat down on the sofa. Our hero noticed with a smile that the Viscount seemed to be feeling very unwell. The man angrily asked why the scoundrel had come here, and that he should quickly spill what he needed and get out. The young man replied with a smile that he had come here to solve Rakan's problem, but Rakan angrily replied that he had no problems. Frontera's eldest son looked at him as if he were crazy and replied that it was enough to pretend. It was doubtful that the ruler was unaware. The young man began to speak about his thoughts on this matter, but the Viscount interrupted his reasoning. Then Roid decided to be brief and to the point, offering to save the paint shop that Raycon lived from. It was clear from the latter's face that he had not expected such a turn of events. One could have expected many things, but not that Frontera would solve his problem. The man began to blush again and become covered in beads of sweat. He hissed that he knew it was the work of our hero. Roid really did look like someone who could easily destroy his workshop for dyeing objects and fruits. The guy lounged on the sofa and announced with an air of importance that they had done a tremendous job. Because the Viscount had spoiled all the water, the inhabitants of the Frontera lands had to get it from the Capua River. Roid added that at first he had no idea that it was Raycon's doing, but his friendly note made everything clear, so they used the water for its intended purpose. The hero said that they had to dig a water pipeline from the river to the city. This was a huge job that required colossal effort and expense. Raycon jumped up and slammed his fist on the table, shouting that this had nothing to do with his workshop. The guy advised him to be patient and listen to the end. He continued that while they were laying their viaduct, they had to cross a huge valley along the way. And this required tough decisions. Unfortunately, they simply had no other choice, because water is vital for people. It was necessary to build a Roman aqueduct, or rather a viaduct, a bridge, along which a pipe with water ran. As is known, stone is needed to build a bridge. Blasting operations were carried out to extract limestone. As a result, quite unexpectedly, limestone began to settle at the bottom of a reservoir located in the valley. In fact, we are talking about a fairly large amount of limestone, which was significant relative to the area of the valley. The Viscount's nerves gave out, and he shouted at the top of his voice that he had no intention of listening to this nonsense and wanted to know what it had to do with his production. Roid calmly explained that it was the water from the valley that was used in the production of Raycon. It was strange that he didn't know about it. The guy explained that it was precisely the limestone particles that ruined the color of the fabrics dyed at the Viscount's factory. The man began banging on the table and cursing again, threatening to sue Frontera in the royal court. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and calmly replied that it was his legal right and he had nothing against it. He added that the issue would take at least 2 years to resolve, but is the entrepreneur confident that he won't be left completely without clients during this time? Raycon's eyes widened and he started sweating again. All he could say was a string of curses directed at our hero. The young man stood up and said that if that was all, then the conversation was over. It was time for him to go back to his city. The Viscount shouted after him that the hero had gotten involved with the wrong person, that he had so many connections in the royal palace that the guy would be in trouble. He yelled that Roid would pay him back tenfold for all the losses he had suffered because of him, that was for sure. Baron Frontera's eldest son merely waved goodbye, showing that he didn't give a damn about the threats that had been made. The weather was quite good, and the young man and the knight decided to take a little more walk on their way home. Gabriel suddenly looked at Roid and said that he couldn't understand one thing. The guy asked what exactly. By provoking the Viscount, they only angered him more, and now it is obvious that Raycon will stand his ground to the end. The knight confirmed that this man had great connections in the capital, and if it came to legal proceedings, they would lose everything. The hero replied that he understood what he was getting at. Roid asked his comrade to just wait a little longer, then his main idea would become clear. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that it would soon become perfectly clear who would lose how much. All the way to the city, the heroes discussed construction and other important matters, leaving the discussion of dye production aside. The next month passed in the usual bustle. Everyone pretended to have completely forgotten about Viscount Raycon and the problems associated with him. He himself reminded everyone of himself when he arrived at the Frontera Palace, fell on his knees, and said that he was wrong and asked to save his production. Roid sat in the chair, legs crossed, his face stern, but Raycon continued to plead. The guy looked down at him and asked if the smart people had managed to explain to the aristocrat that he would not be the winner in this confrontation. Naturally, it was pointless to plot. It would be a final failure. The Viscount howled that he understood everything and begged for forgiveness. Baron Frontera's eldest son replied that words were of little use and that the conversation needed to be more substantive. The Viscount almost cried because he had to humiliate himself and beg, but he still did not stop asking for forgiveness. Roid seemed to read his thoughts and asked if Rakon's pride was worthy of at least 1 gold. He was amused. If so, then he promised to sell it for 1,000 or even tens of thousands more. It's just a small matter. He leaned towards the aristocrat and informed him that he didn't need his apologies at all. It was a waste of time. All that would be needed is a small signature in the contract stating that Roid, also known as the supplier, will supply water to the customer, that is, Rakon. The young man explained that if the document was signed by the Viscount, its production would be restored within literally a week. The man took the papers in his hand and began to read, his face expressing extreme surprise. He said that the amount was too high. What was the point of paying for water delivery at all? The guy replied that it was strange to hear that from him. After all, it was Viscount Rakon who taught Frontera that water had to be paid for. The aristocrat was horrified, his jaw even dropped, his face turned red, and the man was shaking violently. The sky above the city turned a strange brownish hue, as if something tragic or at least very important was about to happen. The caption was written. Arcos Frontera also took the contract in hand. He was also surprised by the terms of the agreement. The monthly payment amount was very large. Roid and Gabriel confirmed that the Viscount had indeed signed the papers, and that the money would be paid monthly to his father, which would be more than enough to cover the interest on the debt. Our hero clapped his hands joyfully, laughing that, fortunately for them, Rakon turned out to be a very kind and generous person. The young man understood that the Viscount himself had started this war, but in the end, he had also lost it. It had not been easy, but they had managed it. But now Rakon is starting to look like the devil. Or maybe it is the true essence of our hero that is manifesting itself in this way. After all, the contract didn't specify any time frames, which meant that Roid Frontera would suck all his life until the man's death. And later, Frontera would take money from the heirs of Rakon from generation to generation, every month without exception. The guy showed himself to be a real villain, saying that he would not stop so easily. Let the Viscount not even hope. The young man was so angry with him that he would have gladly taken his life itself, not just his money. Father told Roid that besides this good news, he had other good news. The man wanted to continue, but his son's face frightened him. He replied that everything was fine, he was just happy. Arcos Frontera reminded the hero that he still had the orc's treasures, but the boy had completely forgotten about it. It turned out that Count Cremo had sent a letter stating that he was ready to buy the treasures and artifacts at a very good price. Roid took this information with doubt, because the concept of a good price could be applied both to Count Cremo himself and to Frontera. He looked at the amount and noted that for that kind of money, one could buy much more valuable things. The Baron replied that he would not argue since he did not know the details. Cremo mentioned something about a bronze statue, but Frontera never understood where exactly it was. The trading city of Cremo was quite far away. The Count stood near the window in his chambers, apparently in deep thought, or something like that. The man's face was stern, apparently he was experiencing some internal tension, thinking about something important. The moon illuminated the harbor. The sea was completely calm, as if it had calmed down before a storm. The wind had died down. Suddenly, a rise appeared in the middle of the water's surface, as if something huge was very slowly rising from the depths. Cremo frowned, his eyes becoming even harder than before. Apparently, he knew what this could mean. The enormous something rose higher and higher. The water still hid its shape, but did not hide its size at all. Finally, a huge monster, resembling a swordfish, emerged to the surface. It was the most terrifying sight of all. Cremo grimaced. This was exactly what he had expected, and it was unpleasant to realize that his terrible guess had been confirmed. It was a titan monster, Giga. Its head was similar to the head of a swordfish, but the image was completed by huge armored claws and a tail. Meanwhile, the work on the Rakon water supply system was almost completed, and our hero was preparing to sail to the city of Cremo. Gabriel informed the Baron that, in order to save money, only 10 people would go on the trip besides himself and Roid. Arcos was a gardener and loved to trim the hedges with his own hands. It was a kind of meditation. He replied that he had nothing against it, and the knight stood silently for a few more minutes watching him work. Finally, he asked the gentleman not to worry. Roid would be under his supervision and reliable protection. The Baron nodded and began to say that when the Viscount arrived here and began to demand the return of the Mares lands, he was a little confused. Before, he would have immediately complied with Raycon's demands out of fear, but thanks to Roidu, he began to feel much bolder. He added that he was initially an indecisive and incapable person. Gabriel hastened to assure Arcos that this was far from the case. The knight recalled their first meeting as a child, and replied that Baron Frontera had always been the kindest and most generous man. The man thanked him for these words and noted that it was difficult to be a good lord without having special skills for it. Leaders must have strong character and faith. Just like his son, he has changed a lot lately. Gabriel said nothing, but it was clear that what was said had struck a chord with him, for the younger Frontera had sucked a lot of his blood in his time. Moreover, Azrahan believed that this man's only faith was wealth and money, nothing more. But it's not that bad. There's no need to upset the gentleman by voicing it. It was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain a balance of emotions. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontera reported that Gabriel's duties now included more than just protecting Roid. He will have to be with him constantly, not leaving him unattended for a second, no matter what happens. This request seemed a little strange and unfair to the novel's protagonist, but he remained silent again. Finally, the knight placed his hand on his heart, as if swearing an oath, and promised to fulfill what the Lord asked. Even though Roid had rebuilt the city, he would never like him. He remembered how Baron Frontera had picked him up off the streets and provided him with everything he needed, after which he had asked him what he wanted to do. Then the boy thought for quite a long time. He still hadn't gotten used to the fact that his life had changed dramatically thanks to Arcos. Finally, he looked up at his savior and replied that he wanted to become a knight so that he could always guard and protect the Baron. Then the man laughed and patted the child on the cheek, thanking him for such a noble impulse. Frontera promised that the little boy who survived the bitter cold would become the strongest knight in the world. Soon after this conversation, the Baron gave Gabriel a wooden sword that he had carved for him with his own hands. And this sword was everything to him, but one day Roid grabbed it and declared that a weapon was of no use to an orphan and a loser. He threw the sword on the ground, saying that such scum had no use for it at all and that he should come up with a better dream. The next moment, Baron Frontera's heir stepped on his father's gift and broke it into 2 pieces. After talking with Arcos, the knight went to his room. He was quite tired and wanted to lie down. Then a rather interesting thought occurred to him, and Gabriel glanced sideways at the wall. He hadn't paid attention to the interior for quite a long time. But this time he remembered the past, his childhood, that same wooden sword in a frame hung on the wall. The hero again thought that he would never like Roid. Meanwhile, Baron Frontera's eldest son greeted him with a smile and the words that his knight's lullaby service was always available. Gabriel sat down in the chair opposite his bed and said that listening to the same thing every day was boring, so he should start quickly so he could fall asleep. The young man didn't argue and immediately began to monotonously mumble something vaguely reminiscent of a song to help the knight sleep. Azrahan's eyes began to slowly close, thinking that he still saw another person in Roid. He remembered how brave and determined our hero was in the cave when he met the huge ants. How wittily he responded to the challenges of fate, how resourceful and fearless he proved to be in critical situations. How he worked, sparing no effort, worked on par with ordinary peasants and soldiers, not considering himself better than them. How optimistically he faced new problems, and how happy he was when he finally managed to achieve success. This was the knight's last memory. He fell asleep, hugging the pillow. The lullaby from Roid Fronter worked, as it had all the previous times. Gabriel's last thought was that he hated himself because he had begun to consider the Baron's son a worthy man. Soon both were fast asleep, The night had finally and irrevocably come into its own, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Suddenly, the bedroom window swung open, and a hooded man with a sword jumped in, his eyes flashing with anger. It was the same rider with the neat beard who worked for Rakon. Apparently he came to kill Roid Frontera, to solve the whole problem in one fell swoop. The face, distorted with malice, did not bode well. Fierce hatred was clearly visible on it. The man raised his huge sword and began to leap from the windowsill to pierce the sleeping young man's heart. He slept peacefully, his arms folded across his chest. Another second, and his life would have ended forever. The guy died without suspecting anything. With a death wish, the assassin pointed the blade straight at Roid's chest, moving as fast as lightning. But Gabriel was faster. He woke up in time and rushed to save the young master, only for the pillow to fly off the chair. The knight managed to draw his sword, and now the fate of our hero was entirely in his hands. The assassin's sword shattered into two before he could carry out his wicked plan. Azrahan was truly one of the finest warriors. Roid woke up, he began to slowly open his eyes and immediately screamed in horror, thinking that he had a nightmare. When he sat up in bed, Corona was lying on the floor, his head pressed to the parquet floor by a disheveled Gabriel. The water supply system, built according to the young man's design, was soon to begin performing its function. Everything was going like clockwork. Roid commanded the process and constantly reminded the workers that safety came first. Then Azrahan appeared and informed the young gentleman that he had passed the information on to Rakon. The boy replied that this was the right decision. Gabriel wanted to talk about the reasons why Kurono attacked Frontera. He said that most likely the Viscount fired the knight after seeing the price of water, and he decided to take revenge. The young man replied that he would have done the same himself. If you are paid a good salary, you have to work for it. Roid added that all pathetic people were the same. Azrahan asked how he knew that everything was exactly like that. The knight thought that his young master had predicted various situations, but for some reason had not even thought to prepare for them. Our hero glanced at him sideways, feeling that this time it would be better to come up with some kind of explanation for his actions and words. But then he decided that it was unnecessary, and simply asked why Gabriel assumed that he knew about the assassination attempt in advance. He didn't answer, and Roid stated that he didn't need to make any special preparations because his loyal guard was always nearby. Azrahan had absolutely nothing to say in response to this, because the eldest son of Baron Frontera told the absolute truth. It dawned on him that there was no point in trying to prove anything to a person who was completely sure that he was right. The young man added that he could still walk and talk only because his knight possessed unrivaled military qualities and was loyal to the Baron like no one else. Roid began to convince Gabriel that he was special, simply because not every 5-year-old boy survives a monster invasion in the bitter cold. The guy smiled that such a person had managed to become a knight and was now nearby. Who else should he trust his life to, if not him? Gabriel's face reflected extreme surprise. He had not expected to hear gratitude and praise at all. For some time the young people stood there, silently looking at each other. The moment was truly touching. Finally, Roid asked the knight to say at least something, otherwise he was starting to feel awkward. Even goosebumps ran down his spine. Gabriel was silent, covered in sweat. He hadn't felt such tension as now for a long time, and his words were stuck in his throat. All he could manage was a heavy sigh, the knight thinking again about how much he hated himself. Baron Frontera's eldest son laughed that even a sigh was good, quite in his style, while Azrahan hated himself for seeing a good man in him. A message appeared that his attitude towards the hero had improved by 15 points and brought 320 experience points. Roid noted that construction would be completed tomorrow. So it was time for them to go to Cremo for a decent sum of money. This brought the knight back to reality. To reach the sea, it was necessary to cross almost the entire valley, but first the water supply had to be turned on. After this, our heroes set off on their journey, using a small carriage as transport, while the knights rode on horseback. Roid didn't want to sit in the cramped space. He sat down behind Gabriel in the saddle, but instead of contemplating the scenery, he immediately dozed off. His head hung limply and hit Azrahan on the shoulder, but he endured it, or at least tried to at first. The boy woke up and thought the knight had deliberately hit him while rising on a hummock, but he denied everything. Our hero began to rant about how his bodyguard was furious because the nobleman couldn't ride a horse. Roid raised his hand and ordered the squad to stop. He was very annoyed and irritated by what had happened. The young man jumped off his horse. Gabriel watched with interest to see what he was about to do. Our hero looked up at him and declared that now was the time for him to learn to ride a horse. The knight replied that his duty was to protect the baron's eldest son and not to teach him to ride. Frontera claimed it was an order, when in reality he meant that he was not going to give up easily and wanted to learn a new skill. Gabriel sighed and dismounted. He had no choice but to obey. Roid thanked him. Their companions were a little embarrassed and said that the young people were like two angels. Our hero yelled at them to keep quiet. Azrahan looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment and asked what it was. Maybe the guy was hallucinating. A message appeared before our hero's eyes that rumors were spreading very quickly, apparently about the water supply. The system confirmed that the rumors about Frontera building the first water supply system on the continent were true. He raised his construction skill level again and received 3,200 experience points, and Roid whistled when he saw this. Fame meant money, which meant that the business could be expanded, and that a comfortable old age lay ahead, a golden future just around the corner. Gabriel again assumed that the gentleman was not quite right in the head. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was smiling, and it was unclear what was going on. The journey to Cremo was not easy. As we approached the sea, winter approached, and it became very cold. They reached their final destination, when everything around was already covered with snow up to the brim. Count Cremo personally greeted the guests, introduced himself, and thanked them for having come such a long way. Roid bowed, saying he was pleased to meet him. He added that he belonged to the Frontera family, and immediately received a remark that the Count had not imagined him like that at all. He explained that he had heard rumors about a talented builder and that he had imagined a formidable giant, but in front of him was a noble aristocrat. The man added that the hero was a nobleman of nobles, perhaps even of royal blood, but for some reason he said all this to Gabriel. Cremo asked if the young man was engaged yet. If not, then his daughter was looking for a partner. Roid asked if he hadn't mixed something up. The Count turned angrily to the boy and ordered him to shut his mouth. It was not proper for a servant to interfere with the conversation of aristocrats. It was clear from our hero's face that he had not at all expected to be mistaken for a servant, and was therefore incredibly offended. When the situation became clear, Cremo's nervous laughter almost shook the walls of his magnificent palace. The man grabbed his head and began screaming that he had made a terrible mistake, something that was simply unimaginable. He bowed to Roid and apologized, noticing that he had relaxed a little and lost his touch. Our hero replied that everything was fine, but in his mind he was already wishing the Count a painful death or, at the very least, a broken leg. Meanwhile, the ruler did not calm down, continuing to accuse the young man of looking like a servant, a terrible flaw. Kim Soo-ho knew that Count Cremo played a significant role in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood, so he held back with all his might so as not to give him a beating. After dealing with the moneylenders, Mitrov and Silo, Gabriel went on the run. He needed to hide. He was caught here, in the city of Cremo, with the assistance of the Count himself, but after exchanging a few phrases with the knight, the ruler realized that he had made a mistake and became his comrade. Finally, they all calmed down and decided to talk about business. Cremo said that he wanted to buy their treasures to install statues in the sea. The young men asked him in surprise why he needed this, and the man explained that business hadn't been going too well lately. The thing is that several years ago, mega-titans began to appear in the port, and many ships simply did not come to the harbor. Not because they were being attacked, but simply out of fear of an attack, as rumors travel fast. Roid thought he had heard about it somewhere. Attacking from the sea was useless, so there was no need for a navy. The book said that Count Cremo was gradually becoming desperate, hoping that Gabriel could somehow help solve this problem. There were hints in the novel that the knight had taken up the sword again, but the ending came before the situation became clear, perhaps suggesting a second volume. Meanwhile, Cremo continued his story about the Mega Titans, and he made a lot of efforts to find out everything he could about them. It was necessary to find a force capable of resisting such terrible and powerful monsters, and he found it. Mermaids are the ones who can help him in this situation. They are the main enemy and source of fear for the huge monsters. So the resourceful Count decided that since the Mega Titans trembled with fear at the mere sight of mermaids, he would make statues of them. The installation of bronze statues along the coast is precisely the project for which he is buying up treasures and artifacts. Suddenly, Cremo raised his hands and added that at the last moment he was forced to abandon the implementation of this project. After all, if he makes an earthen embankment in the water to install the statues, the sea will become shallow and shipping will stop. Roid thought, folding his arms across his chest. It seemed he was beginning to understand why he had actually been invited here. Meanwhile, the Count declared that he did not need their treasures, but he would still make the purchase so as not to offend the guests. Roid bowed his head and replied that there was no need for that. There was no point in unilateral losses. Cremo asked if that meant they refused to sell the treasures. The young man explained that he would sell them at a high price if the Count so wished, but he looked at him with an uncomprehending look. The guy explained that he would do this and also install the necessary statues in such a way as not to interfere with trade routes, his eyes shining. Roid explained that fractional racks and caisson wells should be used. He had just recently come up with a similar technology. If they took into account all the nuances, they were guaranteed to succeed. It was with this thought that Roid set out to sea on a boat, Gabriel accompanying his master. But Frontera went diving himself, determined to explore the bottom. He was pleased to see that the bottom surface was quite flat, and there was also a lot of sedimentary rock, which made it soft. The boy wondered if the soft rock layer could be even deeper, but then something distracted his attention. The oxygen in his lungs ran out, and Roid emerged from under the water, trying to catch his breath. He was annoyed. Moreover, his face turned quite red, which made Gabriel smile a little. The eldest son of Baron Frontera really did look funny. The knight apologized, adding that he had never experienced such happiness in watching other people's suffering. Our hero's already huge and red eyes became even bigger. He had never expected such insolence. Gabriel asked the young man if he was really satisfied with the terms of the agreement, but he shouted that there was no need to change the subject. The knight explained that he had thought about it for a long time, but still did not understand how to make an earthen embankment on the seabed. There must be some magic involved here, Roid nodded solemnly. He didn't deny it. The young man thought that this was magic called cement. It only remains to be seen whether it is possible to mix cement in this world. Looking at the sea surface, the hero decided that if he could replicate the Roman cement, his plan would be guaranteed to work. Helping the guy get off at the pier, Gabriel asked him not to be too careful, so he could take another swim. Roid replied that he was the very picture of politeness today. Then a gentle female voice called out to them, and both young men perked up at this unexpected sound. In front of them stood a beautiful girl in a hat. In her hands, she held a letter with a heart stamp, addressed to Roid Frontera. Our hero made the cutest expression he could muster. He was practically falling in love. The girl explained that her name was Christine. She was the daughter of Count Cremo, and yesterday she saw the guests walking towards the palace. She kissed the envelope and said that she had prepared this message especially for Mr. Roid because she liked him very much. The young man couldn't believe his luck. It seemed like he was about to rush into the girl's arms right then and there. She closed her eyes and held out the envelope, begging him to accept it and not to be angry at her rashness and insolence. The only problem was that the beauty handed her letter not to Roid, but to his knight, who was also confused. Our hero, Azrakhan, chuckled, but still accepted the envelope from Christine's hands. Our hero thought that this was how it should be. The knight hid the message in the inside pocket of his doublet, his face completely expressionless. The girl and her retinue rushed away from the pier, not believing her luck that the hero had accepted her letter. The young men watched her go, each thinking about his own things. Gabriel was touched, and Roid was seriously angry. Finally, the knight called out to the young man and said that it was time for them to go, but he did not listen and asked him to stop. Kim Soo-ho asked if his security guard really thought what had just happened was normal. Gabriel asked what was the matter, to which the hero replied that one cannot so calmly accept a love letter without saying anything to the beauty. The knight looked at him in surprise. He really didn't understand what he had done wrong and why his master was so indignant. Roid looked at him, narrowing his eyes, feeling completely out of place in this context. Gabriel covered his mouth with his hand in amazement. He realized that the guy had apparently never received love messages before. Our hero grimaced, as if he had just tasted a good dozen lemons. He was completely out of control. The knight did not know what to say. All that came to mind were words of regret for the misunderstanding that had arisen. He repeated once again that he was sorry, and the system displayed a message that Gabriel truly felt sorry for the hero. Roid literally screamed with rage. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated and insulted, and completely unfoundedly. Frontera started pointing at the message, shouting that he wasn't jealous at all and would soon become rich and famous. The knight again decided that the guy had problems with his head. Then Krima appeared and asked what was going on. Perhaps the Baron's eldest son needed some help. The man asked what was wrong with Roid's face, and he replied that he was simply trying to focus as much as possible on the upcoming project. The Count laughed and reported that the materials our hero had ordered had arrived. They had managed to obtain everything except the volcanic ash. It was a key ingredient in the preparation of Roman cement, and the boy thought hard about what to do. The advantages of the material were undeniable. Any building made from it could stand for 2,000 years or more, so an alternative was needed. Meanwhile, Count Cremo explained that in fact, everything is not quite so. It is possible to obtain ash if you go to where there are volcanoes. It's just that the journey will not be short. This would take at least 6 months. The ruler simply could not afford to wait that long. Roid replied that no problem. They would forget about Roman cement and use Portland cement instead. Portland cement is a modern building material that appeared not long ago, and Kim Soo-ho only had a rough idea of how to produce it. The hero decided to forget about the details and try making a small quantity to test its strength. Our hero spent a few more days in the trading city of Cremo, drawing up plans and making calculations. Soon the sample materials arrived, and he set to work. However, the guy suffered his first failure. The resulting Portland cement turned out to be very brittle and could not withstand the load. Roid tried to find the right mixing ratio and proportions, but all 129 attempts ended in failure. If the problem is not in the proportions, then you should reconsider the drying method, as it is influenced by as many as 4 additional factors. The young man was completely immersed in the calculations and did not notice at all that all 3 phantom pets had come to him. Podong called out to the gentleman first, but he didn't pay attention, so the hamster repeated his name several more times. It didn't work. The little animal jumped onto Roid's shoulder, trying to tug at his cheek. The hero replied that he was too busy for walks. Soon, Frontera was surrounded by all the pets at once, but he continued to refuse and beg them not to distract him. The monsters showed persistence, and the guy began shaking his head from side to side in irritation to get rid of them. Finally, his nerves gave out, and Baron Frontera's eldest son barked at the top of his voice that he was busy. Wasn't it clear? Suddenly he remembered that he had already been in a similar situation in a past life. He had a dog, an incredibly cute and cheerful creature. Roid fell silent and his eyes widened, the memories completely taking over his mind. Podong, Bell, and Ipo clung to their master. He loved his dog very much, so much so that he could not come to terms with her death and mourned her for a very long time. Kim Soo-ho's eyes forever remained fixed on the image of an animal's paw sticking out from under the blanket during the mourning and funeral procession. He had taken care of a proper ceremony at the time, but never recovered from the blow, considering himself guilty before the dog. The boy cried for several days in a row, and there was nothing in this world that could ease his grief. The animal was the meaning of his life. Everything that Kim Soo-ho had, he so wanted to pet it and play with it again. Roid hugged all three of his pets, feeling ashamed that he had behaved so rudely to them, because they just wanted attention. Together they went for a walk to the sea. The moon was shining, brightly illuminating the shore. The hero told the monsters that pets are more important than research. He walked along the surf line while Podong, Bellflower, and Hippo frolicked on the sand. It was really fun. But the young man did not feel joy. Looking at the joy of the animals, he caught himself thinking that he was a terrible person. The monsters didn't understand why their master wasn't having fun with them, and looked questioningly at Roid. He explained that all this time he was simply giving them orders as if they were not living creatures, but robots. How could one be so soulless? The guy looked at his pets and said that he had been a complete idiot and that he was very sorry about it, but now he still had a chance to improve. These words made Frontera stop, his attention suddenly drawn to the ground beneath his feet. Or rather, it wasn't quite the ground. The first thing the hero did was drop to one knee and tell his phantom pets that, thanks to them, he had found a solution to his problem, after which he thanked them. All three of them stared at him with loving eyes. It seemed that this was exactly their cunning plan. The monsters turned out to be much smarter than their owner. Roid had never seen anything cuter in his life, and he thanked fate for giving him the opportunity to acquire phantom monsters. A message appeared that mystical beings see your sincerity and accept you into the family. Your sympathy level has risen to the family ties rank. The hero was also informed that the Bell's level of improvement could be raised for 500 experience points to master new skills. Podong, Hippo, and Bell began to hint that discovering a new skill could help the guy out of the situation he found himself in. Roid asked if they wanted to unlock a new skill just for Bell, and all three confirmed that was the case. A blue circle lit up under the monster, and the little girl prepared to improve herself. Apparently, she was happy. Suddenly, she rose into the air and began to shine so dazzlingly that the young man was forced to recoil. Light sparkled in all directions, the night became whiter than day, and Roid Frontera could not understand what this meant. For the improvement, Bellflower mastered 3 skills: soil absorption, soil cultivation, and metal release. It was a success. The guy looked at her with respect. If only everyone could study like his fantastic pet, that would be cool. Suddenly, a message appeared that Bellflower had also mastered the first level of the volcanic eruption skill. This was the final and irrevocable victory. The trading city of Cremo is now guaranteed to be protected from monsters, as Roman concrete is now available. But in the nearby mountains, Roid Frontera used Bell's new abilities, and from the outside it looked like hell had broken loose on the ground. At first the walls of the houses shook, passers-by froze in the streets, then the pavement began to shake. Count Cremo looked out the window with a frightened face. He had been warned about the experiment, but they had kept silent about its scale. The entire sky was covered first with smoke, and then with a stream of volcanic ash, and the trembling of the earth stopped. This Bell spewed out the necessary component for the production of Roman concrete under the supervision of Kim Soo-ho and Gabriel. At first the flow was quite weak, but soon the monster began to grow and increase the amount of ash it produced, and the hero grabbed his head. He used the observation skill and obtained the result of the atmospheric analysis. The fantastic creature really worked like a volcano. Roid was jubilant and happy. He clenched his fists and began to beg the knight to praise and honor him. Suddenly, Roid asked if Gabriel had heard him. He nodded, and the hero stated that he had forgotten to ask him to cover his ears. They continued to tease each other for a while, pretending to be deaf and muttering sweet jokes to each other. Finally, Baron Frontera's eldest son, saying that speed was the key to construction, suggested getting to work immediately. The first thing the young man decided to do was make a special bag into which Bellflower would spew the required amount of volcanic ash. A 5-layer sieve was attached to the back of this bag to allow air and gases to escape. The monster was placed in a comfortable position in the city's central square, enlarged to its maximum size, and Roid gave the command to begin. When the volcanic eruption skill was activated, a stream of air burst out from the back of the bag like a tornado. Everyone present covered their ears and took a stable position so as not to be harmed in the process. Roid asked the Phantom to try a little harder to fill the bag completely. Count Cremo also tried to encourage Bellflower. The man thought about what was beyond his understanding, from the unknown skills to the technology for which they were used. He looked at how our hero was praising his pet and thought that he simply had to find out more about it. This must be reported to the king. If the boy's talent is so great, it would be foolish to keep him away from state affairs. Once the materials for the cement were ready and the mixture was prepared, it was time to build a structure into which the solution could be poured. A wooden launching shaft was installed on the seabed, which turned out to be not as difficult as it might have seemed. The water was quickly pumped out of the mold using Ippo's special skills. The monster did a great job, although he didn't like the taste of the salt water. The third step of construction was entrusted to Gabriel, and he had to put in a lot of effort. The idea was to drive wooden posts into the bottom to strengthen the concrete, serving as a kind of foundation. The knight was very strong. He was able to wield a huge hammer as if it were the sticks of a child's xylophone. The friction struts were driven into the ocean floor across the entire area of the wooden well, and the novel's protagonist drove them all in with his own hands. He worked so quickly that at one point there simply weren't enough materials. Roid reported that a new batch of poles hadn't arrived yet. The hero was seriously impressed by Gabriel's skills and strength. No other person could have accomplished anything like this. The knight realized that the young gentleman was in shock and asked what was behind that suspicious expression on his face. The hero didn't lose his composure and said with a smile that he was simply waiting for Azrakhan to remind him that he was a knight and shouldn't do such things. For a while, the young people simply smiled warmly at each other. The joke turned out to be quite good. Finally, the knight played along with the hero and pretended to leave. Roid shouted that he should not forget who he should serve. Frontera reminded them that if Gabriel didn't hammer, they wouldn't be able to pay the debt, and the Baron would be upset, and if he fell ill, the Baroness would be upset. He began to whine with fake tears in his voice that a noble knight simply had to save Frontera's family. As soon as the new pillars arrived, Azrakhan began to hammer them into the seabed with renewed vigor. After he finished, steel frames were made with additional rods inside. Finally, the time came to pour Roman cement into the prepared structure, which was done. After the mixture had hardened, all unnecessary elements were removed, and the result exceeded all expectations. The artificial concrete platform in the middle of the sea, on which the mermaid statue can be installed, was finally ready. Count Credo was impressed. Roid noted that the structure rose 50 centimeters above the water, which turned out to be very convenient. The man remarked that he still couldn't believe that this was possible. Could the column really support the weight of the statue? He looked slyly at Roid and said that if everything worked out, he would have to be really generous. The young man bowed humbly and gratefully to the aristocrat, as if to make it clear that he was not at all opposed to such a development of events. The sea waves crashed against the concrete column, but did not damage it at all, so the moment soon came to install the sculpture. For this purpose, several ships moored at the right place. Everyone wanted to take part in the solemn ceremony. The opening was very tastefully arranged. Guests feasted on the decks, everything around sparkled with lights, and in the center stood a richly decorated statue of a mermaid. There were a lot of guests. They were all dressed appropriately and spent time in small talk, drinking wine. The tables were laden with refreshments, but mostly the aristocrats waited for Roid to appear to honor him. Our hero dressed up, but he felt unaccustomed to wearing a formal neckerchief. It seemed that it would soon become completely impossible to breathe. He asked Gabriel how he could walk around like that all the time, and the knight was surprised to notice that Roid himself had recently been in full dress all the time. The young man sighed, saying that in fact it had been a long time ago and he had managed to get out of the habit of such social outings. Count Cremo waited for the right moment and asked those present for silence to introduce the engineer. He proudly pointed his hand towards the young people and announced that the installation of the statue was made possible solely by the eldest son of Baron Frontera. Immediately, everyone began to shower the hero with compliments, but not Roid, but the main character of the novel, Gabriel, whose appearance was more reminiscent of an aristocrat, as we remember. Roid tried to calm himself down, convincing himself that this was predictable, and there was no need to be jealous. Money was much more important than a pretty face. But he was infuriated by the expression of pity on the knight's face, who looked in his direction with a guilty look. Count Credo approached the boy and laughingly announced that it was all because of his appearance, which greatly offended Baron Frontera's eldest son. Finally, the ruler decided to take matters into his own hands and announced that Roid had installed the statue. He hugged him, and everyone began to whisper that they thought the young man was a servant. The ship was shining with festive lights, and everyone was having a good time. The celebration was in full swing. People were happy that they were now safe, that the shining statue of the mermaid would protect them from the monsters. It was a pity that this was not the case. Titan Giga was right there, as if he sensed that they had carefully prepared for his appearance, that something in the port had changed. He began to rise from the depths to make sure that he had not imagined enemies where everything had been calm before. The monster rose from the depths of the sea, and its fiery eyes did not bode well for the city's inhabitants. But when Giga saw a sparkling mermaid and several ships around, his world turned upside down, and one irresistible desire appeared. It was a desire to kill the mermaids, his sworn enemies, those whom he had never met in these waters before. Titan had no idea that this was a sculpture, or perhaps, on the contrary, he perceived the monument as a desire to pay homage to someone he hated. To make sure he wasn't imagining things, the monster decided to dive back into the ocean to wash his eyes. But even after the dive, the mermaid did not disappear, which meant only one thing. She needed to approach from the depths and attack unnoticed. Titan Giga swam towards the ships. He noticed that the enemy was still alone, completely alone, so he was able to defeat him. Intending to kill the mermaid before her fellow mermaids came to her aid, the monster rushed towards the sculpture at top speed. The ship's glowing lights were not that far away, so it was a matter of a few minutes to reach them. Meanwhile, Roid was receiving congratulations and gratitude from the aristocracy of the city of Cremo. He felt great. Gabriel tried to ignore the admiring and loving glances of the local ladies, preferring wine and snacks. Titan Giga was approaching inexorably. The closer the target became, the more hatred the monster felt. He was already right next to the ship when he stopped to assess the situation and make sure there were no other mermaids nearby. There were none near the ship or on the ship. Judging by the smell, only people were having fun there, and that was good news. Gabriel came out onto the deck with a glass. Count Cremo's daughter, Christine, was watching him, but she didn't dare approach him. The knight took a sip. He didn't like balls and feasts precisely because they literally gave him no peace because of his appearance. Suddenly, his hand began to tremble, as if his intuition had made him sense an invisible threat. The knight froze and turned his gaze to the sea. What he saw forced him to mobilize to the maximum in a matter of seconds. Although the body was still in a relaxed position, the consciousness was working very clearly, thinking through the tactics of action. Under the moonlight, Azrahan noticed the monster, but the Titan quickly sank under the water again. Understanding whether it would attack or not was the hero's main task. Then Roid appeared on deck and asked what his comrade was doing. Sitting like a statue, drinking wine and looking into the distance was quite an effective solution. He started to say something about a beautiful statue of a romantic hero, but Gabriel didn't react, and the guy asked if he could even hear him. Without turning his head, the knight reported that there was something in the sea, and that it was something of quite large size, and his mana was burning with hatred. Roid's expression changed, and he also began to peer intently at the ocean waves. He looked worried. Titan Giga sensed that he had been noticed, and hurried to dive deeper to escape the attention. Gabriel said he wasn't sure, but it was something not only huge but also incredibly fast. Our hero asked if he was sure about it. The knight added that this thing was larger than their ship, and even larger than Hippo, which had reached its maximum dimensions. Roid guessed who it could be and swore quietly. He hadn't expected such a turn of events at all. Suddenly, the Titan Giga jumped out of the water for a split second, only to dive again as deep as possible into the sea abyss. Frontera went inside to warn Count Cremo of the danger, but he decided to do it quietly so as not to cause panic. The ruler asked if he was enjoying the party. The guy nodded and whispered that they needed to slowly start evacuating people. The Titan Giga was here. The Count immediately called over the chief knight, Mr. Ginevin, who appeared completely calm. It was clear that Cremo did not trust Roid's information too much. He asked if his protector felt strange movements in the water. The man looked into the distance with some caution. His face became a little tense and very attentive. Then he became relaxed again and bowed to his lord and informed him that he had not felt anything that might attract attention. Cremo explained to Roid that Ginevin had an unusually keen sense of smell, on par with a Swordmaster, and his opinion could be trusted without hesitation. The guy thought that Gabriel was even more sensitive. Besides, he saw everything with his own eyes, but the Count insisted that there was no threat. Not a single Mega-Titan had ever swum so close. Frontera thought there was a threat because it was real, and the monster could be attracted by the statue, but he didn't know how to prove his point. Finally, the guy simply looked meaningfully at the sculpture depicting a mermaid, and the ruler began to slowly understand. But Cremo, until the very end, did not want to believe that he himself had brought disaster upon the city and its people by making the wrong decision. Roid was running out of patience, but then Gabriel appeared behind him. He had more experience in dealing with aristocrats. Ginevin started babbling something about not knowing why his colleague had decided to scare them, but he felt like everything was fine. This time the Lord ignored his opinion. He stretched out his hand and gave the command to raise the anchor and take the ship as far away from the statue as possible. At this time the monster rose to the surface again and headed towards the people in the sea. The sailors were ordered to hurry, and they turned the wheel with all their might to raise the anchor. Gabriel, standing behind Roid, quietly whispered that it was too late. They needed to act immediately. Then the hero turned to him and ordered him to cut the anchor. They would not allow so many people to be killed just like that. The knight was surprised that he had not thought of this himself. He even shuddered at the fact that the young gentleman turned out to be so quick-witted. The next second, Azrakhan pushed off the deck with all his might and jumped overboard so quickly that almost no one noticed. He plunged into the icy water, determined to immediately carry out the orders of Baron Frontera's eldest son. Meanwhile, our hero was not sitting idle either. He gave a seed to the podong and threw it up so that the fantastic animal would grow in the air without sinking the ship. The hamster immediately understood what was required of him and began gobbling up the treat as quickly as possible. He landed right on the mermaid statue, which was exactly what Kim Soo-ho had intended. No irritating factor, no threat of attack. Meanwhile, Gabriel reached the bottom and swung his sword to cut the anchor chain. It was not so easy to make such a blow underwater. The knight decided to enhance the effect by using an explosive power spell on his sword to ensure the task was completed. Everything went smoothly, and now the anchor was left lying separately from the ship. It was possible to sail away to save the vessel and the people on it. Podong carried out the task and chewed through the ropes that moored the ships to the concrete pillar. The ship was freed and could now move, and the people on deck, feeling the jolt, were seriously frightened. Even at the moment when he was cutting the chain of the next ship, Gabriel managed to notice that a sea monster was rushing towards him. He needed to take care of his life. The metal of another ship had not yet sunk to the bottom, and the knight was already preparing to repel the attack, although it would have been more logical to surface. He looked back to assess the speed of the Titan Giga. He needed to understand how exactly to act in the current situation. The Mega-Titan was rapidly approaching. It was incredibly fast because it was in its usual environment. Azrakhan cursed. He could never match the monster's speed while underwater. Fortunately, all the ships had already been freed, and Count Cremo gave the order to sail away from the Mermaid Monument as quickly as possible. They had only managed to swim a dozen meters each when the Titan Giga emerged from the water, attacking the enemy. The impact caused the ships to tilt sharply, and Roid and the other people began to fall with screams, unable to stay on their feet. Podong, grabbing the sculpture, tried to figure out what to do. He was also terribly scared. The first thing the monster did was attack the statue's hand, which held a spear raised as if ready to strike, thanks to which the hamster managed to jump away. Dodging the debris, the Podong flew rapidly into the water, but even there he would remain in danger. Luckily, Gabriel had already jumped out of the water, readying his sword, enhanced with the blast wave skill. But the knight did not rush to attack the monster. Making only one blow, he rushed to save Roid, who was in danger of drowning. The ships quickly sailed away while the Mega-Titan attacked the sculpture again and again until it finally fell. But the monster was so enraged that he threw the fragments of the statue in all directions. Some of them he threw at the ships, others landed in the city. More and more fragments of the mermaid fell past the town hall tower onto the city's central square, risking crushing any residents who happened to be there. They destroyed and broke houses, walls, roofs, and pavements. It seemed that there was no building that could survive. Some ships were damaged. People from some simply fell into the water from the shock. Everyone was screaming and asking for help. Roid and Gabriel realized with horror that they simply could not save everyone. There were too many people. But our hero was not the kind of person who would give up so easily. The idea came to him instantly. He summoned Ippo, hoping that his pet would cope with the role assigned to him no worse than a podong. The hippopotamus began to grow rapidly, and the boy shouted after him that one, but very powerful, blow would be enough. People were swirling around in a whirlpool of waves. They stretched out their hands for help, but they did not expect at all that it would be realized in such a way. Hippo began to take water into his mouth along with the drowning passengers of the ship. It was not a sight for the faint of heart. Meanwhile, the Titan Giga climbed ashore and continued to destroy the city, this time personally, his huge claws destroying houses in seconds. Gabriel noticed this and asked Roid for advice on how best to proceed to prevent disaster. Our hero didn't pay attention to his words. He climbed onto the overturned table and began to row in the opposite direction. The knight, in horror, began to scream that the monster was in the other direction and hysterically ask where the master was going. Roid turned around and confirmed that it was so. Let him jump to him and save himself. It was useless to fight such a monster. Gabriel realized that this made sense, but the realization made him even more uneasy than the prospect of fighting the Mega-Titan. Count Credo gave instructions to the sailors. They had to pull the people out of the icy water as quickly as possible. They threw ladders down from the side, which would allow the victims to climb aboard the surviving vessel, but they still had to swim to it. Titan Giga continued to destroy the port. He apparently realized that the mermaid appeared among the waves thanks to people. The townspeople scattered in all directions, but since it was night, not everyone knew about the danger threatening them. Gabriel decided that it was his duty to save the city from the monster at any cost, to save the remaining people, so he told Roid that he was going there. He replied that he did not intend to take part in this. The knight could not be torn apart, since he had given his word to Arcos Frontera not to leave his son for a minute. The young gentleman shouted that he had come here to earn money, and not to die trying to save other people's subjects. Hearing Frontera's words about the city of Cremo having cannons and its own army to defend it, Azrahan again thought hard, doubt visible on his face. He looked at his master and remembered how, in critical moments, he always showed remarkable resourcefulness. He worked and fought himself, motivating others not to give up by personal example, knowing neither rest nor fear. Roid was persistent in moving towards his goal. He was the kind of person who never gave up in the face of difficulties. But now he behaved differently, insisting that it was not the time to solve other people's problems when he had more than enough of his own. Gabriel thought that in the end, it wasn't his fault that Baron Frontera's eldest son was the way he was, that he thought it wasn't the time to play hero, and his sympathy for Roid had fallen. The knight reached for his sword as soon as he realized that he would have to fight the Titan on his own. All he told the young master was that he would return to him once he had finished rescuing the people of Cremo. Roid continued to yell at him to stop and didn't even think about it. This was a crazy idea and he would definitely die. His words made absolutely no sense. Gabriel made his choice and pushed off from the side, making a leap towards the Mega Titan. He chose a very original method of moving across the sea, riding the waves using his sword as a surfboard. To increase his speed, the young man used the blast wave skill on his weapon. It seemed he had learned resourcefulness from his lord. Gabriel rushed towards his goal, knowing no more doubts. He always had a heightened sense of justice. Meanwhile, Count Cremo took his place on the observation tower and gave the order to test the combat power of the cannons. He gave the command fire and the cannonballs flew at the Titan Giga. It was like peas hitting a dog. The monster's armor was so strong that all the cannonballs simply bounced off it without causing the slightest damage. The knights and soldiers' jaws dropped as they realized that their mightiest weapons had not caused the creature a single scratch. Even worse, they had angered the Mega Titan, and now his eyes showed a clear intent to kill these annoying humans. The monster loomed over the city, threatening to leave not a single stone unturned. Two streams of air and icy water were moving towards him, but someone could still oppose the Titan Giga with their skills. The monster fought off these streams without any particular problems, blowing away one of the city towers and a couple of roofs. His eyes blazed with fire, showing that the intent to kill had not disappeared, but had only grown stronger. The roar of the Titan Giga echoed throughout the city of Cremo, and every single inhabitant of this settlement turned cold with horror. The monster stared at the fragments of the mermaid statue, and his rage grew even stronger at the sight of his sworn enemy. The Mega Titan rushed straight towards them with the intention of killing and completely destroying everyone in his path. People scattered in terror, trying to save their lives. Many saw the fantastic creature for the first time. Even the famous knight of Count Crema took to his heels, but tripped over a piece of sculpture and fell onto the pavement. Gabriel made it literally at the last moment. The knight finished his flight on the wave with an incredible jump. He strengthened the blade with a spell of explosive power, and now it was like a punishing beam of flame. It seemed impossible to resist such an attack, but the monster's defense turned out to be very good, and although the knight saved his colleague, he was still far from defeating the monster. Time became an advantage. Now Ginnivan could easily hide in a safe place. But Gabriel flew back as he fell, unable to believe that his signature technique hadn't worked, and the Titan had remained practically unharmed. The monster continued to move forward, crushing and breaking everything in its path like a huge bulldozer. It constantly opened its mouth and screamed one single word that it was going to kill everyone and everything. Gabriel landed on his feet and in 2 counts was in the path of the Titan Giga, his sword ready to engage in another confrontation. The claw quickly rushed towards Azrahan. The Mega Titan's speed on land was no worse than in water. If the knight had not jumped back in time, then this day would have definitely been the last in his life. The monster rushed forward, intending to correct his unfortunate mistake and still destroy the enemy. Gabriel made another incredible leap, and a veritable dome of water rose up behind him. The young man thrust his sword forward to somehow defend himself, but he understood perfectly well that he simply could not hold back such a monster. The very next moment he was flying backwards and thinking only about where he would land and whether he would land alive. The knight landed in some kind of glass display case. It was a relatively lucky fall, because the hero was practically unharmed. The height was not great, and Gabriel fell to the ground, having the opportunity to quickly get to his feet. It didn't work on the first try, but the knight tried again, using his blade as a support. The Mega Titan was approaching. It seemed to have grown even larger during the battle. Its eyes were burning with fire. Gabriel thought it was great that the monster had taken the bait. Now all its attention was focused on him. He decided to distract the monster until all the townspeople had time to evacuate. He had no chance of defeating the Titan Giga. Meanwhile, Roid, on his desk, was desperately rowing away from the city of Cremo, not even bothering to look back to see what was happening there. The guy convinced himself that it was okay to run away in this situation. All his experience points were going towards construction, and besides, he was far from the main character of the novel. He rode with the thought that he was also a human being, and also did not like it when cities were destroyed and people died, but what could be done about it? After this remark to himself, the young man sighed loudly and stopped rowing. It seemed he was not as much of a scoundrel as he wanted to portray himself as. Kim Soo-ho looked ahead with an unseeing gaze. He remembered everything that had happened in the history of mankind, wars and cataclysms. He felt completely uneasy. If he escaped like this, the city would definitely be destroyed. Roid decided that he simply couldn't let that happen. The hero clenched his teeth, cursing himself for being too soft-tempered, and decided to go back. Having unfolded his improvised raft, the young man shouted at the top of his lungs, giving the command to Belle and the other pets to return. To match the speed with the moment, Roid decided to use the volcanic eruption skill, not caring that there would be no payment for this work. Baron Frontera's eldest son rode on the back of the now enormous pink cutie, screaming that the lobster bastard would pay for messing with him. Gabriel was also screaming at the top of his lungs at that moment to get the Titan's attention, but the longer the confrontation dragged on, the less effective this trick became. The Mega Titan was starting to lose interest. All he wanted was to kill the annoying little man and continue destroying the city. He lashed out with his huge claws at where Gabriel was. The warrior jumped out at the last second and swung his sword, even though he knew he couldn't penetrate the armor. Suddenly it dawned on the hero. He thought that the most vulnerable spot of any living creature is the eyes. The attack did not take long to come. After empowering his sword with Blast Wave, the knight landed on the Titan Giga's head to destroy its vision organs. There were 3 of them on each side, but Gabriel couldn't even pierce the first eye. He didn't understand why. The huge monster rose into the air to knock the guy down and finish the job with a claw strike. The first time, Gabriel jumped and dodged the mustache's swing, jumping over it, but it was clear that the Titan would not stop there. At this time, Roid launched Hippo into the air, reminding him that it would take one but very powerful hit. The speed was so high that it was impossible to even track the trajectory of the throw. Behemoth hit the Titan right on the head. Considering its mass, this was a weighty argument in the fight. Having knocked down the monster and stunning it, the hippopotamus, like a huge ball, simply bounced to the side so as not to expose itself to danger. Before landing, he released a powerful jet of water to shrink back to his normal size. Having become tiny again, Ippo landed right on the top of our hero's head, who was trying to assess the result of this impromptu attack. Roid, the lobster, didn't hear the guy's words at all. He stood up and continued his progress through the city. But let's not forget about Gabriel. He rushed into battle again, swinging his sword with all his might. Hoping that the flame enhancement would work this time, the knight set out to cut off the claw of the Titan Giga. The blow had incredible power, but this time the result was unenviable. Azrahan had not experienced such disappointment in a long time. He became increasingly covered in beads of sticky sweat, trying to think of a way to somehow harm the creature. Meanwhile, the Mega Titan sharpened his beak to finish Gabriel off, aiming straight at the young man's face. The knight tried to find an area for an effective attack. The chances of winning were practically 0, but he continued to remain surprisingly calm. In fact, what gave him determination was the fact that Roid had returned. It significantly increased their strength. About 2 hours ago, Roid was riding on a podong towards his destination, trying his best to make it on time. With huge leaps, the pet with the young gentleman on its back moved from one snow-covered roof of the house to another. He ordered the hamster not to get too close to the Titan so that it wouldn't notice him. It was too dangerous. The hero wanted to watch Gabriel's battle with the monster in order to find the creature's weak spot. Not a single blow of the knight went unnoticed by him. Not a single gesture of his went unnoticed by Roid. He was painfully upset that all his comrades' efforts were ending in failure, because sooner or later, Gabriel would simply run out of strength. Roid couldn't understand why the Titan was so strong and what his impenetrable armor was made of. At this point, the guy raised an eyebrow, an interesting idea having occurred to him as he thought about the possible material. Without stopping the podong, Roid activated one of his most useful skills, Dimension, to scan the Titan. The monster was so huge that the first time it had to be done in parts, choosing a brain area first. Then it became possible to analyze the monster as a whole, giving priority to armor and possible weak points. This was already a success. Roid thought that he was able to measure and study any living creature, no matter how terrible and powerful it was. Now it became clear that the lobster's shell contained a layer of ivory about a meter thick. The triple cellular structure overlapped at the molecular level, making the enemy completely invulnerable. It was woven so tightly that it turned the entire surface of the titanium into a kind of bulletproof suit. Therefore, no matter how hard Gabriel tried, he had absolutely no chance of causing even a scratch on the Titan Giga. But the knight now had the opportunity to practice various types of explosions, which can be considered excellent training. While continuing to scan their enemy and the knight's attempts to fight him, the young man noticed something interesting. The monster accumulated all the energy from the impact of the explosions in one place, as if accumulating it. It was in the area of the Mega Titan's horn, which means that if you empty this horn and rid the creature of its accumulated energy, it will weaken. Roid began to calculate a plan of action, and the first thing it included was the need to get rid of the horn. The young man used the simulation mode and discovered a weak spot. There was a water pocket there. If he hit it, there was a chance of success. The main task now was not to miss and choose the right angle to catch the joint between the armor plates. Roid shouted at the top of his lungs that they could handle the Giga Titan. Gabriel asked in a hopeful voice what he should do. The guy, in order not to reveal his cards to the monster either, began to show the horn with gestures. It was quite a charade. Roid then used his other hand to indicate where the weak spot was, where the knight should attack. Gabriel looked at the pantomime that our hero was putting on and assumed that he had gone mad, nothing less. Baron Frontera's eldest son realized that his explanations weren't getting through and simply yelled that the monster's horn needed to be cut off. Gabriel, distracted by this conversation, did not notice that the Mega Titan had come very close and was already raising its claw to strike. Azrahan managed to jump back, but began to curse himself for being tired and gradually losing his vigilance. He pushed off the ground with all his might and described an arc over the monster to land on its head. The Titan began to swing its claws even more vigorously, and Gabriel thought that trying to cut off the horn could be fatal. And yet he continued to climb higher little by little to complete the task. They had no other options anyway. The knight slowly climbed up the armor, using his sword to help him maintain his balance. When the plane became horizontal, the warrior took a running start to move at maximum speed. Roid yelled that cutting off the horn wouldn't be easy, but the mana rings weren't just about the heart, so let him use the technique. Approaching the base of the horn, Gabriel asked what exactly he should do now. The right place was almost reached. He raised his sword to strike, even though he was weak. He was fast, which was his main advantage in this case. Gabriel chopped at the horn. This time the blade managed to pierce the armor. The knight shouted that it would indeed be difficult, but everything was possible. He used Azrahan's technique, and the rings of mana began to intertwine with each other, illuminating everything around with a pleasant blue glow. The knight gathered all this energy into his blade and made another blow, accompanying it with a loud cry. Roid clenched his fist in joy. Their idea worked. It was a real mana saw. All that was left was to continue. He shouted that he had no doubt that Gabriel could do anything, although at first it was all just a theory without confirmation. The knight's blade bit deeper and deeper into the horn, and the monster began to experience unbearable pain, something that had never happened to him before. He tried to reach the enemy and sweep him down with his claw, but he was physically unable to do so due to the location the man had chosen. Still, the Titan did not give up, so Roid gave the command to the podong to intervene to protect the knight. The animal curled up into a ball and had to strike at the claws to give Gabriel more time. The knight worked his sword like a chainsaw, drawing more and more mana from the surrounding space to the blade. It wasn't easy, but he still managed to do the impossible and cut off the horn of the Titan Gyges. Gabriel jumped down, fearing that the enraged monster would destroy him in a few seconds. The fragments of the horn also fell down, proving that if Roid decided to fight, he would not retreat until he achieved his goal. Our hero watched as the water slowly poured out, meaning the vulnerable spot had become accessible. The guy shouted to Gabriel that now he needed to strike right in the center, then the result would be much better. It is advisable to move in the direction from the tail to the head. This will help to gain a little extra time. The knight prepared to follow the young gentleman's advice. He had already realized that he was almost never wrong and gave sound advice. Roid yelled that he should choose the place of impact, focusing on the line running along the belly of the Titan Giga. Azrahan looked in the indicated direction. He felt a little uneasy about deciding to confront such a powerful opponent. Finally, he found the joint between the plates where he needed to start. Now, he had to make another incredible jump. Gabriel took a fighting stance, calculating the necessary trajectory. He was extremely focused. Meanwhile, the monster did not stand still. The lobster also jumped, destroying a couple of nearby houses. Upon landing, he fell straight onto the knight, only the sword clanging onto the pavement. The guy himself was nowhere to be seen. Roid's expression changed. He had never experienced such fear in his life as the hero of a novel. In fact, what happened was not quite what it looked like from the outside, so let's take a closer look. The knight was preparing to rip open the creature's belly. He had already practically made the jump, wishing his enemy a quick death. All that remained was to strike. Gabriel moved at maximum speed and reached his target faster than the Titan decided to jump too. Then the podong rushed forward. If he wanted, the hamster could also be as fast as a mountain river. It was a rescue plan that was devised immediately after the measurements were taken. I wonder how the hamster managed to find out about it. He grabbed Gabriel and saved him at the last moment. When the Mega Titan fell to the ground, the monster and the knight jumped out on the other side of it. Roid couldn't see it. Having stopped at a safe distance, the podong finally unclenched its jaws and restored Azrahan's ability to move independently. Noticing this, our hero was delighted and began to praise his nimble and smart pet at the top of his voice. He started making noise and trying to explain something to Gabriel, but the knight sighed that he didn't understand anything at all. The novel's protagonist raised his sword and assumed that the hamster was scolding him for his recklessness. But let him understand one thing. The knight intends to stand until victory and deal with the Titan Giga at all costs. He believes in Mr. Roid's plan and that he has come up with a really working way to destroy the monster. Meanwhile, the young man thought that he had made a decision in a hurry and had put the life of his faithful comrade at risk. Watching the monster continue to destroy houses, the guy thought that one way or another they simply had to finish it off. Baron Frontera's eldest son decided that if there were problems with this, he was ready to come up with and implement another plan. Meanwhile, the podong continued to be near Gabriel, the earth shaking from the giant lobster's advance through the city. The little animal decided to return to its master so that the young people would not have to shout at each other. Roid informed him that it was time to go to the place he had spoken about before, and the hamster nodded happily. Hero informed Gabriel that the Titan had recognized him as a threat and that they needed to lure him out of the city into the forest. Racing towards the thicket on the back of his furry pet, Frontera thought that they had managed to buy a little time and that this should be enough. Now all hope was on Count Cremo and the fact that the ruler would not sit idly by, but would follow the advice of our hero. 15 minutes earlier, Cremo had watched from the ship as the Titan Giga crawled onto the shore where his domain was located. He still couldn't understand why the statue, which was supposed to scare away the monster, attracted and angered him. Ginnivan bowed and asked the Lord for forgiveness for not sensing the threat, but he noted that he, the Count, was the only one to blame. His biggest mistake was believing that some sculpture would help get rid of a monster, and not just any monster, but the powerful Titan Giga. Just at that moment, Roid appeared riding on Bell and explained that everything was exactly as it was. The monster was chasing the mermaid statue. The ruler was glad that the hero was alive, and he announced that he was going to use the Titan's obsession with the mermaid against him. The guy explained that he and Gabriel would try to buy some time, but Cremo would have to work hard for them to win, and the man agreed. Sometime later, Gabriel was busy luring the Mega Titan into the forest away from the city, and the monster took the bait. The knight barely had time to jump out from under his claws, which furiously fell on the ground with enormous force. He was already exhausted to the limit, and the Titan did not stop pounding the ground, trying to turn the young man into a pancake. The novel's protagonist was forced to perform miracles of balancing. He had no intention of deviating from Roid's preliminary plan. Little by little, the monster moved further and further from the city, but this cost the knight a lot of effort. To relieve the tension, he showered the Mega Titan with the most sophisticated curses and the choicest insults. It worked, but not as well as one might have hoped. Azrahan was already at the limit of his abilities. After another approach, he rushed forward again, reminding himself that the most important thing now was to save the city of Cremo and its inhabitants. The lobster followed Gabriel at a gallop, and in a little while they would arrive at the place that Baron Frontera's eldest son had mentioned. The knight ran with all his might. He knew that the young master would not let him down. He had to fulfill the mission that he had entrusted to him, even at the cost of his life. Azrahan thought back to all the years of long and hard training and running, and thought that you never know what might come in handy. He continued to shower the Titan with curses, as if this gave him strength and confidence that everything would work out. Roid shouted at the top of his lungs that they were ready, and the monster was approaching, just a few meters left. Gabriel froze. He understood exactly what his lord's plan was, and it amazed him, as always when our hero showed resourcefulness. The wheels of the cart were spinning at a breakneck speed. It flew forward, harnessed to a pleased-looking horse with its owner on its back. When the monster saw what was happening, his eyes lit up with flames again, and in his brain only the desire to kill pulsated. He saw his sworn enemy, the mermaid, again, and that was enough to drive the monster wild. Roid laughed, enjoying the effect produced. He was glad that Count Cremo had not let him down and had carried out his instructions. Gabriel's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked that next time he be told the entire plan in detail so that there would be no such surprises. Ropes were tied to the limbs of the sculpture, and workers pulled them, creating the appearance that the mermaid was alive. Podong rushed forward like a meteor. Now the Titan Giga was sure that his sworn enemies were attacking him. He had not yet begun to be afraid, but he was already close to launching an attack immediately, no matter the cost. The monster let out such a deafening roar that the trees swayed and the walls of the houses behind shook. Roid was happy. They did everything exactly as he asked, and what's more, the monster fell for the trick. Count Cremo turned out to be a man you could trust with your life, and the workers did their job even better and faster than could have been expected. The guy shouted, turning to Gabriel, that now he and the Podong would increase the gap and let the knight attack. It couldn't be said that Azrahan was very happy about this order. He was still a little shocked by the scale of the action that the young lord had managed to pull off. Roid, riding on a Podong, rushed past, shouting that this would never happen again, and the knight rushed towards the monster. Titan Giga also did not stand still. He was trying to catch up with the mermaid, who appeared again out of nowhere. To provoke him, Frontera whistled and shouted, causing his pet to turn the cart around and shaking the sculpture. The Titan practically reared up, preparing to attack, and the giant hamster's eyes widened in fear so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. Gabriel, with his sword like an arrow, rushed towards the enemy in order to get to the most vulnerable spot unnoticed. When the knight found himself directly under the Mega Titan's belly, he jumped up to reach his target. The sword was raised, fingers tightly gripped the armor plates to push them apart a little. Soon it would all be over. He used a skill that transfers all of his mana into a sword strike, which results in complete exhaustion, but the attack power is incredible. The power was indeed enough to pierce the Titan's shell, and everything around was filled with blinding light. Debris flew in all directions. The Mega Titan himself also fell, but it was unclear whether he was completely defeated or simply wounded. Roid was frightened by this sight. He was very worried about Azrahan and about the fate of the city as well. The enormous Titan Giga lay in the middle of the forest, smoke from the explosion caused by the night rising from his back. Gabriel was safe and relatively unharmed, but he, too, had not yet fully recovered from everything that had happened. The monster shook the hero off itself, and as he fell, he noticed that he had only managed to pierce the protective shell without even damaging the muscles, while using almost all his strength. The young man was horrified to realize that the real fight with the Titan had not even begun yet. He flew down and reproached himself for not trying hard enough, for not being able to protect the people who believed in him. Suddenly, Gabriel heard the voice of the young gentleman, who joyfully announced that the knight had succeeded. The guy shouted that he would now take charge of everything else, because the main thing was that the shell was broken. Roid raced forward on the padong, holding his deadly shovel out in front of him like a makeshift spear. Gabriel had not yet reached the ground when he was replaced by our brave hero, who simply could not help but do so. The knight's consciousness gradually became clouded because he had spent absolutely all of his mana on that very blow. Azrakan's last thought was that he could rest in peace. He could even hear Roid scream, as if through cotton wool. With his brain practically out of control, Gabriel tried to figure out why the Baron's eldest son was insisting that he had succeeded. Podong turned into a huge ball again and, like a projectile, rushed straight towards the disgusting monster, which had now become vulnerable. Meanwhile, Ippo put his soft side under him and, like a giant pillow, caught the knight, preventing him from getting hurt. Roid gave orders to his bodyguard to rest while they defended the city of Cremo. The army was already ready. Our hero caught himself thinking that right now he was running and screaming, instilling confidence in others that they could handle it, but he himself was far from sure of it. Even if we manage to take the Mega Titan away from the city and finish him off, there is absolutely no guarantee that others will not come to avenge their slain brother. It is also worth remembering that this type of monsters has intelligence. They can manipulate mana and are capable of many things. Roid ordered the podong to stop, considering the speed the hamster had reached. It was not so easy to do this instantly. As soon as the animal froze, its owner gave the command to jump. This was a particularly important moment, and the monster mobilized. He braked with all four paws and sat on his bottom, becoming a huge springboard for Baron Frontera's eldest son. Our hero gathered all his strength into a fist. He never gave up in the face of difficulties. Such willpower could only be envied. Roid pushed off and jumped, trying to hit the place where the shell was broken with the shovel. It was a real leap of faith. He thought the most obvious thing he could do now was to rip the Titan's belly open, but he had no idea if that was actually possible. Before, when he decided to save the city and join the attack, for some reason there were no doubts, but now they suddenly appeared. Then he was ready to destroy the Mega Titan with an explosion and, if necessary, repeat the attempt several times. Triple mana rings were needed for the explosion, but now he was only capable of double ones, so he decided to raise the skill. The guy spent almost all of his experience points on this. Fate, to put it mildly, had not prepared him for this, but there was no turning back. With each new level of technology, the price became higher and higher, and it was very difficult for Roid to spend points. He literally broke out in a sweat, but not from fear, but from greed. As we remember, the young man's main dream was a comfortable old age. Roid raised and raised Azrahan's technique skill until he only had a measly 300 points left, which was beyond his patience. Now he was hanging, his hand clinging to the edge of the shell that Gabriel had pierced, and he couldn't understand why he had gotten himself into all this. Meanwhile, the knight himself was lying in a soft ottoman, which was actually Ippo, and he was no longer worried about anything at all. The young gentleman decided that the main thing was to start, and if he could inflict even a small wound, he would hammer at it until he was exhausted. Gabriel didn't see it, but his level of sympathy towards the hero increased, and the degree of kinship rose by 5 notches. Seeing the message about this, Roid gained maximum determination to carry out his plan as quickly as possible. But he was waiting for another message from the system, that he was now able to create triple mana rings. When the level was reached, the 2 luminous arcs in the night sky began to vibrate faintly and shine brighter. With a ringing sound, a new spark flared up next to them. It seemed that the process went exactly as it should. A barely noticeable black heart appeared between the first 2 rings, and now the third one began to glow along with them. A message appeared that the mana had been increased by 500 times, and Roid prepared to strike with his shovel. Now it was burning with fire like Gabriel's sword. 1 ring should protect the young man's heart. The Titan struck the nearest rock with his claw. The impact shattered the stone into pieces, and the resulting explosion scattered the debris in all directions. Roid held his burning weapon with both hands and tried to remember what the other 2 mana rings were responsible for when the meta-explosion was formed. He didn't take into account the fact that there were circumstances that he couldn't influence. For example, chance. One of the stones was flying straight at the guy. And he didn't hit just anywhere, but right on our hero's head. He didn't even try to dodge, as he was mentally busy solving another problem. Blood gushed from his temple, but Roid was still trying to achieve the desired effect from Azrahan's mana heart technique. He continued to hang on the edge of the shell, trying to remember what to do with the 2 remaining rings, his thoughts confused from the impact. The young man's consciousness almost left him, but somehow he managed to find the strength to try using the skill again. The first stream of mana rushed upward to become the very ring that protected the hero's heart. Now the second flash was racing across the sky. The guy followed it with difficulty, his eyelids gradually lowering. Now 3 streams of mana rushed towards each other to become rings. Roid really hoped that he would be able to complete the matter. When the stream of fire from the shovel increased several times, the eldest son of Baron Frontera realized that the right moment had come. He let go of his hand and intended to hit the shovel into the crack in the shell of the Titan Giga that Gabriel had made. The hero didn't fall because the flow of energy was already carrying him straight to the target. A meta-explosion was about to occur. And it did strike, although Roid himself didn't know about it, because as soon as he completed the assigned task, he switched off. The Mega Titan was defeated. Pieces of his armor flew in all directions. Everything was on fire, and it was impossible to understand what the outcome would be. The impact threw the monster into the air quite high. The Titan rose above the trees and now rapidly dived down. He screamed and burned. Columns of flame burst from his mouth. New explosions followed one after another. Eventually, the monster split into several pieces, which simply collapsed, with no life left in them. The city's residents watched what was happening. They had never seen anything like it, and they really hoped that they would never see it again. The defeated Titan Giga was a good reminder that not everything in this life is predictable. The smoke continued to rise towards the moon, which was still shining in the sky, and Podong, Hippo, and Bell had returned to their normal sizes. The animals began to wake Gabriel, because they understood that without his help, they would not be able to save Roid. The knight slowly opened his eyelids. The monsters continued to say something to him and tug at his cheeks. He sat up and was pleased to see that all the kids were safe, which alone gave him confidence that everything was okay. Only now did it dawn on Azrahan that his young master's monsters were seriously alarmed. He saw the defeated Titan Giga and thought that pets and their master knew how to answer for their words, but how the hell they managed to defeat the monster, he did not understand. Podong continued to persistently call the knight, indicating that he should go with him towards the monster. All 3 monsters rushed forward. Azrahan barely kept up with them, having to support his injured arm. Roid was lying on the ground, having let go of the shovel. That was where Podong, Hippo, and Bell were calling Gabriel so pitifully. The face of the novel's protagonist turned to stone with horror. He remembered the promise he had given to his lord before leaving. The young man's head was covered in blood, his eyes were wide open, his face was emotionless and deathly pale. The knight rushed towards him with a cry. his heart breaking with pain and guilt for not protecting the Baron's son. Gabriel put his ear to the boy's chest, trying to hear a pulse or breathing, but he was too worried to concentrate. Azrakhan listened for a second, 2, 3, but his consciousness was in no hurry to make the right conclusion. Finally, he stopped this useless exercise, forcing himself to believe that it was true. Roid's heart stopped. The snow-white dove had to travel a very long and difficult path before reaching Baron Frontera's castle. Since it was winter, the bird had to overcome enormous difficulties to deliver the message to the ruler. When the pigeon saw the recipient's window, he experienced an incomparable relief, but Arcos, noticing it, became seriously worried. The dove knocked on the glass with its beak and Frontera stopped writing, his heart foreboding trouble. The postman, wearing a protective capsule on his chest, proudly reported that he had fulfilled his sender's order. Having examined the signature, the Baron realized that this message came from Count Cremo, and now he was even more worried than before. When the man began to read, he experienced all possible torments. Sweat streamed down his face, and he had to blink almost every second. Less than 5 minutes had passed before the man was about to saddle his horse to race to the city of Cremo. He jumped on it and rushed forward at full speed, completely forgetting even about warm clothes and provisions. The horse was good and obediently covered 1 mile after another, carrying his master away from his rightful territory. Arcos Frontera urged the animal on relentlessly, cursing himself for not being strict enough with his son when it came to safety. Here the Baron was called by his wife, Marvea, and the night buyer. They managed to catch up with him with difficulty. The woman began to reproach her husband for the lack of a plan of action. Marvea reminded him that even if they went without stopping, the journey was long, and Arcos replied that this was precisely why he would go alone with the knight. The woman looked reproachfully at her husband and reminded him that she rode much better than him, and besides, he had promised. They rushed forward, and the Baron kept thinking about the letter, which reported that Roid had brilliantly completed the construction, but then the city came under attack. In Arcos's mind, the phrase was pounding, about how, at a critical moment, the eldest son of Baron Frontera and the valiant knight Gabriel Azrakhan sacrificed themselves to save Cremo. Roid ended up in a coma, and his father, trudging through a snowstorm, couldn't believe that just when his son became a normal person, he had lost him. Cremo wrote that he was very much looking forward to meeting the parents of this extraordinary man, which is why he sent the letter. Frontera began to remember how wonderful his son had been lately, asking his permission, even though he had never done so before. He was confident and hard-working, achieving his goals and instilling optimism in those around him, inspiring them with hope. He expressed his respect to the Baron and did it so naturally that it did not irritate him at all. The Baron urged his horse forward, his heart broken. Now Arcos realized how much more confident his son had made him, a son who had changed so much himself. Suddenly, a small detachment of 3 horsemen heard an unpleasant crunching sound in the snow ahead, as if clawed paws were creeping towards them. They stopped and began to peer into the storm. Visibility was indeed very limited, but the sound was getting closer. Finally, a monster appeared ahead, somewhat resembling a huge wolf, and it was about to attack. Baron Frontera tried to make the horse turn around, but the animal was too frightened and did not obey. Knight Bayern jumped off his horse. He had sworn an oath to the Lord and was determined to fulfill it, even at the cost of his life. The man said that they could not win this battle, but he could buy enough time for the Baron and his wife to escape and find another way to Cremo. Arcos tried to object, but Bayern shouted that there were no other options. These creatures were so fast that they would rip his head off as soon as he turned away. The creature rushed forward. The last thing the knight managed to shout were words of encouragement to his master and a warning not to hesitate for a second. The huge clawed paw made its first strike, and it was a very powerful and strong blow. Bayern managed to block it with his sword. Sparks flew in all directions, and the man himself was thrown back a little. Baron Frontera asked the faithful knight for forgiveness and thanked him. He still hoped to meet in Cremo. The monster did not wait for Frontera to finish speaking. It again attacked the man who could only oppose it with a sword and a brave heart. Byron was calm, realizing that his chances of survival were slim, so let his death not be in vain. Suddenly, a stream of energy rushed right in front of his face. The monster waved its huge paw. The knight's sword broke into two useless pieces from the blow, as if it were not steel, but wooden, a toy. Now he stood before the monster, practically unarmed, but there was no fear in Byron's eyes. He was fulfilling his duty of honor. The wolfhound's mouth opened and its teeth sank into the man's shoulder. Apparently this was the end for him. But a knight is a knight. He always has a backup plan. Byron took out his dagger at such a close distance it was the only option. Gathering all his strength, the man intended to thrust the blade straight into the monster's eye, really hoping to reach its brain. His hand trembled and he fell into the mouth, but that wasn't so bad either, and gave him the opportunity to free his other hand. The man was not going to give up and tried to deal with the monster with all the means available to him at that moment. The wolf's jaws proved more powerful than the steel of the blade, and the dagger suffered the same fate as its predecessor, the sword. Byron screamed terribly. A little more and his arm would have been simply gnawed out of the shoulder joint. Help came unexpectedly. Baron Frontera returned. He was unable to escape, leaving his knight to be torn to pieces. Arcos had now become much more fearless and self-confident, so he pierced the monster with his sword, never having done anything like that before. His brave wife, Marvea, was also there, ready with her short sword in case her husband did not recover. The woman pinned the beast's paw to protect everyone from its claws because the wolf was not yet completely dead. He reared up, but these were death throes. All three people froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The monster tried to get rid of the sword that had pierced him through, but every turn made the wounds more serious. Finally, the monster lost its strength and simply collapsed to the ground. It seemed that this was the end. At least, that's how it seemed. The ghoul lay in the snow, stains of his pink blood spreading around him, and Baron Frontera and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Arcos helped Byron up, who muttered that he was ashamed that the knight had failed to protect his master. The Baron reminded the man that, in addition to this, he was his feudal lord, and a feudal lord must be responsible for himself, his lands, and his people. Then Arcos's wife called out to them. He asked if she was okay, but there was no answer. The man looked back. What he saw turned Baron Frontera's whole world upside down. He hadn't even had time to enjoy his own courage before he regretted giving in to the urge to return. A whole pack of ferocious wolf-like monsters emerged from the blizzard, determined to get revenge for the death of their comrade. Knight Byron rose and walked towards the monster to take his lord's sword and protect him, at least to try. The blade was intact. It was a very good weapon, of which there are few. With such a weapon in hand, there was a chance to at least buy a little time. Blood continued to spurt from the man's injured arm, but he was determined to fight for his life and his master. The monsters didn't hesitate and rushed into the attack all at once, which significantly worsened the situation for the people. They prepared for death. The knight took a few steps forward to be the first to meet the clawed paws and sharp teeth of the monsters. The Baron hugged his wife. Marvea was a strong woman, but now she could not hold back her tears and clung to her husband. Gabriel Azrahan walked through the forest through the snowstorm, while he did not know what was happening nearby, and was completely calm. Suddenly the young man heard voices, and then the roar of monsters. Without a second's hesitation, he jumped forward and pulled out his sword. The monsters stopped and looked back, feeling in their skin that the real enemy was behind them. They didn't have to think long. The first head had already separated from the body and was flying to the side. Others were next in line. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them at all. Everything happened instantly. Gabriel advanced towards his lord, making light waves with his hand, and one by one, the wolves ceased to exist. A moment later, the knight was already returning his blade to its sheath. It seemed as if he had not even been tired or soiled by the battle. He turned towards the Frontera 7 and his superior, and explained that he had set out from the city of Cremo to meet them. In a completely even tone, Azrakhan clarified whether everything was all right. It seemed he didn't even realize that if he were a couple of minutes late, everything would have ended in tragedy. Byron looked at the hero with wide eyes. Gabriel had never been so fast and skilled. The man knew that he had started working with mana and magic, but he was not so strong. He wondered what exactly made the knight such a good warrior. The best of the best, for that matter. Azrahan went to the Baron to talk about what had happened. The corpses of defeated monsters lay in the snow. All that interested Arcos Frontera was the condition of his son. He even forgot to thank dear Gabriel for saving him. Marvea was also very worried. Sighing, the novel's protagonist made it clear that he was not offended by his lord and his wife, but he had no good news for them. After thinking about it, he honestly admitted that he didn't know whether Roid was still alive or not. The young man's voice trembled slightly. Gabriel began by describing how our hero defeated the massive Titan Giga and details about the monster. He then told about the state he found Roid in after that battle. His first thought was that he was dead. And yet hope glimmered in the knight's heart. He understood how many people would suffer if his guess was correct. After all, the death of the young master meant that their city would again fall into decline, and the land would be wasted due to debts. Gabriel then took the young man's hand, clinging to the warmth it still retained at that moment. The knight really didn't want his newly acquired house to become deserted and ruined. Yes, he was thinking not about the guy, but about himself. The monster gradually cooled down, and Roid's hand, which Azrahan was squeezing, grew colder too. It was necessary to act. Suddenly, the knight felt a weak pulse. At first he thought it was a hallucination, but after a couple of minutes he was convinced that the hero's heart was beating again, albeit weakly. Considering that the heart had stopped before, this was a very good sign, even considering that Baron Frontera's eldest son never regained consciousness. The fact that he was breathing, albeit weakly, made Gabriel quickly pull himself together. Hope had not yet been completely lost. But it was necessary to understand whether it was possible to transport Roid in this state, or whether it would be better to call healers to the battlefield. There was something else strange that the knight had simply not noticed before, but now what he saw struck him to the depths of his soul. These were the triple mana rings from Azrahan's mana heart technique that Roid had used, and they were still spinning, apparently keeping him alive. Gabriel tried to listen to the young man's pulse again, and confirmed that it was indeed the mana that had given him a chance. The knight looked at the remains of the Mega-Titan, remembered the triple explosion, and only now understood how he met his end. The protagonist looked closely at Roid lying in front of him and thought that he had no idea who he was. Baron Frontera, accompanied by Azrahan, quickly reached the port of the trading city of Cremo, where something had changed recently. People were busy repairing the houses destroyed by the monster, but they were already happy to be alive. However, there were also those who buried their relatives and friends under the rubble, but there were literally only a few of them. The Frontera family, accompanied by knights, made their way down the street to the Count's house. Roid was there under the supervision of doctors, but without much success on their part. Arcos remarked that it was very frightening that two young people had stood up to the monster that had destroyed so many houses. Gabriel, without turning around, said that he had nothing to do with it. The victory over the Giga Titan was entirely Roid's doing. He was the only one who could do anything to oppose the monster, which he did, using incredible strength. The parents' faces showed that they would be proud of their son if they could believe what they heard. Two gentlemen followed them, and they said that they were heading to the Count's estate since they had already finished the main work there. The man stated that if it weren't for Roid Frontera, he would have frozen to death in the icy water. The father of the said hero looked back. It was hard for him to imagine how many people the boy had saved before he reached the monster he had to fight. The second man said that he couldn't even move, thinking that he was about to die under the ruins of the house. His companion also told how he expected death, but salvation came. Roid, riding on the podong, ordered Bell to clear away the rubble, absorbing the debris carefully so as not to injure anyone. In this way, it was possible to carefully extract everyone who was there from under the rubble. The little monster worked better than any rescuers. Women nearby were whispering that the fire had started because of some fragments of the statue, and that any more, and the entire city could have simply burned to the ground. Suddenly, a giant behemoth appeared and extinguished the fires with volleys of fire from its mouth, apparently summoned by young Master Frontera. As they walked down the street, the boy's parents couldn't even imagine how many people were now in his debt. A huge crowd of people gathered in the square near Count Cremo's palace, wanting to express their gratitude and respect to Roid. They all froze in prayer. There were children here, grateful to the hero for saving their fathers and mothers. There were men whose families survived and those who owed their lives to the young man. Mothers, fathers, wives and sons, grandmothers and grandchildren, they all came here out of a feeling of sincere gratitude to Roid Frontera. They merged in one single desire, in one single prayer, that their savior would come to consciousness and open his eyes. Suddenly the crowd was cut by an angry and indignant cry that people had probably gone completely crazy. Some disheveled youth yelled that if Roid hadn't installed that statue, nothing bad would have happened at all. No good story usually goes by without such an impudent fellow, and this time the scoundrel was right there. At first, people just turned around to look at the idiot who dared to open his mouth and say something like that. Then some people started whispering that there was some logic to this judgment, and that it was necessary to immediately stop the gossip. So, the assembled group didn't waste any time playing niceties, but simply threw the idiot to the ground and started kicking him to teach him a lesson. The triple mana ring supported Roid's heart. He received a message from the system that the city's residents were filled with gratitude and loved him, and his experience points increased. Our hero opened his eyes, or rather, tried to, because doing so after everything that had happened was not so easy. When he succeeded, the sunlight blinded the young man, and he winced. His head ached, all his muscles ached. The messages from the system were impossible to read, or rather Kim Soo-ho read them, but he couldn't understand them yet. His brain was sluggish and sleepy. The guy remembered how recklessly he used Triple Blast. It was strange that after that, he was even alive now. The system replied that if he died, he would not be able to dream, adding that the hero's heart was part of the settings, but he would learn the details later. Now it was better to turn your attention to more important things, for example Gabriel, who stood in the doorway for a while, hesitating to enter. It was clear from the knight's face that he was stunned by the fact that Roid had woken up and was acting completely as if nothing had happened. He looked at the knight and simply said hello, asking how he was doing and why he had come. The next phrase was that it was time to receive a reward for the work done and go home. Azrahan couldn't believe his eyes and ears, but once again he was convinced that he didn't know this man at all. He shook his head and muttered that Roid seemed to be doing much better, then asked how he was feeling. Before he could answer, he heard familiar voices calling his name. It was like auditory hallucinations, and the hero shook his head. When he realized that Arcos and Marvea Frontera had actually entered the room and were rushing towards him, his eyes widened in surprise. They hugged him so tightly that the young man gasped. He was completely unaccustomed to such an ardent expression of feelings. Both cried and said that they were very worried and suffered, not knowing whether their son would wake up, because they loved him very much. The hero beamed. He had never experienced such feelings in this life or the previous one. Receiving love in its purest form, unconditional love, was very pleasant. Soon they all set foot on the royal road of Magenta, for Roid Frontera was summoned to the palace. The fact is that Count Cremo sent a message in which he told about Roid Frontera's victory over the Titan Giga, and it caused a sensation. The manager bowed, not daring to come closer to the one who sat on the royal throne. The woman crossed her legs and remarked that she was very impressed that such a talented young man had come to her lands. She asked her assistant to send a message to the city of Cremo to invite the eldest son of Baron Frontera and the knight accompanying him to the palace. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano decided that she would only believe that what was written was true after a personal meeting. Roid read the system's message that word of his extraordinary heroism and unusual skills had quickly spread throughout the country. For increasing his reputation in society, the guy was awarded an additional 1,500 experience points, which delighted him. He also received an additional skill, Mana Heart, which allowed him to accumulate energy in his heart, which is why the hero felt so good after his coma. Since he now had mana constantly in his heart, it affected his entire life and bodily functions. Roid became serious, thinking that working with a shovel would now be much easier, which surprised even the system itself. He asked about the disregard for physical labor and immediately received a message with an apology. The young man's mana heart was not the result of training, but rather the shock wave from an explosion, which gave him unique abilities. Among other things, this is impact compensation. Even if you fail to protect yourself from the explosion, the damage will be minimized, making Triple Blast safer to use. Roid was immediately delighted, deciding that he would use it in coal mining and that things would go faster than before. Once again, the system laughed at his simplicity, which greatly offended Kim Soo-ho, but he tried not to show it. A message has appeared stating that the Mana Heart needs additional protection because it can explode like an ammunition depot. It's like a barrel of gunpowder. All you have to do is light a match, and everything around will blow up in a matter of seconds. The consequences of such an explosion would be far more catastrophic than one could ever imagine. If you don't protect your heart, you need to prepare to say goodbye to life. Roid noted that last time he didn't know or do anything like this. He didn't have the Mana Heart yet, just an attempt to summon all 3 rings and unite them into one. It was thanks to this that he remained alive. The shockwave simply gave him a new skill, but did not kill him. Roid thought that he had been swinging the shovel so hard that he hadn't even noticed how his mana control was developing. It seemed that sometimes it was useful to just lie in a coma. Then Count Cremo looked in and said that it was time to go, apologizing for keeping them waiting so long. They had to travel in a carriage, and our hero didn't like it too much. He remembered the previous trip. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he would have something to talk about with this interesting character on the road. Roid even licked his lips with impatience. He would need to find out more details about the royal court. Finally, the Count gave the command, and the coachman slowly moved forward, the horses moving at a measured and smooth pace. Baron Frontera's eldest son made himself comfortable by the window, pretending to be very interested in the scenery outside. In fact, this is how it was. Our hero asked the ruler when this road and the building the carriage was passing by were built. Their restoration will now require a lot of funds. Apparently, the question has Count Cremo stumped. He looked at the guy curiously and said that the construction costs could well exceed the monthly budget. Our hero noted with expression that if the Mega Titan had not been killed, this amount could have exceeded the annual budget. Count Cremo began to guess what he was getting at, but remained silent, giving the hero the opportunity to voice what he wanted. He silently looked out the window as if he was not going to continue. The man's nerves gave out, and he menacingly asked why the last phrase was said. Roid folded his hands and thoughtfully stated that the payment he received was nothing compared to the city's annual budget. He continued to pour out that the statue, erected to scare away monsters, attracted them. Who would have thought that this would happen? You can't blame anyone for their choice, because this choice was made by nature itself, but it's still good that everything ended well. While the gloomy Cremo tried to ignore these hints, our hero ended up overhearing the servants' conversation. They believe that sacrificing oneself for the city is worth a lot. It would be good for him to know how valuable the interests of the townspeople are. The ruler muttered through clenched teeth that he would raise the payment by 1.5 times. Roid turned away, as if he had not just been extorting anything, and pretended to be carefully observing the scenery the carriage was passing by. The man angrily asked if the salary increase was sufficient, or if the hero had other wishes. He apologized for the misunderstanding and said that he had not asked for more money, but now he had received an answer to the question that interested him. The lives of the townspeople are only 1.5 times more valuable to their lord, which gives rise to a lot of thought, doesn't it? Cremo sat gloomier than a thundercloud. Now he understood that his companion was not nearly as simple as he was trying to show. Suddenly the carriage braked sharply, as if the coachman had sensed his master's emotions. and his hand trembled. The man announced in an icy tone that he was ready to double the payment for the work done and the heroism shown. Baron Frontera's eldest son showed no emotion at all and did not answer a word, continuing to look away. The Count was already at his limit. His patience was ready to burst at any minute. As we remember, he was not distinguished by a modest disposition. Drenched in sweat, he promised Roid that he would triple the amount of money that had been promised to the young man. In the reflection of the window, it was clear that the guy was jubilant. He had achieved what he wanted without putting in practically any effort. Cremo smiled too. He sighed with relief, thinking that he had gotten off cheaply, if it came to that. But when Roid extended his hand, the man's eyes widened. He hadn't expected anything like this during the trip. Frontera said with a smile that he would spend these funds wisely, investing them in the development of the industry, and he would be happy to consider them a kind of compensation. The Count shook the outstretched hand to seal the deal and thought that this already looked like pure extortion. At the same time, he looked at the hero and did not feel any hatred or other negative emotions towards him. It was a very strange feeling. People on the streets looked in surprise at the Count's carriage passing by. They did not think that the ruler would dare to leave the city at such a moment. But when they spotted Roid inside, they gave the young man a real ovation, joyfully shouting his name. Our hero was flattered. This attitude made him feel euphoric, because in Korea he was a real outcast of society. Cremo reported that special magic balls have even been installed on the podium to amplify the sound. The townspeople are very eager to hear the hero's speech. Frontera was not particularly keen on performing in public, but he agreed because the townspeople were very supportive of it, and his title as a hero obliged him. He went out onto a platform where there was a table with a ball, and people began to greet the young man and thank him for saving him. No one in the county of Cremo had ever received such an ovation, not even the Lord himself. The guy was quite embarrassed. He placed his hand on the ball, preparing to deliver his short but passionate speech, while simultaneously estimating how many people had gathered in the square. The crowd ended somewhere behind the fountain, resembling a living sea of thousands of tiny particles, each of which was actually a person. Roid opened his mouth to begin, but then suddenly thought that if he could get a coin from everyone present, he would definitely become a rich man. Instead of telling about the fight with the monster, our hero, completely unexpectedly for himself, asked whether the city residents had heard of the heating system. This question discouraged almost everyone, from the aristocracy and knights to ordinary workers. Roid looked to one side with his finger raised. No one there responded to his words. Then our hero looked in the other direction, but there was no one there who knew about the underfloor heating system. Then the guy theatrically grabbed his head and announced that he simply had to tell about this incredible technical achievement. He began by saying that now the elderly, those suffering from joint pain and parents of small children, can be freed from the hassle caused by illness. People listened to Roid talk about how long it took to start a fire and how much effort it took to maintain it, which was now completely unnecessary. Suddenly he made a completely brutal face and said that he could offer a universal way to rid themselves of such troubles, saving them an hour of time a day. Or maybe even 2, let them just think how much time can be spent on this in 50 years of life. If someone thinks that this is not a lot, let them just strain their brains and count. It's an eternity. That's why the heating system is the most useful invention of the last 100 years, Count Cremo croaked, realizing what was going on. Roida was carried further and began to demonstrate with his hands how low the quality of life of the city's residents is now, and how it can increase if they install underfloor heating in their homes. This seemed insufficient to the hero, and he raised his hands even higher, showing that there was no limit to perfection, visualizing the level of comfort. The young man then put on a calm face and simply stated that if anyone needed more information about the project, he would be happy to meet them at the Frontera estate. Having said that, that was all. The young man removed his hand from the ball and turned his back to the audience. His speech turned out to be completely different from what Gabriel or Cremo or even ordinary people had imagined, but this did not bother Roid. He said what he wanted. The Count looked at him, and thought that he knew well the reason why he could not hate this scoundrel. It would be too unwise to keep him in the wilderness where the hero comes from. The Frontera estate could become a real goldmine for the kingdom. The chief knight there was appointed to be Mr. Bayern, honest, loyal, hard-working, but there was one nuance. Compared to his diligence and dedication, this man's knightly skills are, to put it mildly, quite average. This could have been a problem, but Roid didn't think so at all. He knew that there were many other, more important aspects. He and Bayern have done a colossal job of distributing human resources. All the fine work will be done by people, including the farming, but the mines will remain in the care of the orcs. Bayern added that he had managed to secure a contract for heating systems from a neighboring community. He was knowledgeable in accounting and promised a final profit of 50% of the costs. He had his own thoughts about waterproofing, but then Baron Frontera's eldest son finally decided to interrupt the night. He asked whether the man had really been handling all the affairs himself, alone, in his absence. Bayern looked at him with bewilderment. It seemed he decided that he had done a poor job and would now receive a lot of complaints. He replied hesitantly that he was simply fulfilling Roid's request to keep an eye on things in his absence. Then an assistant came into the office and announced that the work on installing the last heating system was completed, and the chief knight promised to arrive in 30 minutes. From the outside, everything looked pretty good, but some elements were still hidden from prying eyes. Bayern began to inspect the structure himself. It seemed he now had a good understanding of the technology, which surprised Roid quite a bit. The young man could not restrain himself and praised the man for the fact that not a single mistake was made during the calculations and construction. The workers beamed. It was clear that the praise of Baron Frontera's eldest son towards his boss warmed their hearts as well. The knight said that it was precisely for moments like these that he had once given his subordinates a good beating, but now they were the most important part of the team. Roid could not contain his admiration. Bayern was a literate and very intelligent man with a brilliant mind. The guy caught himself thinking that the man was born at the wrong time. If he had been a resident of modern Korea, he would have definitely risen to the post of director of a large company, no less. A message appeared that the city's heating system had earned the hero 400 experience points. Now all the houses were connected, and this was also thanks to the Baron and Baroness. They advertised and promoted the innovation to help their son, convinced that he would be lucky. Soon our hero began implementing another project of his, the purpose of which he was not in a hurry to disclose. Gabriel suggested that this was a future coal storage facility, and Roid confirmed that this was indeed the case, and that they would soon have a lot of coal. The hero thought that thanks to his successful business management, he had managed to pay off half of his father's debt, and even the water bills from the neighbor hadn't arrived yet. He is so close to living a carefree life and not knowing any grief. For this to happen now, so little is needed, just that nothing unexpected would disrupt the plans. Looking at the blissful face of the young gentleman, the knight once again thought that he could never love this man. He didn't know him at all. Every time he made that face, our hero really wanted to hit Azrahan with a shovel, but that was unacceptable. A solemn moment always requires special conditions. This time it was a special sound signal. The horn blew. Our hero couldn't understand what this sound was and where it came from. Gabriel replied that he was also hearing it for the first time, but he could guess what it was. Such a sound announces the arrival of an Imperial envoy. Nothing more, nothing less, and they were soon able to see this with their own eyes. Roid was not delighted. He could not figure out what the Imperial envoy was doing here and what kind of news he brought. The man in the hat with wings like Mercury's did everything with pomp, and his attendants rolled out the red carpet in front of him with just as much pomp. Then he jumped off his horse with incredible pathos, but slightly miscalculated his trajectory and almost ended up nose first in the ground. He emerged from his predicament by elegantly placing his hand on the ground, which added a theatrical quality to the performance. The Emperor's envoy threw into the air a scroll as red as the carpet, containing the text he intended to read. Then he grabbed it elegantly with his hand and tugged at the mustache a little, as if checking whether it was glued on firmly enough. The next second, the scroll with the Imperial coat of arms quickly dropped down, as if hinting that all attention now belonged to him. The people accompanying the Imperial envoy greeted this gesture with thunderous applause and shouts of approval. The Frontera family and Gabriel knelt, but Roid was furious. He was angry at this cheap show. Why they couldn't get to the point right away, it was unclear. He was angry and could not understand why he was being torn to pieces by what he saw and how to get rid of this strange feeling. The herald began with a formal greeting, stating that since ancient times kings had been concerned with the well-being of the aristocracy and the people. Our hero thought that most likely the conversation would be about what he did in Cremo, for the well-being of the residents and blah blah blah. The envoy got to the point. Her Imperial Majesty invites the heroes who defeated the Mega Titan to the palace to receive gratitude and appropriate honors. The Baron's favor increased and the boy was awarded 400 experience points. The man cried with happiness. It was such an honor, but his son was not thrilled. The hero was angry. He had already experienced this in the army. It was enough to simply do your job well so that problems did not arise, but attracting unnecessary attention from the authorities was bad. He recalled that as soon as his construction abilities were noticed, the sergeant immediately loaded him with additional tasks and responsibilities. Moreover, it was impossible to refuse to carry out the order, so soldier Kim Soo-ho had to forget about rest. The guy even regretted that he had studied too hard in his time. He could have simply completed the required minimum without stress. And now I had to design new buildings for the army, spending all my free time on it. Soon the authorities became so brazen that they began to hire Kim Soo-ho to build their own houses, for free, of course. The young man had to forget about a quiet life. He remembered this lesson for the rest of his life and did not want to repeat the mistakes. Meanwhile, the herald read out the order that Roid Frontera and his guard were to immediately go to the royal road. Our hero cried. He should have stopped at the compaction of the seabed. The damned Titan Gaiga brought him a lot of problems. The carriage was brought immediately. The boy didn't want to toil for the monarch instead of quietly getting rich in the wilderness. But pretending to be a fool was also dangerous. He could get executed. Roid tried to think of a way to get out of collaborating with the Imperial court, but nothing came to mind yet. Gabriel was surprised. He did not understand why, instead of joy, the young master looked as if he was doomed. The hero joked that his companion had a brilliant eye, but he continued to wonder why he had such a reaction. The knight thought that it would be more typical for Roid to want to enrich himself at the expense of the monarch and use him for his own purposes. But Baron Frontera's eldest son was tense and nervous and showed no sign of enthusiasm. The thing is, he had read the book and had information about Queen Magentano and her fate, as well as about the situation on the royal road. He decided that this gave him an advantage and pulled himself together, deciding that there was still a chance to escape from the trap. Roid decided to fight for his happy future and became like himself again. All that remained was to reach the destination safely, because the royal road was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, they arrived safely, and the envoy jumped down from the top of the carriage to open the door for the guests. The heroes entered the hall for an audience with the queen and knelt, the herald officially allowing Roid Frontera and Gabriel Azrahan to raise their heads. The young people took advantage of this permission and looked at the one who had initiated their visit to the palace. The woman looked very bright. Her red hair and the golden details of her equipment harmonized well with each other. True, the queen looked rather stern. Roid caught himself thinking that for a moment he was even afraid. The hero introduced himself and wished good health to the true master of the royal road. The woman was surprised. She also mistook Gabriel for an aristocrat. She did not remain silent on this matter, and, just as Count Cremo had done in his time, expressed her opinion regarding the appearance of Baron Frontera's eldest son. Our hero was prepared for this, but Gabriel once again felt awkward. He suffered from being mistaken for a young gentleman. The queen turned her attention to him and said that she could sense the flow of Gabriel Azrahan's unique mana, and it seemed that he was capable of challenging even her. The knight apologized and said that his duties were only as a guard. Roid thought that Magentano was very perceptive. You can't mess around with her, but the woman was delighted at the opportunity to meet one of the kingdom's finest swordsmen. She explained that she had heard about his successes from Count Cremo, and therefore she was quick to praise him for his courage, devotion, and sacrifice. Suddenly she became serious and added that she was not inclined to trust other people's opinions, and therefore wanted to see everything for herself. This applies to both Roid and Gabriel. They must demonstrate their abilities here, on the spot, to gain the Queen's favor. Our hero thought that he had no doubt that they would immediately try to use them for personal purposes. The woman noticed his gaze and repeated once again that she would personally evaluate Roid Fronter's abilities. The young man thought that here it was, the best of the best, a golden opportunity to receive a royal commission. The ruler asked him, given the current situation and his high qualifications, what were the main problems facing the royal road of Magenta now? The guy thought that starting with riddles was not very polite. If the road needed to be reconstructed, then he shouldn't show off. He smiled because he knew the plot of the novel and understood why everything was taking such an urgent turn. The Queen waited for an answer, thinking that Roid should be able to figure it out himself if he really was as gifted as they reported. They looked at each other challengingly, each with their own goals and ambitions, which made the situation a little tense. Our hero hated the crumbling conservatism of this kingdom, but he understood that he had to play by the monarch's rules. He bowed his head and replied that it was necessary to build a new bridge over the Magenta River, which crossed the royal road. The Empress's face was not very pleased. The answer seemed too obvious and obvious to her. Kim Soo-ho knew this wasn't what she expected, but he didn't want to reveal all his cards at once. Magentano had a character with a powerful and absolute strength. She tried to be equal with everyone and give everyone the opportunity to share their opinion. She always acted according to her conscience. So she didn't argue, but only asked why our hero had raised this problem first. Roid continued that one might think that the main palace might need major renovation, but that is not entirely true. The woman's face expressed surprise. She realized that Baron Frontera's eldest son really knew something. The hero paused for a moment longer, and then continued that once upon a time an evil dragon attacked the tower twice. He made it his life's goal to fly in and tear off the top of the palace as if it were a funny toy. To prevent a third attack, the roof of the main building was made flatter and wider, causing the kingdom's main building to become too heavy. And this weight presses on the columns, bringing their complete destruction closer with each passing day. However, in his opinion, this moment will not come soon. The woman frowned and began to wait for an explanation as to why Roid had decided to reconstruct the bridge first. She was angered by the impudence of the young man, who knew what answer was on her mind, but dared to voice a different one first. Kim Soo-ho did this on purpose. He was counting on exactly this effect of his words, and now he was satisfied. But the Queen was not so simple either. She realized that he knew that she knew, and now she was trying to understand the purpose for which all this was arranged. Roid now also understood what she was thinking. The guy wanted to continue in the same spirit, but the system notified that the crazy idiot was at risk of losing his head. But Magentano had already gotten into the swing of things and decided that if the young man wanted to play, then they would play. Roid pretended to be a cute little guy and pretended not to understand anything. He was just asking for food, a new order, and payment. The hero explained that the current bridge over the Magenta River has been repaired 12 times already, but cannot withstand spring floods and constantly collapses. It's all due to poor design. The bridge will soon collapse again, and he'll have to fork out a pretty penny, but he knows how to improve the design to solve the problem once and for all. We are talking about a modern suspension bridge. Kim Soo-ho knew well how to build something like this because the technology was well developed in his world. The Queen did not react as expected. She perceived this proposal as a doubt in her own competence. Roid seemed impudent and reckless to the woman. He realized that he had miscalculated a little and noisily swallowed his saliva, which did not escape Gabriel's attention. The Empress remained silent, her irritation and anger warring with each other, as well as a desire to clarify the situation completely. Suddenly, she caught herself feeling that the more they talked, the more interesting it became. so she offered to tell him more about the bridge. Roid was grateful for the opportunity, and inside, he was jubilant because everything had worked out exactly as planned. Flatterers are hated, but those who are self-confident are listened to. He immediately explained the technical details, but the woman interrupted the monologue because she did not understand it. This was Queen Magentano, all over, impulsive, but still gentle. She would be betrayed by the one she trusted unconditionally. She would lose her hand and become the blood monarch. But there were still 3 years before these events. The queen asked what would happen if the bridge fell. The guy replied that then she could cut off his head. However, as long as this bridge remains standing, he asks Magentano to maintain the status of the Frontera family. The woman smiled. She liked that the young man, despite everything, managed to make her laugh. She exclaimed that this was fair, so she gave permission to begin construction and promised a reward and the preservation of his family's status. Roid bowed in gratitude, but he was overwhelmed with emotion, so everything turned out horribly clumsy. However, he took the opportunity to pull out a pre-prepared contract from under the table and hand it to the queen. The woman sternly asked if the monarch's word alone was not enough, but she herself thought that the guy was no slouch. The young man hastened to reassure the ruler, explaining that the contract stipulated that if he broke his word, he would be punished. Magentano signed her name, feeling like she was being drawn into something interesting, but not feeling any anxiety at all. The guy literally bent over, and the queen announced that she did not intend to contemplate his butt. At this point, the audience ended, and the manager began to escort Roid and Gabriel to the exit. Suddenly, Baron Frontera's eldest son clicked his heels as if he was about to start dancing, and everyone stopped. Our hero was so happy that he couldn't restrain himself and started pirouettes right in the middle of the corridor. He pointed his finger at the contract, as if hinting that he had managed to outshine all his competitors and achieve his goal. Gabriel thought that his rude behavior almost led to him losing his head. He can't completely block the Swordmaster's desires, so the guy better not cross the line. Meanwhile, the hall that our heroes had left continued to sparkle, but now more confidential conversations were taking place in it. Kale told the Empress that the guy was smart and assertive, and also made excellent calculations. She was forced to agree, adding that he was more impudent than she had imagined. The knight noticed that she had been dissatisfied from the very beginning of the conversation. The woman explained that this was because Roid had immediately tried to outsmart her. Then the queen's eyes warmed. She thought that the guy was doing it very banally and sweetly. A couple of days later, our hero was walking down the corridor again with a huge bag, but this time he had a different goal. Gabriel asked if the young master really intended to go alone, to which he received the answer that security was unnecessary in a kingdom with an incredible level of security. Roid looked back at the knight and asked if he knew that he was very uncomfortable to be around. Even when he went for an inspection and to get acquainted with the papers, a lot of problems arose due to the increased attention to Azrahan. Gabriel asked that his warmest regards be conveyed to Mr. Julian, to which Baron Frontera's eldest son simply nodded and waved goodbye. Julian, this is Roid's younger brother who was currently studying at the Royal Academy. Marvea gave him warm clothes for the winter. Our hero began his journey after he was reminded of his brother. The boy began to recall the plot of the novel. But now this will definitely not happen. Kim Soo-ho was very proud that he saved the boy's life, although he didn't really intend to. Well, it's time to go meet my brother. By the way, the young man had no idea what he looked like. The Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magentano was as pompous as the Imperial envoy who came for Roid. Our hero had barely entered and taken his first steps down the hall when he was greeted with less than pleasant words. The red-haired teenage boy grimaced and asked why he had come here. Apparently, it was the hero's younger brother. For some reason, Roid thought that he was the same age as Gabriel, but in front of him stood a mere child, and judging by his reaction, he did not receive much love from his older brother. His gaze was angry and hard. It seemed like the children in the Frontera family had hated each other all their lives. To prevent his relative from suspecting a substitution, Kim Soo-ho decided not to be too polite to him. It would be more familiar that way. He threw him a bag of things and said that it was greetings from his mother and that he shouldn't thank him for the delivery. But the very fact that they didn't call him a bastard idiot and carried out Marvy's orders alerted the boy. A message appeared that his brother didn't trust him because of his overly kind behavior, and the hero thought that acting like a real Roid was very tiring. He turned around and said that he was a couple, calling the child a punk just in case. He couldn't believe that they wouldn't even hit him goodbye. The system reported that suspicions had grown even more. The young man frowned. He did not understand what could be done to make matters worse. Then he remembered that his mother had asked him to have dinner with Julian. His son was most likely very lonely at the academy. He grabbed his head. What kind of joint dinner could there be any talk about? Did Marveya really not know about the relationship between the children? He asked his brother if there was a decent restaurant here, calling him a punk again, and he angrily asked why he needed one. I had to refer to my mother again and order the little brat to go and eat together. The role of a scoundrel was not working well for the guy. The brother looked askance. He was still expecting some kind of trick from Roid. It was impossible to trust him. The restaurant turned out to be quite spacious and tastefully furnished. It was a pleasant place to be there. Baron Frontera's sons chose a table, and the youngest began to study the menu as if he had never been there before. He, drenched in sweat, asked to bring him some simple dish. Roid, surprised, advised him to order something normal and expensive. Julian grimaced again. He didn't know that the family no longer had such problems with money, and the prospect of dinner with his brother did not inspire him. Remembering that he hadn't called him a punk in time, our hero asked him to hurry up. His brother noticed that he was forgetting to be rude to him in time. Finally, the younger brother ordered the chef's dish, wondering why the one who had called him names and kicked him while looking him straight in the eye had suddenly decided to be normal. Roid also chose a dish from the chef. The waiter offered wine, but the hero announced that he had quit drinking. This information plunged Julian into real shock. A couple of days ago, a man from Vanson came to the academy and told them about what happened in the city of Cremo. At the time, Baron Frontera's youngest son couldn't believe that the Mega Titan had been defeated by none other than his brother, but now he began to think that it might be true. At least Roid could take credit for Gabriel's achievement in defeating the monster if he stopped drinking. He would have been smart enough to do that. Julian looked at his older brother and thought that he had changed a lot, as if he were a completely different person, but that was even good. At this time, an academy student passing by suddenly slapped the boy. It was obvious that he did this regularly. Roid froze, not having time to bring his fork to his mouth. He absolutely did not want to tolerate anything like that in his presence. The blonde mockingly asked why Julian was sitting there. The dog bowls were in the yard. Drenched in sweat, the teenager explained that this was just how things turned out, after which he began to apologize. The student gave him another slap, saying that he should have studied harder in his law classes, and what kind of circumstances could there be here? He continued to pester Julian, telling him not to think that if the law is too lenient, it can be broken. Roid thought that the Baron's family didn't eat in crowded places because it might cause unnecessary trouble, or something like that. People around him began to mock the son of a poor aristocrat from the backwoods, calling him a country bumpkin who imagined himself to be a nobleman. The staff pretended not to notice, listening to jokes about how Baron Frontera probably didn't even have cutlery in his estate. Our hero realized that at the academy, money and status were more important than knowledge. Someone from the poor lands was not supposed to sit among the rich kids. He wanted to intervene, but he thought that if he helped his brother now, it would complicate his life later, and Julian himself was sending a clear signal not to interfere. But then Roid saw the bruises on the boy's wrists and realized that he was getting punched regularly and that this had to stop. Here the blonde turned to the guy himself, informing him that in his house there was a racanada, recognized throughout the kingdom, and in order to eat here, he needed to achieve at least that. It then dawned on the hero that racanada was something connected with Viscount Racona, and he was well acquainted with him. The young man folded his hands and began to count quietly, which rather puzzled everyone present. When the calculations were completed, Roid made such a villainous face that it became obvious that someone was about to get into trouble. He looked at the blonde and calmly asked what his father did, and if it wasn't too much trouble, let him remind him. To hear better, the guy even stood up and came closer to the offender. Julian grabbed his head, pressing himself into the table. The student replied that his father was the wise and modest Viscount Racon, who had achieved everything in this life on his own, then asked if Roid was related to those Frontera punks. He proudly raised his head and declared that he should stop showing off and get out of here altogether. The blonde didn't have time to finish the sentence by saying that they should get the hell out of here, as he received a stinging slap in the face. The blow was so strong that he was thrown into the air and his teeth left their usual place in his mouth. Roid hit again. He was getting indescribable pleasure from it. Julian jumped up from his chair in horror. Viscount Racon's son received several more blows before finally falling to the floor of the restaurant. Before that, he hit his head on the bar counter with such force that stars started flying before his eyes. Roid used the offensive skill Mana Slap. As it turned out, it works just fine. It was a good purchase. Then some big guy stood behind me and declared that no one had the right to treat a first-class student of their academy like that. Our hero didn't think long and slapped him too. Using the skill the second time turned out to be even easier and more fun. Then another guy loomed over him, telling him that he was a second-year student nicknamed Ripping Fist Cashpond and that he should prepare to die. Cashpond's teeth left his mouth as easily as those of his predecessors, and he didn't have time to use his fist. The twin brothers, nicknamed the Double Horns of the Black Dragon, came as soon as they noticed someone bullying the guys in their group. They brazenly declared that Roid would be powerless against their double combinations, but the hero simply enveloped both palms in mana instead of one. He used the Mana Slap skill on both brothers at the same time, and the force of the blow caused them to hit their heads. Then our hero approached another student and asked if he wanted to tell him something, but the guy, horrified, said that he was just passing by. As a precaution, the young man hit him too. He clearly heard that the student had been bullying Julian before. The rest bent over their dishes in fear. There were no more people in the hall willing to talk with the sons of Baron Frontera. The young man approached them too, and the boys stated that they had sat in silence and had not said anything offensive. Roid looked down at them and reminded them with disdain that he had heard their laughter quite clearly. He slammed both hands together again, and the boys fell to the floor, their teeth flying across the table. Viscount Racon's son came to his senses and decided to attack from behind, shouting that he would now teach this impudent freak a lesson. He used a mana attack. Our hero didn't have time to dodge, or maybe he just didn't want to. It will become clear later. The blonde grinned and asked how he liked this technique. He had been practicing it for several weeks, no less. Diego Racona was 21 years old, but he never learned to think ahead, and the very next moment, he deeply regretted his actions. Roid slowly licked the blood from his nose and said that it was a blow from the champion. Whether he was serious or joking, no one understood yet. But when the guy started laughing, it became obvious that it was pure sarcasm, and now the offender would have a hard time. Our hero grabbed Diego by the waistcoat and asked if he had already begun to regret it, or if he was putting it off until the moment when the response arrived. Roid hit Viscount Racon's son with his forehead, and he screamed in pain and fear, realizing that if he survived, it would be a great success. The blonde's legs gave way and he sank to the ground, but Baron Frontera's eldest son held him by his clothes, preventing him from lying down. He jerked the student into the air to hit him again, and he began to beg him to stop and ask for forgiveness. There was an explosion. The guy fell to the floor again, almost breaking it with his knees. Our hero had no intention of stopping. Julian was horrified to think that his brother had gone completely crazy. He had never been in his right mind before, and now he had completely lost his mind. But just when he thought that Roid had become normal, the boy turned to the deputy director, who had just been in the hall, for help, but he had disappeared. Meanwhile, our hero had slammed Diego Racon into the wall and looked like he wasn't going to stop there. He asked the blond man if he knew by what right the son of Baron Frontera could allow himself to beat him. Roid stated that Viscount Racona was not at all as smart and handsome as his offspring had just told them, and that he should ask his father who they would be paying the money to before his death. He started banging Diego's head against the wall, saying that the titled piece of shit had no right to consider himself better than others. The hero, without stopping, said that he had to knock all the nonsense out of the idiot, since there was no one to do this at the time when they were raising him. Frontera pointed to the imprint of the unfortunate student's face and said that it looked like some kind of misunderstanding. He put it there again and said that these were the gates of hell, opened especially for arrogant creatures. Before the irreparable happened, Roid's brother stopped him, grabbing the young man by the belt. He cried out in tears that if Roid killed the blonde, he would be arrested. Wasn't it clear? Then Julian thought that he was covering for Diego in vain, but it was too late. Our hero asked if he was afraid that things would only get worse later, or what the reason for this action was. Then the guy smiled radiantly and asked not to worry, the corpse could not harm anyone. Julian couldn't understand why his brother looked like he was proud of himself. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho remembered the grievances he personally experienced in high school and struck his opponent again, deciding that there would be no mercy. Diego screamed, a stream of saliva and tears simultaneously flowing from his mouth, as if he was choking on them. Roid thought that the fear of death was something special. Having experienced it even once, you become a different person forever. He could already imagine the son of Viscount Racom mentally speaking his last words before his execution. Suddenly, the order to stop immediately was given. Julian turned around. They were surrounded by guards, their pikes pointed forward. The Academy's management was there and announced that such things were unacceptable within the walls of an institution under the patronage of the Empress herself. Roid stopped, but continued to hold the blonde by the hair. He looked very menacing and angry. The brother looked at him with wide eyes, fearing that the young man would decide to attack the dean, and then he would be quartered no less. Meanwhile, our hero pulled himself together and bowed elegantly to the Academy's leadership, introducing himself with the words that it seemed they had not met before. Julian couldn't understand why Roid was so calm. Was there really something that gave him the right to behave like this? The young man looked as if he had specially prepared for such a spectacular meeting with the dean. He bowed low, declaring his apologies for causing such a commotion at the famous educational institution. The eldest son smiled and added that he was simply restoring the trampled honor of Her Majesty the Queen. The dean and his deputies objected that this was nonsense. There was no person who would risk tarnishing the honor of the monarch. Roid explained that the blond man lying on the floor was Rakon's son, who had been beating and abusing his younger brother, Julian Frontera. Our hero looked at the deputy dean and asked if he really had nothing to say about this. He visibly tensed up. The guy asked whether the man had seen what was happening and why he hadn't intervened if he had realized he was in the wrong. Kim Soo-ho thought that the Academy staff was recruited based on recommendations from the nobility, so they knew everything, but simply turned a blind eye to what was happening. He looked at the angry faces and was convinced that he was right, because the decision to stand up for Julian turned out to be the only correct one. Roid thought that the Frontera family would not tolerate insults any longer, and it was very good that Marvea asked him to visit his brother. Then the dean spoke up and asked what this had to do with Her Majesty, even if we were to admit that it was true. The guy said that by insulting his younger brother, they had also insulted him, and he would have to regret that. Roid opened the case, not to pay the bribe, but to show his royal pass, and the lock clanged. The radiance blinded the staff of the Royal Academy. They could not believe in their lives that such an important guest would visit them. Seeing the royal pass of the important guest, the dean began to think with horror about how to get out of it now. Now Baron Frontera's eldest son and his entire family appeared before the staff in a completely new light. They fell to their knees and bowed their heads, wishing the distinguished guest long life and prosperity. Roid said that now that it was clear to everyone what exactly had happened, he didn't think there was any need to linger. The dean thought with relief that this country bumpkin didn't know that the guest status was limited to one person, and after his brother left, they would take it out on Julian. Our hero caught the direction of his thoughts and stopped to measure him with a contemptuous look. He smiled so ominously that the old man felt uneasy and realized he had made a mistake. Hiding under his hat, the dean began to think that it would be better not to mess with this guy. He looked as if he could kill someone. Finally, Baron Frontera's eldest son looked at his brother and asked why he was lingering there. It was time for them to go. Together, the young people left the restaurant and walked through the main hall of the Royal Academy. Julian asked where they were going. Our hero replied that they had urgent business in the administrative building, and the student asked what exactly. Roid replied that it was obvious that the younger brother should take some time off from school. Julian stopped, apparently not intending to submit unconditionally to his relative's will. He angrily asked how far he was going to go just to stroke his ego. Didn't he realize that it would only make things worse for him? His brother advised him to calm down and think about starting to exercise instead of whining. The boy asked what he wanted to say, and our hero declared that the best way to grow muscles is through physical labor. They arrived at the royal palace of Magenta in the evening. The sun had already set below the horizon. Roid and his brother walked down the corridor to the rooms for important guests, which was where their bedrooms were. Gabriel invited Julian to talk and asked him to at least think about his older brother's words. They made sense. He reminded him in surprise that they were talking about Roid. Then the knight asked whether he was equally dismissive of his own opinion on the matter. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He was used to thinking that everyone perceived his brother as a good-for-nothing. Azrakhan reported that in Cremo, Roid alone on his own dealt with the Mega Titan, even mastering a deadly mana strike. He built a road and a water supply system, organized coal mining, and was able to win over the Orc tribe, as well as pay off most of his father's debt. Gabriel watched Julian's reaction closely and insistently asked him to listen to his brother's opinion. He added that Roid was now in charge of the estate, and it had literally blossomed. Our hero wanted to enter the room, but at these words, he froze at the door. The young man was happy to hear such an assessment of his work and scratched his nose with a smile. This turned out to be especially pleasant. The brother, dumbfounded, said that he couldn't believe that they were talking about that same asshole, and the knight replied that it was as if he had been replaced. Roid's face turned sad. The joy was short-lived, but he was still grateful to fate for what he heard. Julian asked Gabriel if a person could change so drastically and suddenly, and the boy replied that he highly doubted it. He took a deep breath and voiced the thought that had been bothering him for a very long time, and now it could be shared. The knight said that he felt that the young master only looked like Roid, but in reality he was a different person. He didn't know that our hero heard every word behind the door, and he didn't know that the information he received would have a big impact on the future. Kim Soo-ho's face hardened and beads of sweat ran down his forehead from the tension he was currently experiencing. Gabriel and Julian sat in silence for a moment, thinking about what the knight had said, both feeling a little uneasy. Finally, the boy decided to clarify whether they were talking about taking over his brother's body using black magic or something similar. His guard looked down and replied that he couldn't say for sure and wasn't even sure that anyone could pull off something like that. He added that he had read a book that described a similar case, but it required an incredible amount of mana. Roid frowned even more. The knight added that he wanted to test this by assessing the flow of the young master's mana while he was sleeping. Our hero was horrified to realize that his soul was being secretly tested for mana, and he didn't even suspect it. Julian asked impatiently what the result of the test was, whether Gabriel had managed to detect the soul of another person in his brother's body. Roid tensed up. Now he would find out whether his deception had been exposed or not. The moment was truly very dramatic. The knight replied that he had noticed nothing of the sort at all, and that the body and soul of Baron Frontera's eldest son were one and the same. Our hero exhaled loudly. He felt an incomparable relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Azrakhan asked Julian not to fill his head with nonsense. It was just a stupid assumption. The boy noted that thinking that a person had changed so much was also not very smart. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho began to suspect that Gabriel responded that way because he sensed his presence outside the door. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard that his brother had no idea that the Frontera family was mired in debt. He explained that he had tried hard thinking that it was harder for him, but it turned out that a much heavier burden had fallen on Roid's shoulders. Julian said with a smile that it was hard for him to admit, but his older brother had indeed saved them all. A message appeared that Julian's sympathy level had increased, and 40 experience points had been awarded for it. Not too bad. Our hero's patience ran out. He opened the door and told Julian that it was time for them to begin. When asked in confusion what was going on, Roid said with a smile that he had promised his brother training, and the time had come. The first step was to prepare the foundation for the suspension bridge. The young man said that the soil should first be thoroughly loosened. It's like dough for a huge pizza. Then you add stones and additional ingredients in the form of larger fractions. The third step is to wish the prudently enlarged Belle a bon appetit and make sure she likes the dish. The fourth step involves the monster releasing steel, so it is advisable to move to a safe distance. When Roid gave the command to begin dispensing, a jet of molten metal erupted from under her tail and shot upward. Because the pet tried his best, the rope was completed in record time. Roid, leaning proudly on his shovel, informed Julian that the preparations were now complete and it was time to get down to business. He pointed at it and explained that this process was the starting point of construction. If you screw up now, you would be doomed to failure. He handed the shovel to his brother and declared that, in addition to his father's duty, this construction would also decide the boy's fate at the academy. Julian suggested that since this was such a responsible task, entrusting it to him was a big risk. Roid looked around and pretended not to understand what was being discussed, and then said that such a task should be carried out by a very smart and responsible worker, his brother. He then cursed to fit the image better, but Baron Frontera's youngest son didn't notice. He was amazed that Roid considered him smart and responsible. Then the boy realized that he should have been offended by the curse, but there wasn't even any particular offense, only a desire to justify the trust. Meanwhile, our hero went to the royal palace. He needed a consultation with a special specialist. The guy armed himself with blueprints, but still believed that it would be very difficult to build a suspension bridge using the technologies that existed in this world. The young man was almost certain that he couldn't handle it alone, but there was someone who could help, and we weren't talking about phantom pets. Not far from the palace lived someone who played a significant role in the novel. He was capable of creating super technologies. The royal dwarf craftsman, Corgadus, said no to Roid Frontera instead of greeting him, without even asking why he had come. Our hero, clutching the drawings, noticed that he hadn't said anything yet, but had already received a refusal, to which the dwarf advised him to get lost immediately. Kim Soo-ho thought it was just like in the book, this old and mean old man who wouldn't lift a finger until he was interested, ignoring even the queen's orders. The hero unfolded the drawing and said that it was a plan for a bridge across the Magenta River called a truss structure. The dwarf declared that human projects were rubbish. He even waved the bottle to show disdain, but he himself carefully examined the drawing. Not a single detail escaped his attention. Roid began to roll up the scroll and sighed that he would have to put the idea on hold for a while. He turned around and headed for the exit, saying that he would look for another workshop, but there was little hope of success. Then Corgadus slammed the table and ordered the guy to stop. Apparently, he had fallen for the trick. The dwarf asked what would happen if the structure wasn't strong enough, and then asked if Roid had done the calculations. The young man realized that the craftsman had fallen for the bait, and now he needed to whet his interest, but carefully. He replied that yes, he had designed it, and Corgadus said that if the structure was not strong enough, the bridge would collapse and the people on it would die. The hero replied that then he would take responsibility and go to the guillotine to lose his head. If only the great dwarf had taken up the matter, they would have definitely been able to avoid all these unnecessary deaths. It was clear from Corgadus's face that he wanted to take part in the process, but did not want to take on any extra responsibility. He called the guy insolent and asked if he had just threatened him. Roid replied that he hadn't even thought about it. Then he said with a sly face that it was rather an appeal to the conscience of an outstanding engineer. The gnome realized that no one was trying to intimidate him here and exhaled loudly, but he was clearly angry and irritated. He extended his hand and ordered that the drawing be given to him so that he could see what this impudent youth had dreamed up. Instantly, all the drawings were on the table in unfolded form, which was all our hero needed. Corgadus folded his arms across his chest and said that he was confident that in the entire kingdom he was the only one capable of implementing such a project. Roid replied that this was precisely why he had come here to beg him for help, and his face again took on an extremely unpleasant appearance, so much so that the man ordered him not to grimace. He calmly stated that since the hero had the intelligence to design all of this, there was obviously a plan to attract him to cooperation. The guy replied that he wouldn't even dare to suggest such a thing. He just wanted to enlist the support of the great architect. The dwarf again ordered to change his facial expression. He said that he liked the idea and therefore wanted to try it. Roid bowed and almost broke the table with his forehead. Meanwhile, Julian worked like a madman, continuing to make steel cables with the help of his pets. And they decided to make the bridge deck in the royal workshop under the watchful guidance of Corgadus. Roid and Gabriel took on the task of building one of the two main towers of the bridge, and then the second, if all went well. In order to install the axial pillars, both had to work with mana, using explosive strike, the knight with a sword, the guy with a shovel. Suddenly, behind them, an order was heard to immediately roll out the construction, which was quite unexpected. The man in the beret shouted that no one dares to mislead the royal family and lay claim to national wealth. This is unacceptable. Roid looked at him like he was crazy. All he could ask was who came up with such nonsense. Further proceedings took place in the royal palace. The visitors knelt and asked for Her Majesty's mercy. The men who stopped our hero said that the bridge over the Magenta River had been standing for 30 years, and some impudent people were ruining the treasury by building a new, completely unnecessary one. They proposed to punish the insolent Frontera and return the money to the royal treasury, collecting from him what had already been embezzled. The walls of the Magentano Palace had seen worse, so the decision the queen voiced was obvious. But first, she sat both sides down at the negotiating table, stating that she wanted to hear all arguments. The Empress suggested starting with the guild and looked at those men who opposed the construction. The head of the Builders' Guild, Victor, reported that the bridge across the river, built under his predecessor, stood for 30 years. The wedge-shaped base of the structure splits the powerful current of the Magenta River into two parts to reduce pressure. It is unthinkable that such a rational structure could collapse. By making such a statement, Roid is insulting the guild and the queen. The boy thought the bridge was already falling apart. The novel described a confrontation between the rebels and the government when it collapsed during a downpour. But he could not speak about future events, so he remained silent, while the Empress ordered him to voice his opinion. The young man asked permission to speak, not with the guild leader, but with the official who had come here with him. With a cheeky smile, Roid Frontera's eldest son asked how much of a bribe he had received. The man panicked. He didn't think he would be discovered so easily, so he didn't have time to think through his reaction in advance. Then he pulled himself together and slammed his fist on the table, shouting that false accusations in front of the queen were something unheard of. Roid smirked, such a violent reaction indicating that the villain had been caught red-handed. Kim Soo-ho learned back in Korea what happens when politicians meet with traitors. It's obvious. This is a mutually beneficial cooperation in which the main pillars are money and the struggle for power. Roid thought that it was more a question of money. By depriving him of the right to conduct business, everyone would come out on top when the queen called out to the hero. She stated that she thought Frontera was a smart guy, but he had just made a terrible mistake. Our hero swallowed loudly and began to sweat from nerves. The guy had absolutely no idea what to expect. The Empress asked how he dared to accuse a royal official without evidence. Victor and his accomplice grinned maliciously. Alicia Termino Magentano gave the order to immediately prepare for the trial in order to restore justice. Roid was instantly tied up and fell to his knees, preparing himself for the fact that he would soon be left without a head, and that would be the end of it. He could already imagine the executioner raising his axe over him, and this image sent shivers down his spine. The young man was prepared to be convicted and executed, but still hoped that he would not face death so soon. Unfortunately, this soon became a reality. The Queen watched from above, the head of the Builders' Guild, and the official were right there. The Queen said that Roid Frontera's words had insulted her subjects and her honor, which must be restored. Gabriel was also there. Something irreparable was about to happen before his eyes. The knight was sweating from worry. His hand was already reaching for the hilt of his sword, but at the last moment, Azrahan managed to restrain his noble but reckless impulse. Alicia Termino Magentano asked if the hero had anything to say in his own defense. He bowed low and replied that a sinful man destroys his parents, which was completely unexpected in this situation. Gabriel's face became tense and hard. The dog on his shoulder curled into a ball of fear. He was panicking. The woman asked if everyone agreed with this, and the guy's enemies replied that everyone would get what they deserved. The Empress solemnly declared that in that case, from that moment on, she proclaimed the fulfillment of her will. Gabriel grabbed the hilt of his sword again. It was clear that he was ready to go against the crown to save Roid. And her will is to prove to those present right now the complete innocence of her subject. The official and Victor bowed, placing their hands on their hearts, and both were extremely frightened. 4 men in blue robes stood around the official. They were royal magicians who knew their business well. Roid Frontera made such a face with happiness that if anyone had seen it, they would have thought he was supposed to be a clown. The Queen solemnly extended her hand forward and gave the command to begin casting the recognition spell. The official began to rush from side to side and beg Her Majesty to wait at least a minute. It didn't help. The magicians cast their spells, and the man wrung his hands behind his head in despair, not knowing what to do. Baron Frontera's eldest son burst into loud laughter, now considering himself the winner in this confrontation. Soon the crows in the field could feed on something more interesting than fresh crops. The birds took off towards their target. The crows perched on the posts to which the official and his accomplice from the construction guild were tied, cawing loudly in anticipation of dinner. Victor looked especially pathetic. He cursed himself 100 times for getting involved in this dirty business. Roid and Gabriel came to them. The guy explained that he prayed for them, not for death, but for such punishment, taking pity on the men's families. He raised his head proudly and loudly proclaimed that he was a very kind and generous man in case they hadn't noticed. Frontera was a little annoyed that these events had interrupted the construction of the bridge, but Alicia Termino Magentano gave the order for everyone to join in the construction. Thanks to the mages who used the gravity spell, it was possible to reduce the weight of the blocks and install them faster. With their help, the construction of the tower became a matter of just a few days, which could not but please our hero. Construction was reaching the final stretch, and Kolokolchik was preparing to launch its steel cables. Roid waited a few seconds, and then raised his hand in the command to begin, looking incredibly inspired. The pink baby, with a rope in her teeth, rushed to the opposite bank of the river to connect the structure. She was extremely proud of this mission and rushed forward full of self-esteem, while a crowd of spectators stood still below. At the top of the second tower, a padong was already waiting to take the second end of the cable and attach it where it should be. The pets met, both rejoiced, and began to hug each other out of joy and the realization that they could be so useful to their master. 2 workers connected the cable to the socket. It took a lot of effort, but they got the job done. The crowd gasped in admiration. Now it was necessary to do the same with the second rope. Gabriel held his breath. Julian was also next to him. The wide-eyed boy whispered that his brother was really cool. The knight noticed that he himself was a great fellow, tirelessly engaged in hard physical work, which he had never heard of before. He recalled how little Julian wanted to learn the art of swordsmanship, but the blade turned out to be so heavy that the boy could not even lift it. Looking at his muscles, the knight noticed that this would no longer be a problem for the youngest son of Baron Frontera. Meanwhile, Hippo was busy solving the problem of installing the slabs, and water was gushing out of the hippo's mouth. The magicians used a spell of the art of destruction and connected these slabs together using a special flame. Roid began to wave the shovel and spin it over his head with joy. There was very little time left before the construction was completed. These special effects were needed to thrust the instrument into the ground with pathos. The crowd liked this kind of theatricality. With a loud cry, our hero raised his fist above his head, as if to show that this was a great moment that everyone present should remember. Loud cheers erupted from both banks of the Magenta River as the new bridge was completed, a truly momentous occasion. The hero was awarded 1050 experience points, bringing his total to about 3,000. The queen announced that the bridge would be named Roigabi in honor of Roid and Gabriel. She also granted Baron Frontera's son the title of chief craftsman, which somewhat upset the dwarf, since he was responsible for covering the bridge. However, Corgatus admitted that only Roid was capable of designing such a miracle. There was no doubt about that. He raised his head. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The young man knew that overcoming it would be far from easy. The hero fixed his gaze on the queen. It was not advisable to joke with this woman. Her power was very great. Roid looked at the Empress's face and thought about how he needed to take advantage of every opportunity that opened up. He understood that Alicia was already thinking about what task to assign him next. This had to be avoided. The guy dreamed of being rich and unemployed. Meanwhile, the queen said that she had a conversation, but they would discuss everything in the palace. Kim Soo-ho decided that he would follow his plan. This would help get rid of the royal control and solve Julian's problems at the academy. He smiled and agreed to carry out this order. Roid and Gabriel knelt, and Alicia Termino Magentano began to descend the beautiful staircase, declaring that she was acting in the name of the crown. And therefore, he considers it necessary to grant Roid Frontera lands and a title commensurate with his skills. The officials present at the procedure pursed their lips. Everyone would have liked to be in our hero's shoes. This did not escape the Empress's attention. She understood that the son of a baron from the provinces was not particularly interested in all this. Our hero thanked his queen, bowing his head even lower, and therefore looking quite tiny from above. The guy replied that he was just an ordinary, insignificant person who could never even dream of becoming someone worthy of attention. Those present listened with surprise to hear that Roid Frontera was now thinking about something bigger. The queen was also intrigued and asked the hero to tell her in more detail what exactly he wanted to accomplish. The young man, without straightening up, said that it was reasonable to assume that such an insignificant person as he was hungry for lands or titles. The Empress said that she would listen to what he had to say, and she herself was thinking about what it could be, an increase in pay or a post in the government. She was ready to make any concessions to keep this man close to her, but what she heard was unexpected. Roid asked that the Royal Academy be cleared out. Alicia Termino Magentano frowned, not quite understanding what exactly Baron Frontera's eldest son wanted. She asked him to tell her more, and Roid explained that absurd, unreasonable, and terrible things were happening in this educational institution. Students are separated by family influence rather than academic merit, and there is also mental and physical abuse. Roid and Gabriel added that teachers tend to ignore this, only caring about making sure the money gets into their pockets on time. Our hero concluded by saying that it's time to understand that erecting walls between classes in no way improves the educational process, but rather the opposite. The queen looked at him with a calm and understanding look. She was definitely not angry, and this was already encouraging. The officials and aristocrats present made surprised faces, but rather in the expectation that this would be noticed. The pause dragged on a bit, and the expression of bewilderment gave way to fear that they had made the wrong decision publicly. Roid quietly informed Gabriel that it was time to rustle some paper if he knew what he was talking about. The knight knelt down before Alicia and presented her with a scroll containing testimonies from former graduates, staff, and even one retired faculty member. The officials seemed to wake up from their sleep and began to convince the monarch that this was all a lie, that nothing like this could possibly happen in the Royal Academy. The magicians appeared instantly, and now 4 indignant people are covering their ears in horror at the upcoming prospects. They knew what fate would befall the criminals. The crows were already waiting for a new batch of captives on the pillars of shame. The Royal Academy building remained as pompous and beautiful as ever, but certain changes had taken place inside. The Royal Guard arrested everyone who was involved in the crimes that took place within these walls. The Queen personally commanded the process, reminding them that they must seize everyone who supported the system of inequality among students. The woman became seriously enraged and demanded dismissals, deprivation of land, and even the death penalty in particularly severe cases. Many begged for mercy, insisting that they had been set up and so on, while our heroes watched what was happening from the sidelines. Roid had a face like he was the most insidious villain in the world, and he didn't even try to get rid of that crooked smile. Gabriel sadly noted that the purge of the academy brought great pleasure to Baron Frontera's eldest son, who asked him not to invent unnecessary things. He replied that it was not that, but that he had managed to escape the Queen's new assignment and would now calmly go about his business. Just at that moment, Alicia Termino Magenta's assistant appeared and announced that Her Majesty was delivering a message. The man invited Roid and Gabriel to a banquet specially organized in their honor, which will take place tomorrow evening. The Queen also asked him to add that she appreciated his trick with the Academy to slip out from under her nose and was ready to play a little longer. Our hero was flattered and puzzled at the same time. The woman read him like an open book. The assistant said goodbye and turned to leave, only for his red cloak to flutter in front of the boy's nose. He walked and listened to Roid's lamentations about how scared he was and how afraid he was. It was pleasant. Then our hero asked his faithful knight if he couldn't notice that the king's assistant was approaching them, and he replied that it wasn't necessary. Lord Kale is the best swordmaster in the kingdom. It is easy for him to hide his presence from a master of his level. They spent the night in the same luxurious guest rooms of the palace. At least something in this world remained stable. Julian asked his older brother with a surprised look if he really knew that everything would turn out like this, and that's why he beat Diego. The young man leaned back in his chair and said that he had not been too diligent in this activity. He said that he was a simple builder who had carried out a royal order and therefore simply wanted justice for everyone as a reward. The older brother added that he was not at all sure that everything would work, and Giuliano's face became a little sad. Finally, the boy said that it was easy and asked permission to say something about it. Roid asked what was wrong, and Julian said that he was very proud that he now had a brother who could be an example and a role model that he was proud of. Our hero's face lengthened. A message appeared that Julian considered him a hero who appeared in a moment of crisis. Affinity increased by 65 points, experience points by 900. Baron Frontera's eldest son was afraid to change his position so as not to move and scare away the luck that had so suddenly come to him. Finally, he told his brother that these words made him feel a little sick, and the boy thought that he did not regret what he had said. At the banquet, the guests' entertainment was taken care of with special taste, and the musicians tried their best. The food was also simply magnificent, as were the guests' outfits, who wore their best at once, as befits the occasion. The Queen, glass in hand, called out to Roid Frontera as soon as she saw him in the hall, and then asked him to come to her. The young man did not want to be noticed. He even raised the collar of his coat for camouflage, because now he felt caught red-handed. The woman noticed that in such a hunched position, the guy was even more conspicuous because he looked like a mole cricket. Gabriel bowed, expressing his admiration for the monarch's powers of observation. She joyfully reported that Mr. Azrakhan agreed with her and that Roid should straighten up. Our hero couldn't understand why his faithful knight suddenly became so pleased. He even had a mana glow appear in his stomach area. Alicia Termino Magentano called out to Frontera again, reminding him that she had asked him to come closer to her not long ago. The young man stepped forward and bowed, saying that he was very sorry that he had not carried out the order immediately. The queen ignored his words and said that they needed to come even closer. The guy took another step forward without straightening up. The woman didn't stop there and demanded that Roid Frontera come even closer, as close as possible. This was difficult to accomplish because now our hero was practically touching the royal cleavage with his nose. She continued to demand that he close the distance even further, and Roid whispered in horror that he couldn't afford it. Then Alicia leaned right up to his ear and began to whisper words into it that no one else should hear. The woman suggested that he come to her as soon as he changed his mind. The queen could give the hero everything he could dream of and even more. Then the empress turned around and waved her glass of wine as a farewell, saying that this banquet was in his honor, let him enjoy it. Roid turned away and clenched his fist in joy. He had just hit the real jackpot and was now beside himself with joy. The hero decided that there was nothing good in idleness. He would work and provide himself with a comfortable old age, as he had originally planned. He received payment for his work, and now he can just relax and have fun. The young gentleman grabbed the first food he came across and began to stuff his mouth. Here he tensed up, remembering that in 3 years the story of the blackening of the queen would happen. By that time he would already have a pension and an estate, but he needed to speed up. Night Kale passed by and Roid Frontera felt uneasy. The story from the novel that he remembered began right at the banquet. As he passed, the knight said that the banquet would last until the moon waned. It was a code phrase, and our hero froze. It was a secret code shared by the queen's assassins, and as a result she nearly died and lost her arm. But these events were supposed to happen in 3 years, so Roid didn't understand why the phrase was said now. And he also didn't understand why the coded message was spoken by Mr. Kale. Could it really be that the unrivaled Swordmaster was involved in dark deeds and a conspiracy? Meanwhile, the Empress retired and leaned back on the sofa with relief. Such events were very tiring for her. The woman felt unwell. She thought that she might have drunk too much. But then she pushed these thoughts away. Everything was as usual. The Queen thought the last few days had been simply too eventful, both with the Academy and with dealing with the aftermath of the flood. The unpleasant encroachments of the enemy country of Asfahan, with the situation deteriorating from time to time, also added to the troubles. Its ruler, Samarkand al-Ahinshad, is gathering troops in the western part of his lands. Spies have reported that this is too much for simple exercises. It could have been an invasion, but the western borders of Asfagan and Magentano are separated by a land called the Wasteland, and it would be more logical to concentrate troops in the north. Advancing across the wasteland was akin to suicide. Alicia tried to understand what the enemies were planning. Suddenly, she felt a very sharp pain and grabbed her head again. It definitely did not feel like intoxication or fatigue. The Queen thought it was strange. Her mana absorbed alcohol from the blood in a matter of minutes and healed everything else without fail. Gradually, other symptoms of the disease appeared, tachycardia and difficulty breathing, and Alicia Termino Magentano suddenly realized that she had been poisoned. She thought that she could neutralize the poison's effects by circulating mana, and tried to do so. The heart squeezed hard several times, and then began to beat madly in some rhythm of its own, which was impossible to influence. The Empress groaned and sank face down onto the table. She was in unbearable pain and found it very difficult to breathe. The woman vomited and began to frantically think about what and how she could have been poisoned, since all food and drink were carefully checked. Still coughing, the Queen rose to her feet to call for help from the guards, standing guard outside the door. She couldn't reach the door, but there was a window nearby. Alicia tried to open it and breathe in some fresh air, and then try to attract attention. Suddenly the doors to the room opened, and Mr. Kale stood behind them. He hesitated a little, not hurrying to go inside. The air in the Queen's lungs had completely run out, so she could no longer scream, emitting intermittent sobs. She noticed the man, and with the last of her strength, she managed to call out his name. This was far from easy for the heroine. The woman extended her hand so that he could help her, although with her other hand she was holding on to the hilt of her sword purely out of habit and not in vain, as it turned out. The Empress whispered that she was glad that he was there, and the man replied that he was also very glad. He arrived just in time to help Her Majesty fall asleep forever, the bloody sword emerging from its sheath. Alicia Termino Magentano froze with her hand outstretched, the betrayal of her most loyal knight, the one she trusted with all state secrets, was a blow to her. Meanwhile, Roid guessed what was about to happen and called Gabriel to go with him. Some problems arose. They left the banquet hall and quickly, almost running, walked down the corridor of the palace. Our hero asked if the knight would at least like to ask what had happened, and he replied that he too had felt a strange mana energy. Azrahan asked what he should do, and his young master, without blinking, said that he needed to defeat the best swordmaster. Gabriel said that if this was a joke, it was very untimely. The guy noted that it didn't matter, you need to drag it out. A minute, 2, or 3, if possible. The knight nodded and ran down the corridor to the room that Baron Frontera's eldest son had shown him. On the way, he broke a lamp out of the wall, because it was not permissible to be present at the banquet with blades. A dead guard lay on the floor in front of the entrance to the Queen's chambers, and strange sounds were coming from behind the doors. There, Mr. Kale swung his huge sword with all his might once again, determined to kill Alicia Termino Magentano. However, the Queen proved to be a worthy opponent. Even in the state she was in, the woman blocked his deadly blows with her sword. The man praised her for her endurance and desire to survive, and he also appreciated her mastery of mana, but the Empress constantly asked why he betrayed her. Instead of answering, the knight kicked her in the solar plexus, as if to make it clear that he had no respect for the monarch. The Queen fell, and Kale raised his sword again to finally complete the task for which he came here. The woman realized what was about to happen and tried to crawl to the side to increase the distance and save herself. The Swordmaster's face became cruel and harsh. It was clear that he had been dreaming of this moment for many years. He didn't expect at all that his intentions would be thwarted by a blow from a lamp from behind his back. Gabriel arrived just in time. The man turned around smoothly. He did not understand what had happened, so he did not use his sword for its intended purpose. But he used the blade to launch a counterattack against the impudent knight who dared to interfere with the murder. Azrahan managed to block the blow with the lamp, and Kale couldn't believe his eyes. The young man had very strong mana. Gabriel himself didn't expect that his improvised weapon would survive an attack from a swordmaster of such caliber. He decided to continue in the same spirit and use the ring strike technique with maximum mana vibration. The chief knight barely managed to stay on his feet. He hadn't met a worthy opponent other than the Queen for a long time. Such mastery of energy puzzled him. He jumped back from another blow from the lamp, thinking that this was a very unusual way of wielding mana. The novel's protagonist did not stop. Realizing that the technique was successful, he enveloped the lamp in mana and prepared to attack again. Azrahan struck again and again, pushing Kyle further away from the one he intended to finish off. The Swordmaster fought back with great difficulty, gradually retreating in the direction his opponent had chosen. This gave Roid the opportunity to approach Alicia Termino Magentano and ask if she was okay. The Queen let out a surprised cry and even tried to ask how Roid knew what was going on here. The hero covered her mouth with his hand so that she would not waste her energy on talking and said that they would talk later. He decided to use Azrakan's method to absorb the Empress's mana, and along with it the poison that had been used on her. The process started almost immediately, and the woman no longer had any questions for the young man. She understood that they were trying to save her. Meanwhile, Gabriel pushed the Swordmaster to the corner of the royal chambers. The battle with him turned out to be more difficult for the villain than could have been expected. But the main knight had an answer to this too. He used the unique skill Aura Sword, and everything around him glowed pink. The young man knew that this special skill was only available to a swordmaster and thought that his end would soon come. It was necessary to prevent the final transformation of the sword as quickly as possible. and Azrahan threw his candlestick at the enemy like a spear. To fight it off, the man had to stop mana manipulation, and his face took on a surprised expression again. Gabriel used his move and spun the light flying back at him around his own to catch it and rush back into battle. Once he grabbed the improvised weapon, he could attack the Swordmaster again to give Roid as much time as possible. The young man raised the lantern to strike, casting an explosive blow. The object burst into flames. The man thought that this young man was a real genius in mana management, and his skills, he was impressed. However, the hero clearly lacked the practical skills to work effectively against a one like him. Kale dodged the attack and raised his sword, taking advantage of Gabriel losing his balance in the jump. He slashed straight at where he was, and Azrahan miraculously managed to block the blow, sending him flying back. The lamp was cut in half, but it fulfilled its mission, taking the brunt of the damage, but the young man himself was also wounded. Roid noticed this out of the corner of his eye and began to chatter his teeth in worry for his comrade, but he did not stop his work. The boy whispered that he really hoped that the knight would not lose, because if that happened, it would be the end for them all. He continued to pour the queen's poisoned mana into himself, all the while wondering how long it would take. Kale raised an eyebrow in surprise. He wanted to deal with the unexpected obstacle as quickly as possible, but it turned out not to be so easy. The blow missed, but he managed to wound the guy, and yet he did not lose his fighting spirit. It was necessary to take advantage of the moment and attack before the guard of Baron Frontera's eldest son rose. This proved impossible, as the young man could boast of excellent speed despite his injury. But the most interesting thing is that he was moving not away from the Swordmaster, but towards him. The man froze in bewilderment. He shouted that the beaten idiot had completely lost his fear and swung his sword, but the guy slipped right under him. Gabriel screamed a single word at the top of his lungs. It was the summoning of the mythical pet, the podong. The hamster's mission was to retrieve the knight's sword and bring it to its owner as quickly as possible. The problem was that he was small and there was nowhere to get the seed from, but even so, the podong managed to carry out the order. Kale regained his balance and prepared to attack again, but then he realized that something unusual was happening. Gabriel received his weapon, drew it from its sheath, and prepared to rush into the attack without wasting a second. The Swordmaster took a defensive stance because he realized that the battle would now move to a new level. Azrakan's face shone with confidence that he would now be able to give the young master a few more extra minutes. The hero used a tearing blow on his sword. Everything around caught fire. Gabriel rushed into battle. His opponent's face was distorted with anger. He was already quite fed up with this impudent youth who dared to speak out against the unrivaled master of the sword. The man found it difficult to withstand the explosive blow. Engulfed in flames, he flew back, although he managed to block the attack with his sword. He flew and flew, knocking over all the furniture along the way with his back. Kyle was definitely not ready for this. Stopping at the wall and helping himself up with his hand, the knight thought that he had never seen a sword work like a cannon. But the flames of this skill, which seemed absurd to the man, were inexorably approaching, threatening to incinerate the enemy. To prevent this from happening, Kale had to roll and run away, breaking his head, just to stay alive. Gabriel pursued him with incredible leaps, even pushing off the walls. He was inspired by success. Explosions and new blows followed one after another, not giving the Swordmaster the opportunity to even think about what he could do. He barely managed to outpace the flames and thought that he had encountered a real monster, like a dragon. Meanwhile, the poison that had poisoned the Empress, along with the mana, passed to Roid and began to poison his body. The young man became very ill, but Alicia Termino Magentano began to come to her senses. She opened her eyes and thought how it was even possible that she was being saved by the son of a baron from the province. The woman realized that the hero was absorbing poisoned mana and could not believe that Roid was capable of such a thing. She asked what kind of ability it was, but the guy asked her to keep quiet as talking interferes with concentration. The queen immediately became indignant that the hero had interrupted her twice, to which he responded rather sharply, but asked him to understand his situation and not interfere. Suddenly blood began to flow from the young man's mouth. The poison was acting on him much faster than on the monarchs. Alicia realized that he was saving her at the cost of his own life, and it cannot be said that this guest delighted her. She looked at Roid's tense face and couldn't believe that he was ready to do such a thing. Gabriel had just cornered Kale, not ceasing his outstanding fire attack. The man was thinking hard. To save ourselves, we had to come up with a tactic that would allow us to get very close to the young man. But for now, all he could do was change the scene. Waves of mana began to flow through the hall where the banquet was taking place, and people became alarmed. Azrahan tore down the walls with explosions, and the Swordmaster retreated. But in fact, he was only waiting for the right moment to involve the guards in the matter. Gabriel moved forward, not knowing that they were trying to lure him into a trap. It was enough for him that Roid and the Queen were relatively safe. The enemy decided to show his cards and shouted that the young man would not get out of here alive, and the knight began to slowly understand. He grinned, anticipating the effect his next order would have on this fool. Kale shouted at the top of his voice that this man and his henchmen had risked attacking Her Majesty the Queen, and that the guards should quickly take up arms. Now the pikes of all the knights in the hall were aimed at our hero. The rest of the palace guards were already approaching. Gabriel wasn't about to give up. He got into a fighting stance, holding his trusty sword in front of him. Azrahan understood that he had a difficult battle ahead of him, but he was ready for it, because his skills surpassed the strength of ordinary knights. The boy clenched his teeth, and with a battle cry began to fight off the guards' attacks. It was a sacrifice in the name of saving the Queen. As a true fighter for justice, Gabriel tried not to inflict mortal wounds on the warriors. He simply fought off the attack of some and waited for the next ones to take their place. It was necessary to stall for time as much as possible. The boy surrounded himself with mana protection and simply brushed off everyone who dared to attack him on Kale's orders. He made wide strikes, throwing the knights away from him with a wave of energy, but not killing them. The Swordmaster saw Gabriel throw away 3 elite warriors with one movement. He had never seen anything like it, and the hero had not yet reached the level of a Swordmaster. When this happens, he will be able to wield enough energy to destroy a small country. But this would never happen. The man ordered everyone to step aside and used the aura of the sword, saying that he would deal with Azrahan personally. Seeing the spell, Gabriel understood what was about to happen. The enemy was determined to destroy him at any cost. Kale got into a fighting stance and began to concentrate all his energy on the blade, so that one blow would be enough. Finally, everything was ready, and the Swordmaster moved his hand with the sword to the side, warning the guards to keep their distance. Our hero was enveloped in a pink light. He realized that he was now in a once-in-a-lifetime situation. Mana bolts coursed through Kale's sword, and he intended to attack Gabriel with the most effective and pretentious attack possible. The knight had no intention of giving up. He planted his foot on the floor to withstand the coming fatal blow. Everything around was filled with pink light, and for a moment Azrahan stepped back, thinking that he was about to go blind. He withstood the blow, but was knocked off his feet, and now the knight was flying across the entire hall, completely unaware of where he would land. Along the way, he began to drench everything with blood. One hall passed into another, and Gabriel kept flying and flying, struck by the aura of Kale's sword. He could no longer see anything, and was completely enveloped in the enemy's pink energy, which brought hellish pain. The Swordmaster, full of dignity, walked uncomfortably in the direction in which the young man had disappeared. The hero landed on the floor 3 halls away from the impact, his sword broken and his clothes burned by the enemy's energy. He was getting closer. Gabriel realized that he was doomed. He opened his eyes. Blood was flowing from his mouth, but he didn't even have the strength to scream. Roid finished absorbing the poisoned mana at that very moment, the hand he placed on the Queen aching and throbbing. Our hero turned away so that the woman would not see the grimace on his face, but she stood up and called out to Frontera. A fountain of poison black liquid gushed from his mouth. It was somehow too much for such a fragile aristocrat. The Empress said that if he just sat there like that, he would die, and that action must be taken immediately. Alicia advised concentrating all of my mana in one hand. This should help, at least for a while. Roid gritted his teeth and thought that in the novel she did just that, after which she cut off her arm. In general, the loss of one limb wouldn't be a big deal. He thought that swinging the shovel would only become less convenient and grabbed a knife from the cutlery. The guy got into a comfortable position and prepared to commit this reckless but life-saving act. With a terrible cry, Baron Frontera's eldest son activated Explosive Strike to bid farewell to his arm forever. The knife began to glow with the same pink aura as Kyle's sword, and there were only a few seconds left before the decisive moment. Streams of mana began to swirl around Roid as he raised the knife upward, concentrating all his energy into its blade. A stream of mana broke through the roof of the palace and burst out, lighting up the night sky like a comet or something similar. This did not go unnoticed. Kyle turned his head towards the window. He felt a powerful release of mana. The man paused thoughtfully, wondering what Roid might have done and whether he had done it. Gabriel tried to sit up. He too guessed that something extraordinary had happened, reading it on his opponent's face. The knight held a broken sword in his hand, his muscles tense as he tried to keep his body upright. Azrakhan looked at him with an unseeing gaze, mentally repeating to himself that he had sworn an oath to protect Roid at any cost. He tried to envelop the fragment of the sword in aura, but there was not enough energy in his body for this, and the attempt was a failure. Nevertheless, the hero was determined to keep his promise at all costs. Legends are told about such selflessness. Gabriel remembered that during the journey to the Magentano Palace, he was scared from the very beginning to the end. That evening, he and Roid sat by the fire in silence, each struggling with their own experiences. The knight said that he was afraid of the consequences of the journey, and his young master asked what the hell was going on in his head. Azrakhan explained that he was supposed to be protecting the Baron's son, but instead he rushed to fight the Mega-Titan, completely forgetting his duties. This was unacceptable. He wanted to trust the young master after all, he always did, but for some reason he blamed him for deciding to slip away first. Now the knight reproached himself for his weak willpower and lack of moral spirit and inner strength. Moreover, by daring to neglect his duties, Gabriel declared that he was not fit to be a knight. Roid took what he heard calmly and even sarcastically, saying that he refused to believe what he had just heard. He stated that everything was completely wrong, but he shouldn't expect a salary increase in the next 6 months. Nothing could be done about it. The knight looked at him, not believing his ears. He felt an incomprehensible respect and gratitude towards this man, whom he had previously hated. Then the heroes sat for some time in complete silence, as if the conversation that had just taken place had never happened at all. Finally, Gabriel announced that he was willing to do without the bonus for 3 months, to which his lord simply raised an eyebrow in surprise and announced that the attempt had failed. It was after this that Gabriel swore an oath to never again neglect his duties and, if necessary, to give his life for Roid. He asked if he should believe the muttering of someone jabbing a stick into a fire. Azrakhan said that he didn't have to believe it, but he would keep his word. Gabriel said that he knew Roid had reached the 3 rings level, and if he wanted to catch up, he had to become a Swordmaster before the end of the year. The guy smiled and noted that it sounded like a fat woman promising to lose 5 kilos. They both laughed. However, the fun was short-lived, and soon everyone was back in their own thoughts, just like at the beginning. Suddenly, our hero also picked up a twig from the ground and called out to Gabriel, intending to tell him something important. Everyone has their own mana limit. The more mana there is, the more difficult it is to cope with such a volume. So having an ocean of mana, Gabriel has a hard time polishing it to the level of a Swordmaster. Roid drew a circle on the ground, but the knight trampled it with his foot, a reaction to what he had just heard. Azrakhan looked the young man straight in the eyes and replied that this time he intended to do without his prompting. He then decided that he would not rely on Roid's help. It would be better to get by on his own. Now, in the battle with Kyle, this also gave him strength. Gabriel gathered all the mana he had for the attack and rushed forward as if he had not just been lying there completely exhausted. Shouting that he would become a master of the sword, he intended to pierce the man with the stump, but his blade turned out to be longer and faster. Luckily, he passed by the young man's body, although he was only a few centimeters away from death. Kale whispered that the knight never ceased to amaze him. Anyone else would have been shattered into pieces from such closeness to the sword's aura. He asked how the hero managed to strengthen his body with mana. He was literally amazed by his little tricks. But this does not mean that Azrahan will remain alive today, because fate itself has destined him to die. Kale's sword made another movement. Everything around the floor burst into flames, and Gabriel was unable to hold back a piercing cry of pain. His eyes widened and bulged out of his forehead, the aura of the Swordmaster literally tearing the knight's body apart from the inside. However, he did not die, which caused bewilderment on the face of the enemy, who was already preparing for triumph. Gabriel grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand and tried to pull it out of his body. It was something incredible. Kale screamed that he was just a crazy bastard and that he was doing something incomprehensible to the mind. He was scared. The protagonist's idea was to channel the sword's aura energy from his body back into the blade in order to attack the enemy through the hilt. He tried to direct it in such a way that it would pass through the sword into the enemy's hand and then further and further. Kale's fingers were already beginning to glow with someone else's mana mixed with his own. Gabriel's hand did not allow him to let go of the hilt. With only a little time left to reach the heart, the Swordmaster clenched his teeth, trying to resist the unexpectedly powerful enemy. The mana heart shone in the sky, its familiar blue hue, giving hope that the plan would work. Now it was no longer Gabriel who was shouting, but Kale. He realized that they had dared to outplay him on his own field. And yet he managed to hit the young man and throw him away. Now only the master's hand held the sword. Our hero flew to the side and hit the wall, but this blow was nothing compared to what he had experienced before. The knight fell to the ground trying to group himself, but his wounds were too severe to do so. For a while, Azrahan lay against the wall like a rag doll, but little by little his muscles began to work. Kale slowly approached with his aura sword. He intended to finish what he started at any cost. Suddenly Gabriel's muscles relaxed. The Swordmaster felt his breath stop, and the flow of mana stopped too. The man decided that his participation here was no longer required. He had already spent too much time on the guy. It was time to go for the queen's head. He turned to leave, but suddenly felt movement behind him. A calm voice said that now he understood. It was Azrakan. The Swordmaster turned around. His surprise knew no bounds. How the corpse could rise to its feet and speak remained completely incomprehensible. The knight finished his sentence, saying in full that he now understood what the mana of a true Swordmaster was like. A real aura sword, several times larger than Kale's, appeared in his hands, glowing greenish blue. The man was blinded by the radiance of the aura. His eyes widened. This was simply impossible. The young man could not become a master after death. Gabriel swung the blade of mana several times. His opponent had never seen anything like it in his life, believing himself to be the only one in the kingdom who could master this skill. Moreover, the young man's sword was truly enormous. It seemed as if all the mana in this world was concentrated in it. This could not be ignored. The old Swordmaster prepared to attack. He did not need an opponent, especially an opponent of such strength. He also increased the amount of mana he had collected into his aura sword to the maximum. Swinging it several times, the man filled everything with a pink glow. This flow of mana mixed with Gabriel's green flow, and the latter turned out to be more powerful, absorbing it. Kale froze in an attacking pose, but did not carry out the attack. He was literally knocked off his feet by the enemy's energy. The man froze in silent screams. His face became like that of a man doomed to death, although no one was trying to kill him yet. But there was a plan to disarm, and it was realized. After a single swing of Gabriel's sword, his enemy's hand, along with the blade, flew off to the side. The old Swordmaster screamed, but more from surprise than pain, the blood spurting out so hard that he was unable to stay on his feet. A hand flew to the floor. Everything else was covered in streams of mana that swirled in a spiral. This was the residual energy of the villain. He himself fell to the floor, which had cracked open after Azrahan's attack, and now the screams became much louder and more heartbreaking. The guards rushed to help their master. No one could believe that the Swordmaster would be defeated. Suddenly the knights froze in place. No one had time to approach Kyle. Our hero warned them not to interfere. He blocked their path and asked if the knights really wanted to get acquainted with the new master's sword. There was silence in the queen's chambers for a moment. Then Alicia's voice was heard calling out to Roid Frontera. The woman took the hero by the hand and tried to get him to open his eyes, but so far to no avail. The Empress took the hero's hand in hers and said that he had the ability to absorb mana, so let him absorb it and gain strength. She kept calling out Baron Frontera's eldest son's name, terrified that they might lose such a talented man who could be useful to the state. Suddenly our hero actually opened his eyes, but while this was a trial attempt, the eyelids quickly dropped again. When he opened his eyes again, a message appeared that a new mana skill and immunity to all types of poison had been added, and new abilities had also been unlocked. Roid smiled from ear to ear. The queen's face became full of disgust. She did not like the smug way Roid grinned at all. She didn't like it so much that she couldn't contain her emotions and slapped the guy, and quite hard at that. The young man gasped in surprise, clutching his head and looking at Alicia Termino Magentano in surprise. The woman felt ashamed of her actions, and Baron Frontera's eldest son looked surprised and even a little offended. He asked her ladyship what was the matter and why she had treated him like that. It was painful and disrespectful, considering what he had done for her. The queen apologized and explained that she was frightened by the face. When asked what was wrong with it, she asked him to forget it and asked how our hero was feeling. Roid replied that he wasn't sure he could get up. They needed to help Gabriel, but his legs were shaking and wouldn't obey. He decided to try out a new skill of absorbing mana from the environment. There was simply no other choice. Instantly, a mana heart flared in the air, but it was weak and rather dim, the rings barely noticeable at all. When the ability began to work, the glow gradually intensified and the object increased in size, but the guy did not feel any better yet. Then he activated another new skill called Fast and Powerful Fight. The mana heart glowed like a powerful lantern. The queen was also caught up in the energy flow, and she did not immediately realize that it was her own mana leaving her body. Streams of mana flowed towards Roid from all sides. It seemed like there wasn't a single unused object left in the room. Mana flowed into the room even through the walls. Interior items began to fall off them, and in some places the wallpaper peeled off. In some places, even the furniture began to break and move, and the Empress realized with horror that in a little while her own mana would be completely absorbed by our hero. She panicked and called out to the young man, trying to explain that he should stop immediately. The guy's face was completely relaxed and detached. Alicia Termino Magentano realized that he didn't hear her at all. The woman pursed her lips, and yet she was a wise and just ruler and a human being too. She humbly knelt down and mentally allowed Roid to take as much mana as needed to fill his heart, and with all this power, help his knight. The hero's arms stretched out. He was all aglow. It seemed his body could not accept any more mana. This was the maximum. But the flow did not subside immediately. For some time, the queen felt herself in this whirlwind of blue energy. Now the young man was collecting mana and transferring it into another vessel. His body tensed, and it seemed as if it was about to soar above the ground. The chandelier swayed above her head. The Empress folded her hands and obediently waited for it all to end. It felt like there was still very little time left. Suddenly everything became quiet, and Baron Frontera's eldest son suddenly opened his eyes, looking as businesslike as possible. Everything in the room turned gray, and the queen leaned helplessly towards the floor, as if all the life had been drained from her and the room. Roidu has unlocked a level of mana mastery called Lesser Swordmaster, and also gained the ability of Berserker. The hero stood up. His body seemed full of strength and practically weightless. The guy felt that he had properly recharged and immediately thought of Gabriel. The young man jumped in horror at the realization that his knight was now fighting the Swordmaster one-on-one. He looked at the gray and weak Empress and shouted that they should gather themselves and immediately move to help Azrahan. The woman didn't react, and the young man panicked, realizing that his new skill had affected her. Suddenly the queen stirred, and then, in a weak voice, said that later she wanted to know everything in detail. But now the main thing for them is to stop Kale, after which she asked if Roid could carry her. The hero did not waste a minute. Covering her shoulders with a waistcoat, he prepared to fulfill the request, thinking that Alicia was simply something. She didn't even care what people thought about it. The queen put her arms around his neck, and, on command, the young man lifted the load and rushed to the door. They ran out of the room so quickly that they didn't even notice the guards lying on the floor who had been dealt with by the Swordmaster. Roid rushed like lightning, mentally begging Gabriel to hold on a little longer. The master was already rushing to help. The Empress also thought about the knight. He is indeed capable of brilliantly controlling mana, but this is not enough to defeat the Swordmaster. She decided to save up some mana just in case, and closed her eyes. She needed to gather some strength. When our heroes turned the corner, both of their eyes widened. The sight was completely different from what they expected. In the middle of the ruined hall stood Azrakan. He was wounded, but leaned on a huge sword of aura, which shone with a greenish-blue light. Guards were crowded in the gap. Roid called out to the knight in a voice full of surprise, but it sounded so quiet that only the Empress could hear it. Our hero tried to figure out if it was really an aura sword. He saw Kale trying to use this technique, but only out of the corner of his eye, as he was busy with Alicia. Kale himself was writhing in pain on the floor, clutching his shoulder. His arm was missing, and that meant Gabriel had won. The queen raised her hand imperiously forward with the order to immediately lay down their weapons, and the knights silently obeyed. They raised their pikes and greeted Her Majesty with surprise, as if they had seen a ghost and not a living person. She angrily explained that the only one who tried to kill the queen was Kale. Fortunately, these two young men managed to fight him off. Hearing that he was not afraid to take a risk and save the Empress's life from herself, Gabriel made a proud and respectful face. Roid made no pretense of being interested in anything other than the money of this extremely solvent client. Alicia Termino Magentano ordered those present to pay their respects to the heroes and be polite to them. The guards lined up and slammed their weapons on the floor as a sign of respect and gratitude to the boys. The Empress then announced that everyone who attended the banquet would be questioned. This was a precautionary measure, but it could not be ignored. Roid asked Gabriel if he was really a Swordmaster now, and he casually replied that he was, but such a dismissive attitude surprised our hero. The knight explained that this was his goal, and he had achieved it. From now on, the master could face more serious trials, and he must protect him. Baron Frontera's eldest son listened to this with considerable surprise. He was already glad that Azrahan had survived. He smiled a little condescendingly and thought that the hero was allowed to say whatever he wanted, and he would simply be glad that everything was fine. The system sent a message that Roid had become a participant in grand events today, and that new skills were now available to him. The boy was even more surprised. He was informed that as part of a reward system, he would now be given titles based on his achievements. The titles were created to reflect the hero's personality, such as Damn Body Aches, Sailor Cream, Lobster Cutter, and Emergency Resuscitation. Roid asked if the titles could be changed, and then began to consider how well titles would help develop skills. When it became clear to the boy that each title had a useful effect added to it, such as resilience in battle and an increase in the level of favor with the residents of Cremo, he became quite excited. There were also some extra points attached to them, but for now all the indicators were at 0, and the system refused to explain, forcing the hero to beg for it. Finally, it was explained that these points meant the ability to use the powers of nature, and that the final spoiler skill was also available. The next morning, the weather was fine, But not everyone was able to sleep well and rest. Roid, he came to his brother and began to complain that he had been awake for half the night because of the interrogations. Julian asked if he had managed to find out who had collaborated with Kale. The young man replied that no, but the mages cast the confession spell on everyone who spoke the secret code, so something might become clear over time. He thought that because of this assassination attempt, his departure home was being delayed, and this was bad. And besides, in the novel, due attention was not paid to this episode, so he did not know the details. Roid thought that the episode itself had happened 3 years earlier. If so, then they would be in serious trouble, and his knowledge of the future would no longer be of any use. A lot would change. Jillian asked, what about Gabriel? Was he still under investigation? His brother explained that the knight had been summoned to an audience with the queen. Then he voiced the reason for the visit, explaining that Azrahan had become a master of the sword. The younger brother's face became thoughtful as he tried to comprehend what he had heard. When it dawned on him, the boy screamed with delight. Roid explained that only a swordmaster could defeat Kyle. What was surprising about that? Jillian said that he thought it happened with the help of soldiers. Our hero twirled his finger at his temple. Even hundreds of soldiers are powerless against the master of the sword. The brother nodded, his face shining with joy, but it was clear that a not very pleasant thought had appeared in his head. He asked if this meant that a lot could change for them, and Roid guessed what it meant. At the Queen's audience, Gabriel was thanked for his heroism, as well as for the change in the form of his aura sword, something that had never happened in history. Alicia Termino Magentano reported that the position of commander of the Royal Palace Guard is currently vacant, so she has orders. The woman wanted the new Swordmaster to remain with her and serve his empress in this position, but the knight remained silent. Julian voiced his concerns to his brother that Azrahan would now remain in Magentano, and he was upset. Just at that moment, the hero was thinking about the answer he should give to the queen. He was torn between the agony of choice, and moreover, he was bound by an oath. He began by asking Her Majesty for forgiveness for his rudeness, and disappointment flashed across the ruler's face. Meanwhile, Roid looked at his brother with a warm and understanding look. He wanted to encourage and reassure the boy, but he also had to live up to the image. That's why the guy raised an eyebrow in disdain and asked if Jillian really knew their family's knight so little. Alicia, the woman asked in an icy tone if the young man understood what was happening and what she was asking him to do. The Empress reminded that disobedience to the royal order could be regarded as treason. She asked if the knight knew how a refusal in such insolence could end for him. Gabriel remained silent, his head down. Finally, the hero announced that his fate was entirely in the hands of the monarch. He only needed to be allowed to write a farewell letter to the Baron. She playfully rested her chin on her hand and asked if the knight meant that he was ready to die at her command, that it was so noble. Azrakan asked forgiveness for the insult he had caused the queen with his refusal. He had nothing more to add. The woman continued to look at him with a thoughtful gaze. A decision had to be made right now. Gabriel showed complete resignation to fate. His appearance was humble and absolutely calm. Finally, Alicia Termino Magentano said that the young man could go. She respected his will. The knight thanked Her Highness, and now he felt like a completely happy man. Bowing once more, Azrahan said goodbye and headed towards the exit of the audience hall of the Magentano Palace. He walked down the corridor like a completely free warrior, the sun dazzlingly shining through the windows as if marking the beginning of bright times. Suddenly, the novel's protagonist stopped. Someone called out to him, but the knight was in no hurry to turn towards the sound of the voice. It was Jillian. The boy's face was written with suffering. He wanted to say goodbye to his protector and friend. Hesitant and not knowing where to begin, the boy asked what the queen had said, whether they would have to part. Gabriel smiled. He understood the anxiety of Baron Frontera's youngest son, and besides, the answer should please him. With a slightly sad but bright expression, Azrahan announced that he was now forever a knight of House Frontera. Jillian beamed with joy. The tears stopped rolling from his eyes. This was the best news he had ever heard. The queen sat on her throne and reflected on how unique the Frontera estate was. She thought with a smile that she wasn't particularly popular with the locals. It seemed so surprising that it didn't even irritate her. The night flew by as quickly as the clouds that covered the moon under the blowing winds, and the weather began to deteriorate again. Roid lay on the lawn under the night sky, studying information about the new skills he had acquired. There were quite a lot of them, especially considering the tremendous achievements that have happened recently. The names were intriguing, but what interested the hero more than anything else was the blessing of the Frontera estate, which he had received just a day earlier. There was also Magentano the Fool and Queen Alicia's absolute trust. I wonder how these abilities can be used for personal gain. The guy thought with a laugh that now he wouldn't have a single suspicion in case of a conspiracy, even if officials and aristocrats started to pester him. Suddenly, the young man's face became serious. He saw the moon in the sky and immediately felt strange vibrations. The full moon activated the night sky skill while the points were at 0, but it was possible to try using it and increase the number. A message appeared that 22 points had been awarded, and Roid began to study what advantages this could provide. A message appeared that the final spoiler was available, a skill that allows you to see the future, and 20 points were required to activate it. The young man was tormented by curiosity, and, without hesitation, he spent the required number of points to take advantage of the opportunity to find out what awaited him at the end. For a while, Kim Soo-ho, in the guise of Baron Frontera's eldest son, simply sat in pitch darkness, or rather, emptiness. He felt so uneasy that the guy even called the system to get a new message and began looking around for it. Suddenly, everything around started to burn. Our hero realized that he was on the pavement, and the city was burning around him. He began to look around to understand which one it was, and it turned out that it was the very same city of Frontera. But everything looked terrifying. The houses were gaping with holes. The flames engulfed almost all the surrounding streets. Roid perked up. It was not for nothing that he had been tormented by a bad feeling in the void. Now he desperately wanted to know what had happened here. Broken trees, destroyed houses, and fire in all the windows clearly did not bode well. It looked like a natural disaster had occurred. Or maybe they were attacked by barbarians and the city was destroyed. The young man continued to look around in bewilderment. But one had to look not into the distance. Right in front of the hero, on the ruins, lay the body of one of the residents, and it was badly damaged. Horrified, Roid began to look into the details and noticed many dead citizens on the streets. At first, he mistook them for things. The remains lay literally underfoot, and there were people and even orcs, whose axes could not save them from death. Our hero ran towards Baron Frontera's palace, his heart pounding with excitement. The guy ran through the streets and tried to call at least someone alive. Thinking about what kind of ending this was, he hoped to see the future differently. He screamed, but no one responded. Then Kim Soo-ho thought that he couldn't be heard because it wasn't reality. Ahead, the young man did meet living and familiar characters, but it would have been better if he had not seen them. Before the hero's eyes, Roid Frontera and Gabriel stopped next to two dead people hugging each other. It seemed they were the Baron and Baroness. Sweat ran down the young man's face in streams. He tried to find the strength not to scream in horror, but even if he had screamed, no one would have heard him. In front of him were indeed Arcos and Marvea Frontera, who even died together and at the same time. Roid from the future was in tears and was lamenting that he should have returned home earlier. Roid from the past was standing behind him. The boy cried loudly and asked his parent for forgiveness for failing to protect them, for failing to save the city. Kim Soo-ho gritted his teeth in rage and hissed. He realized that the new skill had been useful, but he couldn't figure out what to do with this information now. He raised his face to the sky and angrily screamed that everything simply could not end so tragically. And what about his dreams of a comfortable and peaceful old age? Suddenly Roid heard a strange sound. He looked around to understand what was going on, but at first he was unable to do so. The hero noticed a cloud approaching him, consisting of either birds or insects, but he could not yet figure out which one exactly. The creatures were approaching. There were so many of them that the sky turned black, and a guess struck the young man. It was some kind of giant locust-like thing. Soon he could already make out individual specimens with bloodthirsty mouths full of sharp teeth. Roid had never seen a locust up close, but he was ready to swear that they shouldn't have such fangs, and they were usually smaller in size. It was some kind of monster mutation. The young man took a few steps towards them, but then decided that he needed to pay attention to something else. He approached Gabriel from the future to see how the knight would react to the invasion of monsters. As expected, the Swordmaster used the Aura Sword, determined to avenge the death of the Lord and his wife. The very first blow illuminated everything around with the glow of mana, and it was impossible to count how many locusts it destroyed. The flashes from the knight's blows cut through the black cloud like lightning, a sight Roid would remember for the rest of his life. Just as he will remember the fury of his knight, who was burning with the desire to destroy every last insect. Soon, Gabriel began to chop down the locusts with cross-shaped strikes, which looked even more impressive. The guy gave it his all and screamed from anger, from pain, from the desire for revenge, and the thirst to kill these vile creatures. He even used an explosive strike. With the new amount of mana, it was now even more impressive than before. Soon, this conclusion did not correspond to reality. A black spot was spreading over the palace again. New, countless hordes of locusts arrived faster than their slain relatives could fall to the ground. Our hero looked at this and could not believe his eyes. He felt genuine despair from his own powerlessness. But it was already the same old Roid who tested the final spoiler skill on the green lawn in Magentano. Drenched in sweat, he slurred his words as he asked the system if this would really happen, but there was no answer. The young man jumped to his feet. He was shocked and could not believe that such an ending could not be prevented. He had to try. He rushed as fast as he could into the palace to the queen, completely not caring that it was night outside. Since there was no doubt that a locust invasion would occur, it was necessary to prepare for it, and the guy ran with all his might. The hero remembered looking at his crying self, regretting that he had not come earlier from behind and gathering the will to change this ending of the story. Roid ran to the queen, intending to break into the office, even if he had to knock down the doors with his forehead. He remembered the incident with the locusts from the novel well. The Empress was busy with paperwork and received a late visitor. She was surprised to hear that the entire Cremona region would be affected by locusts. The woman asked for more details about this disaster, ignoring Roid's request to gather and send troops there as soon as possible. The young man, not daring to raise his head, said that this was the work of Asfahan's enemy. His goal was to weaken the kingdom of Magentano using the so-called domino of monsters. By subjugating the monsters in the eastern part of the wasteland, the enemies deprive them of their natural habitat, so one group of monsters will displace another, moving further and further west. Kim Soo-ho knew that in the novel this should happen not on their lands, but further north, and in 3.5 years. But he did not tell the Empress this. Alicia thought that Asfahan had most likely actually done something in the wasteland, but the information needed to be verified. She approached the young man and asked him how he knew that this was really happening. Maybe Asfahan started doing something to harm Magentano, but where did he get the information about the locusts and domino monsters? The hero tensed up. He realized that he couldn't provide evidence. He had to get out of it. The queen sternly informed him that he was hiding a lot from her. She added that even the actions of her longtime enemy Asfahan aroused less suspicion than the words and behavior of Baron Frontera's eldest son. The young man literally bit his tongue. He was confused and was now very afraid of blurting out something unnecessary, but he had to answer. The idea came suddenly. Roid reported that the information was obtained thanks to special connections, from friendly orcs from the Steel Sand tribe that lives in the wasteland. He learned about Kyle by chance. He heard strange phrases that the Swordmaster exchanged with the valet and decided to follow them. The fact that he was able to absorb her mana and make all the mana around him viscous was a technique taught to him by Gabriel, a genius the likes of which the world had never seen. The hero considered himself a genius of sorts, and when he reported that he had quickly learned everything and mastered several rare skills, the queen decided that this seemed to be true. But for some reason, the woman felt like the guy was making this story up as he went along, and she started glaring at him, but Roid decided he had mastered the improvisation. This was clear from how calm and focused Empress Alicia's face became. However, our hero had no guarantee that everything would go smoothly. He stood, sweating, waiting for the queen's decision. Then he remembered Magentano's fisherman and Alicia's absolute trust skills, and decided that he could use them. The queen ordered the immediate allocation of fighters, 500 white spearmen, as well as 50 magicians, with Roid appointed as commander, as he knew about the enemy's movements. Our hero smiled a happy smile and thanked Her Majesty for her trust and support. That should have been enough. Alicia noted that trust had nothing to do with it, and that he shouldn't consider it a favor. Everything in this world has to be paid for. Roid said that if this helps stop the monsters, then all predictions and decisions within the Queen's power will be made carefully, with care for the crown's reputation. The woman sighed and said that Baron Frontera's son was acting suspiciously, but she liked what he was saying. Soon Roid, Gabriel, and the warriors accompanying them were already racing towards the city of Frontera. The young people were the first, using mana enhancement to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Our hero tried to say or ask something, but due to the speed he was unable to do so. The knight was not familiar with such problems. The guy tried again, but it didn't get any better. Azrahan said that he didn't understand a word. They continued moving forward, and Roid somehow managed to get the hang of it and explained that they needed to get to their father's estate in 5 days. The rest would come later. Kim Soo-ho rode his horse, thinking that now Gabriel could defeat an entire army of a small country, and the moral qualities of the enemies would be trampled. But monsters have no moral qualities. All they want is as much loot and food as possible. Even with the power of fire, just 2 people cannot stop the locust invasion. But there is no other choice now. At the right place, Roid gave the command to the Podong to split up and asked them to do everything exactly as he told them to, and most importantly, to show up on time. The hamster nodded and resolutely jumped to the ground to fulfill the will of his good master in the best possible way. Baron Frontera's eldest son was determined to succeed because he now had the main thing. He had a plan. The horses jumped over the gorge against the backdrop of the full moon, and our hero was already dreaming of how prosperous and rich his estate, his ancestral nest, would be. The riders raced for several days and nights in a row, without knowing rest. The horses were already almost at the limit of their capabilities. Finally, Roid decided to slow down. They had reached another important point in their fast-paced journey. The closer the lands of Frontera became, the more alarming the situation became, and now a nasty buzzing sound could be clearly heard. In the valley directly in front of the horsemen lay several towns and villages, and locusts could already be seen in the sky above them. Our hero thought that there was just a little bit left, just a little bit, and they would reach their goal. The main thing was to strictly adhere to the right tactics. The peasants, cultivating the fields, raised their heads to the sky. They too could hear the approaching horde of insects. Most were still calm, but some already had expressions of alarm and fear on their faces. The insects gradually became more numerous, and their buzzing definitely did not bode well. Many workers dropped their work and peered into the sky to see what it was. Suddenly Roid appeared and, without dismounting from his horse, ordered everyone to run to a safe place as quickly as possible. Looking at the stunned craftsman, the boy extended his hand and demanded a metal brazier, the largest one he could find. The locusts were approaching, each individual creature so hideous that together they were like a flying terror. The walls of the Frontera palace began to shake slightly from the vibrations of the monster's wings, and there was unrest inside as well. When the first monster broke through the wall, the maid almost fainted from horror. She couldn't even scream. The insect approached the woman, its terrible teeth bared in a carnivorous manner. It was useless to run. Shards of glass lay on the floor, and the locusts slowly and surely approached their first victim. Out of fear, the maid could think of nothing better to do than close her eyes and try to cover her heart with her hands. But soon a heavy chair rose into the air to descend on the huge beetle and destroy it. It was Marvea Frontera who heard the noise and came to the aid of the maid. She had no lack of determination. Before the women had time to rejoice at having successfully destroyed the enemy, new holes began to appear in the walls, and the monsters along with them. The Baroness grabbed Emily by the hand and pulled her along with her. She needed to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. As she passed the window, Marvea saw that there were so many locusts outside that the sunlight was practically invisible behind this black cloud. Several more of these clouds were approaching from the surrounding hills. There were a lot of monsters, and they were all flying towards the city. The Baroness had never encountered anything like this before, so she was literally petrified for a few seconds. She was brought out of her stupor by the call of her husband, who ran out into the corridor with his sword at the ready and asked if his wife was okay. Arcos asked the women to wait and not go first. He was the man here, and he was armed. Baron Frontera pushed open the doors to the street with determination, but what he saw there made him think twice before going outside. The locusts greedily devoured everything that was suitable for this, including branches and bark of trees and the doors of houses. The monsters worked their teeth without stopping, grinding down even window frames and everything they could reach. Knight Byron ran as fast as he could to the palace to protect his lord and his family from this disaster. On the way, he gave the order to all the soldiers to immediately gather at the Baron's house and hold the defense at any cost. The man ran as fast as he could, fighting off insects that tried to attack him along the way. He had enough strength for that. In a cow stall, a boy named Mikhail waged a desperate battle with locusts to keep them from reaching the animals. Byron realized that not only the ruler was in danger, but also the entire city, the inhabitants, the cattle, and even the houses, but he could not be torn in two. He remembered Arcos's words that if trouble came to their lands, the first thing to take care of was the inhabitants, not him. Frontera said he believed that lords existed to look after the common people, a memory that caused the knight to turn sharply. He saved Mikhail by swinging his sword sharply over his head, leaving only parts of the monster, but the boy was not harmed. With the next blow, Byron destroyed another locust. The more he killed, the more he realized that his forces were insufficient. The man stood in the way of the monsters who were trying to get to the cows and the child, ordering Mikhail to stay behind him. Unfortunately, thousands of new insects were flying towards them, and the situation was quickly becoming critical. Suddenly, an axe came down on the monsters from the opposite side. Several of them fell in half at once. It was Herosh. He shouted furiously, asking his brothers to come out and fight like true warriors. The orcs promised to protect Roid and his family, and family is sacred to them. Even if today everyone is destined to die, they will go out with dignity in battle. Mine workers, armed with pickaxes, took to the city streets to fight the locusts with all available means. Mikhail also took up a shovel to cover the Knight Byron from behind. As we remember, the man was not very good in battle. The vile insects won due to their speed and numbers. Even the powerful and valiant orcs could do nothing against their sharp teeth. Byron also quickly lost his strength to fight. All he could do was cover Mikhail with his body, so that the locusts would devour the adult first. A townswoman fell to her knees, clutching her baby to her. She understood perfectly well that even he had practically no chance, no matter how hard she tried. And yet the inhabitants of Frontera did not give up, some with brooms, others with rapiers, trying to resist the invasion of monsters. The orcs did not lose their fighting spirit even when they began to be eaten alive. On the contrary, it only fueled their fury in battle. But the huge warriors quickly tired, so many of them tried to simply cover the defenseless people with their bodies. Baron Frontera embraced his wife in the same way, constantly wielding the sword in his other hand, but his strength was already waning. There were monsters in droves. Monsters were everywhere. But the worst thing was that their numbers were growing with each passing moment. More and more hordes of locusts flew towards the city, and it seemed that in just a few more minutes there would be absolutely nothing left of it. The mother cried, eaten by insects, but did not stop rocking her child, sacrificing herself. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she realized that they were all doomed. It was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the locusts had already begun to dine on a strand of her hair. Any organic material was suitable for food for the monsters. But the worst thing is that after the hairstyle, the beetle would attack what is underneath it, the city dweller's head and her body. Byron tried to assess the situation, shielding the boy with his body, but there was no longer an ounce of hope in his eyes. Billions of insects blocked out the sun. Rays of light could not penetrate to the ground through them. Suddenly an explosion thundered in the sky, although it was barely visible. Sparks rained down, killing random insects, only a few for now, but that could all change soon. The people and orcs froze and looked up. Something unusual was happening there, but it was impossible to understand what exactly. Roid shouted at the top of his lungs that now the filthy locusts would find out who they were dealing with. They wouldn't let their lands and their people be destroyed so easily. Gabriel was there too, wielding his sword with all his might, looking furious, but focused on the process. In the hands of Baron Frontera's eldest son was a metal circle, the very brazier with which he reflected the energy of the explosion onto the monsters. In addition to all this, he diligently pounded this metal shield with a hammer, trying to stun the insects. Gabriel was helping. That was their plan, to scare off the invasion of creatures with the help of sound and fire. The knight tried so selflessly that our hero could hardly hold this huge copper circle in his hands. The plan worked. The stunned beetles simply fell to the ground, and the young people were jumping down the street at full speed. The worst thing was that the locusts also squealed as they died, and the noise in the city could now cause mental damage. The insects began to gather in a swarm and gradually rise upward, leaving such an unpleasant place. Like a whirlwind, it swirled in an arc and rushed into the sky, away from the source of the sound, but for now it was only a part. The Baron and his wife, and other residents of the city, could now breathe a sigh of relief. The threat had passed, at least for now. Arcos Frontera didn't know who exactly saved them, but the voice seemed familiar to him, and Marvea also confirmed his guess. Our hero and his faithful knight raced at full speed to drive the locusts as far away from their lands as possible. The insects followed them as planned. Gabriel shouted that they needed to increase the speed even more. Roid agreed. The monsters were in for an unpleasant surprise when they reached their final destination. The peasants froze, watching as a cloud of insects flew past, pursuing the two desperate horsemen. Our hero put the brazier out again and ordered the knight to hit it again as hard and as often as possible. Azrakhan struck with such force that the young man almost fell off his horse. He had not yet gotten used to its new capabilities. The knight was pleased with himself, but quickly set to work with less persistence so as not to disrupt their plan. Roid withstood the blow, thinking that everything was exactly like in the novel. Loud sounds kill locusts, but also force them to follow the source in an attempt to destroy it. He demanded that Gabriel make a small detour and stop by Raycon's estate, which was not part of the original plan. The young man thought that Baron Frontera's eldest son was going to help them too, which was a bit unusual for a hero. Sympathy for Roid grew, and the experience points added to his account flew. Meanwhile, the guy destroyed the image, yelling that water bills alone weren't enough for him. Raycon's domains had already been invaded by monsters at that time, but the situation was not as dire as that of Frontera. However, there were already countless insects in the Viscount's palace. He himself tried to escape, calling on the guards for help. Instead of the guards, someone else appeared, and did it in the most spectacular way possible. Raycon screamed in horror. The horseman broke through the wall and burst right into the hall where he was. The Viscount began to pray to all the gods at once. He collapsed onto the carpet, and only after looking back did he realize that Roid Frontera and his knight had come to see him. The man was already stressed, and now he had completely lost touch with reality, sweating in terror. Roid gave the command to hit the metal, and Gabriel immediately carried it out. Everything hummed and shook. The horsemen had vanished without a trace, but the locusts had left the Viscount's palace with them, and the confused ruler continued to crawl across the carpet. A whole whirlwind of insects flew over his head and began to pursue our heroes. The knight asked why they had driven the insects through the building, what kind of strange tactic this was. Roid laughed that this was necessary for greater effect, so that their visit would be better remembered, and they would not forget to pay. Gabriel thought the young gentleman had gone crazy. He couldn't think of any other explanation for his words. They drove through the city like a whirlwind, taking the monsters with them, Roid constantly shouting that no one would ever see anything like this here again. He shouted that he was very glad that there was an opportunity to introduce everyone to another Roid Frontera, let them be impressed. Azrakhan suggested saving their strength and not wasting it on useless shouting, but the only response was laughter. Roid insisted that screaming was absolutely necessary to save people, and at the same time to impress them as much as possible. The knight looked at his comrade again as if he were crazy. He still couldn't figure out why he needed this. Having galloped through almost all of Raycon's possessions, the young man announced that it was now time to drive the horses to their Mares swamps. Suddenly his face became serious and even frightened. Another swarm of locusts was flying straight towards him, and it was much larger. Now the monsters were both behind and in front, in fact, on all sides, and it became difficult to navigate the terrain. Gabriel ordered the young master to cover himself with the brazier and follow him. He drew his sword and prepared to break through the cloud of insects. The new sword aura skill was perfect for this, and the glow of mana flared up like a guiding light. There was no need for even blows. The swings of the blade destroyed the monsters simply with their energy. It looked impressive and worked perfectly. Roid rode his horse so fast that the insects simply smashed against the shield, which was also a kind of weapon, no matter how you look at it. The young men cut through the cloud of locusts, trying to get ahead, and they were doing quite well, but the stream of monsters just kept coming. Then, strikes of mana and spells shot into the sky again, and the swarm began to gradually rise upward. When the locusts again organized their flight, swirling in one direction, the young men were able to gallop calmly towards their goal. Calmly, not in terms of speed, but in terms of freedom of movement, they raced at full speed towards the river, beyond which the swamps began. This caused another problem. The horses became exhausted and began to whinny pitifully, showing that they were exhausted. The boy threw back the brazier and shouted to the knight to prepare his back, who asked in surprise what that meant. Instead of answering, Frontera jumped off his horse and moved onto the back of Gabriel's horse, wrapping his arms and legs tightly around it. Azrakhan also had to slow down his horse. There was no point in continuing to gallop at full speed. The animal would not be able to withstand the double load. Roid yelled that now, instead of a horse, there would be a swordmaster. Let him run as fast as he could. The knight jumped to the ground. He did not expect such an order, but he was determined to carry it out as well as possible. Having regained his balance, Gabriel tried to judge how comfortably and firmly Lord Frontera was holding on to him. He weighed a lot together with his shovel, but there was no choice. To encourage the knight, Roid let out a victorious cry. Azrakhan ran, and it was surprisingly easy for him. He had enough mana to outrun the locusts. The young people moved in long leaps, followed by billions of insects, but this was no longer so frightening. It seemed that just a little more, and the Swordmaster would stop touching the ground with his feet altogether. He too was practically flying, but the distance was decreasing. Roid was holding on with all his strength. The first monsters had already caught up with them and were about to begin an attack, but their speed did not allow it yet. The young man realized that they were almost there and began calling out for Bel and Ippo at the top of his voice. Roid and Gabriel jumped over the first stream, and in the river in front of them, the fantastic pets were already preparing for a counterattack. Hippo filled his cheeks with water, and Bellflower, also enlarged in size, waited her turn. The young men collapsed onto the grass and covered their heads with their hands as the first volley of water passed over them. Then the pink baby entered the game, turning her back to the enemies and already raising her tail. The locusts were approaching, but Bellflower intended to wait for the most opportune moment to destroy as many monsters as possible. Finally, a volley of lava burst out, and the entire swarm burst into flames. The monsters burned so quickly that they did not have time to realize it. The first wave was incinerated, but more and more locusts kept arriving, awaiting the same fate. Soon, the entire cloud began to burn and smolder, crumbling into ashes right before the eyes of the astonished heroes. The farmers cultivating the fields stopped working when they saw the dramatic show and the clouds of smoke that remained in its wake. Roid understood that a new batch of insects would soon arrive and gave the command to begin the second water wave. Hippo released the water with such force, like a fire hose, that there was so much of it that it should have been enough for all the creatures. The locusts were washed down, their wings became wet, and the monsters lost the ability to fly, falling to the ground. Behemoth was very pleased with the effect he had achieved. He had worked with large volumes of water before, but never with such volumes of enemies. A veritable rain of insects fell upon the fields that had recently been swamps, and Roid and Gabriel were pleased with the result. True, the knight didn't quite understand why it was impossible to simply burn the entire swarm with the bell. Why complicate things? Baron Frontera's eldest son explained that they would also burn because a third cloud of insects was approaching, and he asked the knight for an explosive strike. The knight prepared to strike. It was necessary to accumulate the maximum amount of energy. Roid directed the blast wave with his shovel, Gabriel with his sword, and together they were able to unleash an attack of incredible power. Red and turquoise streams of mana intertwined, destroying everything in their path more powerful than any weapon. The incinerated locusts remained in the air for some time, and then began to quietly fall downwards. Looking at the result of their joint efforts, the young people literally could not accept the fact that it was their doing. The young gentleman collapsed on the grass, announcing that he had no strength left. The knight stood, but was also exhausted, noticing that they had dealt with most of the insects. But clearly not with all of them. There were at least several thousand monsters left that would also be good to kill. Residents of surrounding villages and towns attempted to cope with this task on their own, with varying success. Baron Frontera's eldest son smiled and remarked that it was normal. Let them tense up a little too. Besides, he had an additional plan. Soon the pattering of the podong's paws could be heard. The hamster was in a great hurry. But he completed his mission in the best possible way, so now the pet could also rest. He brought 300 of the best warriors of the Steel Sand tribe. The orcs were not averse to feasting on locusts. The horses stopped. The riders awaited the order to attack, or any order at all. On the opposite side, the knights sent by Queen Alicia lined up, along with 50 battle mages. Without getting up from the grass, Roid said that he would let them finish this, but they had more important things to do. When asked which ones, the young man remarked that it was now time to play monster dominoes, but in reverse. Frowning, he added in a serious tone that this would not end with one wave, and that other monsters could come after the locusts. The commander of the White Knights did not hesitate and gave the order to attack for the safety of Her Highness's lands. Everyone prepared for the attack, and the warriors' eyes showed confidence that they would quickly deal with everything. The mages immediately began casting spells on their swords and spears to enhance their combat power, a technique well practiced. Immediately after this, the White Knights spurred their horses and galloped in all directions to find and neutralize the remaining locusts. They fought with maximum efficiency, destroying 3 monsters at a time. It seemed that such an enemy was nothing new for the warriors. Meanwhile, Garrosh gave the command to his army to attack. The orcs were also tired of waiting for blood. Wooden spears pierced the insects faster than they could fly away. It looked like someone was planning a barbecue. And this idea was successfully realized. Very soon, protein-filled meat and insect larvae were already being roasted on the fires. The orcs tore into it with such gusto that the true motives for their arrival in the swamps became completely obvious to everyone. This protein feast made the warriors rejoice, and in the end, everyone was incredibly pleased with the result. The peasant woman, who was being protected from insects by the red-haired orc, decided to express her gratitude to him. The girl brought him a simple but very delicate pink flower. It was the only thing she could think of. Hearing gratitude for covering for her, the young orc was quite touched and accepted the gift. The beauty turned around and walked away. She was a little scared and embarrassed, so she didn't look back. But if I had looked back, I would have seen how gentle and contented the face of a bloodthirsty monster sniffing a flower could be. Soon the Baron and Baroness appeared. They ran to their son, shouting questions about his well-being as they went. Arcos asked in a trembling voice if Roid was injured, and he replied with a smile that he was completely fine. The parents hugged the boy tightly and thanked him for saving people and lands, not forgetting to repeat how worried they were when he risked himself. The young man tried to convince himself that it was only for pure profit and a happy retirement. While the entire Frontera family sat hugging, a message came that Roid had forgotten what he said at the end of the ending spoiler, but the hero paid no attention to it. As a reward, the young man received the title of Insect Lord, and now he could strike fear into monsters of this species with just one glance. He also gained 2 points to his powers of nature. When our hero went out for an evening walk with his trusty shovel, the commander of the Queen's White Knights approached him. The man's name was Blank, and he couldn't understand why Roid had called him to talk in such a place and at such a time. The boy bowed and thanked the warrior for responding to his request to come, as well as for the knight's contribution to the fight against the locusts. The man objected that there was no point in beating around the bush. Everyone knew who had done the main work. The guy assured that it was a cleanup, and without the knights, everything would have taken longer. Blank replied that at first he was very angry at the Empress for allowing a simple engineer to lead the battle of the kingdom's best warriors. However, upon arriving here, he realized that Roid Frontera was an outstanding strategist, and the man was sure that the Queen's rescue was not a mere coincidence. Blank said that it bothered him a little. The mages were released, but the White Knights were still here, and they were ready to die for the name of the Queen. He did not continue his thought, noting only that he personally liked our hero very much, and he remained silent. Then the commander said that he had said everything. Now it was Roid's turn to explain what he wanted from them. The young man was convinced that Blanc was quite a force to be reckoned with. In the novel, on the orders of the Mad Queen, he carried out a real massacre, even fighting Gabriel. The knight was not yet a master of the sword, so he won with great difficulty, trying to save people. Before his death, Blank turned to the hero and asked him to fulfill his last request, which was unexpected. But the White Knight seemed to regain his sanity and asked Azrahan to stop the Empress at any cost. He was devoted to her, a born warrior, who went straight from words to deeds, but he had several very noticeable shortcomings. One of them was used by Baron Frontera's eldest son, as soon as he realized that he couldn't fool Blanc. It was a thrill. The hero offered to fight him. If he won, the knights would join his construction troops. If he lost, then Blank and the others would immediately return to Magentano. The knight's first reaction was genuine bewilderment, but it was unclear what exactly caused it. Finally, he laughed and suggested that Roid had planned it all out in advance, knowing he couldn't refuse. But the young man didn't take something into account, deciding that the Queen's support and hope would fight the civilian without a team. Our hero objected that it was Blank who had missed something, since the Empress had entrusted the command of the White Knights to him, so it was an order. The man's face became angry and irritated. He was clearly not delighted with what he had just heard. He replied that even if it was an order, simply waving a shovel could cast a shadow on a knight's honor. Roid countered that the honor was in winning a duel, not waving a shovel. The hero asked if Blank had brought a weapon with him, and the man showed his knightly sword. In response, Baron Frontera's eldest son waved his shovel, looking incredibly pleased with himself. The knight said that he had heard that traitors were punished with this shovel, but for him it didn't matter. Roid realized that the fish had bitten. But his chances of winning were 0. Mana control might help, but it was nothing compared to Blank's swordsmanship, who almost finished off Gabriel. The guy put his equipment on his shoulder and thought that if you assess your chances sensibly, you always have an ace up your sleeve. Suddenly his opponent declared that since this was a duel between a knight and a commoner, the rules needed to be changed. Blank showed his mettle again and announced that if even one of Roid's attacks could make him move, victory would be his. The young man, with a hellish grimace, thrust his shovel forward and announced that he agreed. It seemed that such a concession gave him a chance. The knight didn't like this emotion. He looked at our hero suspiciously, as if expecting a trick. Roid didn't think twice and used a triple explosive strike, aiming his armor-piercing shovel at the enemy. There was a great blaze. A wall of fire swept over the entire village of Frontera, frightening the night owls and crows. The attack ended at the top of a nearby cliff, and now it looked somewhat like an awakened volcano. The knight lay flat on the ground and covered his head with his hands. He had slightly different ideas about a fair fight. When he rose to his feet, he looked at the mountain with apprehension, as if expecting that lava would actually flow from there. Blank remembered Roid, but for some time he simply did not dare to turn back and look at him, and when this happened, the knight became afraid. Our hero lay with his arms spread wide, apparently having used up all his mana and now unable to move. But the young man was quite capable of laughing, even roaring with laughter. He liked to feel that victory was his. 500 warriors from the most elite unit of the Royal Road have been retrained as builders under the leadership of Frontera. In between digging, they amused themselves by throwing shovels at each other. Well, what else could the unfortunate men do? One of the knights approached the commander and declared that it was unacceptable, no matter how much royal trust Roid had, to dig up the battlefield and fight different things on it. Blank lowered his eyes and sadly reported that in fact, the issue here is not only about the order, there is something else as well. He remembered Roid raising a finger and declaring that waving a shovel might well be more honorable than waving a sword. Confirming his words with actions, he began to dig. The knight, hearing about this, shook his head questioningly. Baron Frontera's eldest son and his knight stood on the mountain, looking out over the endless forest stretching before them. Gabriel asked if the trick would really work, and the hero noted that the orcs from the wasteland had taught him a lot, and the habits of all the tribes were practically the same. He asked his defender to just wait, and soon everything would fall into place. The main thing was to be patient. Saying that this would protect his gold mine, the hero looked down the cliff where workers were working on cables. An incredible ditch was dug, on the wall of which the craftsmen began to carve the open mouth of some kind of monster. Soon there would be many more of them. The inhabitants of Baron Frontera's lands were warned of a possible new monster invasion. Everything went on as usual. People drank, slept, worked, tidied up their houses, and set tables for guests. One day the whole city shook. The sound of an explosion was heard. Objects began to move slowly from the trembling of the houses, or rather, the ground. Someone's favorite cup broke, someone's brass candlestick flew to the floor, but no one suffered any significant damage. But they were really scared, and the parents made sure that the children didn't get hysterical, even though they themselves were scared. The first explosion was followed by a whole series of others. This time the vibrations were even stronger. Tables were shaking, old people could barely stay on their feet, and the roofs of some houses had slid off. But every single local resident was sure that nothing terrible would happen because they had young Mr. Frontera, which will protect them. An explosion in the middle of the forest raised whole columns of dust into the sky, which now slowly settled down. Roid stood at the very top of the cliff and looked down carefully. A lot depended on the outcome now. The young man had 2 flags in his hands, white and blue, with which he was supposed to signal the troops. The White Knights donned their armor again, this time to fight not the earth, but real enemies. Blank found himself doubting Baron Frontera's eldest son at first, but it seemed everything was as he had said. Huge herds of terrible horned creatures rushed from the wasteland at full speed towards the city. These were mastodons that demolished everything in their path. Trees, lakes, and even small hills perished under their hooves. Shortly before this, Roid told the commander of the knights who they would be fighting, but he asked for at least some evidence. Our hero was unable to give a clear answer, but he did a great job of confusing the knight, once again putting on his liar's mask. Now Blank rode at the head of his detachment and thought that the young man had definitely succeeded in lying, but so far everything he said had come true. Therefore, it would be better to prepare for battle than to hesitate further, condemning your people to death. The knights were to move at the same speed as the herd and gradually deal with the head of the column. After this, the animals will slow down and they can be surrounded and then destroyed. The main thing is to follow the plan. The commander thought that the enemy was strong. They could lose 10 or even 20 warriors, but no more. Otherwise, all this would be pointless. The warriors whispered to each other. One said that after the battle he would go home and propose to the girl, and the second laughed at him because of this. It was the knight Olga, who did not yet know that instead of a wedding ring, the beauty would be brought his bloody spear, all that was left of the hero. Commander Blank ordered to put aside all doubts and fears. Their cavalry had never known a single defeat, and it would continue to do so. He was about to give the order for an immediate attack, but then Bayern came running and asked him to wait a little. Blank asked the knight what he would do on the future battlefield without ammunition. The man continued to look at him calmly. He did not come for this. And yet he had to answer. Bayern reported that Roid said that he would not need ammunition, but kept silent about the reasons. The senior knight of Baron Frontera reported that he came to the commander to translate signals for him, but he did not understand what they were talking about. Bayern asked if Blank Roid could see him on the rock, and he answered in the affirmative, after which he learned that he intended to send signals. Our hero just raised both flags up and waved them crosswise in a very festive and expressive manner. The knight looked closely at his young master and addressed the warriors with his future orders. The boy continued waving, and the knight translated that the cavalry should advance to the south of the village and then go a little beyond it. Then the hero waved the flags like wings, and Bayern translated that this needed to be done very quickly, or rather, immediately. Blank said that this was complete nonsense, because this would give the monsters direct access to the village, and this could not be allowed. It was only a matter of time before they could overcome the barrier, so in the opinion of the White Knight's commander, a flank attack would not work. Bayern remained silent. Roid began waving again, trying to show that for the sake of Her Majesty the Queen, they must act immediately on his orders. Blank asked what had just happened. Was it really a joke? Bayern replied that everything had been planned in advance. Baron Frontera's eldest son was furious and began shouting that now was not the time for reflection. Unfortunately, no one heard him. The herd of mastodons continued to rush forward, destroying, simply sweeping away everything in its path. Roid waved his arms like he was mad. It seemed like his vest was about to burst at the seams, but the knights did not advance. The hero again showed the sign indicating that the monsters were already advancing. He was in despair and did not know what to do now. The monsters were very close and were moving forward inexorably, but Blank's warriors still did not leave their location. As the mastodons ran past the rock on which he stood, the young man helplessly lowered the signal flags, his plan thwarted. More precisely, the plan that he voiced out loud, but the guy also had a backup one, which not many were privy to. The hero smiled. The mastodons rushed straight towards the barrier with a terrible roar and rumble. Roid was interested in how they would react to the obstacle. A terrible, toothy mouth of a monster was carved into the rock of the cliff, and there were several more nearby. The animals braked sharply. They were instinctively afraid of large objects, and besides, the rows of teeth looked impressive. Then the monsters decided that they had a numerical advantage and rushed to attack the enemy. This was a mistake. They immediately flew down into the ditch dug on Frontera's orders. The reason for this is the sculpture of a megalania, the sworn enemy of the mastodons, which they simply could not ignore. Thus the first step of the young man's plan was carried out. The medley of monsters delayed the attack on the village for a while. The monsters raised clouds of dust. It was difficult to orientate oneself in the area, and the animals were overcome with fear. It was time to implement the second step of the plan, and the young man again signaled with flags to Bayern. The knight shouted to his colleagues, led by Blanc, that they must immediately put their horses to a trot and move forward. He shouted that the warriors needed to raise as much dust as possible to create the illusion of more enemies. The next command was to cross the spears to make as many terrifying sounds as possible. Blanc complied. This time he didn't argue, but the knight couldn't understand at all what the hell was going on. The mastodons rose, some began to move forward, others stood still, not understanding whether to attack the enemy or flee in order to survive the unequal battle. Yet their main goal was the Megalania sculpture, but since it was located at the top, it was out of reach. Roid peered intently at what was happening. The mastodons were afraid of the Megalanias, and the sound of the horses' hooves made them think that many of these lizards were moving here. In a panic, the monsters began to rush around the ditch, pushing and injuring each other, which is exactly what the hero was counting on. According to the preliminary plan of Baron Frontera's eldest son, the animals were then supposed to move south. Blanc thought that this was exactly what was happening, but then he realized that the direction was not one, but another. The monsters were moving in the direction of the additional trench that the White Knights had dug for so long and painfully on Roid's orders. Intimidated and driven by the cavalry, the mastodons moved straight towards her. This was the third step of Roid's plan. A new fall awaited them, but this time the high walls were not on one side of the moat, but on both, and overcoming the obstacle would be difficult. Our hero gave the signal again, but this time it was not intended for the White Knights, but for one of his pets. Hippo was ready. He collected so much water that he was no smaller in size than the mountain on which his master stood. When he abruptly waved the flag downwards, the hippo knew it was his turn to play his part. Hippo began to pour a huge stream of water directly into the trench. The mastodons were completely unprepared for such a turn of events. At first, the monsters simply huddled together at the bottom of the trench, trying to compact themselves to resist the stream, but there was too much water. They roared and choked in the waves. Perhaps some would have been able to instinctively swim, but the water filled their mouths. Roid, the guy, felt free and light, like a bird. It seemed like he was about to fly into the sky, pushing off from the rock. The knights froze. Bayern, who was standing in front, thought that everything had worked. The others were also confident that they had won. The ditch connected to the river, and soon most of the monsters were carried downstream, making it impossible to get to the shore. But further on, where the riverbed widened and the flow was no longer so rapid, the surviving mastodons began to slowly emerge from the water. However, they mostly went out to the opposite bank. Blanc watched this with eyes full of surprise. The night Roid noted that the monsters would not return. They had enough food in the swampy meadows of the wasteland, and the Megalania's fear was an excellent guard, and besides, there was now a canal in the village. Baron Frontera's son sighed and explained that he wouldn't call it a plan, but since they had to dig a trench, they had to dig it in a way that they could use it later. The man pursed his lips. He had already given credit to the hero's strategic planning, but now he could do it again. During this battle, losses could not be avoided. 5 knights died, but this was much less than Blanc predicted. The families were told the tragic news. White knights always brought the weapons of their sworn brothers who died in battle to their families, declaring that the warrior had fought with honor. But even Blanc's condolences and his words about the heroism of the knight who gave his life for the good of the state could not serve as consolation. The man always ended by saying that all his warriors, himself and the kingdom of Magentano, would remember the knight's feat. The wife fell to her knees in grief, clutching her son, who was too young to comprehend what had happened. But when the knight lowered himself towards her, holding out a spear which the woman did not accept, she forgot everything and burst into tears. The graves of the heroically fallen soldiers were covered with fresh earth, and instead of crosses, the tombstones were decorated with swords with helmets placed on them. Everyone came to pay their last respects to their colleagues. It was easier to share the pain of loss with each other than to imagine themselves in the place of the deceased. Blanc was never happy with the prolonged mourning. He shouted that it was enough to waste time here, it was time to train. In fact, it was a trick. The cemetery where the White Knights were traditionally buried was empty, and pouring rain began. The commander sat on the ground, not paying attention to the fact that he was already soaking wet. He had something to think about. He thought about the words he constantly repeated in connection with the death of his subordinates about courage and honor. In fact, he realized that all this was complete nonsense. Death leaves behind no honor or pathos of heroism. After death, only hell awaits you, the pain of loss, and the need to continue living in a changed world. He remembered how inspired his warriors usually were before a battle, how proudly they raised their spears to the sky, how tightly they hug each other and share jokes, stories, and invitations to a future wedding. Before a battle, no one thinks about death, believing that this fate will pass him and his close friends by, but this rarely happens. Gabriel asked Roid, "What about these waves of monsters? Would they really not stop?" The guy replied that there would be several of them, and that he didn't know anything else. Blank listened. Azrahan noted that it was necessary to find a way to somehow prevent further invasions, because battles bring a lot of troubles. His master also thought so. He asked the knight to guess what he was currently doing and what he was constantly thinking about. The young man's voice was sarcastic. Gabriel assumed that they would attack the monsters in a way that would require minimal effort, and judging by his face, Roid already had a plan. Here Blank intervened, declaring that his detachment would also take part. He would write a letter to the queen asking her to stay. Our hero was surprised. The commander of the White Knights explained that today he realized how good a victory could be, and how inept a commander he had been. This confession made Roid and Gabriel look at Blank with new eyes. The man was truly smart and adequate. Suddenly, the commander of the White Knights sank to the ground, kneeling before Baron Frontera's eldest son. He asked the young gentleman's permission to observe his wisdom and train of thought a little longer, which surprised our heroes. Behind Blanc, all the White Knights who were under his command bowed in the same respectful manner. At first, Roid couldn't think of anything to say. He was thinking that the words needed to be formulated correctly before being spoken. Then the guy said in a cheerful voice that since that was the case, he would now briefly tell them his plan, but they shouldn't be too surprised. Blank shuddered. Our hero, in a mysterious voice, announced that the task would seem impossible even for the White Warriors, because this time they would be turning a legend into reality. To discuss the plan, everyone gathered around the table in Baron Frontera's office. Marvea was also present at the meeting. Roid began by saying that the Baron had refused his previous request to build a waterway from Lake Capua. The thing is that, according to legends and traditions, a terrible bloodthirsty monster lives in this lake. They called him the Royal Storm. Last time the son promised his father that he would not be disturbed, but now his goal was precisely to wake the monster. The Baron and Baroness shouted in one voice that there was nothing more stupid and frightening against this idea. Everything could have ended there, but then Blake suddenly raised his hand and loudly announced that he agreed. Gabriel also said that he agreed. Arcos Frontera reminded him that it was a knight's duty to act according to his will, but he objected that in this case he would obey Roid. Our hero joyfully shouted that this is how democracy works. They approved the plan. The Baron screamed that this was wrong. Now, instead of weapons, the knights again had shovels, but our hero led the procession with the same equipment on his shoulder. Azrahan asked if the young master wanted to awaken the beast in order to control it, but he replied that he was not a wizard and that such a thing was hardly possible. Roid explained that he had read all the available information to study the monster's habits and behavior, and all the stories associated with it. Almost everywhere the monster is described as a terrible beast of gigantic size, but there is not a single mention of it attacking people. It simply made a nest on the lake. And if this nest is destroyed, the monster will not attack, but will simply build a new one, because their task is to constantly destroy and destroy the storm's abode. But the monsters from the wasteland, preparing to cross the eastern mountains, will stop, frightened by the roar and growl of the beast, and the operation will be called Dog in the backyard. The royal storm will protect their lands from invasion no worse than thousands of soldiers. Monsters will be afraid to come here. Gabriel looked at the young master with respect. Even the devil himself could not have come up with a more daring plan, waking up a sleeping monster. He asked what would happen if things got out of control and Storm attacked them. Roid asked them to put aside stupid questions. The hero pointed his finger at Azrahan and said that in this case, his knight, the Swordmaster, would simply go and deal with the monster. And then Gabriel will scare away the monsters with her roar instead of Storm, and carry out the dog's plan in the backyard on her own. The guy added that he was almost certain that the creatures would be almost as afraid of the knight as they were of the beast. The Swordmaster squinted at his lord and asked him if he meant to say he was a dog, but he received no answer. The heroes had a long way to go, but the road turned out to be very picturesque, and this lifted everyone's spirits. Soon enough, Roid, Gabriel, and Blanc were standing on the high bank, looking out over Lake Capua below. Our hero exhaled loudly. Now it was time for him to work a little alone to study the area. The guy activated the dimension skill and prepared to scan. He hadn't done this for quite some time. He then turned to design and modeling, trying to figure out where best to strike to wake the beast without causing a flood. Roid forgot that he wasn't alone here and that others couldn't see the grid markings. He waved his arms and pointed his finger at the 3D map of the territory recreated by the system. Blank noted that madness combined with wisdom can sometimes produce simply incredible results. Our heroes had no idea that someone was watching them closely from under the water. The monster noticed the people and thought that it was starting to get inconvenient. They came here again, although they promised not to bother him anymore. The legendary monster Royal Storm decided that if people disturbed his sleep again, he would kill every single one of them. His patience had run out. In order to carry out his plan, Roid needed to prepare well. The young people returned to the Frontera estate. What our hero saw at home made him purse his lips skeptically. The image was touching, but irritating. Knight Bayern rolled on the ground, covered with little mastodons, who saw him as their mother. Noticing that a young gentleman had appeared, the man became a little alarmed, because the guy's reaction was completely unpredictable. At first, Roid simply remained silent, looking with distrust at the one he had entrusted to run his affairs in his absence. Bayern stood up, but the little ones continued to decorate him. One was still sitting on his head. The man said that he had something to say. The knight explained that these mastodon cubs had been separated from their mother during the invasion, and he would like to ask permission to keep them. The young man said that with age, monsters become wild and aggressive, which could be dangerous, but Bayern replied that this would not happen. When Baron Frontera's eldest son asked him why he was so sure of this, the knight replied that the children were simply adorable, that's why. Roid looked at him with a suspicious, skeptical look, but did not dispute the judgment. Finally, he reminded him that raising wild animals was difficult and tiring, but Bayern continued to insist that he could handle it. The knight, with confidence in his gaze, said that these sweetest creatures would not become formidable and aggressive in the future. Bayern began to cuddle his pets again, joyfully calling out their names to let them know that the young master had allowed them to stay. Roid went further, thinking that the senior knight usually copes with the task, so by taming the mastodons, they will gain additional power in the future. The boy remembered that he had lost one of his most powerful allies, the orcs, because they had gone to defend the village of the Steel Sand tribe from the threat of a monster attack. The hero decided to send 5 volunteers to help the orcs and at the same time scout out the situation on their lands. The young man had big plans for today. Blank and the White Knights arrived with shovels and announced that they were ready to go. The day of the operation's start arrived, and the familiar smug smile appeared on the face of Baron Frontera's eldest son. To encourage the soldiers, he proclaimed that today they would awaken the legendary monster from its slumber, something only such dedicated and skilled warriors could do. There is no one in the world who could split and dig a mountain into 2 parts in such a short time. They use superpowers. The young man really tried to present the task as attractively as possible, and the knights responded with enthusiastic cries. Roid reminded them that they must defeat the monster when it bares its sharp teeth, and the white knights rejoiced upon awakening. The young gentleman again struck a theatrical pose as he listened to them chant about harmony, determination, and heroism. Frontera finally asked who believed in the magical power of the shovel, and the white warriors shouted in unison that they believed in it and had no doubts about it. Many cried and raised their shovels to the sky, shouting that they were shovel heroes and that the enemy would not pass. The white knights repeated the movements and words about the enemy not passing so harmoniously that Gabriel, who had just approached, began to think about mass hypnosis. For a moment, sympathy for the white knights flashed across the Swordmaster's face, although he couldn't even explain what caused it. Using simulation mode, Roidu managed to find a way to avoid the flood by creating conditions that would cause the soil to crack. Asriel said he was ready, and our hero asked if the marks he left at the right places of the blows were clearly visible. The guy gave the command to start. When they reach the required level, an incredible event will happen. Gabriel cast Explosive Strike and slammed his sword down on the location of the first mark. The explosion was incredibly powerful, with rock fragments flying hundreds of meters, and flames blazing no worse than those from a volcanic eruption. The trees in the forest began to tremble and vibrate, as if they were ready to jump out of the ground and run away from fear. The boulders falling on the forest broke trunks and damaged crowns. Some spruce trees even lost their roots and broke in two. It seemed that one time was not enough to cause visible damage, but it was the first step to making a dam. Roid gave the command to lie down, all the knights, as one, and he himself threw themselves on the ground and covered their heads with their hands. Nothing foreshadowed that a natural disaster of incredible scale was about to break out. The lake, the island, the shores, everything was, as usual, just an idyllic landscape. Suddenly, something like a whirlpool began to form around the monster's abode, threatening to develop into a tsunami. Very soon, the royal storm will awaken from its slumber. What options can there be when people manage to split the island that served as its home in half? Roid continued to hold his head, but he raised himself to assess the result of Gabriel's actions. Everything went exactly according to plan. Storm's house flew into the air. The branches from which it was built simply fell apart in two. Then, with a loud splash, parts of the dwelling began to fall back into the water, leaving virtually no chance that the monster had continued to sleep. Gabriel peeked out from behind the tree. He had no idea that one strike with a sword in the right place could be so destructive. Blank crawled forward a little and also raised his head. He had never participated in such adventures before. Something was rapidly rising from the bottom of the lake. The dome of water raised by the monster was 10 times higher than the height of the trees. When the streams of liquid flowed down, it turned out that the royal storm was a huge and very cute beaver. Roid took a closer look. The monster resembled his pets, Podong and Bell with Hippo. The knights, still lying on the grass under the impromptu rain, shouted in one voice that they had never seen anything funnier and cuter in their lives. Blank sat down with his mouth open. No matter how cute the beaver was, its size was comparable to a skyscraper, no less. Just like with Roid's pets, the words of his speech were impossible to understand, but the intonation was quite clear. Storm was angry. Our hero also noticed the similarity with mystical creatures, and now tried to figure out whether it was possible to shrink the beaver with the help of a seed. Apparently, Roid realized that if this was the case, the monster's main priority would be to rebuild its destroyed home. Meanwhile, the beaver turned around with a businesslike air, as if trying to look around in search of enemies. Our hero hurried to duck down to avoid being noticed, but it was too late. Storm had already realized what was going on. He opened his mouth and began to emit a whole stream of sounds, the meaning of which was that there was a clear smell of iron in the air, and that he had detected the knights by it. Roid was surprised to realize that the meaning was quite clear, as strange as it was, but he made out the beaver's words. The monster started saying something again about how the people clearly had hidden intentions, and whether they really thought he would just rebuild the dam and go back to hibernation. Roid was horrified to hear that this would never happen. Storm intended to completely cut off their oxygen supply. The hero thought that the monster had intelligence, and quite a lot at that. The plan had failed, but then Blank crawled up to him and asked what to do next. Looking at Baron Frontera's eldest son, the knight asked if everything was all right and what was wrong with his face. At that moment, the beaver again let out a deafening roar, repeated it several times, and suddenly struck the water with his folded paws. People jumped up and ran away, realizing that they would all just be washed away into the lake, and that would be the end of it. They failed to outpace the flow of water. The young people ended up underwater. Some, like Roid, managed to take enough air. Some did not. Gabriel decided that since the young master had entrusted him with the honor of dealing with the monster if necessary, then that was what he should do, and the knight jumped out of the water. He prepared to fight the royal storm using the explosive strike on his sword. The explosion was so powerful that it seemed to everyone that the entire continent trembled and the sky fell to the earth. The beaver stood motionless, his cheeks red with rage, but he showed no aggression or fear. One blow of the paw was enough to change the trajectory of the fiery stream and direct it straight into the water. The knight then summoned the aura sword, thinking that the enemy simply left him no other choice. Azrahan had already pushed off the ground in a jump and raised his weapon to strike, but at the last moment Roid shouted for him to stop. The young man made it at the last moment, his main argument being that he had an idea on how to avoid bloodshed. The knight looked at him with some distrust. What ideas could there be when Storm parried the explosive strike with just a paw? Roid stated that if it was some kind of mystical creature, then the rules for mystical creatures should apply to it. Gabriel looked tiny compared to the beaver, and what's more, the monster seemed to continue to grow in size. The knight decided that he would not do serious damage, but would still stay close to control the situation, and he slid down. However, the young man carried out another explosive blow, but without the intention of killing the royal storm. The mythical creature continued to mutter angrily and complain. Gabriel hadn't caused it any harm, but he had made it incredibly angry. The beaver continued to wave his paws to drive the annoying little man away and finally get down to his business. It seemed like he had not 2 paws, but at least 10, so fast were his movements. While the knight distracted the monster, Roid began to put his plan into action. He plunged into the water so that the monster would not notice what was in his hands. The eldest son of Baron Frontera hoped that Azrahan would be able to buy him enough time. Suddenly, Royal Storm became suspicious and decided to look back. He was still very fast. Roid had no choice but to submerge himself completely in the water, hoping the beaver would turn back before it ran out of oxygen. The guy noticed that the monster had an excellent sense of smell, so it would be very difficult to get close to it. Gabriel launched a few more explosive strikes and even a wall of flame to further anger his opponent. He understood that at this rate the young gentleman could suffocate, so he aimed at the monster's back. The beaver didn't turn around, and the knight activated the aura sword again, hoping to attract its attention with mana. The royal storm wasn't scared, but only became even more furious. To be honest, he didn't give a damn about the aura sword. A few powerful strokes with his paws and the water simply extinguished everything. Gabriel sat down on the shore, trying to figure out what to do next. While he was pondering the best course of action, Roid was no longer able to breathe underwater, and the beaver remained vigilant. Azrakan clenched his teeth and began feverishly trying to make the right decision. There was almost no time left. Suddenly he screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to use the power of his voice to distract the monster from his lord and save him. The knights watched the events from the bushes in horror. It seemed they had not noticed where Baron Frontera's eldest son was. If it were possible to become covered in beads of sweat underwater, our hero would certainly have done so. He covered his nose and mouth with all his might. The landscape around the lake continued to be idyllic. The dense green forest, snow-capped mountain peaks, and blue expanse of water did not foreshadow trouble. Suddenly, Royal Storm felt an overwhelming sadness and started calling out for his mother, leaving Roid extremely confused. The monster became completely unhappy and confused. There was no trace of anger left. It almost cried. It turned out that Gabriel had been deliberately making sounds that imitated the roar of this type of monster, and he had actually managed to distract the beaver. Now he was sadly mumbling about how he really missed his mommy and wanted to be held, and not all this. The knight answered him as loudly and expressively as possible, trying to convey emotions of love and adoration in his voice. Suddenly, it seemed to Storm that the man had called him scary. The monster completely forgot about his mother and began to get irritated again. There was no need to waste time any longer. Roid managed to emerge and even climb up the beaver's fur. The beast mumbled that he didn't consider himself scary at all, while our hero had already settled on top of his head. It turned out that the monster felt movement in its fur and was now trying to reach the guy, but its legs were too short. Thus, Roid found himself completely safe, but he did not expect to enjoy this advantage for long. By the time the young man pushed off the monster's head to jump down, the beaver was no longer closing its mouth, emitting its indignant cries. Flying headfirst, Baron Frontera's eldest son kindly asked the beast to open its wonderful mouth. He launched straight into the mouth something that was supposed to have a radical impact on the entire course of this story. This was the very same grain with the help of which the podong, the bell, and the hippo took their minimum sizes. And it flew straight into the open mouth of the Royal Storm, who kept on ranting about the inadmissibility of what was happening. Roid flew headfirst and prayed only that the beast would swallow the seed and not spit it out. For a while nothing happened, but the beaver froze and fell silent. The guy was even afraid that he was choking. The very next moment he made a sharp sound and began to gradually shrink, slowly but surely. Our hero was delighted that his idea had worked, and now there was no need to fight a huge, nightmarish monster. Continuing to complain, the beaver plopped down on the shore from the height of his previous height. He didn't even notice how much smaller he had become. He looked around and asked himself why the trees had suddenly become so huge and tall. Someone's hands carefully took the little animal and lifted it up. It was still extremely unhappy with what was happening. Roid tried to interact with the beaver, but it simply continued babbling in an indignant tone. The young man's face became extremely villainous when he realized that he had caught his opponent and did not meet the slightest resistance. The joy was short-lived. The beaver immediately wanted to return to the lake, and so as not to be disturbed unnecessarily, Roid tried to persuade him to communicate, but it did not work. A tail swat to the face worked better than any other argument. Even in its reduced form, Royal Storm was still just as harmful. He slipped out of their hands and began to jump towards the water. The knights tried to catch the animal, but to no avail. Then the young man called on his fantastic pets for help, commanding them to catch up with their fellow. Although in nature hamsters are much smaller than beavers, in this case, everything was the other way around. So Storm slowed down. He was surprised. However, the very next second, the monster struck the podong in the face with his fist, as if he had only been involved in boxing his whole life. Roid's pet simply could not forgive such an insult. He rubbed the bruised area with his paw, as if hinting that he would take revenge. Podong struck back immediately, and it was almost as strong as the beaver's. In the end, the animals simply started hitting each other, without even looking where or how their paws landed. However, the hamster had an advantage, and it was called Hippo. The enemy's comrade had already come to the rescue, but the beaver didn't know about it yet, or at least didn't show it. It turned out that Storm's sense of smell was so well developed that he simply took half a step to the side, and Hippo landed not on his back, but right on the hamster. Taking advantage of the confusion, the monster turned around again and hurried to disappear into the thicket of the forest, this time at least not into the lake, thank God. Along the way, Roid slipped out of the bushes with Belle on his shoulder, asking where his new friend was going. The pink baby landed on the ground before the beaver could even get past our hero, who cursed. When Bellflower fell right at his feet, the world of Royal Storm seemed to become brighter and kinder. The beauty had not yet opened her magical eyes, but the beautiful bow and bell had already done their job. Or maybe it was natural pheromones, who knows. When the little girl stood proudly before the monster, she shone and sparkled in his eyes like the most beautiful and expensive diamond. In the life of each of us, there are moments when the heart acts faster than the mind, and this is what happened to the beaver. The legendary, renowned, terrifying monster named Royal Storm fell in love like a child. This glance did not escape the notice of either Bell or Roid, meaning that it was entirely possible to take advantage of the sudden advantage. The young man began to peer into the animal's face to make sure he had correctly recognized its emotion, then whistled. The beaver couldn't control himself and continued to look at the guy and his pet with a pleading, sad look. Baron Frontera's eldest son sat down to be closer to him and asked if the renowned Royal Storm really wanted to talk now. For a while, the monster did not answer. He was trying to decide how not to lose face in front of the lady. Finally, Storm adjusted his hair and announced that since the man insisted, he could give him a minute of his time. Roid couldn't control his expression. Now the legendary beast was hooked, the capture complete. The legendary monster was invited to the conversation, no more, no less, to the palace of Baron Frontera himself. He asked what people wanted from him, that they had disturbed his sleep, destroyed his house, and then dragged him here. Roid replied that everything was simple. You had to shout your signature boo-boo-boo at the lake twice a day, loud enough for the whole area to hear. The Royal Storm called the guy a fool who didn't understand anything about negotiations. When you ask for something, you have to offer something in return. The young man smiled and said that he didn't really have anything to offer, except maybe one small thing. All the phantom pets were right there. Roid smiled, and this time he seemed to have a plan in mind on how best to proceed. He said that if Storm helped, they would all be happy and grateful. Then the guy pointed his finger at the pink baby and asked Bellflower if she would be happy too. Bellflower was happy to serve her master. She loved him and wanted everything to go smoothly, so she immediately confirmed that she would be absolutely delighted. The beaver may have expected such an answer, but not too much. He blushed again with joy and began to blink his eyelashes. Royal Storm declared that he agreed to the proposed conditions. Roid and his pets thanked the monster for his compliance. In fact, our hero realized that he had very easily twisted the beaver around his finger and could now use it for his own purposes. The boy was sure that Bellflower had no desire to reciprocate the monster's advances. With a completely villainous expression, he decided to give the naive animal a new nickname, the forever lonely Royal Storm. He gloated that the beaver was not destined to date anyone, but suddenly realized that he himself had never had a girlfriend. Roid walked over to the chair Storm was sitting on with a dejected look on his face, thinking that they would both be alone forever. The young man pressed himself against the monster, tears streaming from his eyes. The beaver was not at all pleased with such sentimentality. A second later, his mood changed, and the animal pressed itself against the man's cheek. A message appeared that they were now soulmates. Roid asked if he could now call the beaver Beeben, and he sheepishly replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The door to the office swung open with a bang, and Sergeant Greg, who had gone with the orc tribe, was standing on the threshold. Frontera asked what had happened and why he was here. The man shouted that before they could catch up with the orcs, they had met one of them. The warrior was rushing for reinforcements. Their tribe was attacked by megalanias. They urgently needed to figure out how to save the village, the guy thought. The monsters had broken through all the defensive barricades, and it was difficult to stop their advance. Garrosh and Akuche gave the order to remain in formation and defend the village no matter what, to stop panicking. The chieftain was the first to rush at the monster with his stone swords, to set an example for the other orcs. His blow was very strong and landed on the Magalania's face. It should have fallen dead, but this did not happen. The monster didn't even move, but its pupils narrowed, making it clear that this was no longer a joke. Akuche was a little confused, but his eyes did not miss the maneuver that the monster began to perform. Megalania prepared to hit the orc leader with her tail, and then finish the job with her sharpest teeth. Akuche didn't have time to jump aside. The huge animal moved surprisingly quickly and began to carry out its plan. The orc leader put up active resistance, but they didn't get to the teeth, but they simply threw him with all their might against the rocks. Once on the ground, the commander realized that he had received serious bruises and was also left without a sword. However, he shouted that he did not intend to retreat. They were strong orcs who never gave up. Roid perked up and asked Greg to hurry to Commander Blank and start preparing for the move. The soldier noted that they most likely wouldn't make it in time. The guy showed him a beaver sitting on his palm and said that there were some thoughts about it and everything would work out. Baron Frontera's eldest son rushed down the corridor, urging Gabriel on with words that this was their chance. They needed to hurry. The knight asked what kind of chance it was, and the hero replied that it was a chance to stop this annoying domino of monsters. He gave Royal Storm a boost seed and told her it was time to counterattack. The peasants in the fields and the townspeople on the streets gaped. They had seen a lot of strange things lately, but this was the first time. A huge beaver moved through the city, hooting, jumping over entire houses in one bound. Roid and Gabriel sat on his back, urging Bibun to show off his best and win the bell's heart. Royal Storm was filled with hope and moved forward with determination to reach the orc village as quickly as possible. In one leap he covered almost a kilometer, trampling oak groves as if they were a flower bed of dandelions. Having pushed off, the monster rushed forward again. Our hero even thought that it was not a beaver, but some kind of flying squirrel. The white knights, armed with shovels, also grabbed hold of Storm's fur. The squad had never even dreamed of such speed of movement. Inspired by the prospect of mutual love, Bibun cut through the air like a living furry fighter. The forests below gave way to swamps, and then to sun-bleached sands without any vegetation. Soon he was already in the lands of the orcs, moving through the desert, with only a little distance left to the village. The Megalania opened their huge, toothy mouths exactly as Roid had depicted them in the sculpture on the cliff face. The orcs continued to fight. It was clear that they were quite tired, but they still had not lost their will to win. They had no idea that the legendary Royal Storm, the stuff of legends, was rushing to their aid. When the beaver jumped into the area where the battle was taking place, it simply crushed the lizards, raising a colossal amount of sand and dust into the air. The orcs were, to put it mildly, puzzled, and had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Visibility was approaching zero. Akucha peered anxiously into the cloud of sand, trying to figure out whether any of his own had been hurt by the monster's jump. Bibun turned his face towards the Megalanias who had survived his jump and began to slowly but inexorably move forward. The lizards growled and roared in fear, and Roid ordered Storm to tell all the monsters that if they continued to move west, there would be no hunting and no life either. Because they are the hunters here and the monsters are just prey, let them remember this once and for all and stay away. The Megalanias tried to answer something, but their roaring and clicking of their teeth was completely incomprehensible to our hero. The beaver did not listen to anything the lizards tried to explain to him. He did not consider them worthy of any attention at all, so he raised his paw and swung it to strike. At once, several monsters simply took off from the ground and flew away in an unknown direction. Storm decided not to complicate his life. Several more lizards followed the example of the first ones. Roid's pet simply threw them as far as possible into the territory of the wasteland. During the flight, the Megalanias were not particularly eager to exchange impressions. The lizards simply roared in fear. Finally, they landed with a terrifying roar in the depths of the forest, breaking several trees and many bushes along the way. The Royal Storm increased its intimidating effect by stomping its feet, causing the ground to tremble, and also by letting out a heart-rending roar, immediately after which it diminished. Bellflower approached her gentleman. She was impressed by his strength and courage, so she smiled with all her might. The little pink girl joyfully jingled her bells, demonstrating her affection and delight. This made the beaver embarrassed. He grabbed his cheeks, which had turned crimson, with his paws and did not know at all how to react. Blank thanked Roid for calling the knights here, but added that it was possible to do without it. The boy replied that there was an important task for the warriors as well. Here the young man was called out by Akuchi, and he was forced to interrupt his conversation with Blank, the orc holding his injured shoulder. The orc's face darkened and he looked at the ground, stating that the orcs were no longer allies of Baron Frontera's eldest son. Roid, Blank, and Gabriel looked at him with bewilderment because they were trying their best to help. The leader of the Steel Sand tribe spread his arms wide and showed how great their gratitude was to the hero. Then he dropped to one knee, and the rest of the orcs followed suit, swearing allegiance to our hero and his family for centuries. Roid chuckled, folding his arms across his chest, and remarked that they shouldn't rush into gratitude, as they hadn't yet completed their mission of protecting the orcs. Akuch looked at him with some bewilderment. He did not expect that our hero was planning to continue saving the village of the Steel Sand tribe. Not long ago, the Sultan of Isfahan ordered the reeds on the outskirts of his lands to be set on fire. He was pursuing a strategic goal. It was this act that gave rise to the phenomenon known as the domino of monsters, as the fire caused the hordes of locusts to rise from the spot. Other monsters were also disturbed, and those that possessed intelligence gathered into groups and tribes. And now they have witnessed how the apex predators, Megalania, were scattered in different places like tennis balls. Rumors of a huge, mountain-like and terrifying monster in the west began to spread among the intelligent monsters very quickly. His eyes were huge and angry. His tail cut the world in half. The blows of his paws broke forests, his fangs reached the ground, and the heights were hidden behind the clouds. But the most terrifying thing in these descriptions were the eyes of the devil, watching the giant from the side and giving him orders. When the pet, or rather the royal storm, learned how he had made himself and the young master famous, he was somewhat puzzled and looked in the direction of Isfahan. The royal palace of this distant enemy country fully corresponded to the idea of oriental luxury and wealth. The great sultan sat on the throne, his turban the size and weight of a small keg of ale. Before him was a messenger who reported that the Steel Sand tribe, which had long threatened their lands, had abandoned the village and gone deep into the kingdom of Magentano. The old man sighed joyfully. For them, this could be considered a victory. He asked how Alicia's kingdom dealt with the orcs. The messenger replied that for some reason everything had gone quietly, and that chaos had not reigned in the lands of Magentano, although the orcs had crossed the border without any resistance. Samarkand al-Khinshad, resting his chin on his head, wearily replied that if that was all, then the speaker could go. The messenger was in no hurry to leave. He added, a little worried, that something else interesting had happened that was worth talking about. The Sultan frowned and sighed, as if to show his interest in the question, but not his enthusiasm. The knight reported that the monstrous wave they had started had returned to the borders of their own lands and was attacking. Samarkand al-Ahinshad was not only unprepared for this, but completely unprepared. The information caused him anxiety and anger. It seems the monsters have gone completely mad with fear of something or someone terrible in the lands of Magentano, so stopping them is not easy. The Sultan jumped up and ordered all forces to be gathered and firepower to be used to instill even more fear into the monsters. The man couldn't comprehend that the monster wave's tactics had turned against their creators. It was beyond his comprehension. He thought that this simply couldn't be part of Magentano's plan because the waves of monsters were huge. It was simply impossible to turn them back. Of course, unless a real beast has appeared in the West. Meanwhile, our hero was at his father's estate, handing over more papers to the moneylenders for signature. They were far from delighted, and when they asked what kind of piece of paper it was, Roid replied that everything was written there in detail. He explained with a smile that this meant paying off Arcos Frontera's debt in full and releasing him from any obligations. The guy prepared a check for the loan sharks, which also included the interest on the debt that had accrued recently. Mitrov and Silo couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed like they were about to start tasting the paper, doubting its reality. Baron Frontera's eldest son's patience quickly ran out. He declared that they should sign immediately and get out of here as quickly as possible. When the moneylenders swept out of the office, they ran into Arcos, but they didn't say anything to him, didn't even say goodbye. Following her husband, Marvea entered the office and asked if it was true that her son had paid the debt in full. For a while, our hero simply smiled, and his parents did not take their eyes off him, hoping that he would answer in the affirmative. Finally, Roid showed the documents confirming full payment and offered to frame it on the wall. It was a joke, although not a very successful one. Arcos threw himself on his son's neck and began to hug him, filled with gratitude. It seemed that just a little more, and the Baron would start crying. Tears finally began to flow from the Baron's eyes, and he began to moan about how children should not have to pay for their father's mistakes, but he was very grateful. He ended by saying that he doubted that he was worthy of being a father at all, and at these words, Marvea also burst into tears. It's hard to believe, but there were tears in Kim Soo-ho's eyes too. He had never heard anything so heartbreaking before. The boy put his hands on Arcos's shoulders and asked his father if he loved him, which was unexpected. While waiting for an answer, the young man was noticeably nervous. It was very unusual to see him so moved. The Baron was surprised by the question and replied that there could be no doubt about it. He loved his eldest son very much. Roid was silent for a moment, needing to think carefully about what he was going to say. Finally, our hero smiled and warmly asked what additional reasons were needed in order to be a father. For getting rid of the debt, Roidu was awarded many new ranks and titles, experience points, points for interaction with nature, and trading and lending skills. Now he walked around full of confidence in himself and his abilities. It even seemed that a special glow was emanating from the young man. Gabriel appeared and reported to the young master that the Steel Sand tribe's relocation to the eastern mountains was complete, and the young man nodded gratefully. The White Knights help him settle into his new place, and Akuche is happy because there's more meat there, which means more protein for muscle growth. Roid nodded again and moved on, suggesting that the knight take a little rest after a job well done. Now that the debt was paid off, there was nothing to worry about. Kim Soo-ho had never felt so happy in his life. He walked along and thought that he had expected to simply jump for joy, but his mood was surprisingly calm and peaceful. The sun's rays entered the bedroom window, not only illuminating the room, but also warming the air quite pleasantly. The young man simply lay down on the bed and relaxed, looking at these warm rays and trying to meditate. It was going badly because he kept remembering the scene with his father and his tears when they hugged after paying off the debt. Roid's face again looked worried and even a little tragic. He was immersed in memories and completely surrendered to the emotions that had come flooding back. He remembered his own father, Suko, who was quite ignorant and did not learn from his mistakes, so his life was not a bed of roses. Once, he asked Kim Soo-ho for forgiveness in the same way for making him suffer. Roid burst into tears, trying to wipe away his tears with his sleeve. Then he grabbed the blanket to somehow calm down and whispered to his dad that he had succeeded. Now the boy was sobbing loudly, saying that he hadn't made it in time and hadn't been able to help while his dad was still alive. The teeth were clenched tightly, tears were rolling down the eyes, and there was no trace left of joy or the feeling of freedom. The young man buried his face in the pillow to muffle his sobs, afraid that someone might hear. His fears were not in vain. Gabriel was indeed here, but he was in no hurry to show his presence. He listened to Roid cry and sob, moan into his pillow. It didn't look like happiness or joy. The knight also became sad, realizing that Roid was not as simple and self-confident as he wanted to appear. The knight decided that he could cry as much as he wanted. Since there were apparently many reasons for it, he turned around and walked further down the corridor. A few days later, Roid walked through the city. The residents happily greeted him and wished the young master long life. Everyone wanted attention and asked Baron Frontera's eldest son to smile because they were praising his deeds so much. Roid was beside himself with anger and irritation. The extra attention only made him angry. Gabriel was calm. When the guy's patience snapped and he asked people to stop making so much noise, they only started shouting his name and expressing their delight even louder. The knight advised our hero to try to at least enjoy this moment a little, but he asked why all of a sudden. Azrahan explained that all these people would not have been able to laugh and smile so joyfully if it were not for Roid. Roid chuckled, adding that people should mind their own business. They would have to coexist together for a long time. Then Bayern came running, shouting that something not very pleasant had happened, one might even say dramatic. He explained that a very large number of people were moving towards the city from the south, and Roid was surprised as to why this was so. The boy suggested that they might be enemies, but the knight explained that, according to the soldiers, these people did not look like warriors. It looks much more like columns of refugees or displaced persons are moving towards the lands of Frontera. It took some time before the people from the south reached the city. Bayern, Gabriel, and Roid met them in the square. The man who walked in front assumed that the owner of these lands was in front of them, his voice trembling with excitement and fatigue. Our hero dismissively replied that he was his son, but it was much more interesting to know who had come to visit them. The traveler explained that his name was Nicholas, and that he was the head of the village of Ansorti, in the lands of Baron Sortin, which was to the south of here. The young man added that his father was the village elder, and now these responsibilities fell on his shoulders. Roid listened without interrupting. The father ordered the people to leave, and he and Baron Sortino stayed to defend their lands and died. They had come a long way. Nicholas added that everything happened very quickly, but then our hero had questions and he interrupted the man's story. Baron Frontera's eldest son inquired what exactly had happened, perhaps a monster attack or something else. The migrant confirmed that this was indeed the case. Several hundred beetles, up to 2 amilers in size, arrived and began to destroy everything. Gabriel whispered quietly to Roid that this was a wave of monsters. Everything was much more serious than they thought. Our hero realized that not only the lands of the Baron and Viscount had been seriously damaged, but also all other regions connected to the wasteland. It turned out that only Frontera and Lacona were able to accept refugees, but he had pets, and even Storm. He is also a true master of the sword, which is why the Baron's position is much stronger than that of his neighbors. The refugees really have nowhere else to go. There is the sea to the north, another country to the south, and the island of Cremo to the west, but it is too far away. Naturally, he immediately began to estimate how many people they would be expecting. 1,000, tens of thousands, or even more, it was unclear. At that moment, all those who had come fell to their knees and bowed their heads, begging for a roof over their heads and a piece of bread for their children. Here, Gabriel said that most likely others would come here soon, and perhaps the young master had some ideas on what to do with them. Our hero's face took on a villainous look again, and, baring his teeth, he said that all of this was very exciting. The knight stared at the boy, as if he were crazy, and asked what exactly was supposed to be exciting. He asked to explain what this meant, and Roid tapped him on the head, asking him to think. The more people come to their lands, the more taxes they will be able to collect from them later. Gabriel's face didn't change its expression, except that it showed a little more disbelief. While Azrahan was clucking about how it was impossible to take money from these unfortunate people, Roid ordered Bayern to quickly retrain the construction crew as cooks. Everyone began to thank the young gentleman, but he called out to Gabriel and said that they should report everything to the Baron. Finally, the elder knight asked Azrahan not to be so emotional, to which he replied that it was too much. Bayern asked not to get angry prematurely. Mr. Roid is a very smart and kind man. Until they find out what his plan is, you just need to do what you are ordered. Gabriel glanced sideways. He completely disagreed with this statement, but still decided to remain silent. When they entered the Baron's office, he almost screamed when he heard about the refugees, and the glass shook throughout the palace. He said that people shouldn't be abandoned in trouble, but they don't have the resources to take everyone in. Roid was only interested in whether he wanted to help people. Opportunities would be found. The Baron started whining about how their provisions would only last a couple of days. After that, the settlers would simply have nothing to eat. The son looked at Arcos Frontera with bewilderment and asked why there wouldn't be enough food. They had plenty of supplies. Seeing his father's bewilderment, the young man once again said that they had a lot of food for the refugees. He took the man to show him the mountains of locust larvae that had been prepared to feed the orcs, but the orcs had left the city. Byron suggested using all of this for compost, but it makes much more sense to use the protein for its intended purpose. The Baron also thought that feeding the refugees locust larvae was a bit strange and somehow inhumane. Meanwhile, to Arcos's surprise, Marvea replied that she didn't see anything wrong with that, since orcs eat it, and besides, it tasted like shrimp. The Baron, with the help of the remaining orcs and white knights, tents were erected for the settlers, in which it was quite possible to sleep. Roid was pleased and ordered Blanco to prepare materials for the next tents. Since people were flocking to Frontera in droves, they needed to be properly prepared. Just a few hours later, the lookout signaled that several thousand more people were moving towards the city from the north. Our hero was pleased. Events unfolded even faster than he expected. This was a good sign. He began to urge the Padang on, arguing that if they didn't try now, the refugees would have nowhere to live. The huge hamster immediately began compacting the area where it was planned to install the new temporary housing. The monster jumped up and down, using its front paws to help itself, and looked very businesslike. The pink little one tried her best. Firstly, she wanted to fulfill Roid's order, and secondly, she hoped to impress the other pets. Marvea lined up all the maids in front of her and announced that their task was to turn insect larvae into delicious food. Doubt appeared on the women's faces. They began to rebel and convince the Baroness that this was not only impossible, but also disgusting. Baron Frontera's wife had prepared herself for such a reaction, and therefore remained absolutely calm. She said that many years ago, a girl who worked as a cook for a dragon compiled a legendary cookbook. The women were alarmed. They heard that thanks to the recipes of this book, obtained by Roid from the warlock, any dish can be turned into heavenly food. Our hero watched the work from the hill, and although he hadn't lost his arm while saving Queen Alicia, he now swung his shovel much less. He tried to calculate whether they would have enough space for all the temporary buildings. Even if they were to set them up all the way to the eastern mountains, it was not a fact that everyone would fit. This may be enough for a while, but in the long run, another option should be considered. Then he heard a child crying below and thought that he was going completely crazy because everything should have been fine. The baby whined and repeated that he wanted to go home. The sad woman said that they no longer had a home. They should be grateful for the shelter that they were given here. Little Rudy demanded that his father build them a new house. His mother convinced him that this would happen someday, and Roid had another idea. He remembered moving into a new house with his parents and his mother unpacking things from boxes for the move. The parents were simply happy, constantly praising the house and smiling, smiles he would never see again. It was a small, shabby apartment on the outskirts, but it was that house that held the happiest moments of Kim Soo-ho's life. Looking now at the mother and child, shedding tears of homesickness, he decided that it simply shouldn't be this way. The young man whispered that the baby shouldn't worry. He would have a new home very soon. It's all because he's here, and his engineering skills are enough to solve the problem of the displaced people. Roid rose to his feet and said a few more encouraging words into space, unaware that Gabriel was behind him. The knight reminded everyone of his presence with a loud sigh, a little surprised by the good intentions of Baron Frontera's eldest son. The young man turned around and informed Azrahan that from now on they would begin construction on a higher level. The knight asked the hero if he had a plan to save all the refugees, and he replied that he had just arrived. The hero announced that he was going to build an apartment complex, which caused complete bewilderment in the novel's protagonist. This was convenient for increasing the population density of the Frontera lands, but whether the idea was feasible remained unclear. If you build apartments rather than detached houses, you'll see savings in space and materials, and the standard layout simplifies things. If each dwelling is surrounded on all sides by neighboring apartments, the heating problem will also be reduced thanks to good thermal insulation. Accompanied by Gabriel, Roid once again glanced at the valley in which he planned to build high-rise buildings. He activated the research skill. The biggest advantage was that the refugees would be able to live independently in this territory. While imagining apartment buildings, the hero was already mentally calculating the income that would come from the population rapidly growing, creating a market. At the thought that it would be possible to raise the tax, the guy raised his hands to the sky and began to hum. He was very pleased with his idea. Then Roid thought that after everything he would finally be able to relax and unwind, something he had been dreaming about for a very long time. The desire of every ordinary person is to make a profit, a passive income, and the young man believed that he had almost achieved this goal. He was already dreaming of entrusting the management of all affairs to Bayern or someone else. At that moment, the knight suddenly felt uneasy, but he did not understand why. Soon, Baron Frontera's eldest son convened a council regarding the planned construction of the Honey apartment complex. Gabriel immediately stated that the name seemed too presumptuous to him, to which the young man suggested not to bother his head and to get acquainted with the project. The knight noticed that Bayern was sad. The man said that for several nights he had been tormented by a nightmare in which the devil constantly forced him to work. Baron Frontera's eldest son planned to build a similar complex, but square rather than round, because it would be faster and easier. The hero added that he had studied all the pros and cons of both designs, so the choice was obvious. Installing steel gates would also solve the security issue. In this way, the entire structure will be transformed into an impregnable fortress, and the inhabitants will not have to flee again. This seemed to our hero to be the main advantage of the option he had chosen, and he tried to convince others of this. Everyone sat silently, but the commander of the elite white knights suddenly raised his hands up and clapped his hands. He was impressed. Roid was very encouraged by the reaction and announced that it was now time for questions. Gabriel asked how to carry out construction and at the same time take care of tents for the refugees who had already arrived. It was financially burdensome. The guy replied that there were options. Our hero said that, looking at the long term, they would be able to recoup the resources expended fairly quickly, but in the meantime, they would provide people with at least some kind of shelter. So now they will take it upon themselves to carry out their plans, although they will have to spend all their money to do so, but it is for the benefit of the people. He proposed to raise as much money as possible for the construction by sending knights on the mission. Soon Roid and Gabriel also sat on the end. The young man asked why the Swordmaster was so dissatisfied. He added that even looking at him was torture for the knight. Let him explain what was going on. Azrahan remained silent. Finally, Baron Frontera's eldest son said that he too was afraid that their plan would fail and the money would be wasted. The guy also expressed concern that everyone in need will eventually get a roof over their heads, but that doesn't mean it's not worth trying. He explained that this was his project, and he was personally responsible for everything, so there was simply no way to doubt the choice and the fact that they would be successful. That would ruin everything. Suddenly, Roid said that only Gabriel could let go of all the bluff and bravado because he could afford it. The young man was simply stunned by what he heard. It had never occurred to him before that the young gentleman was such a subtle psychologist. He closed his eyes and sighed, trying to express out loud what he felt about our hero and his words. Finally, Gabriel reported that it was an emotional outlet, if he understood the message correctly. This simply infuriated Azrahan. He was already mentally imagining himself hitting Baron Frontera's eldest son in the face with all his might. Naturally, this did not happen. The young people continued to ride shoulder to shoulder, Roid whistling some cheerful song. Their path lay in the domain of Rakon. The estate of Rakon, as we remember, was quite large and built with taste. The first person they met there was Diego Rakon, sadly walking down the corridor about his not-so-happy business. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the boy raised his head, but when he saw Roid, he almost turned around and ran away. Our hero reacted completely differently. He pretended to be very happy to meet him and called out to Diego, waving his hand in a friendly manner. Viscount Rakon's son screamed in horror, revealing the absence of teeth in his mouth. Let us remember that this was the work of Frontera. Roid asked what that scream meant and how Diego was doing in general, whether he was enjoying his expulsion or was despondent. The student covered his head with his hands and began calling for his father. But our hero explained that he had come here, among other things, to return him to the academy. Suddenly, Roid yelled in a voice that wasn't his own, telling him to stop fooling around and call Viscount Raycon here as quickly as possible. In his office, the hero announced his intention to raise water taxes, which caused the expected wave of indignation. Lounging in his chair, Baron Frontera's eldest son explained once again, syllable by syllable, that he was increasing the cost of water delivery. The Viscount was literally seething with rage that his son had been expelled because of this pathetic scoundrel, and he even dared to raise taxes. The man's teeth were grinding so hard that soon some of them would also leave his mouth, like Diego's, albeit in a different way. Rakan had no proper words to respond, so he simply laughed, tilting his head forward to hide his gaze. Finally, the man stood up and walked around the office to the window, with his back to Roid, telling him that he was still too young to understand. He showed the contract and said that, according to this document, the price for water must remain fixed, and the guy cannot raise it. Instead of answering, Frontera simply waved his hand, and with his other hand, a magnifying glass appeared out of nowhere. He showed a small note between the lines, which stated that the supplier could change the price depending on his mood. Rakona grabbed him by the vest and yelled in a voice that wasn't his own that it was a scam. The guy asked him to go easy, otherwise he would simply strangle him. Roid asked for understanding, because no one forced the Viscount to sign, and besides, they were neighbors and should treat each other with respect. He added that in the end the Viscount would come out on top, but he continued to grin incredulously and angrily. Our hero raised his finger and reported that 17 settlements were destroyed by monsters, and the inhabitants fled to these lands, but Rakona drove them away. The young man remarked that he could pretend not to know anything about it, but Her Majesty would be very upset if the information came to light. Rakan's eyes widened. The thought of the Queen frightened him. It was unclear where the benefit was. Only then the man realized that Frontera was offering to save him. The young man sat down again and folded his hands, adding that there was a second point, and again he was saying this only in the interests of the Viscount. If Roid writes a letter of recommendation, Diego will be able to return to the academy. Wouldn't that be nice of him? Sweat began to slowly trickle down the man's face again. He realized that the young man had beaten him in 2 counts. He hated him with all his soul and all his heart. Our hero's smile was the most excruciating torture for Raycon. The Viscount gritted his teeth and asked how much our hero was going to raise the tax. It seemed the Viscount had already resigned himself to the fact of the increase. Roid grabbed his head and said that he was not a criminal who came to rob these lands. Otherwise, people might misunderstand him. The guy said that he didn't intend to embarrass anyone and intended to maintain friendly relations, so the raise would be small. Rakona was already exhausted from waiting and mentally calling the young man all sorts of names. He asked out loud to quickly voice the number, politely asked. Gabriel watched silently as Baron Frontera's eldest son assumed a majestic pose, preparing to deliver his verdict. The Swordmaster was once again amazed by his acting skills and theatrical manners. The young man's character did not allow him to simply answer the question. Roid, hearing that the hero would be very grateful for the kindness shown, Rakona blushed again and clenched his teeth in hatred. They sat opposite each other for a while, the silence so tense that the air seemed to begin to warm up. The Viscount looked at the young Mr. Frontera, trying to guess his intentions and not miscalculate. Our hero simply waited. The man tried to avoid a direct answer and test the waters a little, but the guy remained expectantly silent. Finally, Rakona said the number 20 hesitantly, seeming completely unsure that he had made the right decision. Roid grimaced as if he had taken a bitter pill, and his whole appearance showed contempt and disappointment. The Viscount looked at him ingratiatingly, bowing his head. He realized that he would not get away with paying the bribe so easily. Baron Frontera's eldest son continued to make a dissatisfied face, and Rakan, stretching out his hand forward, began to babble that he had made a mistake and miscalculated. He showed 3 fingers and explained that he had simply misspoke, and that in fact the Viscount was quite prepared to pay 30. The young man made an even more angry and threatening face, even biting his lower lip with his teeth, as if holding back his anger. Rakona began to choke and scream silently. A little more and his nerves would have given out completely. There was no reaction, and the man calmed down a little, at least outwardly. Now he, drenched in sweat, waited for Roid to answer. Gabriel, without turning towards him, simply showed the number 5 with his fingers, which was quite unexpected on his part. Having correctly deciphered the sign, the Viscount shouted with relief that he was ready to raise the payment by 50%. He was quite capable of it. Frontera's face became even more devilish than before. No one expected such a reaction. Azrakhan couldn't understand what was wrong, because they had just raised the price by as much as 50%. One could only dream of that. The Viscount couldn't close his mouth in surprise. The knight also turned away to hide his disappointment. He considered his master a more merciful man. He extended his hand forward and announced that it was time to end this. What was happening had already gone beyond all standards of decency. Rakona misinterpreted the gesture and shouted that he would raise taxes 5-fold and really hoped that this would be enough and that they would finally leave him alone. Suddenly, Roid made a pained face and said in a gentle voice that 5 times was a lot, 4 would be quite enough. The man instantly calmed down and even beamed, but still decided to clarify whether this was really so. He took out the seal and put it on the new document, while the Viscount felt incredible relief and even happiness. The young people left the lands of Rakan with a feeling of inner victory, and Roid was practically dancing with joy. Meanwhile, the Viscount decided to once again carefully examine the papers he had just signed. The further he read, the sadder he became, and finally the ruler's face elongated with annoyance and surprise. He had been fooled again. In despair, Viscount Rakona bent over the table, clutching his head, but there was no turning back. Meanwhile, Roid asked Gabriel what was wrong with his face, and the knight replied that he felt like a thief. Our hero laughed that he would remember this expression, but Azrakhan himself helped him, since his master was a swindler. Then the knight was the swindler's assistant. Fine. To this the boy replied that in that case he would not sing him a lullaby. Azrakhan said that it had already been a month since he became a swordmaster and would be able to fall asleep on his own. Our heroes arrived home in the evening, so they went to bed almost immediately upon arrival. Gabriel lay in bed with his eyes wide open, completely unable to control his emotions, and the pink pillow wasn't helping. Finally, he came to Roid for help, but he noticed that the lullaby service was no longer available. The knight refused it, and he began to beg. Our hero began talking about sleep hygiene and developing habits that help you fall asleep. Gabriel sadly stated that he knew what it was about, but now he just wanted his lullaby. Roid fulfilled his request, and within a few minutes the knight was blissfully snoring, hugging his pillow in the chair. The guy stretched, loosening his shoulders and arms. For him, the day was not over yet. It was time to start mental work. He quickly walked over to the desk and laid out the plans and drawings of the future residential complex on it. A second later, the projection skill was also activated, and skyscrapers grew around the young man's figure. Kim Soo-ho understood that his knowledge was sufficient for designing a heating system, but completely insufficient for constructing an apartment complex. As soon as something started to work out in one projection, something would instantly fall apart in another. The young man couldn't keep track of everything. The system asked if he intended to continue creating one simulation after another. The guy replied that he did, and had already come up with a name for this method. His working approach is called work until you succeed, and no one here is going to give up. Another visit to the valley was planned for the next day to assess everything on the ground, this time with the project. Along the way, Roid gave instructions on where to hire foremen, what materials and equipment to order from Cremo, and so on. He then began to try out his diagrams, which again caused surprise among those present, to whom the grid was not visible. Then Bayern came up and said that another 300 refugees had arrived. Our hero asked to accept them all. There would soon be enough housing. Roid returned to the model and began to think about how to reduce the construction time. The only option was to reduce the height of the building. Suddenly a drop of blood fell onto the parquet floor, spreading as a small, bright spot on the light-colored boards. Blood was dripping from the hero's nose, but he didn't notice it at all, because he decided that it was impossible to reduce the number of apartments. It was a gold mine. Summer had arrived. Dragonflies were playing merrily in the sun's rays. The sky was heavenly blue, and our hero was still busy with work. Byron reported that in 4 months the money would run out completely, and suggested at least temporarily sending the settlers to other lands. Roid, who could barely stand on his feet, asked not to worry about it. They would have enough funds. He wanted to explain how the financial issue stood, but he didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Our hero simply passed out and collapsed right on the road, with his comrades rushing towards him from all sides. They started to shake the guy, the senior knight, Blank, and others asked the young gentleman to wake up, but nothing helped. The kingdom of Magentano also continued to live its own life, but it is worth noting that quite interesting events took place there. Almost the entire royal guard armed themselves with crossbows and took up positions on the balcony around the perimeter of the throne room. Right in the center stood Queen Alicia, armed with a sword. Something extraordinary was about to happen. All guns were aimed at the Empress. It seemed she had decided to conduct her training to test her mastery of the blade and mana. The commander of the knights, the master of ceremonies, raised his hand and then sharply waved it downwards, commanding them to open fire. Before there were hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, all heading straight for Alicia Termino Magentano, standing right in the center of the court. The woman made one sharp movement with her sword, and everything around was filled with a dazzling pink, or rather magenta, glow. Then the queen swung again, and the most amazing thing was that not a single arrow reached its target and did not wound her. Alicia wielded her sword so quickly that she managed to repel each and every attack from her knights' crossbows. Moreover, the Empress managed to cut in half every arrow fired at her. She truly was one of the best warriors in the world. The guards' mouths dropped open in surprise. They thought they were supposed to protect the fragile aristocrat, but in fact, it was she they needed to protect themselves from. Alicia herself wasn't too happy with the results of this test. The training hadn't improved her skill much, except that she could now summon the aura sword faster. Remembering how Kale attacked her, the Empress thought that she would not allow anyone to disgrace herself like that again. She needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, the queen was called by her personal assistant, and she asked in a displeased tone what had happened. The man reported that a messenger had arrived from the Frontera estate. Alicia was delighted. She had been expecting news from Roid or Gabriel. Soon, a guest walked through the hall under the banners to the Empress to report what his master had ordered. It was Gabriel. He knelt down and unrolled a scroll, which stated that a humble servant of Her Majesty asked to lend him a helping hand in a difficult moment. Alicia got angry. She asked what kind of helping hand this was and why she suddenly needed to help the eldest son of Baron Frontera. The queen incredulously asked what kind of story the young man wanted to drag them all into again. Gabriel did not answer, but only asked permission to read the young gentleman's message to the end. As he wrote, Gabriel continued to read about how he allowed all the refugees to feel the great will of the ruler and find a worthy refuge. Alicia frowned, trying to understand what the young man was getting at and what he ultimately wanted to achieve from her. It was at this point that Roid got to the point in his letter stating that he was broke and in tears, unable to provide for all those in need. Gabriel sighed loudly and fell silent, giving the queen a chance to react to the information she had heard. The Empress was sincerely indignant and even cursed, noticing that the young man had lost all his conscience and honor. She calmed down, remembering that she herself was going to send help. The knight continued reading that help was most likely needed 3 times more than planned. It was clear from Alicia Termino Magentano's face that she was sure our hero had simply gone crazy. Otherwise, his impudence would be impossible to explain. Roid wrote in the letter that her faithful servant was not at all crazy, as one might think after reading the message. The queen grabbed her head. She was so angry that she promised herself that the next time she met the guy, she would split his skull. The hero wrote that he planned to build the most innovative multi-story building in the world. where the settlers would find permanent housing following the great will of the queen. And here again, Baron Frontera's eldest son did not forget to remind him that he was broke and did not have enough funds for construction. Alicia held out her hand and motioned for Gabriel to stop reading. There was no need. The meaning of the message was perfectly clear to her. She ordered him to return to his master and inform him that the queen was not going to waste money just because she was a queen. She must request permission from the Minister of Finance, the governor, and the advisors, and only after that will it be clear whether there are funds for Frontera. Gabriel placed the letter sheet on the ground and reached into the inside pocket of his waistcoat. It looked curious. The Swordmaster pulled out another scroll and began to unroll it hastily, as if he was afraid he wouldn't get it in time. Alicia Termino Magentano watched him closely. She began to guess what it was. Roid wrote that the building he planned to erect for the settlers was like a fortress and would serve the security purposes of the state perfectly. Our hero recalled both the waves of monsters and the eastern neighbor, not forgetting to point out all the advantages of the multi-story residential complex, or rather, the impregnable fortress. Hearing this, the queen became thoughtful. She highly valued the young man's construction and strategic skills, as well as his sharp mind. Baron Frontera's eldest son also promised to give a small gift to anyone who would support his construction project for the settlers. The guy knew well how to intrigue a woman and win her favor, Gabriel continued reading. The Empress reflected that the costs of building a fortified city were about the same as for the trading city of Cremo, but the benefits could be greater. Personally, she believed that such construction would be beneficial to the kingdom. All that remained was to convince the ministers and other officials of this. Azrahan suddenly shouted the word bingo. The Empress asked what it meant. The knight replied that he had no idea, but Roid wrote that it needed to be said in 5 seconds. The woman sighed, and again plunged into her thoughts about how best to act in the current situation. Finally, she looked at our hero's messenger and ordered him to remain in the hall while she went for the money. Gabriel noted that the letter ended with gratitude for understanding and support, and the hope that Master Korgadis would also be able to come to the construction site. It is not difficult to guess that quite soon, Azrahan was already returning to the valley where Baron Frontera's possessions were located. The refugee tents were good enough, but there was no longer enough space for everyone who wanted to stay. They had to constantly put up more and more tents. The detachment commander yelled at the soldiers that Master Greg would not praise them for their laziness and sloppiness. They chanted a long life wish to Sergeant Greg in unison, and the man suddenly asked who he was. The men started muttering something about him being the best, knowing full well that at first Greg seemed like just one of the lazy guys in the platoon. But he was always close to Mr. Roid, and so he remembered him and began to give orders under Greg's responsibility. Regardless of the danger of the mission, the sergeant always tried to complete it as honestly as possible. Regardless of the difficulty of the work, he agreed to take full responsibility for its completion. Over time, Greg became the most responsible and hard-working soldier of all. He was literally reborn before our eyes. At first, the sergeant even refused the blanket, asking that it be given to the elderly and children, but there was still a limit to his kindness. He liked one of the maids, Emily, who was in charge of distributing warm clothes to the refugees. Greg greeted the girl and tried to give her back his warm blanket, but she replied that they had plenty of them. The man noticed that the girl was tired and suggested that she take a rest while he filled in for a couple of hours. Emily was taken aback and replied that she should mind her own business. She said that she had other things to do, and Greg offered to do them too, but the maid proudly replied that this would not happen. But the smile the girl gave Greg was the most valuable reward of all possible. Now he was literally glowing with happiness and was ready to work day and night just to impress her. The red-haired orc, to whom Emily gave a flower in gratitude, came to her with a whole bouquet, but saw Greg's courtship. His heart was broken. The warrior had never experienced such great sadness in his entire life. He hoped that one day the beauty would smile at him with the same warmth, but the girl didn't even look in the orc's direction. His fellow tribesmen began to ridicule him. believing that a human woman would never accept the advances of an ugly orc. The red-haired man called out to Emily and asked her to wait for him. The others laughed that he was too slow and clumsy. The flowers were broken, the remains of the bouquet flew to the ground. The enamored orc believed that he didn't have a single chance. He turned sharply and walked away so quickly that the flower petals had not yet reached the ground. Some of them reached the maid, who looked back, following the muscular figure with a sympathetic gaze. Emily called out to the orc warrior cautiously, wanting to say something nice to cheer him up. A real love story could have developed further, if all the events had not turned out to be just a romantic dream. Moreover, Roid Fronter's sleep was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of another message from the system. When asked if everything was okay, his pulse had risen to an unacceptable level. Roid replied that he had seen a dream, but he couldn't remember what exactly. The young man seemed to be delirious, and Bayern, who came to him sometime later, was also unable to elicit a reasonable reaction. The eldest son of Baron Frontera answered the knight that there was not much time left now, and he became seriously concerned about his health. Roid continued to moan and repeat that it was already close, and that there wasn't much time left, and he didn't react to any phrases addressed to him. The young man muttered something about his salary and the day he completely lost consciousness. Bayern was scared. He was trying to figure out what to do now and whether he needed a doctor, or whether this was the result of overexertion. Footsteps were heard along the corridor. Someone approached the door but did not dare enter the room, hearing Roid's groans. Our hero began to cry, sobbing that his supplies were running low and he had no money. The man tried to reassure him that help from the Queen would soon arrive. The guy didn't listen to him, continuing to shout that everything was lost, and it wasn't at all a matter of people being understanding. It was not hard to guess that Gabriel was walking down the corridor. He often stopped at the door to Roid's room to listen to what he was saying. Baron Frontera's eldest son lamented that he had worked so hard for payday, and how could he put it off now? Bayan tried to console him again. Our hero asked him not to do this to people when he was gone. Even if he died, the sweat from Roid's forehead mixed with tears. He had definitely suffered a nervous breakdown and was not himself. Finally, the hero simply leaned back against the pillow and became quiet, as if he had again lost consciousness from his experiences. Bayern was seriously scared. It seemed the situation was even more serious and dangerous than he had feared. The knight started calling for a doctor and turned around to run for help, but before he could reach the door, Gabriel came in to meet him. The Swordmaster's face was completely inscrutable. He had clearly heard what was happening in the room, but he was in no hurry to show his reaction. The man wanted to say that something bad had happened to the young master, but looking at Azrahan's face, he fell silent mid-sentence. Gabriel smiled calmly and reported that he had received his salary and had obtained the required amount of money for their estate. He waved the check from the Queen in front of him and advised Frontera's eldest son to calm down and get out of bed. The young man didn't react right away. At first he began to lift his eyelids with his hands to get a better look at the amount written on the paper. Then mana energy began to flow from his eyes, and the room filled with wild laughter and joyful cries. Bayern looked at what was happening in horror. It seemed to him that in front of him was not Roid, but a true devil. The system sent a message about the activation of a special skill. The guy jumped up. Now he was standing with his feet on the bed, leaning forward a little, as if he were possessed or a monster. The new skill was called Financial Hill, and the young man shouted in an impatient voice that it was time to start. The Frontera estate received funds for the construction of a royal residential complex, and after some time, the work was 79% complete. Bayern shouted that there was very little time left. Everyone had to hold out just a little longer. A fence had been erected around the perimeter of the site, and a new house was supposed to appear there soon. Roid, activating his construction skill, made special passes with his hands, as if calling for the building to grow out of the ground. When the guy raised his hands to the sky, the life-size model did rise to the sky. It glowed green and looked exactly as our hero had designed it before. He made a few more movements with his fingers, as if he were putting a roof on the structure. It seemed that the project was indeed almost ready. Following the first house, the next ones began to spring up like mushrooms, and Roid was extremely focused on the process. The earth shook, and because of the rising dust, nothing could be seen except the figure of Baron Frontera's eldest son. He closed his eyes because they began to water. The skyscrapers were becoming larger and more realistic. The boy then began waving his arms, simulating the effects of natural forces. He tested the structures for resistance to earthquakes and landslides. The next stage was a test of resistance to winds and hurricanes. The hero again began waving his arms like a shaman. No matter how he tested the buildings, they continued to cope with all natural disasters perfectly. Roid was satisfied. He raised his hands and closed his eyes, deciding that it was time for the final check. He swung again, the mana concentrated at the heart level, and everything around him began to tremble violently again. It seemed like the earthquake was capable of splitting a continent, nothing less, and the vibrations were so strong that they were felt in the surrounding towns. Not only cities, but the entire planet and its satellite almost fell out of orbit. The test was so powerful. When everything stopped, a comet became visible, rushing towards Earth at great speed, apparently to land on the lands of Baron Frontera. Roid was so fascinated by the idea of testing that he managed to arrange for a meteorite to fall on his project. Naturally, it was a simulation, but the explosion could have destroyed an entire continent, yet the high-rise buildings remained standing. The system clarified that Kim Soo-ho was checking here. In reality, it was all a one-man show. Gabriel stood behind the young gentleman, and once again thought that he had completely lost his mind. Roid returned to reality and looked at his knight, asking what was wrong with his face. Azrakhan replied that nothing special. He didn't even think that the boss had gone crazy. The knight reported that Master Corgadus and his 30 assistants had arrived, and our hero happily replied that this was excellent news. He walked out to meet the dwarves, bowing low. The construction of an apartment complex was much more complicated than a suspension bridge, and Corgadus's skills were essential. Concrete played a huge role in such construction, and Roid showed the engineer a diagram of a concrete mixer, stating that it was impossible to do without this device. The master replied that it was very rude. After such a long journey, they were offered not a cup of soup, but a task. Roid showed the plans and said he had a lot of ideas on how best to welcome his dear guests. And in the end, I came to the conclusion that there is nothing better for a master than to first familiarize himself with the details of the project. Corgadus grabbed the plans and asked if his workstation was ready. Roid replied that everything was arranged in the best possible way. The long-awaited construction project finally began, with Gabriel and Roid first using explosive strike. It was necessary to clear the area and think about mounting the concrete mixer, so the young people worked very hard. Further work was carried out by the Podong. It was necessary to thoroughly compact the construction site. The hamster was also brought in later. He had to run like a squirrel in a wheel to spin a barrel of concrete, mixing it. The orcs were also not left without work. They bent steel rods for the reinforced concrete structure of a multi-story building. The Green Warrior's strength was sufficient to create all the necessary metal parts. The rebar and arcos were ready. Now it was time to fill the forms with concrete. Roid insisted that care must be taken to ensure that no air bubbles formed. When the building had risen to a good height, it was necessary to resort to Biboon's help. He happily carried out the young master's instructions. The thing is, Bellflower was right there, inspiring the former royal storm with her radiant smile and the ringing of her bells. The multi-story building rose higher and higher, to the delight of our hero and Bayern, who was enthusiastically studying the technology. Roid once again repeated in detail the plan for further actions and clarified whether the knight could cope without his participation, and he nodded. The heating system for the new complex had to function thanks to a special boiler, which had to not only be designed, but also built. The steam from it was supposed to flow into all the rooms in which the pipes and central heating batteries would be installed. In each room, a special place was allocated for them. Thanks to insulation, One radiator was enough for each apartment. However, Roid encountered several problems, and he could not solve the main one on his own. The higher the floor, the less heat the pipes could transmit. On the 8th floor, the radiators would not heat up at all. The young man did not sleep for nights on end, trying to figure out how to eliminate this feature. He could not remember anything that could help. He even tried to remember his engineering course, but it was of no use, so Kim Soo-ho began to remember the novel, hoping to find the answer in it. He wrote something mechanically with a pen for some time, lost in thought. Only later did the guy notice what he had written. Subconsciously, his brain produced the answer to the question that tormented Baron Frontera's eldest son. The solution was found. The clue came from an episode in the book where Gabriel had to fight a dragon. The monster was described in quite some detail. He kept calling the knight a weak and pathetic human creature, as if that made any sense. However, no matter how strong a swordsman the hero is, standing up to the dragon is far from an easy task. Gabriel stood so close that he could feel the monster's fiery breath, but he felt no fear of it. Azrahan, the knight, and all. Now the young man had to go to where these trees grow to get sap for his residential complex. Gabriel volunteered to accompany him. Their path lay in the ever-shining forest, where the elves live, but Akrahan learned about this only after 3 days of tiring travel. Hearing this, the Swordmaster turned sharply and walked in the opposite direction. He had not signed up for such adventures. To Roid's bewilderment, Gabriel explained that elves hate humans to the core. They are a race with whom it is impossible to negotiate. Our hero thought that in the novel it was Azrahan who befriended the elves and received armor as a gift, but he said out loud that in that case he would continue his journey alone. Hearing himself dismissively called a guard knight, the Swordmaster sighed and returned to the young master. On the way, he reminded Roid that no one had contacted this race for the last 500 years, and how he planned to convince them was unclear. Our hero pretended not to understand what he had to convince the elves of, and his companion sighed heavily. The young man decided to cheer Gabriel up and said with a smile that he would soon see everything for himself. There was no need to escalate the situation prematurely. He noted that he had no intention of negotiating at all, because there was a much more reliable way to get what he wanted. With a beaming smile and a devilish expression on his face, Baron Frontera's eldest son explained that he was going to rob the elves. Gabriel thought that he didn't want to be this idiot's knight anymore, but the thought made him feel a little uneasy. It had gone too far. The further the young people walked, the higher the mountains became. They climbed the white peaks in the middle of the night. The elven domain began there. This became clear from the special vegetation and the glow of mana around. Roid stopped. Then he decided to go deeper into the forest. There were more and more magical plants around. Everything was shining with different colors and shades. It was only a few minutes' walk to the ever-glowing forest, and our hero warned Gabriel that they needed to move quietly, as this race had a special connection with nature. The pollen from the magic trees made the knight constantly want to sneeze. He tried to hold it in, but it didn't always work. At least Azrahan tried to do it quietly so as not to attract unnecessary attention, but he suffered greatly. Roid pounced on him reproachfully, reminding him that he had asked him to be quiet, but the Swordmaster justified himself by saying that he could not control the physiological process. In fact, he suddenly thought that the young master was simply jealous of his appearance and the fact that even he sneezed elegantly. Our hero looked at Akrahan with a puzzled look, as if he had read his thoughts, but then he immediately thought that something was wrong. A message appeared that the emotional damage had reached 99 points, and Kim Soo-ho asked the system to shut up. Roid reminded him that he was a swordmaster, and he, of all people, should be able to learn to hold back a sneeze, and the knight began to argue. Suddenly Azrahan giggled, and his young master became completely furious. He had not expected such behavior. Gabriel extended his hand elegantly and informed him that his lord was so funny in his desire to look better than him. Our hero's fist reached out to the knight's handsome face without him even realizing how it had happened. Roid tried to strike at least once, making many attempts, but none of them were successful. Gabriel was in a very good mood, so he simply used his mana protection and stopped the guy with an open palm. Immediately after this, the knight put his finger to his lips and asked him to be quiet. Baron Frontera's eldest son angrily recommended that he first stop sneezing. Gabriel reminded them that the Alencia tree was located in the very center of this forest, so they would still have quite a long way to go. This plan was not destined to come to fruition, because our hero's path was blocked by elven druids armed with bows. Roid's jaw dropped. He couldn't imagine that they would be spotted so quickly, in the first minutes in the forest. One of the warriors shouted that they shouldn't have shouted like that if they didn't want to be noticed, isn't it clear? Azrakhan, contrary to all expectations, whispered that they were finished, but our hero was ready to argue with this statement. He smiled and said that no, nothing like that would happen. He always had a backup plan when going to dangerous places. He tilted his head forward a little and added that, as an option, it would also be possible to speed up the execution of the main plan, which would be even easier. The elf said that if the strangers did not leave, they would shoot on the count of 3. Without waiting for an answer, she counted and released the bowstring. The other girls followed suit. Roid grabbed his head, but he had a guard who summoned an aura sword and dealt with all the arrows flying at them in one fell swoop. He made another movement to show that he didn't advise messing around with them. The dandelion fluff fell beautifully down against the green-blue glow. A new shower of arrows rained down on the travelers, and this time the knight did not limit himself to one movement. He had to work more actively. While Gabriel swung his sword, cutting down the arrows, his master lay flat on the ground, hoping to slip away unnoticed. The elf realized that a Swordmaster had come to visit them and reached into her quiver for a new supply of arrows. Roid whispered to the knight that his task was to distract the elf's attention, and in the meantime he would go to the tree. As soon as Azrahan was free, he should run there too. The eldest son of Baron Frontera was not allowed to leave just like that. The commander shouted that the scarecrow was trying to escape and that several people should go in pursuit. Roid ran forward at top speed, tears of resentment streaming down his face. He still hadn't come to terms with the fact that his appearance was so shitty. Several elves moved through the tree branches with lightning speed, while Gabriel fought selflessly below. He tried to catch up with his lord's pursuers, so that he would not have to worry about his own safety. The elven archers turned their attention to the knight and, as one, they jumped down to the ground. Their special skill was being one with nature. The beauties fluttered through the leaves of the trees as if they weighed nothing at all. Azrahan did what Roid ordered him to do right before meeting these creatures. Everything went exactly as the boy predicted. Our hero explained that elves love nature very much, and this is their weak point. The knight will have to flee from attacks because they have no reason to attack innocent, long-eared creatures. The young man added that he would try to use the elves' nature and habits against them. Meanwhile, the archer had already pulled the bowstring to finish off such a noticeable target that she didn't even have to strain. Gabriel noticed the hand movement and prepared to counterattack to prevent the shot from taking place. However, his speed turned out to be lower than the elven one, so the Swordmaster had to simply duck behind a tree. The girl couldn't afford to shoot at the tree, so she swore loudly and tried to move so that the shot wouldn't damage the plants. The arrow flew right past Azrahan's neck, and he pressed himself against the trunk as if he wanted to crawl under the bark. Soon the first arrow was joined by others, and it took a lot of effort for the knight to remain unharmed. He began moving towards the center of the forest and the Alencia tree again, trying to figure out why the archers were only aiming in 2 directions. Azrakhan deviated to the right and then to the left, gaining the opportunity to run forward at a fairly brisk pace. The main thing was not to lose my sword, because if I had to stop, without it my hopes of survival would completely disappear. The young man's attention was drawn to something unusual, but he could not understand whether his guess was correct. Most likely, the elves drove him to this very place on purpose, and the knight did not realize it in time. Meanwhile, Roid reached the tree, but noticed that it was guarded by sentries, and it would not be so easy to get closer. Luckily, the hero had brought his trusty shovel with him, so the next plan of action came to fruition instantly. He used the three-ringed mana heart to accumulate energy for a decisive throw. After this, Baron Frontera's eldest son activated the Lively One's skill to complete the task as quickly as possible and set to work. The guy knew he wouldn't feel tired for the next 20 minutes, so he worked like crazy, throwing the earth as far as possible. Soon he had gone deep enough underground that he didn't have to worry about the elves noticing him. Gabriel wasn't doing so well. He was running around the forest just to survive since he had no right to attack. The speed was decent, but the knight had a feeling that something was wrong from the moment he realized he was being lured into an ambush. The leader of the elves, who met the heroes at the edge of the forest, was nowhere to be found. This is a bad sign, foreshadowing major troubles. If she chased after the young master, he would be in trouble. Azrahan rushed towards the Alencia tree even more briskly. But to do this, it was necessary to cross the river, and this is an open space where it is impossible to use trees for protection. Many elven women with bows were already prepared to shoot from one bank, but that was not the saddest thing. There were no fewer of them on the other bank. The young man froze, not daring to move on. It seemed that a lot would have to be changed in tactics and strategy. The arrows flew towards the target almost instantly, and it seemed that there were even more of them than in all the previous attacks. Gabriel activated the aura sword and thrust it straight into the water. The effect of this move should have worked. The stream of water shot up, stopping the arrow's flight without much effort. It turns out that the knight with his wits was also doing well. For a while, only his dark silhouette and the glow of green-blue mana were visible from behind the water. The elves were surprised by such strength. It suddenly dawned on them that this man could easily finish them all off, but he didn't do it. If people have a Swordmaster, then the elves have Melika, and Azrahan will have to meet her very soon. A huge warrior with an equally huge bow emerged from the grove, her eyes still retaining the remnants of the glow of mana. With one movement, the elf thrust the base of the bow into the ground, causing the soil to instantly crack. She pulled back the bowstring, preparing to release a simply gigantic arrow, comparable only to a whale's harpoon. Gabriel realized that it was the bow of the great dragon archer and activated the aura of his sword again. When Melika fired, the trees around her almost fell horizontally, so strong was the airflow. The arrow flew forward, leaving a ditch on the ground. It was scary to imagine what would happen when it reached its target. Our hero was also scared. For the first time, he doubted that his blade could withstand the blow. The knight was thrown back, but he still did not allow the tip to pierce him, blocking the blow with his sword. Everything would be fine, but the flight of the giant arrow never stopped, carrying the Swordmaster further and further back. His feet glided through the water like a surfboard. The situation might have seemed comical if it weren't for the fact that the knight's life was in danger. Gabriel couldn't stop, so he simply gave in to chance, hoping that the next attack wouldn't come too quickly. It was becoming more and more difficult to hold back the arrow with the sword. The boy screamed in horror. This had never happened to him before. As the water's surface gave way to land, Azrahan finally slowed down and fell onto his back, holding his sword outstretched in front of him. He stood in the flow of mana from the arrow that flew further and thought that this was simply a killing power. Gabriel realized that if he hurt even one single elf, they would take revenge on him for the rest of his life. Their influence was far more frightening than that of the orcs, and the warriors prepared Melika for a new shot. Loading an arrow required the efforts of several people, and the knight was worried that he would not get to the tree in time. He raised the sword of aura again, and again a new batch of arrows pierced the air. It was necessary to get rid of the pursuers without killing anyone. But the main thing that worried Azrahan was that he had left the young master unattended for quite some time. Melika took aim again, and again her arrow was like a harpoon, but her enemy didn't look like a sea monster at all. Gabriel assumed a defensive stance, concentrating all his mana into the blade and making the aura as large as possible. He deflected the small arrows without much difficulty, But Melika's shot was approaching, and that was a much bigger problem. Besides, the knight was already quite tired, fighting off countless hordes of elven projectiles flying at him. So he missed the moment when the dragon's bow fired. Everything around was illuminated by the red glow of the warrior's mana. Gabriel screamed at the top of his lungs when he realized that one huge arrow was immediately followed by a second one. But there was no choice. Something had to be done, and this time the Swordmaster used a different technique. He swirled the aura of his blade to catch the first dragon arrow rushing towards him. Energy enveloped her like a lasso and changed the direction of her flight, something the elves had never even heard of. The knight then made a sharp movement with his aura sword and redirected the projectile in the opposite direction. It took him a lot of effort to bring this idea to fruition, but it was definitely worth it. Now one dragon arrow was rushing straight towards another dragon arrow, and their collision was inevitable. Roid was just finishing collecting the Elenzia tree at that time, and he was amazed at how the pieces turned out to be completely identical. The backpack was packed to the brim, but another identical fragment needed to be cut off and packed. Suddenly, it was the same commander who took aim at the guy. She asked how dare he cut the roots of their precious tree. Baron Frontera's eldest son replied that he was very sorry, but too many lives depended on it. He quickly crouched down and lit the torch, and from behind he was warned again that if he moved, he would die. Our hero declared that, if she really wanted to, the elf could shoot, but the Gona would regret it, and she wouldn't be the only one. Doubt appeared on the commander's face, but she did not loosen the string of her bow, ready to react at any moment. Roid turned around very quickly, his devilish face again, and in his hands was a small pot of mandrake. He picked her up on the way and now threatened to fry her until golden brown. The forest warriors were horrified. The mandrake screamed in horror, and the young man threatened that the elves had a chance to see the suffering of this sweet flower. Curses were directed at the hero, but he was able to move forward towards the exit of the tunnel he had dug. The commander was beside herself with anger and called Roid a devil's spawn who was not popular with women. The pause dragged on, but nothing happened. Only the mandrake began to sob from fear so much that tears streamed onto the floor. Frontera then held the torch to the flower and ordered the elves to step back to allow it to rise to the surface. The warriors pressed themselves against the wall one after another, but even this was not enough for the guy to pass. They started to offer negotiations, but Roid continued to push them back, driving them into a dead end, and he became seriously angry. The young man's face was ominous, and the torch was getting closer and closer to the unfortunate mandrake. Suddenly, Baron Frontera's eldest son opened his mouth, his intentions becoming quite obvious to everyone. He grabbed the top leaf with his teeth and began to chew. The plant screamed that it would rather be burned than eaten alive. The elves immediately gave way, backing down the tunnel to get back out before the flower died. More precisely, in the hope that he would not die, having climbed out from underground, the young man sat down to catch his breath, right under a tree. The guy continued to hold the piece of paper in his mouth, thinking that Gabriel should already be approaching. The arrow whistled right over the guy's head, and he managed to dodge it literally at the last moment. Due to nerves, too much saliva flowed from his mouth, which did not have the best effect on the mandrake. What they saw made the elves sick, and many of them were very worried about the fate of the unfortunate flower. Murasama shouted at them to pull themselves together immediately. Now was not the time to show their weaknesses. Suddenly she felt ill too. The feeling of nausea was so strong that the warrior could barely stand on her feet. Suddenly, all three elves doubled over. Their stomachs ached, their consciousness clouded. Something incomprehensible was happening. Roid didn't understand what was going on and began to peer closely at what was happening, but nothing came to mind. He always believed that elves should be strong and unshakable, but then suddenly nausea ruined all their plans. Suddenly, the young man realized that during the entire time in the forest, he had not noticed a single bird or any other animal. It's all about the monster dominoes. The animals migrated to another part of the forest, and there was absolutely no one left here. And since the elves protect plants, this means that they must be carnivorous. So the reason for the nausea is banal exhaustion and hunger. Judging by everything, the warriors had been starving for months, which is why they were now huddled under the tree with mournful faces. Gabriel was at his limit, exhausted by the endless attacks. He needed to get to the tree, plus he was seriously worried about Roid. Each new attack by Melika led to nothing. The elves were also very exhausted and confused. The knight, just like his master, thought that these creatures must be much more resilient. But if this is the case, he has a chance to break through and achieve his goal, taking advantage of the current situation. Azrahan cast a mana heart with 3 rings. It was necessary to prepare well for the breakthrough. Summoning the aura of the sword, he made an incredible leap and rushed forward with all his might, intending to destroy everything in his path. Melika pulled back the string of her dragon bow, although she was tired, but she easily fell into a berserker state. Sturla rushed at the Swordmaster, but all he could think about now was the need to help his young master. With a furious cry, the knight made his way forward towards the tree. He was ready to do anything to reach his goal as quickly as possible. He managed to overcome several lines of defense. He managed to run forward faster than the arrows flew. He heard the elves giving orders to regroup. One of the warriors indicated where and when to attack, but Gabriel moved at such a speed that it was fruitless. Suddenly, the warriors, one after another, simply hung on the branches, informing their commander that they could no longer move. Their strength was running out. The elf tried to shout and make them pull themselves together, but during this time, the knight managed to disappear into the forest. Azrahan was unpleasantly surprised that the large warrior had started pursuing him, but he still did not give up. He made his way with all his might to the Alencia tree to come to the aid of Baron Frontera's eldest son. The knight pressed himself against the trunk, watching as the giant approached to finish him off on the spot, not bothering to figure out who was right and who was wrong. The elf's strength was also running out, so the tip stuck into the tree while Gabriel slipped out literally at the last moment. He rushed forward with only one thought, the thought that he must protect the Lord. More precisely, not the Lord himself, but his son. Even though he had dragged the hero into this mess, Gabriel pushed forward. The elves managed to gather their will into a fist to give Melika support, and a weak stream of arrows still flew at Azrahan. The warrior's aim was not very accurate, so the moon illuminated the damaged leaves falling from the treetops. Gabriel, like the elf, found support in these leaves. So much did he want to get to Roid as quickly as possible. The Swordmaster strove to save the heir to his estate, and this great goal literally inspired him. The warriors were shocked that a man had mastered the lunar stepping stone, which had taken them several centuries to master. Arrows started flying towards Azrahan's back again, although each time there were fewer and fewer of them. A little more, and the Swordmaster would be at the meeting place with his young master. There were only 10 meters left. The knight made an incredible leap, surprised that he had not yet fallen to the ground, pierced through and through. Somehow, he managed to cut through the arrows with his aura sword without slowing down his movement speed through the forest. Melika didn't give up. She set herself the goal of making at least one accurate shot from the dragon bow. It wasn't for nothing that she carried such a burden. Again, 2 arrows were ready to fly. The Alencia tree was clearly visible ahead, and Gabriel pushed a little harder, trying to see if Roid was there. But the double shot had already been fired. The young man screamed again, as if it could have any effect. He called for his young master. Pieces of meat, or rather bacon, were crisping deliciously on the fire, the aroma spreading throughout the area, literally driving the hungry elves crazy. Roid looked around with his mouth full. Hearing Azrahan's scream, he asked quite calmly what happened. The guy asked where Gabriel had been for so long and why he looked like he had been in a war. He told the elves to turn the pieces over more carefully. One of them was burnt, and the Swordmaster realized with surprise that they were frying pork. Our hero invited him to join the meal, rather than stand there like a pillar of paper as if he had met a ghost. Roid told the elves that it was Gabriel, his guard knight, and they were surprised as they thought Frontera was a servant. The sad Azrakan remained silent, completely immersed in thoughts about how this world is much more complex than it seems, and simpler at the same time. Roid asked if they had another warm spot, and Mira nodded happily in response. The young man called out to Melika, who was standing behind a tree, embarrassed to approach the fire and eat. The commander said that the warrior had been starving for months, and perhaps Gabriel would agree to share his portion of meat with her. Roid reported that the elves could eat as much as they wanted. They had stocked up well on provisions for this journey. The guy added that all those who continue to hold him at gunpoint can also come down and satisfy their hunger. The exhausted elves were almost losing consciousness from hunger, but they continued to wait for Mura's order. She brought another delicious piece to her mouth and sighed loudly, the pangs of conscience making themselves felt. The commander did not eat, but for some time simply looked sadly at the meat stuck on her fork. Then Roid asked what about the elven men who were patiently waiting for the warriors to return from the hunt. They were also dying of hunger. The girls stopped chewing, bursting into tears, and many began calling the guy bad names. He folded his arms and asked about the children, how much longer the elders could hold out without touching them. Mura's face suddenly became serious and stern. It seemed she had come to a decision that was not so easy to make. Roid folded his hands in a prayer-like gesture and declared that the tears were completely obscuring his vision. Melika began to cry, quietly sobbing. Who would have thought that the giantess would be so vulnerable? Soon, absolutely all the elves were busy wiping tears from their faces. Such unity can only be envied. The commander stared into space in front of her again, not having voiced what she was about to say until Roid interrupted her. Just at that moment, our hero suggested starting negotiations. Mira was indignant. Elves do not negotiate with people. The guy replied that this was nonsense. They had already agreed. Firstly, they did not detain him, and the plant remained alive. Secondly, the elves had eaten and could express their gratitude. The young man asked what this was if not negotiations, and the leader looked at him with distrust. Baron Frontera's eldest son played his trump card and announced that he could offer guarantees for the survival of the race. Mura, as if enchanted, asked again what the survival of her race meant. Was everything really that bad? Roid explained that this concerns a constant supply of pork, as well as the supply of bitumen coal. The hero thought that the elves did not need to know that coal was of plant origin, that is, made from wood. It seemed that the commander suspected a trick and looked at him with an angry look. For a moment, the young man fell silent. Roid said that the meat does not need to be dried to be eaten, it can be cooked deliciously, and he can also build a cold storage room for storage. The boy explained that he also wanted to survive, and if the elves did not agree to his conditions, many people would simply freeze to death. He asked to take a little resin from the Alencia tree every month, just a little, but it would be enough to ensure that no one died. The cunning guy promised to teach us how to collect sap in a way that would not harm the tree itself. Roid, the young man asked Mura what she thought about this, and whether it wouldn't be wiser to resolve issues of survival together. The tribeswomen shouted at the commander not to even think about agreeing. All people do is lie. The commander looked down. She thought hard about what she had heard, trying to make the right choice. When Muira was little, her mother told her that she once lived near people and often interacted with them. Their lives are short but rich, so they often become greedy. Therefore, if a girl happens to meet a man, let her trust only the one who can become a true friend for her. During the meal, the elven commander constantly recalled her late mother and this conversation. She had something to think about. Roid's face smoothed out and became soft, and in the firelight, he really did look like someone you could make friends with. But the elf still felt a wave of mistrust towards the young people. One could say that her intuition was at work. The tree was glowing with cosmic hues, and night had fallen over the forest. Everyone had to go about their business. Mura said that she refuses to cooperate. She is ready to talk only with someone she can trust. She can call a friend. Roid almost cursed out loud, deciding that he had made a mistake and chosen the wrong seduction tactics. He should have acted differently. The young man thought that in his past life he was almost always alone, so how could he know how to be a friend? He was poor, but yearned for company, so he attended lectures and seminars on architecture, although no one paid any attention to him. And if he did, it was only because the boy's poverty was so obvious that it drew ridicule. This hurt his pride, but for the sake of the future, Kim Soo-ho endured it, knowing that only study and work would help change his life. And then one day he was treated to a delicious lunch and told not to pay attention to the idiots. They just study worse, and that's why they're jealous. The new classmate showed concern and sympathy. It seemed he didn't care at all that the hero was empty-handed. He treated the boy to beef, choosing the best piece for him. It was so unusual that the poor young man almost burst into tears. Finally, Kim Soo-ho decided it was time to go, and completely happy, he thanked her for the food and said goodbye. The new acquaintance suggested staying and eating some more, since the poor man had apparently never eaten beef before. Our hero's face changed. He suddenly realized that the man he had already begun to consider a benefactor and friend was looking down on him. This meant only one thing, that he would never look at him again, and at this point the acquaintance could be considered over. The smile, which had previously seemed pleasant and caring, turned out to be a crooked and arrogant grin, cunning and malicious. Our hero had seen faces like this all his life, so it was strange that this time he couldn't immediately figure out what was going on. Very soon, Kim Soo-ho could no longer see or think at all. He felt simply trampled and deeply unhappy. But the horror was that he had never eaten so deliciously in his life, so our hero automatically continued chewing. He looked at the vile, false benefactor and was inclined to think that in front of him was a real angel who had come down from heaven. The guy, smiling, asked if he could ask for more. It seemed like there was no one in the world happier than him. The new acquaintance, with the same smile, replied that he would order as many more dishes as he wanted. It was no problem at all. That's how now meat. The elf's eyes widened. It turned out the young man was speaking out loud. The commander looked at the glow in his hand, surprised that it was actually meat. Roid chose the most appetizing piece and handed it to her personally, as if expressing the highest degree of respect, favor, and trust. Tears welled up in Muira's eyes, and she attacked the food more greedily than she had ever done in her life. The choice had been made. She extended her hand forward and declared that she accepted Frontera's conditions. When her companions asked what about the elders, the leader replied that they should simply feed them meat. The elves from the Forest of Eternal Light, who had no contact with other tribes, arrived in the Baron's domain and signed an agreement. Gabriel was beside himself with frustration and anger. He didn't understand why he had to fight if food had solved all his problems. The townspeople couldn't understand what was going on, first the orcs, now the elves, and would the young master really bring a dragon next time? Listening to these conversations, Mira began to think about how everything would turn out from now on. She looked at the wooden planks of the door and other elements created from plant materials. It brought pain to her heart. On the way to the Frontera estate, the elves were told that some people refused to eat meat for ethical or religious reasons. Roid asked them to stop being so stubborn and start helping each other. This increases the chances that everything will end well. Muira replied that she understood what was being said, but that it was difficult for her to contradict the calling of her heart and that she needed time to think. Baron Frontera's eldest son agreed that she had the right to do so and offered her a new portion of meat to help her think better. The construction of residential complexes 101 and 102 continued. The process proceeded quite confidently and at a good pace. Before leaving, Roid was worried that they would have time to complete construction before the temperature dropped to a critical level. If the water in the cement freezes at sub-zero temperatures, this will significantly reduce its strength and other properties. In the spring, the ice will melt and the liquid will begin to destroy the material and the entire building literally from the inside. This cannot be allowed. They don't want the newly built houses to fall apart, once again depriving the displaced people of a roof over their heads. Now it was no longer a problem. Our hero rubbed his chin with a satisfied look. Everything had changed for the better. The elves were excellent helpers, agile and fast. They climbed to any height, and the construction accelerated significantly. The warriors worked tirelessly, They had a great incentive to finish everything as quickly as possible, because then they could have lunch with a clear conscience. Marina was the most vocal about this. She was eager to bring provisions to her forest to feed everyone who remained there waiting. The first day of winter brought the first snow and the completion of apartment complexes 101 and 102. Roid was in no hurry to move residents in. Before that, it was necessary to conduct control tests and make sure that everything was fine. The key point of the test was a mixture of extracted resin and soybeans in a ratio of 100,000. It was necessary to check how the thermal insulation works. The radiators of the batteries were lubricated with the solution. Gabriel and Roid watched the unfolding action with impatience. When the insulation of pipes from the 1st to the 8th floor was completed, the command was given to turn on the heating boiler. It was completed almost immediately, and the inspection was in full swing. It was necessary to monitor every stage of the building's heating. The pipes slowly filled with hot steam, gradually warming one floor after another, higher and higher. Our heroes were covered in beads of sweat, but this time not from stress, but from the heat. The test was more than successful and ended with a thunderous ovation. Roid came out into the tent camp and shouted for the people to start preparing for the resettlement. Everything would go quickly. Gabriel noted that the priority was to move before the heavy snow started, but our hero waved it off, saying he was busy. While the knight stood and ground his teeth in anger, the eldest son of Baron Frontera was already giving the necessary instructions to Bayern. First of all, the elderly and children should be resettled, then the infirm and sick, and the height of the floor should be chosen in accordance with the state of health. Those who don't have enough apartments will be placed in separate rooms with heating. This winter, everyone will be well fed and warm. Gabriel's eyes widened upon hearing this. In fact, Roid was pursuing selfish goals because grateful people would work better and pay taxes more regularly, but the knight didn't need to know about this. The guy said that it was time for them to go to the Baron. There was so much to do that they would not have time to rest this winter. Azrakhan began to get irritated again. He thought that the young master's character had changed so much that he couldn't even hate him anymore. Roid became a true support for everyone around him, whether this is a real miracle, whether this is not worthy of respect, but the knight did not feel any respect. The young people walked towards the Frontera Palace building, and they walked almost the entire way in silence. Suddenly, our hero heard the sound of a trumpet. Gabriel confirmed that it was a signal of the arrival of the royal messenger. Roid knelt down, and the messenger, just as theatrically as last time, prepared to read the message from Alicia Termino Magentano. He waved scrolls and pieces of red cloth again, took off and put on his hat again, and bowed again. The Baron and Baroness were also there, and they were pleased to hear that the innovative construction at the Frontera estate had caused a sensation throughout the kingdom. Finally, the royal messenger declared that in connection with all of the above, the Queen would grant the Baron and Baroness her favor, and our hero smiled smugly. The herald read out the decree in a theatrical voice, according to which the estate of Frontera now had the status of the county of Frontera. He knelt before Arcos and Marvea and offered them his congratulations as the newly minted Count and Countess. In surprise, both of them also fell to their knees, and tears began to stream down the man's cheeks. As if on cue, it began to snow, and Roid looked to the future with pride, knowing that his efforts had been rewarded. He also did not forget that, in connection with the increase in title, the amount of taxes can now be revised on a preferential basis. The Baron and Baroness were once again almost in tears from joy and pride for their son, who not only pulled them out of debt, but also took care of their prosperity. They looked at Roid Frontera with a completely new look. He himself never thought that he would shine in glory. The envoy once again emphasized the need to prevent a wave of monsters and care for refugees, but it was the innovative construction that was the icing on the cake. For the development and enrichment of the eastern region, for turning it into a defensive outpost and military unit, the Baron was given additional gratitude. the queen ordered that the county of Frontera be made independent from Cremo and become the center of the entire eastern region. The empress undertakes to cover all construction costs for the next 10 years and allocate the necessary materials for the development of the region. Having also heard about the chance to not pay taxes at all for the next 20 years, our hero almost started dancing and began to praise Alicia Termino Magentano. It was almost impossible to pull off construction on such a scale, but since the queen was confident in them, they needed to live up to her expectations. The boy called Gabriel, he already had a plan. The young men went into the city, and as they were descending the mountain, they heard the messenger add that the lands of Raycon and others were now subject to the county of Frontera. Arcos watched the back of his departing son and again could not hold back tears of pride and gratitude to the hero. Soon, this was Roid's secret plan. Now they danced in circles, paying tribute to the wise and generous ruler. They wished long life to Her Majesty and expressed hope that she would unite the entire world under her crown. Roid got into a frenzy and called for them to shout louder so that the queen herself could hear their voices and be filled with gratitude. The messenger watched with mixed feelings as the events unfolded and as the queen called to unite the entire world. She angrily screamed at him to come back immediately and order them to stop, and Alicia almost jumped off her throne in anger. The rider on the white horse galloped towards the lands of Count Frontera. He was in a hurry like never before in his life. It was Viscount Raycon urging his horse on with all his might to reach the appointed time on time. He burst into the office and fell to his knees in front of Arcos, declaring that he had come as quickly as he could. The man at the same time, the Viscount thought that this was a real nightmare. He could not even imagine that everything would turn out like this. Previously, he constantly ridiculed the Baron for his poverty and looked down on him, but now their roles had suddenly changed. Arcos also remembered the past well, and now he thought with a smile that the time had come to take revenge for all the humiliations. He began by saying that, according to the royal order, he had received the task of rebuilding the eastern lands, and therefore he was counting on all kinds of assistance. Racona nodded that he was ready. Since they have a labor shortage in the county, Frontera hopes for help from a neighbor, who replied that he would help. The Viscount happily agreed to send engineers from Racona here, asking only to name the required number. Arcos noted that if he named too many, he would put his neighbor in a difficult position, so he needed to think carefully. Hearing the Count asking to send the maximum possible quantity, the Viscount began to sob quietly. Then he timidly raised his eyes and looked at Frontera with a pleading look, as if to make it clear that he was driven into a corner. He looked sternly at Raycon and clarified that he should send enough engineers so that it would not negatively affect their friendship and good neighborly relations. The Viscount was ready to explode. He was very nervous and angry, feeling completely helpless. He left Count Frontera's office completely exhausted. He even had difficulty mounting his horse. Climbing was only half the battle. The Viscount, overcome with nervous tension, was unable to stay in the saddle. Arcos Frontera watched him from the window. He had never threatened anyone in his life, so now he felt a little out of place. Watching the Viscount try to get up, holding on to the stirrups, Roid's father felt not even pity for him, but disgust. Then he laughed, just like the eldest son, and thought that it was surprisingly pleasant to be an influential person. Bayern reported to our hero that the settlement of residents in residential complexes 101 and 102 was complete. Roid thought he had planted the seeds, and he received a new achievement and an additional 700 experience points. It was time to reap the benefits. The neat little houses looked very nice under the snow covering their roofs. The new residents were delighted. To celebrate the housewarming, each family was given a table with meat and warm bread. One of the families was preparing for dinner. The wife called her husband to the table, but he said that he had no appetite at all. The man felt a little awkward. He was very grateful for everything, but he didn't know how their life would turn out next. Previously, he worked tirelessly on the farm to provide for his family, but now he was completely dependent on others. How long he could live in this situation, the settler did not know. Suddenly, someone asked for permission to enter. Judging by the voice, it was the young Mr. Frontera. He didn't receive an answer, so he moved further down the street. Residents jumped out of their houses and began thanking the hero at the top of their voices. Some people came up to him in tears and asked to at least hold their savior's hand. The young man refused no one. He posed for the artist, smiling and assuring the settlers that things would only get better and that they would succeed. The applause made Roid feel a little uncomfortable, but he continued to smile and greet people. He asked sympathetically if they liked their homes and if the food was tasty. Gabriel held back with all his might from exploding with anger. The knight was sure that the young man was plotting something bad against all these people. Soon, the workers began to bring in the table. They worked with maximum efficiency, feeling happy. A stack of papers quickly appeared on the table. Apparently, Roid was preparing to sign contracts. He joyfully folded his hands and declared that it was time to formalize everything. The contracts were ready. All that remained was to sign them. The male settlers were a little puzzled by what was happening. They began to look at each other and whisper warily among themselves. Our hero tried to make his face as friendly and welcoming as possible so as not to scare off the workforce. Then Gabriel grabbed his head. He could no longer figure out what was bad and what was good, and the young master was to blame for everything. Finally, the first of the men decided to approach the table and greet Mr. Frontera, who nodded. Our hero replied with a smile that this is precisely what the contracts were drawn up for. He would pay wages and even overtime. But from the moment the contract is signed and the first salary is received, the displaced persons will buy food, clothing, and everything else out of their own pockets. This information was not perceived negatively. The man became much calmer and also nodded. Then he proudly announced that he was not going to live off someone else. He wanted to work and provide for his family on his own, so he agreed. Then Roid decided to clarify that the document was quite complex and in the spirit of capitalism, and that he should think carefully about whether it was ready. The immigrant replied that he did not know the meaning of the word capitalism, but was ready. His wife asked if there was work for women, and Frontera assured that there was work for everyone. A line immediately formed at the table. Settlers came running from all sides. They wanted to work and did not want to be known as dependents. Roid was very pleased. This project would provide them with a workforce, and the economy would start to grow faster. He planned to implement a terraced agricultural land project to develop agriculture. The eastern hill needed to be reinforced with gabions, and then the rest of the work could begin. The easiest way to build a gabion would have been from rebar, but then something irreparable happened. Kolokolchik overexerted herself and fell ill. All the pets gathered at the bedside to support the little girl, who was working too hard on the construction of a residential complex. Bibun, or rather the former Royal Storm, expressed his views on what was happening quite clearly. Now it was impossible to involve his beloved in the work. Having been punched in the face, our hero realized that he had to come up with another, more realistic option. And this option was already proven. At night, Roid went to the clearing to summon a new fantastic pet. He had been thinking about the idea of summoning a mystical creature for several days and realized that it was time to spend money on it. The hero thought that the system sometimes behaved illogically, but still, everything worked out quite successfully. Podong, Hippo, and Bell, there always appeared exactly the creature that the young man needed at that moment. The guy pressed the activation button, shouting that he was really looking forward to a creature that could help him make reinforcement for retaining walls. Everything lit up green. The gears started spinning. The process was no different from the previous times I had summoned a pet. Roid folded his hands in a pleading gesture, a familiar flash of light signaling that the mythical creature was about to materialize. Suddenly the gear structure increased greatly in size. Nothing like this had ever happened before, and the guy tensed up. He widened his eyes and screamed at the top of his lungs, asking the system what the hell this was, but there was no answer. Then a huge stream of flame burst out of the portal, which only by some miracle did not incinerate our hero. Roid froze with his fists raised. A blue information board appeared, but it was completely empty. Very slowly, a message appeared on it, saying that it was called a donut hole, and Baron Frontera's eldest son was stunned. He asked the system, surprised and a little frightened, why it wasn't on his side this time. A message appeared that the system was not taking sides, acting according to the algorithm. Roid asked why everything went smoothly with the previous pets. Instead of an answer, the hero heard a malicious laugh and looked in bewilderment at the blue rectangle, which began to turn red. When the background of the message finally turned red, a message appeared saying that Roid was just an idiot if he hadn't figured it out yet. Then the background turned blue, and information appeared that after several victories, the newcomer gets carried away, and that's when it's time to close up shop. Roid shouted that he would kill the scoundrel. The system told him that the world wasn't that simple, so it was foolish to count on constant luck. The young man basically agreed with this. The next message from the system was an offer to try again, and Kim Soo-ho didn't hesitate for a second before activating the creature's summons. The new burst of flame was even bigger than the previous one. Our hero's life had not prepared him for such a disaster. He began to pound his fists on the blue information board, listening to shouts that this should stop immediately. Having calmed down, our hero thought that God loves the Trinity, and he should just try one more time. The guy even prudently jumped away from the green glow, declaring that he would not allow himself to be fooled again. Roid and his pets pressed themselves into the ground, but then the system reported that it had already fooled the young man. A warm glow appeared, like from a fire, but there was no stream of flame. The hero slowly began to rise. Directly above him loomed a flaming, neon, huge, glowing monster that resembled a squid. His mouth opened wide, ready to devour Roid immediately, and he and his pets suddenly took off running, or rather, for help. Naturally, to the one who was supposed to protect his life from danger, to Gabriel, peacefully sleeping, hugging a pillow. One strike from the aura sword was enough to rid the young master of the problem that had arisen. The Swordmaster knew his business well. Our hero slowly sank to the ground, trying to catch his breath and come to his senses from the horror he had experienced. The system immediately reported that Roid had failed, and he yelled that he himself had already figured it out. The next message stated that due to the boy's misfortune, the skill of choosing the next mystical creature became available to him. You can also select the specific skills of this pet. The list immediately appears in front of the hero. It was so long that it seemed to never end, and only 3 skills were useful. Roid had no intention of curing his hearing loss, nor of performing a double somersault with his pet, but releasing spider webs seemed useful to the hero. If a mythical creature could make it strong enough, then no reinforcement would be needed. That was what was needed. If the web is resistant to moisture and other environmental influences, then this is not a skill, but a real find. The system asked if he wanted to select this skill and summon the corresponding mythical creature, and the guy immediately pressed the confirmation button. Once again, everything glowed green and huge gears began to spin. This time, everything was finally supposed to be crowned with success. Sunlight was shining through the bedroom curtains, and it was so bright that it was clear it was no longer early morning outside. Gabriel had just woken up and hadn't even let go of the pillow yet, but he already felt that something had changed around him. He moved his feet in his slippers and thought that he had seen a very strange dream last night about some kind of multicolored squid. Construction in the valley had reached a new level. The housing project was complete, and now the young gentleman set about preparing the hillside for farming. The workers, led by Bayern, were working without straightening their backs, when suddenly one man's attention was drawn to a strange object in the sky. It was strange that he even noticed, but soon everyone on the site stopped working and began to peer into the blue. What they saw made the men feel a little uneasy. They had long been accustomed to Roid's oddities, but not to this. The huge snow-white wings worked tirelessly. The beautiful feathers smoothly descended downwards. It seemed as if an angel had come to the lands of Frontera. Roid was delighted. He laughed, and then gave the order to fly another circle over his father's lands. The huge white-feathered pet crowed joyfully and made a sharp turn. The guy barely managed to stay on its back. Realizing that the young Master Roid had just flown overhead on the back of a mythical creature, the workers began to greet their lord. As they chanted his name, the young man stood up to his full height and raised his hands in gratitude for such honors. At first he thought that the pet would be a spider, not a homing pigeon, so he was scared, but the advantage of flight became the decisive factor. The hero was happy. Having shown off his skills to the people, our hero hoped that their love for him would increase, which meant that the settlers would work harder. Common skills included spinning and stretching webs, nest building, and dropping droppings, a fine array of them. The most interesting thing is that the web had a backpack on its back, which the pigeon immediately demonstrated. The quality was beyond praise. Roid tried to tear the material, even used mana rings, but all he managed was to stretch it a little. The next planned step was a flight to the plateau, where it was necessary to make the desired impression. Thanks to the pet's skill, it was possible to strengthen the slope of not just one mountain but several at once. There was plenty of material. Roid liked everything about this bird. He couldn't be happier with his luck, but the shortcomings also made themselves known quite soon. The homing pigeon did not always follow commands and sometimes simply took off and flew in a direction known only to itself. The first time this happened, the young man almost went crazy with excitement and anger. He was used to mythical creatures obeying him without question. Kumin landed on a small rise. His master simply flew off his back straight into the fresh snow. Roid plopped down in a snowdrift, which was not at all what he had planned, spitting snow out of his mouth as he tried to figure out what the bird was doing. When he turned around, he realized that the question was addressed to the wrong person, but our hero simply could not stop shouting. The homing pigeon leaned its back against a tree, folded its legs and wings, and simply fell asleep, not paying attention to anything. Then he opened one eye and, still chewing the twig, told Baron Frontera's eldest son that he was annoying him. Roid was ready to explode with anger. Who would have thought that the new pet would be so lazy? He needed to figure out how to make him work. Last night, when Podong, Hippo, and our hero first saw Kumin, they thought that the bird would not cause them any problems. The young man asked if the monster could spin webs, and if so, let him demonstrate this skill. The dove was silent, unlike the previous mythical creatures, and was in no hurry to boast of its abilities, and simply did not want to answer. He simply fell onto his back and lay there, completely ignoring those around him. It looked, to put it mildly, strange. The dove repeated its name and crowed that it did not intend to burden itself with work and live the life of a hard worker. At that moment, our hero still didn't understand how bad everything was, but he was already on his guard. He needed to come up with something. A podong came to the rescue completely unexpectedly. He stopped in front of the bird and began to enthusiastically tell something. He talked about the benefits of working for Roida, receiving awards, benefiting humanity, and so on. It was also possible to create your own worldview, to become a being that brings benefit to this world. Kumin only clucked lazily. There was a black emptiness in his eyes. It seemed as if there was no force capable of moving this lazy creature from its place. Suddenly the dove moved its wing and reluctantly muttered that, well, he would try, but he was not obliged to get involved in it. Podong nodded. For a while he managed to motivate his new friend. Now it seemed that this motivation had dried up, and the pigeon again did not want anything. And again his faithful hamster rushed to the aid of the young gentleman. He instantly emerged from the inside pocket of his vest. He started by saying that there was very little time left. They needed to try hard to finish their business and return home. Kumin said that he tried it and didn't like it, so he doesn't see any reason to bother so much. He explained to Roid that the world would continue to exist and develop, even if they sat and did nothing. Having heard that he had to take care of the bird and feed it only because he had called it, our hero realized that he had found a way to deal with the pigeon, but his first reaction was to roast it for dinner. Podong continued to be indignant and appeal to the bird's conscience, explaining that it was impossible to speak like that. It was unacceptable. There was no reaction. Kumin continued to chew his twig and turned on complete ignoring, glancing sideways towards the forest. Suddenly, With a sharp movement, he spat it out of his beak far ahead, spinning it into a spiral to increase speed. The twig landed right between the podong's ears. He simply could not tolerate such impudence. The revenge was terrible. The hamster, without turning around, asked Roid for permission to teach the impudent slacker a lesson, and he replied that he would be grateful. Then the podong asked to give him a seed that increases size. It's time to show the newbie who's boss. Our hero did not refuse this sweet request. He understood that the effect would be very useful for him. At first, the forest, covered in snow, froze in anticipation of a fantastic monster, but no one suspected that it would be so huge. When the hamster had grown to the required size, the birds fluttered from the branches and flew away as far as possible to avoid risks. There was also a carrier pigeon among others. There was no longer any talk of laziness. It flapped its wings as if it were cursed. He had a giant hamster on his tail, which now had complete control over all the movements of the white bird. He screamed in terror, trying to say that he could fly on his own, but the podong was no longer interested. He was trying to tuck the bird into his cheek. Roid was a little worried as he watched what was happening. At first he thought that one mystical creature was trying to eat another. But the podong's face was quite friendly. Despite Kakumin's screams, the guy realized that everything was under control. The hamster was very good at moving through snowdrifts, so they left the eastern mountains faster than anyone could have imagined. When the ground appeared under his feet instead of snow, the podong spat the pigeon out from his cheek, and for a while it simply lay on the ground. The hamster asked with a smile if his new friend had enjoyed the trip, and he looked as good-natured as possible. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the podong asked if the bird wanted to play with him some more. If so, he was always happy. Roid was very pleased and supported the hamster's decisions in every possible way. Now there was no doubt that the pigeon would work hard. The first step in the construction work to develop the mountains was to dig a slope, and the workers set to work. The second stage of work fell to Bibun, who had to filter the best sand through a fine sieve. Next, Kumin soared into the sky with his web. Apparently, it was now his turn to contribute to the process. This stage involved weaving a net, which the bird had to fasten in a special way. The web served as an excellent substitute for reinforcement. Podong tried to help him, directing his movements, while not forgetting to remind him how weak his new friend was. Then it was the turn of the White Knights. The eldest son of Baron Frontera shouted at the top of his lungs the command for them to begin. The knights raised their shovels in a special solemn gesture, now calling themselves warriors of Roid. The men had to cover the webbing mesh with sandbags to make the structure stronger. Then this base had to be leveled and completely filled with soil. The first terrace of the field was ready. The installed gabion also had to be filled with pebbles and gravel to prevent further rock slides. When everything was finished, the young man turned to the warriors, congratulating them on the fact that the first tier and the first stage had just been completed. The guy was extremely pleased. If the work was finished before spring, the land would be immediately distributed to the refugees, and the first harvest would be collected by autumn. Roid Frontera raised his hand with the shovel in the air, a gesture that thanked his subordinates for their work and instilled confidence that they could handle anything. He shouted like a madman, calling on everyone to enjoy the fruit of their joint efforts. Standing on the head of a giant pigeon, our hero almost burst into tears, realizing that a completely carefree and rich life awaited him soon. The knights, led by Bayern and Blanc, now swung their shovels with no less zeal than Roid himself had before. At the same time, the guy himself, along with his father, was forced to deal with paperwork, and this tired him out much more. In the spring, the lands of Baron Frontera turned green. The mountains and valleys were covered with the first beautiful flowers. Our hero was awarded the title of the continent's best builder, as well as 800 experience points, but he still had no intention of stopping there. However, Baron Frontera's eldest son was not about to forget the little joys of spring either. He picked some flowers and lay there, enjoying the beauty around him. He had just received a new title called Leader of All the Tired, and the county workers could well attest that it was well deserved. The title of County of Frontera was also granted, which was only valid for 20 hours, but allowed for significant strengthening of the protective properties of the created residential complexes. Roid was given a wealth of new skills and abilities. He just needed to choose the right strategy for conducting business, as if winning a game of chess. Our hero even had a chess set now, but he didn't invite anyone to practice with him, preferring to think about business at the board. Alternately trying on one role and then the other, our egro planned his further actions. With each new move, Roid's excitement grew stronger and stronger, and he was already trying to outplay himself. As if his opponent had set a trap for him, the boy grabbed his head and began to think of a strategy for fighting against himself. Suddenly, Gabriel appeared behind him and asked why the young master was so cheerful. He noted sadly that playing chess with himself instead of doing his job felt a little strange. Roid reported that everything was going smoothly. Bayern was doing a great job managing the processes, and the knights were working tirelessly. Everything is going smoothly, without a hitch. Having said this, Kim Soo-ho remembered who he was and fell into a slight panic. The thing is, he already had experience in such matters. As soon as everything is getting better and does not require immediate intervention, unplanned disasters occur. In his past life, Kim Soo-ho decided that he had to make sure at least once that this was really the case, that everything was truly good. Now the young man remembered this and froze in horror over the chessboard. He had a feeling of déjà vu. Without turning around, he asked Gabriel to go to bed later today and sing. Before he could sing him a lullaby, he needed to take care of some things. Roid thought that becoming rich and comfortable wasn't that easy, so he paid again to activate the final spoiler skill. This was necessary in order to ensure a comfortable future without any pitfalls. Frantically pressing the confirmation button, our hero again found himself in pitch darkness, or rather, in emptiness. Then again, everything was covered in a pink fog with some red streams of mana. The guy tried to understand where he was. After assessing the interior, he came to the conclusion that this was his own bedroom in the estate, but it looked somehow empty. The more the young man watched the events that would take place in the future, the more gloomy he became. He saw himself lying on the bed, and Gabriel bending low over her, the knight doing something, using his mana skills. Roid tried to understand what Azrahan was doing. From the outside, it seemed like he was massaging his master's chest, pouring energy into him. It suddenly dawned on the boy that the knight was trying to heal him, or at least share his life force. The three-ringed mana heart flared up right under the ceiling. It seemed like Gabriel was putting in all his effort. The eldest son of Count Frontera looked at his tense muscles and thought that this was some kind of nonsense. This shouldn't be happening. He came closer, saying that if the Swordmaster did not stop, then his heart from the future simply would not be able to withstand it. But when Roid saw himself more clearly, he realized that he had been worried in vain about Gabriel's manipulations. He should be worried about something else. That the knight had reached such a level of stress that he could now die on the spot from a ruptured aneurysm or something worse. Azrakan cried and sobbed, but did not stop trying to restart the young master's stopped heart. He lay with his eyes open and unseeing, his bony, emaciated arms stretched out along his body and not reacting to anything. He didn't want to believe that this was another ending where he'd passed away, but everything felt exactly like that. The mournful pets appeared. Suddenly, Roid from the future opened his eyes and asked Gabriel to stop. He should already understand that there was no hope left. He added that Azrahan should live a long and happy life and let his body be burned and not worry about the grave. Then he ordered that everything be burned, and our hero from the past leaned forward in surprise, not understanding what exactly needed to be burned. Then Roid Frontera closed his eyes tiredly. The faithful knight continued to squeeze his hand. The pets fell silent. Suddenly the boy whispered in a weak voice that he would not actually die, but no one heard the last word. It was so quiet. Gabriel burst into tears, wishing that everything had turned out differently, that his lord's eldest son could live long and happily, like everyone else. He thanked the hero for protecting his second home and saving so many people, sheltering so many refugees. This is how the Swordmaster vowed to tell the whole world about his young master, and in no other way, only by praising him. Roid's gaze froze and became unfocused. He could no longer see anything, even though he hadn't closed his eyes, and he couldn't hear his knight's gratitude either. His breathing became intermittent and weak, but while it was still there, Azrahan continued to hold the hand of Count Frontera's eldest son. A moment later, life finally left this emaciated body. It instantly turned pale and looked like a wax figure. The pets all burst into tears as one, Podong, Hippo, Bell, and Kumin understood that they themselves did not have long to live. With their master dead, his mystical creations were freed and began to disappear simply because they were no longer needed. When they were all gone, Gabriel burst into tears even more than before. Roid was finally and irrevocably dead. Our hero looked at all this and began to get angry. He was going to turn his fate around again in order to change the future, but it would clearly not be easy. He had seen death before and managed to avoid it, so now he needed to think about what he could do without panicking. The guy looked closely at Azrahan's appearance. He hadn't changed much, which meant tragic events were bound to happen in the near future. The young man looked at the withered feet of his future body and began to wonder what could have caused such dehydration. The knight walked out into the street with the young gentleman in his arms, and our hero realized that it was spring, and the flowers along the road were just beginning to bloom. What Roid Frontera saw next made his heart literally clench with pain and sadness. On the paved path of the road that he had built so grandly, rows of dead inhabitants lay, covered with sheets. Apparently Gabriel had brought them all here. Now the Swordmaster intended to leave his eldest son, Arcos Frontera, here as well, so that he could join his subjects. This time, Roid from the future really panicked and began to look around in confusion. It was a mass plague. He recognized Marvea and his father among others. It seemed that no one survived except Azrahan. Meanwhile, Gabriel began pouring gasoline or something similar from a barrel onto the bodies. Next, a torch appeared in his hand. Now the knight's intentions became completely obvious. He would burn the corpses. Watching the fire spread across him from the future, our hero realized that he himself had ordered Gabriel to do this. Roid wondered if, when making this decision, he was guided not by emotions, but by logic. Then it was about an epidemic. The fire grew larger and larger, and the boy continued to think intensely about what he knew about diseases. After all, he was not a doctor, and in general had nothing to do with medicine, and his general knowledge was not very extensive. Frontera panicked again. He needed to prevent a disease he couldn't even identify, and he needed to do it as quickly as possible. Then he heard Gabriel speaking. The knight turned to Lord Roid, or whoever he called him, saying that it was time to say his final words. Azrahan said that the young master ordered these words to be said when his remains were completely burned. It seemed that the right moment had come. Gloomily looking down, the Swordmaster said that the main thing to remember is emptiness. He did not understand what this meant, but he fulfilled the hero's last will. Roid from the future guessed that he was trying to convey information to himself through Gabriel, but he didn't understand what the emptiness had to do with it. The effect of the final spoiler skill ended, and the young man returned to the present time. He wondered what kind of words these were, about the need to remember the main thing, and that the main thing was emptiness, who even spoke in such riddles before death. The code seemed too complicated to him, and in general completely meaningless. Perhaps it meant that nothing awaited everyone at the end of the road. The guy didn't know. It then dawned on Roid that the Roid who died had seen the future in the final spoiler, and that was why he had reported the void, the darkness he would fall into when activating the skill. That was all. But it wasn't all that simple, and our hero began to walk in circles which helped him concentrate. He needed to figure out what else could be empty, and suddenly he stopped. The puzzle was complete. The eldest son of Count Frontera guessed what message he had managed to convey to himself through the night. Now he stood there and could not believe that he had been so smart and resourceful in the last minutes of his life. Then Roid's face turned villainous again. He realized that he was just a real genius. No one else would have guessed. He went straight to the estate to discuss the next course of action as quickly as possible with everyone involved. Bayern, hearing that he had to bring all the available quarrymen from Cremo, was at a loss. He said that, purely from a financial perspective, this would not be a difficult task, and then asked why Roidu needed it. The guy said that Count Cremo would be obliged to meet him halfway. The people were busy cultivating the land, the knights and orcs were busy with construction and coal mining, so let him strain himself a little. Roid used the title effect skill and was confident that everything would work. Bayern asked how large-scale the project should be. The hero replied that the project was more global than the construction of apartment buildings, as it would affect all of the kingdom's eastern lands. After all, they have to fight an epidemic called cholera, and to do this they need to build underground tunnels. Kim Soo-ho's medical knowledge was limited, but he knew another way to combat this disease, and it was called sewerage. Under the word emptiness, Roid from the future encrypted an incident with a similar name that happened in Vienna, Austria, where the city's population began to increase sharply. But sewerage problems affected the course of events. All the wastewater was discharged into the waters of the Danube River, and the more residents there were, the dirtier the water became. If the load were less, then natural cleansing would occur. The current would carry everything away, and the fish would finish the job. The disaster occurred when temperatures dropped to record levels and the river froze completely. Now, the city's waste products were not going anywhere, which led to groundwater contamination and the onset of a cholera epidemic. The same thing happened in Frontera County. The sewage was diverted into the Prona River, but the city's population had grown significantly, and winter was coming, something Roid hadn't thought about in time. The young man grabbed his head. As soon as he relaxed even a little, he felt the need to immediately get involved in something global. But never mind, now that the causes of the disaster are known, he will try to prevent it, and then he will rest with a clear conscience. Even if the devil himself came for his soul and not some epidemic, Roid would never agree to give up so easily. He has a dream of living happily ever after. Later, the hero got tired and began to look at events differently. He voluntarily began a huge project that required a lot of resources and risked driving them into debt again. If hired workers could simply be paid a salary, everything would be simpler, but they still needed to be transported and provided with housing. Roid began to toss and turn in bed as if in a delirium. The Taken called other people's money was poisoning his life. Meanwhile, the rest of the valley went about its business, and everyone went about their usual business. The same red-haired orc who liked Emily looked for a meeting with her at every opportunity. He had a competitor. One of the builders was showing the girl attention and constantly flirting with her. The man gave Emily a flower and told her that his heart had been on fire since the moment he saw her. The beauty laughed. She was pleased, but she was not used to such words. The builder was not going to stop showering her with compliments. The orc's eyes were fixed on his beloved. He was trying to understand how she felt about what was happening. The girl was calm and looked at the unexpected gentleman with a warm gaze. She was favorably disposed towards him. The builder himself was literally glowing from within. He was truly in love, and said all this sincerely. The orc's face turned angry. He was simply burning with jealousy and could barely restrain himself from doing something stupid. Then a subordinate appeared and called out to Sergeant Greg. He was being called to work. Emily said goodbye to him as if he were her boyfriend, asking him to come back quickly. The red-haired orc waited until the man had moved away a little and called him by name, while there was no sign of trouble. Looking Sergeant Greg intently in the eyes, the orc asked how he could have acted so unfairly. The man asked in surprise what he had done, and the red-haired man, looking down at the ground, tried to formulate his complaints. Finally, the orc yelled that Greg was behaving in a completely unacceptable manner, because he had Emily, and this couldn't be done. The sergeant became serious and asked sternly what he was trying to talk about and what it all meant. In an angry voice, Greg asked what this phrase about him having Emily was. Let him try to explain. The orc's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he realized that he had revealed his feelings for the girl, but there was no turning back. Shouting that the man was simply a real scoundrel, the red-haired man raised his fist to strike, trying to slightly correct the man's jaw. He turned out to be faster and managed to strike first. The opponent flew back several meters and hit the pavement face first. The huge green monster was extremely surprised. He did not expect such strength and speed from a human. The sergeant proudly thrust his fists forward and declared that he could not be defeated with half-strength blows, even if he did not try. It turned out that Frontera's soldiers had learned to control their mana, allowing each to defeat up to 10 opponents, but they preferred to use the skill in construction. Finally, he made a decision, took a fighting stance, and also activated his mana. It was red, like his hair. Greg's mana was a pleasant shade of blue, and their duel now seemed a bit like a battle between ice and fire. The man felt no fear at all, and was ready to show off his fighting skills in all their glory. The orc behaved in exactly the same way, completely unaware of it. The rivals were very similar to each other. Greg concentrated his mana in his hands and made his first jump, but he was unable to land a blow. It was blocked in time. They fought, but the forces were roughly equal, and the orc and the human understood that the confrontation was doomed to be long. Suddenly, Bayern's voice came right over Sergeant Greg's ear, telling him that he was moving too slowly. At first, the builder thought that this was about his fighting skills, so he did not lower his fists, preparing to attack. But the senior knight reminded him that he had been waiting for him for a very long time, so there was no time to waste, and he should start completing engineering tasks as quickly as possible. Bayern said that they should pack their things because they had a long business trip ahead of them, and Greg hadn't even left yet, but he had already managed to screw up. The man, hearing that working hours are called that because you have to work, looked around. His opponent was staring at him. Their gazes crossed like swords, after which each went off to do their own thing, pondering what had happened. Soon the senior knight and Sergeant Greg were already at the estate. Their path lay to the stables. Their things were collected. The man asked if they would travel all the way to Cremo just to ask for help. Bayern replied that this was indeed the case. The young gentleman had planned a large-scale project that required additional manpower. It was about saving people's lives. Greg sighed. He then said cautiously that he didn't think they had a pressing need for it, and the boss turned around looking as if he'd been spit in the face. Roid, meanwhile, dozed off in his office over the drawings and was awakened by the message that achievements and compliments have a complex effect. Before he could even open his eyes properly, the young man asked what other effect he was talking about. It turned out that the guy had punished the county's traitor and paid off the debt. Sergeant Greg was walking down the road, given extra time to finish up his personal business before leaving, but he had something else in mind. Soon other workers joined him, while the system praised Roid for giving the refugees shelter. The number of men grew more and more. The townspeople, seeing this procession, joined the crowd as soon as they found out what was going on. The inhabitants of the county and the refugees from other lands all felt respect and great gratitude towards the eldest son of Count Frontera. After reading the message about this, Roid still didn't understand what he got out of it, because respect can't be monetized or sold. The system explained that all subjects wanted to thank him for his wise governance, kind heart, and the help he had given them. Not understanding how he could be thanked, the young man rose from his chair and went to the window, from which strange sounds were coming. The longer Roid Frontera looked at what was happening, the more he couldn't believe his own eyes and ears. He used the combined effect of people who want to repay you. These same people were now gathered below, and there were a lot of them. The settlers and local residents shouted that they were ready to work for Roid even without a salary. They understood everything and would not object. For Mr. Roid's sake, the workers were willing to implement the new project for free, because it would definitely benefit people. Their eyes shone with gratitude. Our hero didn't expect this at all. The guy couldn't understand how someone could voluntarily refuse a well-deserved reward. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho was overcome with emotion, his lips trembling as if he was about to burst into tears right then and there. in front of everyone. To prevent this, something had to be done urgently, and Roid shouted at the top of his lungs that he asked for silence. He had something to say. The men fell silent, but did not lower their hands, continuing to show their affection for the young gentleman with gestures. The eldest son of Count Frontera reported that it is hard to work selflessly for someone else's benefit, but it is much more pleasant to do it for one's own benefit. The assembled workers say that they will manage without wages, but he never gave them anything for free anyway. They earned everything through their work. So the men below shouted joyfully and again began to chant the hero's name and thank him in every way for his care and for justice. The young man once again took a good look at the sea of people who wanted to do good for the county. Then he turned and walked away from the window, brushing away a stingy tear. After all, the guy was quite sensitive. The homing pigeon had almost reached Samarkand ala Hinshad, and the Asfahana palace was visible ahead. The man was waiting for news. The bird had not yet landed, and he was already preparing to reach out for the letter it brought. It was an informational report from spies who had been sent to the west for reconnaissance, and the piece of paper turned out to be quite large. It was stated there that real miracles were happening on enemy lands. A bird appeared there that split the skies. This bird is capable of defeating even the most formidable monsters that came from the wave of monsters. It is huge. Also, a terrible beast appeared in the Frontera's domain, capable of defeating a dragon or any other lizard. It looks like a devil. There live workers who can deal with orcs with their bare hands, and elderly managers who can move faster than the wind. The White Knights have taken up shovels, the orcs and elves are busy with construction. It is scary to imagine the military might of this state. After reading all the news that had happened recently in the enemy region, Asfahan was quite puzzled. He stood there for a long time, lost in thought, trying to understand what was wrong with this place. But you and I already know the answer to that question.